In a secluded forest, a Lurantis silently watches over its domain. Each night, the sound of its solitary weeping resonates through the air, a poignant reminder of the loss of its trainer due to its own impulsiveness. One fateful evening, as it opened its eyes, confusion washed over it, and it sensed an emotional disturbance emanating from the nearby underbrush, leaving it momentarily stunned. Then, a figure materialized before its gaze. In the subterranean kingdom, a petite pink silhouette stood forlorn, gazing at the diamond kingdom with sorrowful eyes. Clutching the necklace around her neck, she began to sob softly. Will we meet again? You bestowed upon me this power, yet I long to hear the stories you wove once more. I yearn to see you again, on the champion's path. A new presence emerges. A young man and his Pokémon paving a fresh trail. Since he claimed the summit, no one has managed to best his mutated Gardevoir. Its blood-red eyes exude an aura of cruelty and oppression, yet in moments of tranquility, it reveals a gentler side. Chapter 1. The little one in a forest somewhere in Kalos, a raven-haired youth ventures forth in search of Pokémon. His appearance mirrors that of an attractive reader, clad in modest yet practical attire, his tattered backpack capable of holding essentials. This boy, named Ming Shang, has been in the Pokémon world for 5 months. Initially, awakening in this fantastical realm filled him with joy, but the harsh realities of life soon dealt a severe blow. Here, he is without parents or friends, rendering his existence a struggle. He had hoped to work for a living, yet the abundance of free Pokémon laborers, content with mere food and shelter, relegated him to insignificance. With no choice but to forage for food in the forest, he relied on his modest culinary skills to scrape by. Nevertheless, this did not quench his fervent desire to become a trainer and his adoration for Pokémon. Who wouldn't wish for a Pokémon companion to embark on adventures with? After 5 months of saving from the snack stall, he finally acquired a basic Pokeball, a purchase that drained nearly half of his meager resources. What remained was earmarked for nurturing his future Pokémon. Please, let me encounter a worthy Pokémon today. Ming Shang prayed fervently, aspiring for a creature of the highest caliber. His dreams leaned towards the starters, yet he feared he might not be able to sustain one. Who cares if I can afford it? I'll figure it out later. I'll just have to let my Pokémon work alongside me, alleviating some of the burden. After all, Pokémon are far more capable than I am. After reassuring himself, Ming Shang resumed his quest, armed with but a single tranquilizer dart for protection. Caterpie? No, it can't evolve into Rayquaza. Diglett? Not strong enough. As he ventured further, he stumbled upon a group of yellow pea shooters. A Beaudoo. This is my first time seeing one, and it looks like a little dumpling. Beaudoo? Beaudoo? Beaudoo! Attack him! Watching the fierce Beaudoo swarm approach, Ming Shang bolted. Darn, I forgot they could understand me. Run! Despite the panic, laughter bubbled within him. At that moment, he felt truly alive in the world of Pokémon. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he darted into the underbrush, evading the Beaudoo's pursuit. Once safe, he emerged from his hiding place. Huh, you thought you could catch me? I'm out of here. Haha. Wandering along the riverbank, he spotted several blue figures washing their tails. A Swablu and a Marill. Their base stats are decent, but how annoying it is to lack a system to gauge their potential. Caught in a dilemma, Ming Shang weighed the Marill's appearance against its limitations, ultimately deciding against capturing it, noting its apparent motherhood. With a smile, he approached them. Hi there, Swablu and Marill. You're so adorable. May I pet you? The charming blue orbs exchanged glances before looking at Marill, who nodded in agreement. Ming Shang crouched down, and one of the Swablus hopped over, relishing his gentle touch. Oh yes. So smooth and plump, delightful to the touch. After a moment of petting, one of the Swablus pointed to its mouth. HM, are you hungry? But I don't have any food. Upon hearing this, Marill promptly led its child away, leaving Ming Shang blinking in surprise. Wow, so pragmatic? Talk about a quick exit. Scratching his head, he continued along the river, in search of his first Pokémon. Seahorse? Ugh, useless. Mudkip? Too ugly. Evolution? Forget it. Lovedisc? Next. Moonstone? Hey, can you mate with a Shuckle? Wait, let me go. I'm sorry. Don't use Psychic. Splash. Ming Shang found himself tossed into the water by the Moonstone. PFF. Just curious, it's not that serious. So stingy, a tadpole swam by. Hey there. Enjoying a bath? Fragrant, deadpan stare. Soaked to the bone upon reaching the shore, Ming Shang realized he couldn't continue his search in such a state. He glanced up at the sky. It already noon? Time for lunch. I'm starving, and This is just the opportunity to dry my clothes. Finding dry wood in the forest, he set up a fire in a clearing. He removed his makeshift cloth backpack. Thank goodness I'm clever. I wrapped everything in plastic bags. The matches stay dry. Once the fire was lit, he skewered a piece of meat beside it. Time to strip down for some fun. After shedding his clothes, Ming Shang hung them up to dry. He wasn't indecent, as he had a pair of shorts in his backpack, which he promptly put on. Though it was odd to have his pants alongside the meat in the backpack, he had separated them with plastic bags, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat. Having completed these tasks, Ming Shang began to ponder life. I'm broke yet yearning for glory, desiring a strong Pokémon while also questioning if I can even afford one, and whether I'll find it at all. Even if I do, will a single tranquilizer dart suffice? Why is it that protagonists in dramas rise from nothing to become wealthy, while I, despite my own journey, seem destined for starvation? Shouldn't I be the hero of my own story? Lost in thought, the aroma of roasting meat attracted a black-eyed crocodile. Whoa, a young alligator? This time, I can do it. As he spoke, Ming Shang reached into his pocket for a Pokeball, momentarily forgetting he was in shorts. He swiftly turned to retrieve his Pokeball, but by the time he got it in hand, the alligator had already snatched the meat and begun to feast. Seeing this, Ming Shang threw his Pokeball, but alas, it evaded capture. The black-eyed crocodile observed Ming Shang as he prepared for battle. Ugh! The black-eyed crocodile appeared thoroughly satisfied with the recently grilled meat. At this moment, if Ming Shang could defeat it, he would have the opportunity to capture it. Hey, I don't have any Pokemon. Brother, how about we play rock, paper, scissors? I'll be generous and only throw scissors, and if you lose, you must obediently become my Pokemon, all right? The black-eyed crocodile looked at him as if he were a fool. It turned away and departed without leaving a trace behind. Hey, at least give me back the meat. The black-eyed crocodile simply dug a hole and left. Ming Shang was left grinding his teeth in frustration. This was an endless loop. He glanced back at the tranquilizer dart, which was his last resort if nothing else worked. He could only wait until nightfall when the Pokemon were asleep, then administer a dart and capture them with a Pokeball. The Pokemon might be displeased, but he would not care. They were his now, what could they do? He could always board the train and buy a ticket later. Ming Shang tidied up the scene and continued his search for suitable Pokemon. As the sky gradually darkened, he finally spotted a fitting Pokemon, a flying Pidgey. The evolved form, Pidgeot, would be sufficiently strong for gym battles and city competitions, but for higher-tier gym competitions and regional contests, Pidgeot's foundation would be somewhat lacking. In the finals, it was unthinkable. Only Pokemon of starter-level caliber would qualify. Mythical, demigod, and even legendary Pokemon would be present. Sending Pidgeot into battle would be akin to returning home to till the fields. Thus, Ming Shang quietly followed the Pidgey, maintaining a perfectly measured distance. As he watched the Pidgey prepare to land on a branch to rest, he sensed an opportunity arise, but at that moment, he inexplicably turned his gaze toward a patch of grass. Why do I feel something strange? Ming Shang glanced up at the Pidgey and then back again. Resolute, he decided to investigate the situation that if he lost track of the Pidgey, he could always search for another Pokemon tomorrow. Navigating through the grass, Ming Shang arrived at a tranquil clearing. In the clearing, he spotted a green and white Pokemon with red horns nestled in a pile of grass, sound asleep. The moment Ming Shang laid eyes on it, his heart nearly leaped from his chest. Larvitar. It's Larvitar. My favorite Pokemon. How wonderful. Ming Shang steadied his excited and elated heart, took a deep breath, and adjusted his gaze, which suddenly became sharp and resolute. Unbeknownst to him, his emotions had already been sensed by Larvitar. Yet, at that moment, Larvitar unexpectedly fainted, and upon waking, it looked at its hands in confusion. Laru? Before it could comprehend the situation, it sensed emotions emanating from the nearby grass, immediately becoming alert. However, when it beheld its surroundings, it was taken aback. Laru? Larvitar stared blankly at the grass, while Ming Shang felt a wave of disappointment. He had not anticipated Larvitar's range of sensitivity to be so extensive. He should have taken the chance to use the tranquilizer dart earlier. Realizing he had been exposed, Ming Shang slowly emerged from the grass. Under the moonlight, Larvitar discerned Ming Shang's silhouette. It trembled, gazing at him in disbelief, its breath quickening. Being looked at in such a manner by Larvitar left Ming Shang feeling bashful, scratching his head. A little one. Ming Shang failed to notice the shock that followed his words. Before he could finish, Larvitar teleported right to him. However, Larvitar was not capable of teleporting such a distance at that moment. It appeared before Ming Shang and began to fall, but Ming Shang reacted swiftly and caught Larvitar. That was close. Little one, you... Larvitar disregarded everything and leaped into Ming Shang's embrace. Finally, it felt the reality of Ming Shang's presence. Laru, 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 woo-woo. Larvitar began to cry in Ming Shang's arms. This left Ming Shang utterly bewildered, yet he slowly began to comfort it. All right, no more tears. It's okay, it's okay. For no other reason, it seemed that this Larvitar had experienced a strange dream. Larvitar's recollection. This time, Larvitar did not faint. Ming Shang felt it was about time and immediately shot the tranquilizer dart toward Larvitar. Since the initial emotion sensed was joy, Larvitar was caught off guard. Thus, it fell victim, forcibly captured by Ming Shang's Pokeball. Yes, I have captured a Pokémon. Yay! At that moment, Ming Shang was as joyful as a child. However, he underestimated the Pokémon's desire for revenge. Once released, Larvitar was thoroughly displeased with Ming Shang's actions. Despite Ming Shang's best efforts to soothe its feelings, Larvitar paid him no mind. Ming Shang, already impoverished, now had to dedicate all his energy to nurturing Larvitar, his initial Pokémon. Yet Larvitar continually retaliated against Ming Shang, refusing to use its psychic powers to help him gather fruits and not fighting during battles. Every time Ming Shang returned with food, it consumed everything without leaving him a morsel. During training, once Ming Shang left, Larvitar would halt. Ming Shang was already struggling financially, and now, with an additional mouth to feed that contributed nothing, their nutrition was severely lacking. Larvitar fared slightly better, but Ming Shang's health deteriorated day by day. Nevertheless, Ming Shang never gave up on Larvitar. Joy, anticipation, and the need to earn money drove him to forget his physical exhaustion. Months passed, and Ming Shang never once complained about Larvitar, always showing concern for it. Larvitar's vendetta gradually diminished over time as Ming Shang's unwavering dedication wore it down. When Larvitar began to use its psychic abilities to slightly assist Ming Shang, he was overjoyed. He knew that Larvitar's temperament was finally softening. It wouldn't be long before he could embark on his journey. However, the good times were short-lived as a passing Pokémon hunter set his sights on Larvitar. While Ming Shang was fishing and amusing Larvitar, he sensed something was amiss. Little one, get down. Ming Shang dove on a Larvitar to evade the attack from Scyther. As he stood up, still unsteady, a Talonflame lunged at him from another direction. Ming Shang drew his dagger to retaliate, shielding Larvitar behind him. I never expected to have an additional bounty today. Larvitar is worth quite a sum. Scyther, separate them. Little one, use Psychic to control it. For the first time, Larvitar obeyed Ming Shang's command. However, prolonged malnutrition and lack of training had rendered Larvitar exceedingly weak. It couldn't even lock onto the Scyther's silhouette. While Ming Shang grappled with the Talonflame, Larvitar was swiftly dispatched by the Scyther. Seeing his Pokémon being captured, Ming Shang picked up a stone and hurled it at the Scyther. He charged at it, using his dagger to slash its scythe and rescue the incapacitated Larvitar. The two tumbled to the ground, with numerous small wounds appearing on Ming Shang's cheek as he stared at the two Pokémon before him. He realized that today was not going to end well. Hand over Larvitar, and you might suffer less. Let me hear you call me Dad, and perhaps I will consider it. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Talonflame, snatch Larvitar. Ming Shang took out a Pokeball to recall Larvitar, but the fall had rendered it malfunctioning. How unfortunate that it's the cheapest one. Ming Shang dodged the Scyther's Fury Cutter, clinging tightly to Larvitar, absorbing the Talonflame's quick attack with his body. Blood dripped on a Larvitar's face. It felt regret, regretting its stubbornness and past behaviors. The weakened Larvitar witnessed the final scene. Ming Shang's right hand was clawed by the Talonflame, tearing the skin, while he managed to grasp the Talonflame's foot, controlling it, and plunged his dagger into its body. A piercing scream resonated through the air. Damn it! The airborne mantis's air blade is about to finish him off. The scythe descended upon Ming Shang's left waist, becoming ensnared by his body. With a fierce grip, his left hand pressed down violently upon the arm of the airborne mantis. In a moment of life and death, the surge of strength dislocated the mantis's right arm. Su! With a roar, the airborne mantis raised its left hand, aiming for Ming Shang's neck. The strike descended. Chapter 2. The journey of champions begins in the final moments. Ming Shang caught sight of a motorcycle. The Pokémon hunter had suffered considerable losses and was determined not to let Ralts escape. However, just as he raised his hand, the sound of an alarm bell echoed. TSK. Have they caught up already? Damn it. Let us go. Junsha rode her motorcycle to the scene of the incident, her heart heavy as she beheld the grim sight before her. Gritting her teeth, she vowed, I will make you pay for this. She looked up to see Ralts drifting away into the distance. Go, Arcanine, take that Ralts to the Pokémon Center. I'll handle things here. When Ralts awoke once more, it found itself on a treatment table. Fortunately, its injuries were not severe, and a brief period of rest would suffice. Ralts hastily jumped off the table, searching for its trainer, only to be met with a shake of the head from Jigglypuff. At that moment, Miss Junsha approached, handing Ralts Mingshang's backpack and a shattered Pokeball. I'm so sorry. Please accept my condolences. Your trainer had no family in this world. These are his only remnants. Reluctantly, she added, although it pains me to admit, your trainer was not a registered Pokemon trainer, which means he was illegally training Pokemon. You are free now. Ralts clutched the items tightly to its chest, weeping in regret. Ralts. Woo-woo. It was free, yet it yearned for something else. Junsha was at a loss for words. Despite the illegality, he had been a good trainer to his Pokemon. Ralts returned to the forest where they had once coexisted, never to leave again. Back to the present, Ralts was still tightly embracing Mingshang. Once he had calmed it down, he gently set it down. Little one, have you encountered any difficulties? Ralts shook its head, prompting Mingshang to scratch his own. Then why are you crying? Ralts stepped forward, tugging at Mingshang's pant leg and pointing at the Pokeball in his hand. Little one, do you wish to come with me? Ralts nodded resolutely, putting Mingshang in a quandary, making him hesitate. Mingshang knelt down to look at Ralts. Little one, my initial goal was indeed to capture you. However, I must clarify that following me will entail considerable hardships. I will also arrange for you to battle against powerful Pokemon, and Ralts. Before Mingshang could finish, Ralts tapped the Pokeball, and in a flash of red light, it quieted down. Me? I've captured Ralts just like that? Mingshang released Ralts again. He wanted to say more, but upon seeing Ralts's trusting gaze, he held back. Taking a deep breath, he gently patted Ralts's head, smiling at it. Since it's come to this, I have no reason to refuse. Thank you for your trust, little one. You are my lucky star. I will do my utmost. Let's strive together on this journey ahead. My goal is to become a champion. Ralts. Mingshang scooped Ralts up onto his shoulder and left the forest. As he looked at Ralts perched on his shoulder, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Is it male or female? How can I tell? He turned his head to ask, but Ralts was gazing at his profile, and their eyes met, causing Ralts to break into a smile. This made Mingshang too shy to ask. I'll confirm later. If it's male, I won't hold it anymore. If it's female, haha. Sensing the peculiar emotions radiating from Mingshang, Ralts felt puzzled but didn't dwell on it, for such emotions were joyful. Upon arriving at a cave, which served as Mingshang's temporary abode, he knew that wild Pokemon would also seek shelter, and this cave would soon be claimed. However, let them take it. All Mingshang had left of value was a pot. He dug up some fruit buried in a plastic bag and offered it to Ralts. Little one, I'm rather poor, but rest assured, I will never let you go hungry. Ralts said nothing, smiling as it took the fruit and bit into it. It understood. It knew its trainer would never let it starve. Seeing that you seem to like me, I'm relieved. My name is Mingshang. From now on, I am your trainer. Ralts. Mingshang. It dawned on Ralts then that previously, it hadn't even known its trainer's name. Yes, Mingshang. Rest well tonight. We will officially start tomorrow. If you're uncomfortable in the Pokeball, do let me know, and I can make you a cozy little nest. When it came time to sleep, Mingshang realized he had asked too much. Ralts had fallen asleep in his arms, looking quite content. With a sigh, he adjusted his position, cradling Ralts, and gradually drifted off himself. Today can be deemed my lucky day. I just hope this Ralts isn't male. The following day, the morning sun and the sweet chirping of birds gradually filled the air, heralding the dawn of a new day. Inside the cave, Mingshang and Ralts were still nestled on their leafy bedding, enjoying a leisurely slumber. It was unavoidable. One was exuberantly happy, and the other felt at ease. An hour later, Mingshang woke naturally, stretching and inadvertently rousing Ralts. Ralts. All right, little one, we cannot indulge in slumber any longer. It's time to commence training, and I shall accompany you. Ralts. After finishing the remaining fruit, Mingshang took Ralts outside. Little one, I need to see what skills you possess. Ralts. Ralts nodded, raising its hand to levitate a stone. These were the skills of telekinesis, call, teleport, and charm, all common fairy-type and psychic-type moves. At that moment, Ralts placed its hand on its chest, and strange rays of light suddenly appeared, shooting straight into the sky. Confusion ray. ISNT. This is a skill that can only be used after evolving into Curlia? The continuous release of skills left Ralts feeling drained. It harbored a sense of frustration over its current weakness, resolving to protect its trainer this time. Little one, you're incredible. Ming Shang rushed over and scooped Ralts into his arms. I've truly struck gold. You are a genius. Rest well for now. I'll fetch you something to eat. Ralts. You want to come with me? All right, let us go. In the forest, the food consisted mainly of fruits, wild vegetables, and fish from the river. Wild animals were seldom seen, but numerous wild Pokémon roamed. With Ralts' telekinesis assisting him, Ming Shang found the task much easier. Every fruit he picked, he offered to Ralts. Fearing his precious companion might go hungry. It wasn't he until Ralts presented a fruit to Ming Shang's mouth that he paused. Yet a new problem arose. Ming Shang needed to train Ralts, which meant Ralts would frequently release its skills. While Ralts would not go hungry, Pokémon required special food to ensure growth and energy replenishment. Regular food only provided stamina, and natural energy recovery was exceedingly slow. The most efficient way to restore energy was through energy cubes, but Ming Shang could not afford them. And he lacked the qualifications to procure the latter. Damn, 2 dead ends. Looking down at the drowsy Ralts in his arms, Ming Shang felt a renewed sense of determination. Even if it kills me, I will raise Ralts to be plump and healthy. Let us do this. Days later, in Baidan City, Ming Shang entered the city with Ralts, planning to purchase some ingredients for cake making. He believed his culinary skills would surely sell well. With summer approaching, selling ice cream could also yield a tidy profit. Along the way, many people stared at Ming Shang, as Ralts was considered a relatively rare Pokémon. Big brother, is this Ralts your Pokémon? A golden-haired maiden dashed towards Ming Shang, greeting him with enthusiasm. Indeed, fortune smiled upon me as I managed to capture this adorable Ralts. Wow, it is simply delightful. This is my first encounter with a Ralts. My name is Xiaoli. Big brother, let us battle. While I would love to oblige, I must first procure the ingredients to bake a cake. I apologize, but it will have to wait until next time. Why must it be so? Come on. My sister owns a cake shop. If you agree to battle me, regardless of the outcome, I can persuade her to offer you a discount. 50% off. How does that sound? To be frank, Ming Shang felt a stir of temptation. Saving $500 would be quite advantageous. Enough for Ralts to make a trip to the Pokémon Center. He glanced at the Ralts perched on his shoulder, who nodded with a smile of encouragement. Very well. I accept your challenge. However, I have one stipulation. Should my Ralts sustain any injuries, could you assist me in transporting it to the Pokémon Center? Of course. I will cover the expenses. Ming Shang had yet to register as a trainer, which meant a visit to the Pokémon Center would reveal his illegal status. No problem. This world is replete with battle arenas of various sizes. The two arrived at a battleground nestled within a garden. I possess only one Pokémon, so let us engage in a 1v1 match. All right, you shall be my opponent. Go, Maril. Maril versus Ralts. This marks Ming Shang's inaugural battle. For honor. For the sake of saving money, and to earn some, he cannot afford to lose. Ralts. The Ralts, too, was eager, as it was its first time battling for Ming Shang. Maril unleashed a tackle. The chubby blue creature rolled into a ball, hurtling towards Ralts like a bouncing ball. Little one, used telekinesis to float. Ralts effortlessly levitated, evading the oncoming attack. Seizing the opportunity, Maril called forth a water gun. Maril regained its footing, pivoting to unleash a stream of blue water at the airborne Ralts. Little one, release telekinesis and then employ it again. Ralts, with unwavering faith in Ming Shang, plummeted momentarily before stabilizing itself, narrowly dodging the water gun. Maril, not one to relent, followed up with Bubble Beam. Maril inhaled deeply, releasing a cascade of bubbles. Ming Shang had anticipated this moment of vulnerability. Little one, teleport behind it. With a swift motion, Ralts appeared behind Maril. Mystical shine. Ralts, quickly evade. Alas, Maril was unable to halt its momentum, succumbing to the encroaching dark circle of energy from behind. Maril staggered drunkenly to the edge of the arena, as if learning a drunken boxing technique. Maril, it is time to end this. Little one, deliver a kick. Ralts took a step forward, turning its head in confusion, tilting it towards Ming Shang. Ralts, look at its round bottom. Don't you wish to give it a kick? Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Use telekinesis. Ralts raised a hand with a flourish, and Maril collapsed, rendered unable to continue the fight. Well done, little one. Ralts. Ming Shang rushed into the arena, lifting Ralts and spinning around joyfully. At that moment, he was elated. This was his first victory in battle. It was also the first step on his journey to becoming a champion. Come back. Maril, you've worked hard. Big brother, you were incredible. I admit defeat. Not at all. You must have encountered a Pokémon with teleportation abilities for the first time. I merely had a stroke of luck. A loss is a loss. Big brother, may I hold your Ralts? What do you think, little one? Ralts. Ralts nodded, sensing the girl's exuberant spirit. The maiden took Ralts into her arms, gently nuzzling its face. How wonderful. Ralts, you are simply adorable. Big brother, shall we head to the Pokémon Center first, and then to the shop? Yes. I would appreciate that. As expected, Shally was a certified Pokémon trainer. Her Pokémon received healing services free of charge at this location. And Ralts also underwent treatment at Ming Shang's request. As the saying goes, one must seize opportunities when they arise. How fortunate. Thank you, Shally. Polite exchanges must not be overlooked, and they surely brought her joy. No need for thanks. Look, the two companions meandered towards the cake shop. Big brother, how did you manage to capture Ralts? I would love to have one too. You are aware of their uniqueness. I was merely fortunate. I can only wish you luck in finding your own. Someday I shall discover my very own Ralts. As they chatted, they arrived at the cake shop and pushed open the door. Sister, I'm back. Welcome back. How did today's battle go? Hee, I lost. Every time you say hee, I know you've sold the cake shop once again. Come on, tell me. What did you lose this time? This big brother desires to purchase some cake-making ingredients. Shall we offer him a 50% discount? Very well. Hello there. Welcome to Shally's cake shop. Please, follow me. Ming Shang, accompanied by Ralts, perused the shop. He gathered eggs, flour, sugar, chocolate, and more. The total came to 235 yuan, but with the discount, he paid only 617 yuan. Thank you. May I utilize your kitchen? Oh, of course. Right this way. In the kitchen, Ming Shang selected his utensils. Little one, what flavor of cake would you like? Ralts? Ralts pondered for a moment before pointing towards some strawberries. All right. Ming Shang rolled up his sleeves, cracking eggs, mixing, and washing the fruit. His deft movements astonished the two sisters nearby. Ralts felt a twinge of guilt, realizing it had underestimated Ming Shang's baking prowess. After a while, Ming Shang produced 4 cakes the sisters had never seen before, along with some peach crisps. Presenting the strawberry cake to Ralts. Thank you. Come, taste my creation. We shall not hold back. Taking a bite, the cake's soft texture and sweet flavor were unforgettable, akin to a unique journey for the taste buds. Do you sell the recipes for these cakes? The price is negotiable. I couldn't possibly. I'll offer 200,000. Sold. Just as Ming Shang was about to say he could give them for free, his body betrayed his honest nature. After jotting down the recipes and receiving a card with 200,000 yuan, he handed over the recipe for the peach crisps. With this money, Ming Shang could finally procure a proper Pokeball for Ralts. Upon exiting, Ming Shang began to tally the expenses. A standard Pokeball, along with the registration fee for becoming a Pokemon trainer, and perhaps a higher grade ball. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. A standard Pokeball offers good value for the price. Come on, little one, let us get you a new Pokeball. Note, Pokemon living in cities are not necessarily captured. Many coexist harmoniously with humans. For instance, Ash's Turtwig lived with an elderly woman before their encounter. In this narrative, Pokemon are commonplace, yet not everyone is a trainer, raising the entry threshold for trainers slightly. Only upon payment will the league guarantee access to various trainer benefits and participation in subsequent competitions, enabling trainers to earn a living and care for their Pokemon. Chapter 3, Setting Off. Sinnoh Region. Shopping Center. Come forth, Ralts. How does it feel inside? If you're still uncomfortable, we can switch to a higher grade ball. Ralts. Ralts shook its head, using telekinesis to float into Ming Shang's embrace, nuzzling against him with joy. Compared to the Pokeball, it preferred the warmth of being held by Ming Shang, wishing to remain in his arms for eternity. I see, thank you. Now how much do I owe you? Please hold on a moment. 3 Pokeballs, a travel backpack, a military knife, 1 high-grade psychic-type energy block, 3 bags of Pokemon food, a portable camping tent, a thermos, an electric cooking stove, 2 batteries, and 10 tools. The total is 50,855 Alliance coins. You can pay 50,800. Swipe the card. Ming Shang extended the card, exclaiming in awe at its exorbitant cost. Ralu. He affectionately ruffled the head of his beloved Ralulus. I am aware of its expense, yet these are necessary expenditures. We shall gradually earn it back. Sighing, he added, the psychic energy cube does not require installation. Here, little one. You must not go hungry. You are my sole Pokemon. Ralulus accepted the energy cube, casting a deep glance at Ming Shang before slowly consuming it. Though Ming Shang was financially constrained, he was judicious in his spending, ensuring that what he provided for Ralulus met the standard expectations. Since Ralulus had willingly chosen to accompany him, Ming Shang would not neglect its needs. Had Ralulus expressed discomfort with the Pokeball earlier, he would have limited future requests to provisions and energy cubes. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, Mingxiang exited the shopping center. Wow, truly the wonders of the Alliance. This has significantly lightened my load. He gazed upward at the sky, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. With only the travel expenses and registration fees remaining, he was bursting with excitement. Ralula sensed Mingxiang's exuberance. Ralu. Mingxiang looked down at Ralula's in his arms, gently lifting a tuft of its hair. Little one, our journey is about to commence. Let us earn a substantial amount for our provisions in this last month. Ralu, let us set forth. With the aid of a simple camping tent, Mingxiang no longer needed to seek resting places. After a leisurely stroll, he departed the city. In the forest, he hoped to find materials suitable for Ralula's training. As dusk descended, Mingxiang erected the tent, igniting a fire to prepare their meal. Together with Ralula's, they felt as if they were on a grand adventure. How convenient. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. While they waited, Mingxiang contemplated the training direction for Ralula's. Would subsequent skills still be limited to 4? Perhaps he would reassess the rules once he participated in competitions. Currently, Ralula's possessed 8 skills, excluding the less frequently used ones like Growl and Headbutt. Remaining were Telekinesis, Dream Eater, Teleport, and Hypnosis. Mingxiang decided against training Hypnosis, as it was ill-suited for the later stages of evolving into Gardevoir. A typical skill that required significant effort with minimal reward. Dream Eater served as a decent transitional skill, which he planned to replace with either Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam later on. Teleport and Telekinesis could be trained concurrently. Little one, your next training goal is to maintain levitation. I believe this method will enhance your agility. Ralula's expertly utilized telekinesis to float. Yes, precisely. Strive to maintain this for 30 seconds at your utmost limit. Afterwards, we shall gradually increase the duration and weight. On its first attempt, Ralula's could barely hold the levitation for 2 minutes before succumbing. As it landed, eager to continue, Mingxiang intervened. Do not rush. Let us take a moment to rest before proceeding. Ralula's gradually adapted to the training. Mingxiang understood that Ralula's would soon face challenges due to its insufficient offensive capabilities. Dream Eater would suffice for winning gym battles, but for official competitions, Mingxiang intended to purchase several technical machines. Shadow Ball was a must-have. It was truly the king of cost-effectiveness, low energy consumption, moderate damage, capable of hitting airborne targets. Featuring an area of effect, slight tracking, rapid casting, and ease of use. The benefits were numerous, even suitable for prolonged battles and tournaments. Several hours later, Ralula's was utterly exhausted. Mingxiang cradled it in his arms, feeding it bit by bit. Ralula's had a modest appetite, and combined with its fatigue, it was soon sated. You've worked hard. Now, take a good rest. Ralu. As he gazed at the slumbering Ralula's, Mingxiang mused to himself, I cannot fall behind either. Thus, the following day, after breakfast, Mingxiang trained intensively with Ralula's, focusing on enhancing their physical strength and reflexes. This marked the beginning of Mingxiang's morning running routine, during which he observed the Pokémon in the forest. He had 2 Pokeballs remaining. Should he encounter a suitable Pokémon, he would attempt to capture it. After completing a circuit, he did not encounter any fitting Pokémon. With Ralula's already by his side, many Pokémon were now deemed unsuitable for his team. Take, for instance, the nearby Cubone. Had Ralula's not been in his possession, Mingxiang would have certainly sought to capture it, as Cubone's potential was remarkably high. However, with Ralula's destined to evolve into Gardevoir, it would be more than sufficient for the finals. Nonetheless, he decided to treat this encounter as an experience opportunity. Little one, prepare for battle. Ralu, let us provoke it first. Use Dream Eater. Ralula's levitated, raising its paw to unleash a beam of light towards Cubone. Cubone, who are you? Are you sick? Little one, use Growl. Ralula's puffed out its chest, emitting a peculiar shriek that diminished Cubone's attack power. In that moment, a bone flew towards the airborne Ralula's. Before Mingxiang could issue a command, Ralula's instinctively released telekinesis to evade the projectile. Once steadied, Cubone brandished another bone, charging at Ralula's. It's a wild swing, little one. Use telekinesis to control it. Ralula's raised its paw, manipulating telekinesis as Cubone struggled in midair. Ralu. This level of control demanded immense energy from Ralula's. Hold on a little longer. Cubone's thrashing intensified, and Ralula's gritted its teeth, struggling to maintain its grip. Mingxiang observed Ralula's paw gradually lowering, recognizing that it was nearing its limits. Little one, take a deep breath and hold your breath. Now, throw it away. Ralu. With a powerful thrust, Ralula's sent Cubone flying. As it fell, Ralula's descended vertically, utterly drained. Phew. Mingxiang had positioned himself below, ready to catch Ralulus. Your progress today is evident. You've worked hard. Ral. Mingxiang understood that if wild Pokémon were not to be captured, they should not be excessively harmed, as it would impact their survival probability. Thus, he utilized Cub 1 as a training subject for Ralulus' telekinesis. The results were commendable. Thus, over the course of 20 days, their training began to show results, with Mingxiang gradually becoming stronger, even though he limited Ralulus' practical combat experiences to just one battle per day. The issue of Ralulus' energy reserves still arose. After 20 days, Ralulus had yet to evolve, a lingering consequence. During this time, Mingxiang had purchased only 5 energy cubes for it. On a tranquil night by the riverbank, Mingxiang gazed at the sky, lost in thought. A sense of regret or guilt washed over him as he finally grasped the essence of reality. To enhance one's strength, one must balance training with practical combat. Yet, the expenses for Ralulus were no laughing matter. Each time he pushed Ralulus to its limits, it required an energy cube within 2 days. Ordinary energy cubes were relatively inexpensive but lacked effectiveness. Even selling himself would not suffice. Consequently, Mingxiang began to reduce Ralulus' training intensity. Yet, Ralulus would always make up for it, often sneaking out to train while Mingxiang slept. Truly, the aspirations of a child are noble, but the resources of a parent are often lacking. What I have is hardly sufficient. Mingxiang's small food stall had gained some notoriety, with his cakes and ice cream varying daily. Initially, he priced his offerings affordably, but the costs of Ralulus' sustenance weighed heavily on him. Gradually, he adjusted his prices, transitioning from being merely affordable to somewhat acceptable. He could not continue this way. Any further increases would jeopardize his reputation and business. Ralulus sleepily emerged from the tent, rubbing its drowsy eyes, and looked around, spotting Mingxiang ahead. With a gesture akin to sleepwalking, Ralulus ambled towards Mingxiang. Ralu, what's the matter, little one? Lalurus said nothing as it slowly climbed up Mingxiang's leg, leaning against him and falling asleep within a heartbeat. Such a clingy little creature. Mingxiang dismissed these inconsequential thoughts, focusing instead on the fact that in a few days, he would accumulate enough funds to register as a Pokémon trainer. Once that was accomplished, participating in gym battles and local competitions would yield a swifter income. Little one, endure just a bit longer, he whispered to Lalurus, cradling it as they returned to the tent for sleep. Tomorrow, he would need to rise early to prepare cakes and ice cream for sale. A few days later, in front of the White Sands City's Little Pebble Cake Shop. Hey, Mingxiang, hurry up. Over here. Good morning. And a good morning to you too, Lalurus. Lalura. Huh. Little Pebble? Good morning. Did you wake up early for something special today? Of course. I can't wait to buy the freshest cakes and ice cream. Aren't you worried about an upset stomach eating ice cream so early? I plan to take it home to savor later. Mingxiang, for breakfast. I want to eat your sandwiches. No problem. Just give me a moment. With a gentle nudge of psychic energy, Lalurus helped Mingxiang lift the stall's canopy. Indeed, Mingxiang's stall was set up right in front of the cake shop. Little Pebble's sister, upon learning of Mingxiang's intention to sell, had graciously allowed him to set up a stall there without charge, provided he helped promote the shop and create new cakes for her. Half an hour later, Lalurus used its psychic abilities to arrange 2 plates of sandwiches and 5 cups of hot milk on the table. Wow, another unique flavor. I'm diving in. Oh right. Little Pebble took out a Pokeball and released a large bowl of Pokémon food. Come out, Meryl. Eat up. Lalurus, would you like some? Lalurus shook its head. It had tasted Pokémon food before, but nothing compared to Mingxiang's culinary creations. I'm digging in. Mingxiang, why don't you just marry my sister? That way, I could enjoy your cooking every day. Mingxiang's gaze drifted to the right, trying to remind Little Pebble that her sister had just arrived. Oh dear. My sister may be a bit lazy, a tad nagging, and have a quirky temperament, but she has her merits. For instance, what merits does she have, Mingxiang? Closing his eyes, Mingxiang resigned himself to fate. Your sister indeed possesses virtues. Really? Tell me what they are. She must be quite skilled at giving you spankings, which might save you some trouble. Huh. Little Pebble turned stiffly to see her sister approaching, her expression dark and fiery. Hi, sister. Would you like a sandwich? Ouch. Ouch. Sister, be gentler with my ears. My apologies for the trouble, Little Pebble. Ha ha ha, no worries. I was just about to tell you that I plan to leave here tomorrow. Huh. What? Mingxiang, where are you going? I'm embarking on my journey. After today, I intend to head to the Sinnoh region, where competitions are about to take place. Is that so? My Lalurus has been working hard, and I cannot let it down. I must venture forth. Mingxiang, have you saved enough money? Yes, thanks to your assistance. If you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out. I will repay this kindness. Little Pebble's sister perceived her sister's thoughts. Actually, I do have a request. Sister, little Pebble will soon be of age to travel, and I would like to ask you to take care of her. Huh, really? Ming Shang, can we travel together? Of course. I will be in the Kalos region then. And if she desires, I will look after her. Lalura, it's a promise. We shall seal it with a pinky swear. All right. Amidst their laughter and merriment, the sound of rollerblades approached. A girl with yellow hair, wearing a helmet and roller skates, hurried toward them. Wow, a trainer sighted. Huh, Lalura? The girl steadied herself and turned to Ming Shang. You are the 12th trainer I've decided upon. Corny? What are the odds of running into her? Hello, my name is Corny. Are you the trainer of this Lalura's? Let us have a Pokemon battle. Which Pokemon will you send out? Of course. Corny looked skyward. Lucario. A Lucario descended gracefully from the sky, carrying a red envelope. I refuse. All right, let's Ming Shang spread his hands. I won't let my Lalura's take a beating. But I finally found a Lalura's. Do you have any other Pokemon? Anything stronger than Lalura's will do. That Lucario's eyes and aura are at least gym level. I won't let Lalura's endure such punishment. But I only brought this one Pokemon. My Lalura's is not even half a year old. We shall not battle. Oh, this Corny had never encountered a trainer who outright refused to battle. Just as she pondered, Lalura's leaped off Ming Shang's shoulder, eyes gleaming with combat spirit as it faced Lucario. No, little one, what are you doing? Lalura, you truly wish to fight? Please don't. Lalura, all right, I accept your challenge. Corny's heart leaped with joy as she noticed Ming Shang's piercing gaze and Lalura's combative aura. Corny's innate battle frenzy was ignited. Chapter 4. Who's the one with the danger sign above their head? In the battling arena of White Sand City streets, Ming Shang, go for it. Show her your prowess. Little Pebble cheered, and many passers-by gathered to watch their duel. Pokemon battles were a frequent sight here, a form of entertainment in itself. Ming Shang took a deep breath, slightly adjusting his nervous demeanor. Little one, we must give our all in this battle. They are strong, but we are not to be underestimated. Lalura, with its chest held high, if one were to observe closely, they would notice that Lalura's gaze mirrored Ming Shang's, an expression that embraced challenges head-on. Lucario and its trainer were filled with fighting spirit. We must not fall behind. Lucario, strike first. Use Metal Claw. Lucario crossed its arms, white claws manifesting on its forearms as it charged toward Lalura's at breakneck speed. I cannot let it land a hit. That move inflicts double damage on Lalura's, and it won't withstand it. Little one, teleport into the air. Lucario's claw swiped downward but was outpaced by the instant release of the move. It looked up at Lalura's. Hypnosis beam. Guard. Lucario raised its arm to shield itself, but the beam pierced through, causing it to stagger back, shaking its head. Lucario? Couldn't he block it? In that case, Lucario, use Swords Dance. Disrupt her. Use Charming Voice. Lalura's placed its hands before its mouth, unleashing an eerie sound wave. Pink circles adorned with hearts flying toward Lucario. Dodge. Lucario attempted to leap, only to find itself immobilized. Lucario? Lalura's maintained its stance, following up the Charming Voice with Psychic to control its opponent. This was a little combo Ming Shang had taught it. Metal Sound. Lucario. Lucario quickly struck its metallic claws together, creating a noise that shattered the incoming Charming Voice. Corny-S Lucario, still untrained in Aura Sphere, recognized that it had no chance in a long-range battle. Lucario, go wild. Lucario clapped its hands together, conjuring two bone clubs from thin air, then charged forward to strike at Lalura's. Lalura's, use Psychic to levitate. Yes, this will end it. Lucario, lurking high in the air, the Lariolus unleashed a bone club, prompting Lucario to gather energy for a powerful leap to pursue. This was a strategic combination meticulously devised by Kearney to counter flying Pokemon, utilizing the spinning characteristic of the bone club alongside Lucario's formidable jumping prowess for a double assault. Alas, Ming Shang had anticipated this very maneuver. Little one, use telekinesis. Lariolus. The Lariolus deftly controlled the two airborne bone clubs, directing them to soar past itself towards Lucario. Lucario? What? Quick, use Protect. Lucario raised its hand to block, but Lariolus suddenly appeared behind it. Confusion. The Lariolus's eyes turned white, its body subtly shifting, as a transparent wave of psychic energy struck Lucario's back. Thrown forward by inertia, Lucario was met with the crushing impact of the bone clubs, sending it tumbling to the ground. Lucario, can you stand? Lucario, well done. Witnessing Lucario rise once more, Kearney realized that had it not been for the significant disparity in strength between Lariolus and Lucario, she would have already lost. This only fueled her excitement further. She raised her hand to execute a slash. Wait, I concede. Ming Shang rushed into the arena, lifting the gasping Lariolus, which was kneeling on the ground. Huh. Kearney quickly ran forward to check on Larylus's condition, realizing that the psychic attack was a desperate last resort for the malnourished Pokémon. Larylus, don't speak. I'll take you to the Pokémon Center right away. As Ming Xiang hurried away, Xiao Li, Kearney, and her sister followed closely behind. At the Pokémon Center, please hold on. We will do everything possible to save it. Thank you. Kearney and Xiao Li arrived just in time. Ming Xiang, how is Larylus? Ming Xiang lowered his head, at a loss for words. The others remained silent, refraining from further inquiries. After some time, Chansey appeared, pushing a small cart, and wheeled Larylus out. Who is the trainer of this Larylus? Joy asked, somewhat irate, having just reviewed the examination report, which indicated a chronic lack of energy. This suggested that Larylus had been subjected to excessive training and battles daily, without sufficient energy blocks to sustain it. That would be me. Has something happened to Larylus? How could you be such a trainer? This Pokémon's energy levels are dangerously low. If you subject it to such rigorous training, you must ensure its energy can keep up. Otherwise, it would be better off in the wild. I'm very sorry. Honestly, one must cherish their Pokémon. You, Larylus. Larylus slowly floated up, interrupting Joy's reprimand. It positioned itself protectively in front of Ming Xiang, pouting at Joy. Seeing that it had quieted Joy, Larylus gradually flew into Ming Xiang's embrace. Witnessing Larylus's loyalty, Joy refrained from continuing her lecture. From now on, you must feed it an energy block daily. Its fur is already beginning to fade. If this continues, your Larylus will suffer long-term repercussions. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Larylus. Ming Xiang held Larylus, gazing at it with concern. Ming Xiang. What on earth happened? It's my fault. I became too focused on victory and neglected Larylus's condition. Larylus. Larylus looked at Ming Xiang with a hint of anger. Ming Xiang patted Larylus's head. It turned away in mild dissatisfaction, yet relished the affection. I'll take Larylus home to rest now. I will take good care of it during our travels. Kearney watched Ming Xiang's departing figure, declaring, this battle doesn't count. I will find you in our 100th battle and defeat you. The performance of Larylus and Ming Xiang's command made Kearney acutely aware of her own deficiencies in leadership. She purchased 2 energy blocks at the shopping center. Ming Xiang registered for the most basic trainer qualification. All preparations were complete. The arduous phase of saving was behind him. He would now rise early and toil late to earn money for energy blocks to ensure Larylus's survival. Holding the slumbering Larylus, Ming Xiang silently set off, contemplating capturing another Pokémon to alleviate Larylus's burden. Yet, doing so would be unfair to the next Pokémon. Before leaving Baidan City, he sought out some minor competitions. Ming Xiang exploited a glitch, allowing Larylus to participate in the Baby Cup. Thus, he resolved to swiftly dominate the Baby Cup. Little 1. Use telekinesis to throw it down. Top 64. Dream Beam. Top 32. Teleport into Dream Beam. Top 16. Charming Voice. Top 8. At the Baby Cup held in Misty Rock Town, Ming Xiang effortlessly reached the quarterfinals. As he entered with Larylus, many novice trainers looked on with anticipation. The conditions for entering the Baby Cup were simply 2. The trainer's qualification must be registered for less than 2 months, and the Pokémon must not be in its final evolution. So my opponent is you? I shall triumph over your Larylus. Come forth, Charmander, use Ember. Little 1, silence it. Before Charmander could utter a sound, Larylus sealed its mouth with telekinesis, causing the heat within to intensify, leaving Charmander increasingly distressed. It struggled to pry its mouth open with its claws, but soon began to dart around in panic, spewing black smoke. Charmander. Ming Xiang snapped his fingers, and Larylus released its grip. Charmander gasped for breath as it expelled the contents of its mouth. Charming Voice. Top 4. After winning the battle, Ming Xiang departed the arena, unaware that he had garnered quite a number of adoring fans, as well as a fair share of rivals. Participants in the Baby Cup were aged between 12 and 14. In the afternoon, Ming Xiang prepared for the semifinals. Hello, my name is Kagura Yuki. A girl clad in a white kimono appeared, holding a blue and white round fan partially covering her mouth. Her elegant demeanor and sweet visage, complemented by long white hair, made her appear quite enchanting. Ming Xiang. Let us begin. This will be interesting. Let's go, Swablu. A yellow and blue caterpillar Pokémon emerged. Swablu. Desert Dragonfly. Kagura Yuki closed her fan, readying for battle. This child's name is Yuki. Please take care of her. Yuki offered a slight bow to Ming Xiang. Sand. Swablu, use sand attack. The Swablu spun, its tail releasing a flurry of sand to disrupt Larylus. Little 1, close your eyes. In that case, Swablu, use Quicksand Abyss. Sand. Swablu ascended, spinning rapidly to create a miniature sandstorm. Ming Xiang, having feigned a weakness, was seen through, yet he maintained a smile. Knowing that Larulus had learned to accumulate psychic energy the day before, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Have you underestimated me? Use Dragon Tail. Swablu's tail glowed with yellow light as it adjusted its body and darted towards Larulus, swinging its tail with force. Shadow Clone. Larulus conjured 4 identical shadows, simultaneously swapping places, making it difficult for Swablu to determine the target, forcing it to strike the 2 closest, both of which were mere illusions. Yuki, be careful behind you. Sand. Just as Swablu turned to look back, a beam of light struck it down. This is also the combination technique of Ming Xiang and his Larvitar, utilizing Shadow Clone to navigate the blind spots while executing teleport. The supersonic Larvitar, having absorbed a hit from the illusion ray, was on the brink of collapse. End it. Voice of enchantment. The heart circle struck the supersonic Larvitar, sending it tumbling a considerable distance. After rolling several times, its eyes swirled, and it succumbed to dizziness. Yet, Ming Xiang remained silent, turning away with Larvitar in tow. This time, many spectators harbored a sense of resentment towards Ming Xiang. Adolescents, in their quest to uphold their goddess's honor, often seek to assert themselves. Humans only impede my financial endeavors. All I desire is wealth. Ming Xiang thought. Just as he stepped outside, several individuals encircled him. Is there an issue? Come, face me in battle. Not interested. You. One individual boldly stepped forward, blocking Ming Xiang's path. Before he could finish his sentence, Ming Xiang seized the edge of his garment and hoisted him effortlessly. Looking for trouble? It's evident that these few merely possess a modicum of arrogance, deluding themselves into thinking they are significant. After all, they are merely 14. Ming Xiang was alone, fending for himself in the world. Witnessing his formidable presence rendered them speechless, and they stepped back, allowing him to depart unimpeded. The following day, Ming Xiang arrived to compete in the Baby Cup finals. His opponent was a spirited youth. I shall certainly defeat you. Let the Fire Fox take the stage. Observing the determined gaze of the boy, Ming Xiang felt a twinge of exasperation. I apologize, but life's pressures take precedence. Use Howl. However, before the Fire Fox could unleash its roar, it collapsed, unconscious. Larvitar, having mysteriously appeared behind the Fire Fox, bent down, gasping for breath. Ming Xiang had reserved his most potent psychic power for this moment. The night prior, he had instructed Larvitar to begin accumulating psychic energy during their journey. After all, it had yet to master meditation, so it hardly constituted cheating. He swiftly dispatched his opponent using a combination of teleport and a high burst of psychic energy. After his previous battle with Lucario, Ming Xiang had developed a reasonable understanding of this technique's damage output. In the Baby Cup, no Pokémon could withstand such an onslaught without prior defense. Ming Xiang approached, cradling the fatigued Larvitar in his arms. You've worked hard, Larv. He made his way to the prize podium, stowing away 20,000 Alliance coins, a few low-grade energy blocks, and 2 Pokeballs into his backpack. Before turning to leave slowly, the battle concluded too swiftly, leaving many spectators in stunned silence. Wait a moment. A middle-aged man rushed over with a microphone. I am the organizer of this Baby Cup. May I interview you for a few questions? Will you pay me? Huh. No, this interview is complimentary. I won't charge you a dime. I meant, will you pay me? If not, step aside. What? Uft. Below the stage, Kagura Yuin couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Unbeknownst to Ming Xiang, this moment was captured live. In a villa somewhere in Kalos, a woman watched Ming Xiang on television with keen interest. Seated upon a white sofa, accompanied by a Gardevoir, this individual was none other than Karuni. Ha ha ha, this person is quite amusing. Today, Karuni had the rare opportunity of leisure. She had initially planned to watch a movie for relaxation while seeking inspiration. Instead, she found herself captivated by the live broadcast of the Baby Cup, featuring a Larvitar. Her curiosity piqued. She decided to watch further. Gardevoir. Have you noticed? That Larvitar of his possesses such formidable skills that it should not still be in its initial form. Without evolution and given his participation in the Baby Cup for Alliance coins, it must be due to insufficient energy blocks. Guard. Indeed, I've observed it too. This Larvitar is heavily reliant on its trainer. Guard. I, too, look forward to encountering him at the competition venue. By the way, Gardevoir, if I recall correctly, the tournament in Sinnoh is about to commence, isn't it? Guard. Gardevoir nodded and then tilted its head towards Karuni. Let us test our luck. Perhaps he will appear on the battlefield. It's the perfect opportunity to settle scores with Julan. I wonder if her Garchomp has regressed. Guard. Chapter 5. The New Pokémon and the Adoring Light. As Ming Xiang descended the steps, Kagura Yuin caught up with him. Is there something you need? Kagura Yuin appeared somewhat bashful. Well, I once vowed before everyone that whoever could defeat my Xiaoyin in the baby cup, I would agree to date. No wonder. Your approval is your affair, my disapproval is mine. Farewell. Huh. This scene left Minnie in a state of bewilderment. It was the first time Kagura Yuin felt insecure about her appearance. Wait. Ming Shang ignored her and continued on his way, slowly departing. What a joke. She's only 13. I can barely manage one Larvitar. Adding another. I would be utterly drained of resources. In truth, Kagura Yuin had experienced a smooth path thus far, her family and school having taken special care of her. This was her first encounter with the taste of failure. She gently placed a hand over her chest. Grandmother, you were right. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Many possess greater aptitude than I, but I will defeat them all. In the outskirts, Ming Shang ambled leisurely towards the port with a map in hand. He intended to take a boat to the Sinnoh region. But before that, he needed to catch a few suitable Pokémon. Currently, the energy blocks he had won barely sufficed to sustain Larvitar for a month. The remaining Alliance coins would support Ming Shang in capturing a Pokémon, albeit one of lesser quality than the starter trio. He needed to find a Pokémon comparable to Larvitar, as selling Ming Shang to Myanmar would not yield enough. As he wandered through a small grove, Ming Shang spotted a Caterpie. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The evolved Butterfree could learn numerous supportive skills, such as Quiver Dance, Sleep Powder, and Bug Buzz, making it a commendable choice for support. It was certainly not because it was easy to raise, required little sustenance, cost less, or that it wouldn't consume energy blocks. Absolutely not. With that in mind, Ming Shang approached slowly. Yet, as he neared the Caterpie, he discovered it was on the brink of death, covered in numerous wounds and bearing black lesions resembling tumors. Ming Shang promptly took out a healing spray to tend to its injuries. Nature can be so merciless. This Caterpie had likely escaped a predator's clutches. Yet, its severe injuries rendered it unable to continue living. Had this Caterpie still been in a bird Pokémon-esque grasp, Ming Shang would not have intervened. However, seeing its desperate struggle for survival compelled him to assist. The peculiar potion he sprayed upon the Caterpie gradually restored its body temperature. Feeling the change, the Caterpie slightly turned its head to gaze at Ming Shang. I can only assist you this much. You must hang on. Ming Shang lifted it and hurried towards the nearest Pokémon Center. This encounter served as a reminder that he might face similar situations during his travels. It appears I need to capture a Pokémon capable of healing skills for future contingencies. Larvitar also possesses healing skills, such as Healing Wish. However, its cost-effectiveness is too low. It merely alleviates pain, not as effective as its own spray. Ming Shang required skills that could preserve life, such as Heal Pulse and Healing Wish, which could address fatal injuries and ensure survival. Skills like Healing Wish and Moonlight merely relieve fatigue. At the Pokémon Center, Ming Shang had delivered the Caterpie 3 hours prior. Watching as it was wheeled into the treatment room, he was uncertain whether it would endure. He stood up, ready to leave. But a peculiar sensation caused him to halt his steps. Oh well, when aiding a creature, one should go the extra mile. I'll wait a little longer. At that moment, Larvitar suddenly emerged from its Pokeball. Lalu, having meticulously positioned itself to snuggle with Ming Shang for sleep, found itself momentarily perplexed upon observing its surroundings. Ming Shang lifted it up and elucidated the events that had transpired. Lalu, feeling a twinge of jealousy, pondered the situation. If more Pokémon were to join, his trainer would undoubtedly shower them with affection as well. After all, it was his first love, and upon reflection, it chose to dismiss the thought. It would later regret entertaining such notions today. Who is the trainer of this Caterpie? Over here, Miss Joy. Is this Caterpie yours? No, I did not capture it. I found it on the road, nearly lifeless, and brought it here. Is that so? You are truly kind-hearted. While its life has been spared, the Caterpie does exhibit some peculiarities. Records indicate it has already evolved, yet it remains in its Caterpie form. This is a situation I have never encountered before. Is that so? Regardless, as long as its life is preserved, thank you, Miss Joy. At that moment, the Caterpie slowly crawled down the cart and nudged against Ming Shang's pant leg. Ming Shang knelt down and gently patted its head. It's all right now. You must be more careful in the future. The Caterpie clung to the hem of Ming Shang's pants, unwilling to let go. It understood that Ming Shang had run for a long time while carrying it to safety. Do you wish to come with me? The Caterpie nodded, but then lowered its head. It knew its own frailty, yet it truly desired to accompany Ming Shang. Thus it approached with a tentative hope. The Caterpie gazed up at him. Listen closely. You have just returned from the brink of death. You are a living legend. Your courage and determination are the strongest I have ever witnessed. Therefore, hold your head high. Otherwise, your bravery will wane. The Caterpie, moved by Ming Shang's smile, felt tears welling in its dark eyes. So, would you like to become my Pokémon? Yes. Ming Shang produced a pokeball. Then, please be kind to me. A beam of red light enveloped the caterpie, and the pokeball showed no signs of shaking. Lalu, too, smiled at Ming Shang, such is the gentleness of its trainer. Joy and Chansey shared the sentiment, relishing this heartwarming scene. Well then, we have delayed long enough. We must set forth, as we need to reach the harbor by tomorrow. Lalu. Aboard the ship heading to the Sinnoh region, Ming Shang was reclining in a chair, cradling Lalalas as he slept, having stayed up late traveling the previous night. He had dozed off while admiring the scenery with Lalalas. It was not until Lalalas heard someone mention their arrival in the Sinnoh region that it began to nudge Ming Shang vigorously, attempting to rouse him. Lalalas resorted to a display of affection, but Ming Shang remained oblivious. After a futile push, it pouted and closed its eyes, gathering psychic energy. Before long, a splash of seawater flew through the air, landing squarely on Ming Shang's face. Huh, is it raining? Lalu. Have we arrived already? Little one, let us go. Cradling Lalalas, Ming Shang began to sprint faster, filled with excitement. Upon stepping onto the island, Ming Shang spread his arms and took a deep breath. Come forth, caterpie. Come, let us find something to eat together. Off we go. With both arms wrapped around a Pokémon, Ming Shang ventured into the forest. Lalalas was equally eager. Fruit was their primary goal, with each region boasting its unique specialties. This meant Ming Shang could concoct new flavors of food. The caterpie, delighted to be led about by Ming Shang, reveled in the adventure. Every caterpie yearned to evolve into a butterfree, escaping predators and soaring freely. I wonder who is speaking of Rayquaza. I wish for that too. Over there, little one. That fruit is the largest. Lalu. Ming Shang gradually gathered food, along the way offering tender, juice-laden leaves to the caterpie. The reason for capturing the caterpie was its leaf-based diet, which entailed minimal nurturing costs. Watching the caterpie enjoy its meal, all prior guilt dissipated from Ming Shang's heart. Bang. Huh. Lalu. No. A sound of an explosion resonated nearby. Caterpie, return. Little one. Let us go take a look. Lalu. Given that the caterpie currently possessed no combat capabilities, Ming Shang certainly would not allow it to engage in battle. On the other side, a blue-haired woman, adorned with a hat and possessing azure eyes, was engaged in battle with a group of individuals. Piplup, use bubble beam. A blue penguin opened its beak, releasing a torrent of bubbles. Hey, don't interfere with us. I want to let you succeed. In that case, we shall seize your Pokémon too. Snivy, bind them with fine whip. Venomoth, use poison sting. Piplup, peck. Piplup. The sharp beak collided with Snivy's body, sending Piplup flying. As the poison sting from Venomoth drew closer, Piplup. Pikachu. The injured Pikachu immediately unleashed a thunderbolt, striking Venomoth and sending it crashing to the ground. Darn it. Watch my Meowth. Meowth leapt towards Piplup with its claws extended, yet it found itself suspended mid-air. Meow? What is going on? At that moment, Lalalas gradually entered the line of sight of everyone. What is that? A Pokémon? Dawn raised her Pokédex towards Lalalas. Lalalas, a rare emotion Pokémon, the pre-evolution form of Kirlia, possesses the ability to sense human emotions through the horn on its head. It rarely appears before humans, but when it senses positive emotions, it willingly draws near. Lalalas? This is the first time I've heard of it. Ming Shang also stepped forward. So it's Team Rocket, along with Dawn. If you want it, just go home and sleep. You can dream of anything. Who are you? Never mind. Hurry, Jessie. Let us capture that Pokémon too. Dream on. You villains stealing others' Pokémon. Piplup. Use Bubble Beam. Piplup. Block it indeed. Little one. Control those bubbles. Dawn looked at Ming Shang with a hint of confusion. Lalalas utilized its psychic powers to manipulate the bubbles emitted by Piplup. Lalu. Lalalas's furious voice resonated. It walked amidst the bubbles, gradually gathering energy for its most potent strike. The pressure began to mount. Musashi, I have an unsettling feeling. No, it must be a figment of my imagination. Little one, use psychic control. Lalalas raised its hand, lifting Musashi and her companions into the air. At that moment, all the bubbles began to assault Musashi and her group. Little one, use charm. Ming Shang's words were cut short as Lalalas suddenly unleashed a powerful psychic attack. X4 Meow. The tremendous psychic shock caused Musashi and her companions to clutch their heads in agony. Stop. Lalu. Lalalas paid no heed to Ming Shang's commands, continuing to maintain its psychic onslaught. Observing Lalalas simultaneously targeting 5 individuals while gritting its teeth in determination, Ming Shang quickly realized that Lalalas intended to eliminate Musashi and her group. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, quick. Pikachu, bang. This annoying sensation. The attack was interrupted. and Lalalas collapsed to the ground, now acutely aware of the ringing in its ears and the pounding of its heart. Mingxiang hurriedly rushed forward to cradle Lalalas. Quickly, take me to the Pokémon Center. Huh, follow me. Mingxiang, holding Lalalas, and Dawn, carrying Pikachu, raced towards the Pokémon Center. At the Pokémon Center, leave it to us. Watching Joy begin to treat the two Pokémon, Dawn turned to Mingxiang. By the way, I'm Dawn, and this is my Pokémon Piplup. Thank you for your help earlier. Piplup, hello, I'm Mingxiang. It was merely a small effort on my part. Your Lalalas is so strong. Dawn still vividly recalled the image of Lalalas emerging from the bubbles. It was truly magnificent. It always puts in so much effort. What was that move called? Your Ralts can actually control the bubble beam of a Pidgey and simultaneously manage 5 individuals. In the end, it captured them all in one fell swoop. Telekinesis and strong mental commands are simply too taxing for it at this stage. Mingxiang cannot articulate any murderous intent towards Ralts. This is the first time he has encountered a situation where Ralts does not heed his commands. Nevertheless, it will certainly be alright. At least, one can hope. Would you like to share a meal with me later? Consider it a token of my gratitude for your assistance. No, thank you. I wish to stay by Ralt's side. It's fine. I will wait with you. You truly have a fondness for your Pokémon. Indeed, I felt immense joy when it chose me. Yet, I sometimes ponder whether I have squandered its expectations, and if I have delayed its life. Huh, why do you think that way? Given my current circumstances, raising a Ralts is still quite a stretch. Huh, what? It's nothing, just a minor complaint. After a while, Ralts and Pikachu awakened. Who is the trainer of this Ralts? Every time Ralts visits the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy scolds Mingxiang. Ralts. Ralts adeptly positioned itself in front of Mingxiang. Xiaoguang understood Mingxiang's earlier words. Is he raising Ralts all by himself? Is the little one alright? Is there anywhere it feels unwell? Ralts shook its head. Mingxiang offered it an energy block from his backpack. However, Ralts did not reach out to accept it. Ralts. A self-reproachful cry echoed. It recognized that it had not obeyed Mingxiang's instructions moments ago. Ralts. Mingxiang chuckled helplessly, placing the energy block into Ralts' mouth. It's alright. I will take care of everything. Ralts nuzzled against Mingxiang, silently vowing never to be willful or throw a tantrum again. In this world, humans have established a rather peculiar rule. Pokémon cannot harm humans. Mingxiang felt this was an oppressive decree. Even he instinctively conformed to this agreement at first. But upon reflection, why should he adhere to such an unreasonable rule? Are Pokémon destined to be bullied? Mingxiang gently stroked Ralts in his arms. He would protect Ralts, and from this moment on, no rule could bind him. Chapter 6. Here comes Milotic. Night. Mingxiang sat on the grass with Ralts, gazing at the night sky. The evening breeze caressed their cheeks, and Ralts' faintly glowing red eyes and slightly upturned lips indicated its joy. Every night, Mingxiang recounted stories to Ralts. Ralts had just finished the tale of Snow White, which it adored. Ralts? Are you asking why the prince did not use his power to find Cinderella? Ralts nodded, curious why it was not a simple task for a prince of the same kingdom. Ah, dear little one, you are mistaken. The prince has exerted every effort to find his Cinderella. Ralts? The prince's back bears many eyes. There are many things he cannot overtly express. Having every girl try on the shoe is the utmost he could do. Yet, is he not afraid of marrying the wrong girl? Little one, what did you just say? Ralts? Was that a trick of the mind? Mingxiang shook his head to clear his thoughts. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps that prince is merely a fickle-hearted rogue. Ralts turned its head, hands on its hips, and gazed up at Mingxiang in indignation. Ha! Ralts. The following morning, Pikachu. Pikachu. A spirited boy wearing a cap dashed towards Pikachu with all his might. Pikachu leaped into Ash's arms, embracing him tightly. Pikachu, I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. I will never lose you again. Pika. Brock slowly jogged over. Wonderful. I'm relieved it's fine. Xiaoguang approached cautiously. Are you the trainer of this Pikachu? Yes. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, and this is my partner, Pikachu. I'm Brock. Thank you for rescuing it from Team Rocket. Well, it wasn't just me. I was actually one of those rescued. The one who saved us is named Mingxiang, and he's over there training. Xiaoguang pointed to a patch of grass where Mingxiang was instructing Ralts to use telekinesis on himself. Huh, that's a Pokémon I've never seen before. Ash pulled out his Pokédex to scan Ralts. Ralts, a rare psychic fairy-type Pokémon. It possesses horns that can sense emotions and is rarely seen in front of humans. When it senses it's a Ralts. What luck? Huh, Brock, have you seen that Pokémon before? Gardevoir evolves from Ralts and is one of the most beloved Pokémon, embodying both beauty and strength. Yoshi. Ash hurried towards Mingxiang. Alright, little one, that will be enough for today. Ming Shang noticed Ash approaching and concluded Ralt's training session early. Once on solid ground, he handed an energy block to Ralts, who eagerly accepted it and took a bite. Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Thank you for saving my Pikachu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ash, I'm Ming Shang. I've heard your Ralts is quite formidable. How about we have a Pokemon battle? Xiao Guang looked on with some confusion, while Brock was accustomed to it. Does Ash usually express his gratitude in this manner? Ha ha ha. Ash's dream is to become a Pokemon master. It's only natural for him to have such a personality. Ming Shang glanced down at Ralts, who nodded while chewing on the energy block. Very well, I accept your challenge. In that case, I shall act as referee. Yoshi, please, Mukuru, you're chosen. Mukuru, a black and gray bird, appeared between the two. Ralts finished the last bite of the energy block and gracefully stepped forward. Ready, set, begin. Mukuru used wing attack. As soon as Brock dropped his hand, Ash quickly commanded. This was his battle style. Charge, charge. Mukuru ascended a short distance before diving towards Ralts. Ming Shang waved his hand. Ralts immediately used telekinesis to pin Mukuru to the ground. Just as it released telekinesis, a captivating sound wave struck, sending Mukuru flying. Mukuru. That Ralts is exceptionally well trained. Xiao Guang's eyes sparkled. Last night, she had researched Ralts online. The elegance and beauty of its evolved form, Gardevoir, instantly captivated her. She silently vowed to capture a Ralts. Mukuru used Shadow Clone to approach it. Mukuru adjusted its stance, creating 3 clones that soared towards Ralts. Hasn't learned its lesson. Has it? Ralts. Ralts raised its hand, using telekinesis to control all 4 Mukuru. What? Mukuru, break free quickly. Come here, Hypnotic Ray. Ralts drew all 4 Mukuru towards itself. And as it released telekinesis, Mukuru could not stop in time due to inertia. Now's the time. Mukuru wing attack. Mukuru adjusted its position and struck fiercely towards Ralts. However, Ralts swiftly retreated, evading the attack like a skater. It then unleashed a peculiar beam of light that struck Mukuru, causing it to crash to the ground, unconscious. Mukuru has lost its fighting capability. The victor of this battle is Ralts. Is Mukuru alright? Mukuru. Ash took out a Pokeball. Return, Mukuru. You've worked hard. Now. He approached Ming Shang. You're truly impressive. However, next time, I will definitely win. I eagerly await our next battle. Xiao Guang and Xiao Jiang have also arrived. Congratulations, Rurura. May I embrace you? Raru? Rurura shook her head, declining Xiao Guang's request, and instead floated gracefully into Ming Shang's arms using her psychic powers. How curious. Ming Shang felt somewhat awkward as he glanced at Xiao Guang. Is she now fixated on my Rurura? What is it, Xiao Jiang? Am I imagining things? Rurura's hair should be a deep green, yet the color of this Rurura appears distinctly off. Xiaoji also scrutinized Rurura for a moment before directing his gaze to the verdant grass beside them. Indeed, it seems more like a pale green. Rurura, feeling shy, waved her hands to divert their attention and buried her face in Ming Shang's embrace, eliciting soft laughter from the group. Due to their coincidental paths, Ming Shang temporarily accompanied Xiaoji and his companions. Ming Shang, is your goal to participate in the Sinnoh League as well? Certainly. After all, having embarked on the path of a trainer, becoming a champion is undoubtedly my aspiration. Yoshi, I shall train diligently to defeat you in the grand tournament. Perhaps we should first conquer the 8 gyms before we discuss that. That seems reasonable. The first gym I intend to challenge is the Steel Gym. What about you, Ming Shang? I plan to visit the Bideye Gym, as I have a bug-type Pokemon that I wish to train. Oh really? May I see it? Very well, it's time to feed him as well. Ming Shang retrieved a Pokeball. Come forth, green caterpillar. Plop. A green caterpillar, adorned with numerous barnacle-like growths on its back, appeared before everyone. Oh, it's a green caterpillar. But wait, why does yours have those peculiar things on its back? It narrowly escaped death from a bird Pokemon, and when I found it, it was covered in wounds and on the brink of demise. I treated its injuries as best as I could before rushing to the Pokemon Center. Fortunately, it has managed to hold on. Plop. The green caterpillar began to climb up Ming Shang's pant leg, and he bent down to pick it up. These growths are likely residual effects. Nurse Joy mentioned that it had previously evolved but was affected by some Pokemon, resulting in its current state. Observing the sympathy on the faces of his companions, Ming Shang reassured them. It's all right, it has survived. There is no need for such concern. Let us procure some food. It's just about noon. X3. The group arrived by the riverside to rest and prepare for a picnic. Come on out, little one. Rurura emerged and skillfully used her psychic powers to assist Ming Shang in retrieving pots and cooking utensils from his backpack. Rurura. All right, today I shall prepare a cake. And you will keep your eyes on my eggs, won't you? This piqued Xiaojiang's interest. Mingxiang, are you a chef? Not really, it's merely a hobby. After all, I must feed this glutton. Mingxiang glanced at Rurura, who stuck out her tongue in response. Raru. Mingxiang took out a white plastic bowl and retrieved a damp bag filled with numerous leaves. This will serve as the green caterpillar's sustenance. Yoshi, I shall help as well. Is there anything you need me to do? Xiaoji, could you gather some dry twigs for me? I need to start a fire to bake the cake. No problem, leave it to me. Pikachu, let us go? And what about me? Please keep an eye on the cooking for me. Xiaojiang watched as Mingxiang deftly cracked eggs and wielded a knife with skill. He knew Mingxiang's culinary skills were undoubtedly impressive. I'll help as well. I've been waiting for you. Let us prepare the ingredients together. Thus, the group busied themselves, and a humorous scene unfolded. Xiaojiang wished to sample Mingxiang's culinary creations, while Mingxiang was equally eager to test Xiaojiang's cooking skills. Upon completing the preparation, they found themselves at an impasse. They eventually agreed that each would prepare 2 dishes, which would conveniently suffice for 4 people. Mingxiang's contributions were a cake and a cabbage egg soup rice. Not wanting to waste the leftover food from yesterday, he decided to cook it. Xiaojiang prepared sandwiches and stewed potatoes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mingxiang, what are you counting? The Pokémon we have with us. Is this enough food? We also have Pokémon food, so it should be sufficient. Still, just in case, I'll go catch a fish. Alright, I happen to have fishing gear with me. Xiaojiang produced a set of fishing equipment from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Mingxiang. Hey, wait for my good news. Mingxiang confidently approached the riverbank. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and finally 40 minutes. Goodness, the rod hasn't moved at all. How strange. Are there no fish in this river? That shouldn't be the case. Xiaojiang slowly approached. Mingxiang, the food is ready. Huh, you haven't caught a single fish? Oh. Now I understand why anglers are so annoyed with the Air Force. It sounds bizarre to inquire about your fishing success. At that moment, the bobber suddenly twitched. Oh, I've got a bite. Mingxiang excitedly reeled in the line, and splat. A brownish-yellow fish was caught, its awkward lips and asymmetrical patterns severely detracting from its appearance. Oh, it's a cho-cho fish. I've never seen one before. It's truly quite ugly. Xiaojiang's comment instantly dampened the cho-cho fish's spirits, as it had hoped to meet a trainer willing to adopt it today. Nice. Oh, ha ha ha. It's a cho-cho fish. I finally caught one. Oh ho ho. Mingxiang's jubilant exclamation drew the attention of everyone and their Pokémon. What is happening, Mingxiang? Xiaoji, you are my lucky star. Look, I caught a cho-cho fish. Xiaoji's luck for encountering legendary Pokémon is truly unparalleled. Cho-cho fish. Is that a Pokémon? Xiaoji took out his Pokédex to confirm. Cho-cho fish, a water-type Pokémon that can survive in polluted waters. How fascinating. What an unattractive Pokémon. Mingxiang, why are you so excited? Xiaowang, you don't understand. Whenever I find a fishing spot, I always try to see if I can catch a cho-cho fish. It's been several months since I last attempted. Today, I finally caught one. How could I not be thrilled? I don't get it. My Bojaman is still cuter. Boja. Mingxiang, of course, refrained from explaining that no one yet knew that cho-cho fish could evolve into Milotic. Mingxiang crouched beside the cho-cho fish. Its excited expression left the fish momentarily astonished. Mingxiang gently stroked the scales of the cho-cho fish. Do you know? After 7 months, I finally found you. Since my very first Pokémon, you have always been in my thoughts, yet we never crossed paths until now. He took out a Pokeball and waved it in front of the cho-cho fish. Would you like to join me? Become my 3rd Pokémon. Mingxiang's gaze radiated sincerity. Xiaoji recognized that look. It resembled the expression Xiaojiang wore when proposing to a girl. Pop, 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 pop. The affection in Mingxiang's eyes was impossible to conceal, causing the scales of the cho-cho fish to shimmer faintly. He lifted the cho-cho fish into his arms, and both beamed with joy. Thank you for choosing me. Let us travel together from now on. Mingxiang opened the Pokeball and captured the cho-cho fish. Rurura felt a twinge of jealousy. Was it her charm that fell short? Or had Mingxiang simply wished to try something new? She glanced down at her own form, resolved to evolve swiftly. Once she transforms into Shinado, it will be her turn to be spoiled. This is not entirely Mingxiang's fault. Upon arriving in this world, he had nothing. Unable to catch any Pokémon, he sought a Pokémon that was both powerful and easy to catch. Cho-cho fish was the first Pokémon that came to his mind. Easy to catch, easy to care for. Evolving into Milotic, it would not be weak. Yet, considering the time since Rurura had joined him, he had fished for 8 months before finally catching one today. He never anticipated that his initial Pokémon would be Rurura. The group continued their conversation when a sudden flash of white light appeared. Everyone turned to look. Is that the light of evolution? Whose Pokémon is it? Mingxiang, Ash, Dawn, and Brock turned their gazes towards the Pokémon beside them. Caterpie, X3, is it mine? The group rushed over, witnessing the completed evolution of the Caterpie. A pair of butterfly wings gently unfurled, taking to the air, adorned with delicate pink wings and a blue-pink body. Butterfree soared gracefully in circles, acclimating to its new form before slowly gliding towards Mingxiang. Mingxiang smiled as he cradled her in his palms, and Butterfree settled comfortably in his hands. Huh, Butterfree? Shouldn't Caterpie evolve into Metapod? Ash expressed his confusion, recalling a Caterpie he had previously caught. Did you forget, Ash? Mingxiang mentioned that this Caterpie had undergone evolution but was affected by something that caused the evolution to fail. So is this situation normal? As the group continued their discussion, Mingxiang reached out to stroke Butterfree. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a relief that all was well. Chapter 7. Breakthrough in Desperation. This is delicious. Mingxiang, Brock, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Pachima. Dawn eagerly scooped spoonful after spoonful of soup into her mouth. Slow down. Don't burn yourself. Brock picked up the cake Mingxiang had baked, which was merely spread with a hint of jam due to their outdoor setting, slowly savoring it. A smile gradually appeared on Brock's face. It's delightful. He then set his sights on Mingxiang's vegetable soup rice, while Mingxiang began to relish the sandwiches Brock had prepared. Observing Mingxiang's enjoyment, Ralts, with one hand clutching a piece of cake, tugged at Mingxiang's sleeve, offering a bite of the sandwich in its other hand. Ralts also took a bite. Ralts, indeed, it's quite delicious. Thank you, Mingxiang. Your food is delightful. Pika. Ha, we must keep our bellies full. Is it really possible for something made from eggs, cabbage, and leftover rice to taste this good? Pikachu, we should try it next time. Pika. At that moment, Butterfree also approached, eager to sample the food. Oh, Butterfree, just a moment. Mingxiang stood and walked towards his backpack. After a short while, he retrieved 2 water bottles, one containing a golden nectar, and the other filled with various small spore-like pollen grains. Upon seeing these 2 items, Butterfree flew over excitedly. I collected these just for you. Let us enjoy them together. Butterfree nuzzled against Mingxiang's face affectionately. Ralts, pouting, took a hearty bite of the cake. After capturing Caterpie, Mingxiang had been hoarding these items. He had no intention of capturing dozens of Pokémon. Firstly, he had neither the space nor the means to care for them. Secondly, such irresponsibility was not in Mingxiang's character. Thus he pursued an elite path. Nevertheless, if he encountered a Pokémon that wished to travel alongside him, he would still capture it. After lunch, Ash and his companions lay contentedly on the ground. I'm so full. Pika. Brock glanced up at the sky, which was bright and clear, the temperature and light just perfect. Shall we take a nap before continuing our journey? Just then, Ash and Pikachu, snuggled together, had already fallen asleep. Dawn, hugging Pachima, leaned against a tree by the riverbank, also drifting off. Mingxiang gently retrieved the dozing Butterfree and slowly approached the riverbank, releasing Magikarp. Ralts followed closely behind. Ralts? It's nothing. I'm just here to feed it. Ralts, why do you look so forlorn? Oh, you're not feeling jealous, are you? Ralts huffed softly, crossing its arms and turning away from Mingxiang. Mingxiang squatted down, scooping Ralts up, who feigned a struggle. All right, no more mischief. After feeding Magikarp, we'll be on our way. Mingxiang, are you leaving? Brock, who had intended to chat, was surprised to hear that Mingxiang was preparing to depart. Yes, my Pokémon still require training. Adventuring with them is something I genuinely enjoy. I see. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Your goal is also the Lily of the Valley Conference. We'll meet again soon. Next time, let us have a cooking competition. Sure, that sounds great. It's a deal. After finishing the feeding, Mingxiang affectionately stroked Magikarp's forehead and returned it to its Pokeball. Please say goodbye to them for me. Farewell. Goodbye. Mingxiang set off once more, heading into the forest. There were many reasons for not traveling alongside Ash, the foremost being the risk of becoming a mere supporting character. With Ash around, capturing legendary Pokémon would be nothing but a dream. Mingxiang still needed to capture 3 more Pokémon, and upon acquiring his 5th, he would need to visit a Pokémon Center for identification. He was still unaware of the gender and traits of his Pokémon. Each identification cost 50,000, and one could identify 6 at a time, making it more economical to have more Pokémon. Mingxiang counted on his fingers. Fairy, Psychic, Bug, Flying, Water. Ralts? I'm considering which type of Pokémon to capture next. I can't let you battle 6 Pokémon all on your own. That would be exhausting for you. Ralts. Ralts flexed its muscles to demonstrate its strength. Indeed, my Ralts is the strongest. Ming Shang began to meticulously devise a training plan. Ralts would be his main force, and Ming Shang intended to cultivate it into a spellcasting warrior. With high special attack and psychic abilities, it was well suited for this type of training. However, its physical strength was quite frail, making it susceptible to injuries and significant damage. It had the typical build of a fragile fighter. Therefore, Ming Shang decided to have Ralts train in telekinesis. Subsequently, he would teach Ralts about graceful movement and distance control. In terms of offensive capabilities, Ming Shang needed to expedite the acquisition of the Shadow Ball TM. The effectiveness of the move Charming Voice was waning, and it would take considerable time for psychic strength to mature. Gazing at Ralts in his arms, Ming Shang resolved that once it evolved into Kirlia, he would make the necessary arrangements. Ming Shang also needed to teach Ralts close combat techniques. My head is spinning. I'll take it slow. Magikarp should prioritize evolution. It was far too weak pre-evolution. Ming Shang was not particularly inclined to let Butterfree take the front lines. He planned to develop it as a supportive Pokémon, as it could assist him with nectar supply issues. Alright, the training plan is set. Let us commence. Progress was made gradually. Ralts' telekinesis control now lasted for half an hour. Initially levitating with telekinesis, it executed backflips and glides with remarkable finesse. The subsequent distance control, linked to teleportation, would have to wait for now. Observing Ralts' increasing agility during battles, Ming Shang noted that the power of Charming Voice had become insufficient. For Ralts' psychic prowess to pose a threat, it needed to evolve into Gardevoir. As Ralts' offensive attributes appeared increasingly lacking, Ming Shang found himself perplexed as to why it had yet to evolve into Kirlia. Was the pressure insufficient? Under Ming Shang's care, Magikarp's scales were becoming increasingly radiant. It could sense that Ming Shang genuinely cared for it. From their first encounter to the present, Ming Shang's nurturing was on par with that of his other two Pokémon. Ming Shang's smiles, the gentleness in his eyes, and his remembrance of its favorite foods were all appreciated. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at it, only to be caught by Ralts, who would sulk in jealousy. Ming Shang had to coax Ralts for quite some time before it would cheer up, yet his affection remained undiminished. This greatly boosted Magikarp's confidence, and it was likely that evolution would come soon. What surprised Ming Shang the most was Butterfree. It was obedient, consistently training its supportive skills. However, after each session, it would proactively seek out Ralts for battles. Butterfree's training primarily revolved around assisting Ralts. It understood that Ming Shang did not intend to have it engage in battles. Ming Shang had explained this to it and assured it that there would be no favoritism. Yet, it still desired to fight for Ming Shang, willing to assist him even if it was merely to exhaust the opponent's stamina. Observing the diligent efforts of Butterfree, Ming Shang felt compelled to devise a training regimen for the Pokémon. His initial thought was to focus on endurance battles, given Butterfree's plethora of supportive abilities that could gradually wear down opponents. As night fell, Ming Shang stretched and yawned, signaling the end of a long day. Nestled in his arms was Ralts, while Butterfree perched on his shoulder. Had it not been for the inability of Magikarp to move outside water, there would scarcely have been enough space to sit. These three Pokémon clearly preferred Ming Shang's company. Alright, we've had our fun this afternoon. Tomorrow, we shall reach the gym, and this time, I intend for you to lead the charge. Ming Shang declared. Ha, don't get too excited. So, let us rest well tonight. I won't be telling any stories. Ralts, the little Pokémon replied, a hint of disappointment in its voice. Of course, you will be there. Magikarp cannot battle. After all, you are my ace. If you don't step up, who will help me secure victory? Ralts responded with a cheerful tune. Ralts chuckled softly, covering its mouth for a moment, then proudly struck a pose with its hands on its hips. Butterfree, however, puffed up its cheeks in a huff. Yes, I entrust this to you. You must win. Just as Ralts was about to say something, it suddenly turned its gaze towards the nearby bushes. Ralts. Butterfree prepared for battle. Ming Shang and Ralts had developed a rudimentary telepathic connection, and he instantly understood that Ralts was alerting him to an approaching presence. Before long, a wounded Maril, assisted by a limping Farfetch'd, emerged from the underbrush. Upon noticing Ming Shang, Maril immediately turned to flee with Farfetch'd. Hey there, little ones, Ming Shang called. Ralts. Using its psychic powers, Ralts immobilized them and gently levitated them before Ming Shang, who observed as they surrendered their resistance. He produced a healing spray to tend to their wounds. You're safe now. Please, tell me how this happened. March. Ill, the creature replied. Ming Shang glanced at Ralts. Ralts, Pokémon hunter? Maril, can you guide me? Maril nodded, and Ming Shang swiftly concealed Farfetch'd. Excellent. Thank you for leading us. Let us go. Following Maril, Ming Shang arrived at an abandoned hunter-esque cabin. Maril, alright, We'll handle the rest. You go back and take care of Farfetch'd, and do be cautious. As Ming Shang contemplated his strategy while surveying the cabin, he pondered the number of hunters inside. Butterfree, spin some silk, I need to create ropes. Before long, Ming Shang had numerous strands of silk in his hands, expertly pairing them together. The ropes possessed remarkable resilience. Now, use sleep powder, my little friend, and control the powder to disperse it inside. Ralts raised its hand, using psychic energy to guide the powder into the cabin gradually. Butterfree, ascend to the skies and follow our advance. Alert me if anything arises. Let us move. Upon entering the cabin, Ming Shang found 2 individuals already affected by the powder. He swiftly bound them with the ropes and gagged them with cloth. A search revealed 2 electric batons, which he appropriated for his own use. There were no Pokémon in the room, but a glance around led him to notice a carpet. As anticipated, lifting the carpet revealed an entrance to a basement. Ming Shang peeked out, gesturing to Butterfree in the air. The basement was larger than a medium-sized battle arena, filled with numerous small cages housing various Pokémon. 4 individuals patrolled the area, accompanied by 4 Pokémon. In the air, Ralts, inverting with psychic energy, began gathering intelligence. It slowly rose, only to realize its skirt was not weightless. Ming Shang had seen everything. Flushed with embarrassment, Ralts quickly covered its skirt with its hands, causing it to lose focus and nearly plummet. Thankfully, Ming Shang's quick reflexes allowed him to catch Ralts by the leg, bringing it back without alerting the patrolling individuals below. Ming Shang exhaled deeply, while Ralts' face remained flushed. He gently patted its head and provided it with an energy block. Can you still battle, little one? Be truthful with me. If not, we must leave immediately. Ming Shang's concern stemmed from Ralts' earlier actions, leading him to believe it might have lost its fighting spirit. Unlike Ash, he had his own reservations. With only 3 Pokémon as his trump card, he couldn't afford any missteps. If something went awry, he was indifferent to his own fate, but the potential nightmare awaiting his Pokémon was another matter altogether. Ralts. All right, Butterfree. Use paralyzing powder as usual. They trusted Ming Shang, and he, in turn, placed his faith in them. If Ralts asserted it could still fight, then they would proceed. The powder began to take effect, and just as the 4 individuals began to sense something amiss, Ming Shang made his entrance, landing and brandishing the 2 electric batons as he charged at them. Curse you! A Zubat screeched. Butterfree. From above, Butterfree, having spotted the approaching figure, released silk directly into the mouth of one of the assailants. Ugh! Butterfree then hardened its body and rushed towards the farthest individual, Kadabra, Noctowl, and Bibarel. Little one. The remaining 3 quickly commanded their Pokémon. Ralts levitated, raising its hand before striking downwards with force, causing the 3 to kneel. As Ralts released its psychic grip, it immediately targeted the 4 Pokémon, needing to hold them at bay for a while. Ming Shang swiftly struck the 2 individuals with his electric batons, the crackling sound of electricity echoing through the room. Ah, curse you, brat. The last remaining youth drew his blade, lunging at Ming Shang. Bam! Butterfree collided with him, sending him sprawling. Ming Shang sprang to his feet and rushed towards the one still frothing at the mouth. Spin some silk. Butterfree spun silk to bind the fallen individual and then continued to entangle the remaining 2. The last remaining assailant, armed with an electric baton, engaged Ming Shang in a struggle. Ming Shang stepped back, closing his eyes just as a gust of wind swept through. Butterfree, from a distance, conjured a breeze to stir up the dust. The large man's vision was suddenly compromised, yet Ming Shang squinted and maintained his sight. With the final assailant subdued, Ming Shang stood up, holding the electric baton as he approached the 4 Pokémon. Ralts retracted its psychic grip and floated back to Ming Shang. Looking at Ralts, he saw it using its powers to control the Pokeballs of the 4 people, bringing them before him. Do you wish for death? I can send you and your Pokeballs off this world. The 4 Pokémon, thoroughly demoralized, allowed themselves to be returned into their Pokeballs. Ming Shang turned around, just as Butterfree had successfully fed the 4 individuals to their fill with sleep powder and paralyzing powder. Releasing all the captured Pokémon, around 20 in total, he announced, "It is over. You are all free." Boom. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. 2 individuals were still patrolling outside, and Ming Shang had neglected to check. The hunter's cabin was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing from the windows. The entire basement was on the brink of collapse, as if it would cave in at any moment. Those scoundrels, they don't care for their own lives. Ralts. Ming Shang glanced at the 20-plus Pokémon. Those who can use water gun, head to the exit and help quell the flames. Those who can dig, move quickly. Those who can charge, come with me. The fire diminished somewhat due to the water, and now was the time to use the charge. Several Pokémon created a small opening, revealing the sky above. Ralts used its psychic powers to ensure the rocks wouldn't fall on them. Those who can fly, follow. Water guns suppress the flames. Little one, use your psychic energy to guide them out. Ralts. Aside from those that had used charge, fly, and dig, 16 Pokémon remained. Ralts, in one swift motion, sent them all to safety, but began to feel fatigued itself. Embracing Ralts, he swiftly ascended, with Butterfree flitting beside him. Outside, several water-type Pokémon continued to douse the flames, ensuring that Ming Shang could escape. Little one, use Psychic. As they reached the midpoint, the latter was consumed by fire, and Ming Shang had to rely on Ralt's telekinetic abilities to fly upwards. It wasn't until he felt the solid ground beneath him that Ralts finally released its psychic hold. In an instant, a wave of tinnitus and dizziness overwhelmed Ralts, but Ming Shang cradled it in his arms, smiling in relief. However, the terrain suddenly collapsed, prompting Ming Shang to sprint away. Bang! A gunshot echoed, striking his left thigh. In the distance, a Pokémon hunter lay in wait, intent on taking Ming Shang's life. Furious after losing his source of income, TCH, missed. The gunfire startled all Pokémon, jolting Ralts awake. The sudden pain caused Ming Shang to falter, tumbling back into the pit. In a desperate last moment, he hurled Ralts in a pokeball towards the ground. Ralts instinctively reached out to grasp Ming Shang's hand. But in that fleeting moment of emptiness, despair enveloped it entirely. Yet, as Ming Shang witnessed their safe landing, a smile gradually spread across his face. This scene reminded Ralts of the dream where Ming Shang perished before its eyes to save it. No, don't. Please. Ralts. The light of evolution enveloped Ralts, its outline gradually expanding. Kirlia made its grand entrance. KIR. With a burst of psychic energy, Kirlia immobilized Ming Shang, while Butterfree swooped in, trying to wrap him in silk to pull him back. The Pokémon hunter reloaded, aiming his gun at Kirlia, but in an instant, countless Pokémon charged towards him. Kirlia gently brought Ming Shang closer, with Magikarp by its side, powerless to assist. As they landed, Magikarp clung tightly to him, its cries echoing. Butterfree and Magikarp nestled closer to Ming Shang. Ming Shang. Ming Shang. Huh. Don't leave me. Please. Ming Shang recognized this as Kirlia's heartfelt plea. He reached out, embracing Kirlia. It's all right. I won't leave you. Everything will be fine. Kirlia looked up at Ming Shang, who smiled as he wiped away its tears. He also offered some comfort to Butterfree and Magikarp. As Ming Shang attempted to rise, the pain and blood loss in his leg jolted him back to reality. This place is not safe. We must leave. Using its psychic powers, Kirlia helped Ming Shang to his feet, limping towards a secure area. KIR. Watch over him. Kirlia's demeanor turned cold as it approached the Pokémon hunter, despite his tattered clothing from numerous Pokémon bites. Not a shred of sympathy crossed Kirlia's face. KIR. The Pokémon parted, granting Kirlia a clear path to the hunter. Its eyes, devoid of mercy, radiated fury. With a wave of its hand, Kirlia seized the hunter's left thigh with psychic force. A sharp crack echoed as the hunter's leg shattered, leaving him unable to recover. If not for the distant sound of approaching sirens, Kirlia would have succumbed to its wrath. Taking a deep breath to quell its anger, Kirlia returned to Ming Shang's side. Following the explosion, Miss Junsha arrived promptly, investigating a recent series of missing Pokémon. Gazing at the multitude of Pokémon and the massive pit, she appeared bewildered. What on earth transpired here? Chapter 8. The Brave Butterfly and the Clingy Milotic. In the Pokémon Center's human medical room, you are fortunate. The bullet missed your bone. After disinfection, you will just need to wait for Chansey to treat you, and you can be discharged. Thank you. But could you offer a discount on the medical fees? Kirlia rolled its eyes, a bit exasperated. There is no charge for healing injured Pokémon. We cover your medical expenses. Miss Junsha entered, explaining to Ming Shang. A sigh of relief escaped him as he lay back on the bed. That's wonderful. I can save on the Shadow Ball TM for the little one. Now, it was Kirlia's turn to feel guilty, realizing that aside from daily necessities, all of Ming Shang's budget had been spent on it. It shouldn't he have acted that way earlier. We have investigated your background and intended to inform your parents, but we are sorry. It's all right. This way feels more liberating. I'd like to take some statements from you, and once that's done, you can leave. Okay. Miss Junsha asked Ming Shang how he discovered the hunter's cabin and what caused the explosion, among other inquiries. Finally, she stated, we apprehended 5 suspects in total. 4 are deceased, and the one remaining has a severe fracture in his left thigh. Do you have any knowledge regarding this? Kirlia felt a twinge of panic, as it was responsible. To her surprise, Ming Shang shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps he fell on his own. I barely escaped with my life. How could I know how he got injured? Miss Junsha sighed, suspecting that Ming Shang had retaliated. Then, she raised her head proudly, knowing that as long as he was alive, it was inconsequential. Well, I agree. Thank you for your cooperation. This team was responsible for the trafficking of over 100 Pokémon. You've made a significant contribution. The League has decided to award you an honorary medal, along with 200,000 League coins. I decline. Let the town hall have the glory. Making an appearance in such a context is unsafe for my future journey. Just give me the League coins I deserve. I see. All right, I'll request that. This card holds 300,000. Take it. Huh. There's no need for surprise. The extra 100,000 is my personal gesture. You helped me gain some recognition. Consider it my gratitude. Well then, I won't be polite. Curlia watched Ming Shang's eager demeanor with a hint of cold sweat, feeling slightly embarrassed. Miss Junsha then noticed that Ming Shang's Curlia was quite unique. Its green hue was nearly blending with white, no longer a stark separation, and its red horn had dulled slightly. Kir? Ah, it's nothing. I wish you a smooth journey ahead. Farewell. Half an hour later, Ming Shang was discharged. He tested his left leg, finding no discomfort whatsoever. Awesome. I must catch a Pokémon that can use Healing Pulse. That would be incredible. Ming Shang joyfully rushed towards the shopping center. With Ralts now evolved, acquiring the Shadow Ball TM was imperative. 200,000 Shadow Ball TM. Damn, that's exorbitantly expensive. No discounts accepted. Reducing it by 50,000 is out of the question. 150,000 is still quite a sum. I didn't even attempt to haggle. Never mind, I must get the little one learning as soon as possible. With the Shadow Ball, the little one's attack power would surely increase. Karuna's Gardevoir's proficiency with Shadow Ball is far too low. Ming Shang thought he would teach her what it truly meant to be a master of the move. Simply throwing Shadow Balls was far too dull. In an open area outdoors, Curlia was concentrating on the black orb of shadows before it. Its tightly shut eyes and trembling body indicated its current state. Curlia was suppressing the chaotic movements of the Shadow Ball. Little one, don't use brute force. Employ your psychic abilities. Kir? Use your psychic powers to control the Shadow Ball's movement, gradually mastering its momentum. Curlia enveloped the Shadow Ball with psychic energy, stabilizing it until it came to a standstill. Alright, now slowly maneuver the Shadow Ball with your psychic powers. Start by making it orbit around you. Curlia gradually grasped Ming Shang's intent. By substituting the Shadow Ball's momentum with psychic energy, it could control its actions. Watching Curlia grow increasingly adept, Ming Shang smiled with delight. Kir. Ming Shang. I've got it. Good. I see it. You're so clever. After spending some time training with Curlia, Ming Shang rose and headed towards Baida City. He still needs to challenge the gym, and now, for Kyrillian, battling at the gym is akin to fishing in a barrel. Such opportunities should be reserved for other Pokémon to hone their skills. The little fellow can simply support. Ming Shang arrived at the gym in Baida City. The battle arena here resembles a small forest environment. Oh, a Pokémon trainer? A bespectacled official approached. Yes, I am here to challenge the gym battle. I see. Please present your trainer qualification certificate for registration. At this moment, Natani also slowly walked over. Hello, I am the gym leader, Natani. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ming Shang. As Ming Shang's information was duly registered, Natani received the documents. You have only been a trainer for a little over 3 months? Well, I suppose so. Why? Is there a chance I cannot participate in the gym battle? No, I accept your challenge. Gym leaders cannot refuse a trainer's challenge. It is the rule. In the vast gym arena, there were only 3 spectators, for challengers, regardless of victory or defeat, would inevitably depart after the gym battle. The audience was primarily composed of companions of the challengers. The 2 stepped onto the field. The battle rules were set for a 3v3 format. The match concluded when all of one side's Pokémon were rendered unable to battle, and only the challenger could switch Pokémon. You should have 3 Pokémon, correct? Yes. I have exactly 3. Come forth, Butterfree. Way. 3 months with Butterfree, a newcomer indeed. It is decided, you shall face Trico. Kyo. Thus, the battle commenced. You may start first. Natani intended to give Ming Shang a chance. You said it, Butterfree, use Quiver Dance. Butterfree let out a soft hum, dancing gracefully in the air as numerous particles began to swirl around. Butterfree's speed and special attack had been enhanced. Quiver Dance. Natani had underestimated this Butterfree. Such a move was relatively rare. Trico used Leech Seed. Trico, at a disadvantage in the air, sought to bind Butterfree down. Air Slash. The seed launched from Trico's forehead was sliced in midair, hurtling towards the grounded Trico. Dodge. String Shot. Simultaneously, commands were issued. Butterfree wasted no time. The sticky thread aimed directly at Trico. Leaf tornado. With no time to evade, Trico decided to dismantle the assault, squatting slightly before unleashing a multitude of scythe-shaped leaves that severed both the air slash and the string shot. As the storm subsided, Trico became slightly dizzy and unsteady. Trico? Is that powder? Mingxiang did not command Butterfree, it acted on its own. This was a combination technique taught to Butterfree by Cerulean and Mingxiang together. Seeing the opponent remain motionless, it decided to release Sleep Powder. Butterfree aimed to finish the battle with a tackle. Stop. Use Tailwind. Way. Butterfree obeyed Mingxiang's command. Spiraling in controlled circles. Speed increased. Tackle. Trico quickly used Tackle. Trico shook its head to regain focus, but as it took a step forward, Butterfree struck it with a powerful tackle. Air Slash. Mingxiang would not grant any opportunity. Two blades of air followed Trico as it fell, striking just as it landed. Butterfree's attack was rather feeble. Trico still managed to stand. Yet, Butterfree's tackle came again. Now is the time. Use Leaf Tornado. Just as it seemed poised to charge into Trico's whirlwind. Halt. Butterfree immediately leaned back, spreading its wings to make an emergency break, fluttering as if flying against the wind. You won't make it. Trico, attack. Do not underestimate my Butterfree. Ascend. What? Natani was astonished at Butterfree's remarkable agility. Poison Powder. The purple powder swirled into the tornado, poisoning Trico. Natani recognized that if it was poisoned, Trico would stand no chance. It had completely lost its battling capability. Mingxiang was undoubtedly aware of this. Butterfree. Use Quiver Dance and Tailwind. Natani, I. Now use Tackle. Trico is unable to continue battling. Come back, Trico. You have worked hard. I underestimated you. Your Butterfree is formidable. Now, I shall not hold back. Go forth, Roserade. Use Magical Leaf. After becoming hardened, Tackle. Due to the speed boost, Butterfree instantly charged in front of the leaves, its hardened body withstanding the Magical Leaf attack. Ignoring the wounds it sustained, Butterfree charged straight at Roserade, then began using Air Slash. What? Roserade ensnared it. Butterfree, return. Aware that it was no match for Roserade, Butterfree was determined to inflict damage, if only to alleviate the pressure for the next Pokémon. Roserade's binding attack missed as Butterfree's speed was simply too swift. Two blades of air slash struck Roserade, pushing it back. In that case, Roserade used Dazzling Gleam. Roserade released a bright light to obscure Butterfree's vision. Way. Butterfree was temporarily blinded. Now Magical Leaf. A barrage of leaves surged towards Butterfree. Butterfree took to the skies. Move forward, spin left, cease flight. Observing Mingxiang directing the blinded Butterfree as it evaded the Magical Leaf, both Roserade and Natani were taken aback. Even when the command to cease flight resulted in a downward plummet, Butterfree showed no hesitation. Now, charge straight in. Way. Not on my watch. Roserade unleashed a flurry of petals. Roserade spun rapidly, unleashing a fierce shower of petals akin to falling snow, colliding with the charging Butterfree. Bang! Butterfree fell. Unable to continue the battle, Mingxiang rushed forward to scoop Butterfree into his arms, examining its injuries. Way. You performed admirably. I shall not hold you accountable for acting without command, but I will ensure your emotions are properly guided. Next time, do not entertain thoughts of going down with the opponent. Butterfree lowered its head like a remorseful child, and Mingxiang returned it to its pokeball. Your Butterfree is truly strong. I have witnessed the bond you share. Come now. The battle is not yet concluded. Natani and Roserade readied themselves for combat. One Butterfree had triumphed over Trico and nearly inflicted severe damage upon Roserade. Natani held high hopes for Mingxiang's next Pokémon. As Mingxiang retrieved Kyrillian's Pokeball, another Pokeball unexpectedly fell, revealing a beautifully scaled Magikarp before everyone. What is this? A Magikarp? Why is it so beautiful? Magikarp, you. Splash. All right then. Go forth. Use Water Gun. Roserade countered with Magical Leaf. The leaves effortlessly pierced through the water bubble, striking Magikarp and sending it flying. Mingxiang swiftly moved to cradle it, beginning to comfort it. No pain. No pain. Shall we battle again next time? Magikarp looked up, somewhat guilt-ridden, at Mingxiang. It had witnessed Mingxiang in peril while feeling utterly helpless. It now realized how powerless it truly was. It yearned to assist Mingxiang, just like Butterfree, even if only to harm the opponent. Yet, it could not achieve that. Despite this, Mingxiang continued to console it, his tenderness and affection unwavering. A tear slowly streamed down Magikarp's face. In the next moment, radiant light erupted. Evolutionary light. The outline of Magikarp gradually expanded. As the brilliance subsided, a Milotic with a white upper body and a blue and white tail appeared in Mingxiang's embrace. The sudden weight made Ming Shang stumble. Ouch! Milotic writhed joyfully, nuzzling Ming Shang's cheek. Evolved? Milotic smiled at Ming Shang, beginning to lick his face. All right, stop. We will resume licking later. We are still in battle. Nah. Magikarp has evolved into Milotic. Milotic stood alongside Ming Shang, still attached to him. Once Ming Shang regained his footing, it gave one last affectionate nuzzle to his cheek before gracefully moving to the center of the battlefield. Miss Natani, it appears that today's badge is firmly within my grasp. Let us put it to the test. Roserade, Magical Leaf. Milotic, use Water Tail to deflect those flying blades. Milotic twisted its body, its tail manifesting a multitude of water elements, swaying gracefully to intercept the blades. Roserade, I shall not grant you an opportunity. Hydro Pump. Before the water tail concluded, Milotic opened its mouth, unleashing a brilliant torrent of blue light directly at Roserade. The speed was astonishing, leaving Roserade no time to evade. With a piercing cry, Roserade collided with a tree, shattering it upon impact. Roserade is rendered unable to continue fighting. Return, Roserade, you have fought valiantly. Natani understood her defeat. With her strongest Roserade vanquished, she was left with only a Cherubi. Yet, Cherubi had struggled against the previous Butterfree, let alone facing a well-trained Milotic. However, she could not concede defeat. Come forth, Cherubi. Ing. Cherubi slowly lifted its head, finally beholding its opponent, a serpent of colossal proportions. The sheer presence of Milotic caused Cherubi to take a step back. It turned to gaze at its trainer. Ing. Cherubi, just give it your all. Cherubi gradually comprehended the situation. Roserade had fallen. Silently swallowing hard, Cherubi stepped forward to use Leaf Tornado. However, with a mere flick, Milotic effortlessly severed the vines. As it watched the tail come crashing down, Cherubi bowed its head and closed its eyes, bracing for the impending pain. Ing. Cherubi opened its eyes once more, realizing it had been brought before Milotic by the tail. Nah. Milotic nuzzled against Cherubi's face affectionately. The gentle cooing combined with its soft visage melted Cherubi's resolve, prompting it to lean in closer to Milotic. Ing. Natani, hands on her hips, observed the two Pokémon. Sigh. Well, this might be for the best. Cherubi might sustain less damage. I concede defeat. Natani voluntarily surrendered, declaring Ming Shang the victor. Approaching Ming Shang, she remarked, you truly are formidable. Exceptionally talented. You are the most promising trainer I have ever encountered. This is the Forest Badge, a testament to your triumph over me. Thank you. I merely had the fortune of luck. Indeed, the bond you share with your Pokémon is undeniable. They trust you, and you trust them in return. I wish you smooth sailing on your forthcoming journey. Nah. Before Ming Shang could respond, Milotic dashed forward, pressing against him. Ming Shang stumbled slightly, then steadied himself, beginning to stroke the Milotic that was affixed to his face. All right. I share in your joy too, Milotic. Nah. Natani smiled at the heartwarming scene. Chapter 9. Sharon goes on a rampage. A first encounter with Chiran. Milotic, use Water Tail. Butterfree, employ Quiver Dance. Ming Shang was commanding Milotic in a battle against Chiran alongside Butterfree. He needed to assess the combat capabilities of these three Pokémon. Kairu. Chiran used telekinesis to evade Milotic's tail. Observing Chiran with its hands clasped before its chest, its gaze drifted slightly skyward. Butterfree quickly dodged. It's a hypnosis beam. As anticipated, a peculiar ring of light surged toward Butterfree's previous position. Realizing its attack had been foreseen, Chiran immediately charged a Shadow Ball. Ming Shang instantly comprehended its intent. Milotic, Hydro Pump, strike from behind at Butterfree. Without a moment's hesitation, Milotic launched the Hydro Pump toward the still-flying Butterfree. Yet, in that instant, Chiran appeared directly in front of the Hydro Pump. Kairu, with no other option, he could only hurl the charged Shadow Ball in an attempt to suppress it. Butterfree, use Bug Buzz. Milotic, Tail Whip. The ethereal sound waves resonated, affecting Chiran. This was precisely why it had targeted Butterfree. Such supportive abilities were exceedingly troublesome in a 1v2 scenario. Before it could adjust, the enormous tail crashed down. Chiran had no choice but to use Teleport once more. Little one, you cannot escape. Milotic, Water Pulse. Butterfree, Rage Powder. With area attacks and taunts, Chiran swiftly utilized telekinesis to control the powder. However, just as it raised its hand, Milotic's Hydro Pump surged forth unexpectedly. Ming Shang had just quietly instructed Milotic to switch to Hydro Pump. Kairu. Chiran was knocked to the ground, unable to keep pace with Ming Shang's rapid offensive tempo. Every initiative it attempted was read with precision. Ming Shang understood it far too well. Yes, we have triumphed. Nawe. while Ming Shang and his companions celebrated. They remained oblivious to the flames that had begun to materialize behind Qiran. Sensing the imminent peril, Ming Shang turned mechanically. At that moment, Qiran floated slowly, a dark expression upon its face. It raised its hands, conjuring two enormous shadow balls. This sight caused Milotic, Butterfree, and Ming Shang to retreat a step. Chi, Ru, run. Qiran is on a rampage. Nah, way. Resounding booms echoed through the forest intermittently. After a while, Qiran sat pouting in Ming Shang's embrace. Arms crossed and head tilted. Ming Shang wore an apologetic smile as he massaged it. All right, little one, are you no longer upset? Humph. What shall we have for dinner tonight? You can choose anything. Just don't be angry, please. This is merely a sparring session. Look, from this encounter, I've discovered new training directions, allowing us to grow stronger. Tomorrow, I will guide you in battling those too, so you can vent your frustrations, all right? Nawe, nearby, Milotic and Butterfree lay in a somewhat disgruntled manner, yet remained obediently prone. After all, Qiran had taken good care of them. Hearing Ming Shang's conciliatory words, Qiran leaned back against him, albeit still with arms crossed, allowing Ming Shang to hold it. As long as you're not angry, let us go. We're off to buy some food. Ming Shang cradled Qiran as they made their way toward the city, recalling Milotic and Butterfree. Ming Shang took Qiran to a bubble tea shop, a cake shop, and an ice cream parlor, filling its little stomach to a comfortable 4/10. He then proceeded to a shopping center. There, he replenished an array of items including nectar, flour, dried fish, Pokémon food, eggs, and sugar. Just as they were about to leave, Qiran tugged at his sleeve. Kairu, what is it? Qiran pointed towards a nearby Pokémon learning machine. Well, I plan for you to learn the move Magical Shine next. However, there's no need to rush just yet. Kairu, are you suggesting I purchase a skill learning machine for Butterfree? Qiran nodded affirmatively, prompting Ming Shang to ponder. Butterfree's current strengths and weaknesses are quite evident. Its shortcomings being a lack of attack power and recovery, while its strengths lie in its numerous support capabilities. Certainly, let us proceed. Allow me to consider what type of learning machine to acquire. What skills within the bug type can supplement its damage while still offering support? Little one. See if you can locate Pollen Puff. Kairu. Pollen Puff, as a bug type move, summons spores to attack opponents while also alleviating fatigue for allies. After a brief moment, Qiran returned with the item. Ming Shang glanced at the price. 300,000. It's even more expensive than Shadow Ball, but we can afford it. Let us proceed to check out. Kairu. Ming Shang merely voiced his astonishment without hesitation in purchasing it. Qiran chuckled. Although its trainer often lamented their financial situation, he never hesitated to spend on them. After swiping the card, Ming Shang had a little over 20,000 left to sustain his living expenses. He then adjusted the training plan. Butterfree needed to master the new skill, Pollen Puff. This move is akin to Shadow Ball, and Qiran can impart some techniques to it. Meanwhile, Qiran must proficiently control Shadow Ball to the extent that it can be managed regardless of how it flies. Ming Shang tied a large stone to Milotic's tail. From now on, you shall practice with your tail, transforming it into your formidable weapon. Once you have mastered it, we shall gradually increase the weight. Once again. You are sticking to it. All right, stop licking and focus. Shortly, you will have your favorite fish jerky mixed with your kibble. At this, Minus licked even more enthusiastically. As time gradually slipped away, the journey of Ming Shang continued, until he passed by a natural park. At the highest point in the park, a woman with golden long hair was both caressing the ancient ruins and savoring the ice cream in her hand. The ruins chronicled two Pokémon, the god of time, Dialga, and the god of space, Palkia. The woman stroking the monument was named Sharona, also known as Sister Cabbage, Cynthia. She was the champion of the Sinnoh region, possessing formidable strength with her ace being Garchomp. She harbored a profound interest in history and was eager to encounter the legendary Pokémon. A considerable crowd had gathered, including Ash and his companions, who were witnessing the Sinnoh champion for the first time. At that moment, a boy with purple hair slowly approached her. This person was Shinji, known for his proud and stubborn demeanor. Ignoring the gazes of others, he resolutely challenged Sharona to a 6v6 battle, which meant he was directly confronting the champion with his prowess as a trainer. Sharona, understanding his intentions, began the match with her ace, Garchomp. Shinji's tactical decision was to utilize a weaker Pokémon that had not yet evolved to draw out key moves before deploying his strongest. As the second Pokémon fell, Ming Shang also arrived. So this is the scene. Ming Shang spotted Team Rocket selling ice cream nearby and approached them with a smile. Hi, Team Rocket. Huh? Who? You've mistaken us for someone else. Haha. Cut that out. I'm here to buy ice cream. Give me one of each flavor, packed in a box. And throw in 2 spoons. Ah, just a moment, please. No need to be nervous. If you refrain from capturing Pokémon, I won't take action against you. However, if you try anything or have succeeded once, I won't hold back when we meet again. How much do I owe you? No, it's fine. Just don't expose us. Ming Shang shook his head, glancing at the prices nearby. 5 for 1, so 8 would be 40. Here. Watching Ming Shang stroll towards the battlefield, Team Rocket breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do, Meow? Should we act now? Of course we should. That Garchomp is strong. We need to capture it along with Pikachu. Hey, long time no see. Ah, it's Ming Shang. Pikachu, long time no see. X2, what brings you here? I happened to pass by and thought I'd take a look. Oh, he's waiting for Garchomp's move. Shinji's eyes widened in shock. He turned to glance at Ming Shang, but quickly redirected his focus to the battle. Honchkrow, use haze. A thick cloud of black mist enveloped Garchomp. Dodge. Garchomp leapt into the air. Aerial Ace. Sharona smiled slightly at this moment. Garchomp, use Dragon Rush. After a fierce clash, Garchomp was rendered unable to act due to the effects of the move. Shinji immediately summoned his ace, Torterra. But at that moment, 2 mechanical arms suddenly extended, targeting Garchomp and Pikachu. Thud, thud, 2 crisp sounds echoed. Minus. A stunningly beautiful Milotic appeared before everyone, instantly capturing countless gazes. Its pristine white upper body and light blue tail were both exquisite and divine. Sharona was momentarily stunned upon seeing the Milotic. The creature gracefully approached Ming Shang and rubbed against his cheek. Ming Shang offered a generous scoop of ice cream, which Milotic happily devoured. Kojiro, I want that Pokémon. I've set my sights on it. Musashi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she pointed at Ming Shang's Milotic. Ming Shang shot her a cold glare, causing Musashi to freeze in place. It seems you refuse to heed my warnings. Who are you? Since you. Silence. Milotic, Hydro Pump. Minus. Splash. Boom. At least let us deliver our opening statement. Wow. Ming Shang, where did you catch this Milotic? Shoko rushed over at that moment, eager to pet Milotic's body. However, the creature deftly evaded her, instead coiling around Ming Shang. All right. No need to hold a grudge. Milotic pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction as it nuzzled Ming Shang's cheek. Ming Shang, what grudge? This Milotic was that ugly fish back then. It still remembers how you called it ugly, he replied. What? X3 took out his Pokédex to skin Milotic. Milotic, the tender Pokémon, water type. It resides at the bottom of clear lakes, and every time. Really? Ming Shang, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Would I lie when there's money to be made? I'm sorry, Milotic. Milotic continued to ignore Shoko, resembling a wronged child as it nestled closer to Ming Shang. Reluctantly, Ming Shang comforted it with gentle strokes, then turned to Sharona and Shinji. Will you continue your battle? Hey. Milotic, don't steal my ice cream. Shinji let out a soft huff. Of course, we'll continue. And he was promptly defeated by Sharona in a single move. Let us leave it at that. I understand. Once I have adjusted my strategy, I shall challenge you again. I await your return. Then I shall take my leave. Hey, proud brat. Who are you calling a proud brat? Why are you looking back? You. Forget it. Be kinder to your Pokémon. The Pokémon Center is over there. I know. No need to remind me. Knowing doesn't mean you intend to go. Minus. Milotic found this person quite displeasing. This Milotic is quite strong. This was Shinji's honest thought. I'm curious. Would you capture an ugly fish or a caterpie? Too weak. I won't capture them. This Milotic evolved from an ugly fish. What? Ming Shang stroked Milotic's chin. Minus. How many Pokémon do you have left? 2. If you wish to battle, I shall oblige. Minus. Milotic leaned forward eagerly. All right, let us not go there. Ming Shang tossed out another Pokeball. You'll need to visit the Pokémon Center anyway, so 2 more won't hurt. A Beautifly appeared before everyone. This Beautifly is my second Pokémon. Come on, show me if you can defeat it. Shinji released a Pokeball, and a Teddiursa emerged. The result was that Ming Shang's Beautifly was agile, and having learned Pollen Puff, it compensated for its weaker attacks. Every time Shinji attempted to strike, he fell into Ming Shang's traps, and the moment he made a mistake, Ming Shang capitalized on it. Even the hard-earned opportunities were thwarted as Beautifly countered with Pollen Puff. After Teddiursa was knocked out, Shinji unleashed his final Pokémon, Electabuzz. In this last match, Ming Shang directed the entire battle with gestures, not uttering a single word. The buffs accumulated by Beautifly from the previous match remained intact, and it had recovery moves as well. Beautifly had now become a competent continuous combat Pokémon. The chances of Electabuzz winning were slim. With a leftward wave, Beautifly executed a tackle, a fist raised for a hard hit, followed by a silk attack. and a snap of fingers for pollen puff. All right, it's over. Beautifly, use tackle. Shinji recalled Electabuzz and closed his eyes in contemplation. Before the tournament begins, I will grow stronger until I defeat you. He stood up and walked towards the Pokemon Center. Beautifly flew toward Ming Shang, who cradled it in his hands. Are you injured? Seeing Beautifly shake its head, Ming Shang took out some pollen spore balls for it. You've worked hard. Ming Shang, your Beautifly is surprisingly impressive. At this moment, Ash approached with Pikachu in tow. It was all thanks to its own efforts. It had been diligently striving to grow stronger. Greetings, my name is Julan. May I have the pleasure of touching your Milotic? To which Ash replied, you must ask it, and if it consents, then it shall be so. Milotic, in a display of affection, leaned in close. You are truly magnificent, dear Milotic. By the tone of your voice, I presume you also possess a Milotic? Julan nodded in affirmation. Come forth, Milotic. The creature emerged, its upper body adorned in a creamy hue, while its tail exhibited a harmonious blend of midnight blue, stark black, and vibrant red. In stark contrast, Ming Shang's Milotic showcased a palette of pale blue and white, including its whiskers, which were also a delicate blue and white. A closer inspection revealed a sprinkling of scales across its body. Instantly captivated by Ming Shang's Milotic, Julan's Milotic leaned forward, eager to nuzzle. However, with a swift flick of its tail, Ming Shang's Milotic retreated behind him, playfully sticking out its tongue, as if to assert that only Ming Shang was permitted such affection. Chapter 10, The Beginning of Strategy? I'm afraid not. How could Milotic so readily nuzzle against another Pokemon upon meeting? All right then, you must go apologize. No, we've both had our share. It is your turn to apologize as well. Hey, observing Milotic's nonchalant demeanor, Ming Shang found himself in a bit of a quandary. Milotic clung to Ming Shang, puffing its cheeks in discontent. Your bond seems exceptionally strong, doesn't it? Ming Shang, are you and Ash here to participate in the Lily of the Valley Conference as well? Of course. My ambition is to become the ultimate Pokemon master. Julan turned her gaze toward Ming Shang. And what about you? I aim to secure a championship. The rest is inconsequential. I derive greater joy from adventuring alongside these Pokemon. Ming Shang gently stroked Milotic's chin. What's this? Ming Shang, aren't our aspirations aligned? We're both in pursuit of the championship. Roughly so. But I shall take my leave for now. I need to challenge gyms and capture more Pokemon. Oh, I already possess 2 badges. What about you, Ming Shang? Just 1. How can that be? Your prowess should amount to at least 2. Ah, I see it now. You must be slacking off. At last, I've surpassed you. Indeed. But you must stay diligent. I still need to find my 4th Pokemon. What? You still only have 3 Pokemon at this stage? Alas, I lack the means to care for more Pokemon, nor do I have the space. I shall not capture any Pokemon that aren't suitable or willing to join me. After all, I've made them a promise to take responsibility. Responsibility. Ash suddenly recalled the Pidgeot he had released. Indeed, as trainers, we may have dozens of Pokemon throughout our lives, yet most Pokemon will only ever pledge their loyalty to a single trainer. They are remarkably devoted, and I wish not to betray their trust. Some may question my approach, asserting that without capturing powerful Pokemon, victory is unattainable. But I intend to silence them through the bonds we share. In fact, Ming Shang has already exemplified this. His Butterfree is a perfect case in point. Ming Shang's words momentarily stunned Julan, as her own Pokemon seemed to have dwindled down to only her 6 strongest. The remainder had been neglected. It appears I have devoted too much attention to legendary Pokemon. I shall check on them later. Ash too pondered the Pokemon he raised at Professor Oak's lab. All right, I'll return after securing the championship to visit them. Ash's Pokemon. 6. Ming Shang, I eagerly anticipate your performance at the Lily of the Valley Conference. You might want to temper your expectations. I can hardly afford to maintain 6 Pokemon. First, I need to earn some money. After all, I must save for a future bride as well. Off I go, Julan remarked. Best of luck. As she watched Ming Shang gradually disappear from view, Ash suddenly realized, oh no, I forgot to challenge Ming Shang. Hey, Ming Shang, don't run away. Observing Ash sprint after him, though he failed to catch up. Xiao Wang and Xiao Jing exchanged glances. Julan cast a deep glance at Ming Shang, her intuition whispering that he would bring her many surprises. In the days that followed, Ming Shang earned his 2nd badge. Training continued as usual. Presently, Milotic's tail had grown robust due to rigorous training. Butterfree and Kirlia, too, were being taught new techniques. This involved cultivating habits, such as Kirlia's meditation and charge, which he preferred to develop into passive skills rather than actively employing them. Although the effectiveness would be significantly diminished, it was still an enhancement. Butterfree's Tailwind operated similarly. rather than merely being skills. They were ways to showcase a Pokemon's optimal state. Ming Xiang aimed to have them maintain such a state in their daily routines, so that when it came time to battle, they would instinctively seek that state. As Ming Xiang's trio of Pokemon approached their final evolutions, he needed to hasten his search for new companions. The first order of business was addressing financial matters. That night, let us participate in some competitions. It's the fastest way to earn money. By the way, the grand festival. Haha, we shall set off tomorrow. Churu. What's the matter, little one? Curlia said nothing, but sleepily climbed into Ming Xiang's embrace. Every night, it had grown accustomed to curling up in his arms, forming a natural instinct. Each dawn, it would open its eyes to check if it was still nestled against him, as if it had navigated by instinct. The night air was a tad chilly, and Ming Xiang carefully draped his jacket over Curlia's back. But the next moment, Curlia lifted his short sleeve and burrowed inside. Watching Curlia fall asleep once more within mere seconds, Ming Xiang smiled with joy. This was what companionship entailed. He rose to return to the tent. Butterfree was already asleep, while Milotic circled the tent with only its head peeking inside. Ming Xiang was cautious not to disturb the other two Pokemon. The interior of the tent was quite cramped, but Ming Xiang had long grown accustomed to it. All three of his Pokemon preferred to sleep close to him. Slowly he lay down, with Milotic's serene face resting beside him. Sorry for waking you. Do sleep well. Milotic licked Ming Xiang's head before nestling back down. On his right, Butterfree slept soundly. The night passed without incident, and the following day, after tidying the tent, Ming Xiang set off once more. In the forest, as Ming Xiang traveled, he contemplated the Pokemon he would seek next. The more diverse a Pokemon's types, the better. This way, he would not be easily countered. Currently, he possessed water, psychic, fairy, bug, and flying types. Suddenly, the sound of motorcycles grew louder, accompanied by intermittent explosions. Ming Xiang glanced over and spotted two motorcycles, each carrying a cage filled with several Pokemon. They were commanding the Pokemon to attack those behind them. At that moment, Zhulan appeared on her Garchomp within Ming Xiang's line of sight, her expression serious as she pondered a solution. She could not allow Garchomp to attack, as it would inadvertently harm the Pokemon. More Pokemon poachers. Little one, let us move. Ming Xiang released Curlia. Churu, use telekinesis. Let us hide in the trees. Ming Xiang positioned himself in a strategic ambush location. Little one, charge up. Curlia closed its eyes in meditation, gradually accumulating psychic energy. As the two motorcycles passed beneath the trees, telekinesis. Now? Churu. Curlia skillfully levitated the motorcycles into the air, and Ming Xiang swiftly threw a Pokeball. Milotic. Block their path. Nah. Milotic appeared directly in front of the motorcycles, obstructing their route. Now, little one. Curlia redirected its psychic control towards the two iron cages. Milotic. Water tail. Nah. Water enveloped Milotic's tail. Damn it. Go, Gyarados. Use iron head. On. Boom. The collision of heads and tails created a tremor that reverberated through the ground. Minas was slightly overwhelmed by the iron head of the city-guarding dragon. Its tail was jolted back, yet Minas once again employed Water Tail. Realizing that this Pokemon's head was a formidable weapon, I shall capture this Pokemon. Go. Tank Skunk. Strike with a surprise attack. Shadow Ball. Boom. A dark purple sphere plummeted from the trees and struck Tank Skunk, heavily injuring it. Damn it. Let's use Wind Ball and retaliate with Shadow Ball. A Shadow Ball flew toward Minas, but Minas paid it no heed. Kiru. Kyrillian utilized Psychic to nullify the Shadow Ball's momentum, subsequently flinging it back, sending Wind Ball spiraling away. Ming Xiang leapt down from the trees, and two iron cages landed securely. A total of 5 Pokemon were present. Kyrillian descended gracefully from the air. Who are you? I am the reverse butterfly, little one. Kiru. Kyrillian conjured 2 Shadow Balls in its hands, hurling them directly at the motorcycle. An explosion resonated once more. Zhulan arrived as well, but refrained from intervening in the air, believing Ming Xiang could handle the situation. TCH. Observing the motorcycle's destruction, the 2 Pokemon hunters realized their escape was impossible. When you set your sights on Pokemon, you should have anticipated this day. Little one. Unleash Psychic. Tank Skunk executed the command, but as the hunters attempted to direct their Pokemon, they found it suspended in midair, exhibiting a pained expression. Zhulan gazed seriously at Ming Xiang's Kyrillian. This Kyrillian is remarkably powerful. Ming Xiang merely uttered Psychic. Yet the target and the command displayed an unspoken bond between him and Kyrillian. The most terrifying part was that this transpired in an instant. As soon as Ming Xiang spoke Psychic, the entire sequence unfolded, indicating the profound connection he shared with Kyrillian. In that case, Wind Ball, charge in and use Shattered Jade. Sharp Fong Land Shark, Dragon Breath. Little One, Ming Shang, and Zhu Lan commanded in unison. Kai Rilien abandoned its assault on Tank Skunk, immediately employing Psychic to restrain Wind Ball. The Dragon Breath of Sharp Fong Land Shark surged forth. Boom. Smoke billowed, and Wind Ball collapsed onto the ground, rendered unconscious. Shattered Jade was a move that led to mutual destruction. The Pokemon hunters sought Ming Shang's demise. Sharp Fong Land Shark lowered Zhu Lan gently to the ground. Come forth. Butterfree. Little One, use Psychic to bind them. A hunter without Pokemon assistance was essentially a scattered mass, and with Psychic restraining them, they were powerless to retaliate. After binding the two, Butterfree delivered a forceful tackle to each. It seemed to be venting its frustrations on the Pokemon hunters. Meanwhile, Minus had become thoroughly engrossed in training. Ming Shang and Zhu Lan approached to observe. Aren't you going to command Minus? Command it? Just look at how much joy Minus is having, and observe the head of that city-guarding dragon. What a splendid training target. Is this truly how you train your Pokemon? What other way is there? Don't you purchase specialized training equipment for Pokemon? Foot rings, tail rings, these are quite effective and allow for self-adjustable weight. How could I not know of their efficacy? But what can one do without money? I have no choice but to gather materials from nature. Recently, I haven't been able to find stones suitable for training Minus's tail weight. This is a rare opportunity that I cannot afford to miss. Kairu. At this moment, Kai Rilien and Butterfree returned with the recently captured Pokemon. Eevee, Darumaka, Turtwig, Happiny, and Pachirisu. Thank you for your hard work. Kai Rilien leapt into Ming Shang's embrace, while Butterfree perched on his shoulder. Is your Kai Rilien a shiny variant? Zhu Lan had once battled a shiny Galade and could ascertain that Galade had only a green and white color scheme. Shiny Galade was blue and white, a color she had seen owned by a noble in her childhood. However, Ming Shang's Kai Rilien could be considered pure white, with only its horns and eyes exhibiting a dull red hue. No, it's merely an ordinary Kai Rilien. It's just that my personal circumstances have led it to endure many hardships. Zhu Lan pondered for a moment, then inquired, is it a consequence of long-term malnutrition? Very astute, but no reward for you. Zhu Lan. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced back at Ming Shang. You truly possess remarkable talent. Combining what Ming Shang had previously said about wanting to earn money with the current situation, Zhu Lan began to piece together his circumstances. All right, Minus. It's no longer of use. Unleash Water Pulse. Minus instantly comprehended, channeling a considerable amount of water energy into its tail. As Minus charged towards it, the city-guarding dragon closed its eyes, using Protect to withstand the impact. However, Minus simply circled around, aiming for the dragon's rear, unleashing Water Tail. What? A high-pressure water jet? Nah. Pooh. Was this an agreed-upon feint between Pokemon? Okay, that's a wrap. You are truly formidable. Oh, spare me. No matter how much you praise me, these Pokemon and hunters are still your responsibility. I have no intention of cleaning up after you. Zhu Lan. Eevee. Suddenly, Eevee and Darumaka approached, prompting Ming Shang to set Kai Rilien down and step forward to meet them. All right. No need for thanks. Next time. You absolutely must not get caught. Eevee. Eevee looked at Darumaka. Woo. Darumaka took a fighting stance on one side. I see. You wish to join me to become stronger? All right. Let me see what you've got. Why not choose one as your opponent? Zhu Lan. Darumaka let out a fierce growl at Minus. Nah. Smiling. Minus swayed its body, approaching Darumaka. Come on. Darumaka, show me your determination. Without hesitation, Darumaka charged straight at Minus. A direct attack with Spark? Minus swung its tail. Nah. Darumaka's small flame struck Minus's tail, having no effect whatsoever. Wham! With a single swing of its tail, Darumaka was left sprawled on the ground. Counting stars. What a true warrior. To take Minus's tail strike head-on. Didn't you see how the city-guarding dragon's head was merely a toy? Well, forget it. Go Pokeball. Ming Shang captured Darumaka. Eevee. At that moment, Eevee hopped over, gazing at Ming Shang. What is it, Eevee? Eevee. Ming Shang was puzzled and turned to Kai Rilien. Kairu, you say it wants to join me, but Darumaka wants to battle me first before it can join? What? A double shiny? Or a buy one get one free? Ming Shang retrieved another Pokeball and aimed it at Eevee. As the red light flickered, the Pokeball remained still, and Ming Shang successfully captured Eevee. Ming Shang joyously raised the two balls. Yay, I now have 5 Pokemon. Congratulations. Hee, just one more Cater Pie, and I can blend into the Sinnoh competition. Zhu Lan's eyelids twitched. I'm still the champion here. Is it a bit inappropriate to say blend into the competition? Ming Shang released Darumaka and Eevee. Alright, Darumaka, Eevee. Welcome to our team. Let us grow stronger together. Our goal is to become champions. Zhulan took a deep breath. She had begun to understand Ming Shang's character. He was like a switch, oscillating between fervor, calmness, and humor. Chapter 11. Companionship and Mockery. Zhulan examined the map, noting that the nearest city was the City of Fate. Why are you still looking at the map? Did you uncover these two Pokemon hunters all by yourself? No. I heard an explosion while on my journey and went to investigate, only to discover this group. It was purely coincidental. They are rather fortunate, then, to experience what it feels like to be pursued by a champion. Zhulan. Regardless, I must thank you. Without your assistance, I would have had quite a struggle. Thank you, Ming Shang. Rather than thanks, how do you plan to handle these two dimwits? Deliver them to the Guard Bureau. The Alliance possesses specialized methods for dealing with Pokemon hunters. As you wish. Do you have a more effective solution? Typically, I would break one of their legs before handing them over, for the Bureau merely incarcerates them without delivering any substantial punishment. Zhulan slowly fixed her gaze upon Ming Shang. Spare me that look. Do you harbor sympathy for Pokemon hunters simply because of your gentleness? Can you fathom how many lives and Pokemon they have harmed? A broken leg would be too lenient. Never mind. Do as you please. I shall take my leave. Ming Shang withdrew his Pokemon and prepared to depart. Zhulan closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, then turned her attention to the Garchomp. The Garchomp nodded and effortlessly lifted both individuals, following in Ming Shang's footsteps. At her core, Zhulan concurred with Ming Shang's perspective. Pokemon hunters deserve their fate. Yet her family background and social standing forbade her from embracing such thoughts. Why are you following me? The nearest city is UNG City. I must hand these individuals over to the Guard Bureau. Can't your Garchomp fly? Why not take to the skies? Oh, I see. You're too heavy. And it would be overburdened. Uffed. Zhulan's Garchomp could not contain its laughter. However, upon receiving Zhulan's death glare, it abruptly stifled its mirth. Oh dear, Ming Shang. It's quite impolite to comment on a woman's weight. If you are aware that you are not overweight, why not fly over? Surely, you do not intend to walk. Do you? That would take several hours. It turned out Ming Shang had accurately deduced her intentions. Zhulan indeed wished to walk. However, she was even more curious to observe Ming Shang's daily interactions with his Pokemon. There was no rule dictating they must fly, after all. Right. My apologies for asking. The pair, accompanied by the Garchomp, continued their journey, with Ming Shang frequently stopping to allow for rest. Initially, Zhulan found his behavior peculiar, but upon observing the Garchomp, she comprehended. Ming Shang was concerned about the Garchomp's fatigue, which was why he halted for breaks. What excuse would he conjure this time? Observing Ming Shang pause once more, Zhulan began to anticipate his new rationale. What is the situation? Can't you see it's midday? It's time to eat. Zhulan suddenly realized it was indeed noon, and she had forgotten to bring any food. Hey, come here and lend a hand. If you don't help, you'll miss out. Zhulan was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and walked over. Throughout this journey, she had come to realize that Ming Shang had never regarded her as a champion. The camaraderie and casual banter reminded her of her school days, which she cherished. She was rather eager to sample Ming Shang's culinary skills. Ming Shang released all of his Pokemon. All right, break time is over. Everyone come out. Zhulan also unleashed her Pokemon, a Dugong, a Milotic, a Togekiss, a Crustle, and a Roserade. In comparison to Ming Shang's Pokemon, Zhulan seemed to burst forth like untethered spirits. As soon as she suggested they play, they darted off, leaving no trace. This left Zhulan feeling somewhat embarrassed. 4 Ming Shang's Pokemon remained clustered around him. What are you gawking at? Come over and help. Cut these up while I gather some dry wood for the fire. No problem. They collaborated seamlessly, and in the end, Ming Shang prepared sandwiches, cake, a vegetable and fruit salad, and grilled meat. After setting the spread on the ground, Ming Shang turned to prepare food for the Pokemon. Dried fish for the Milotic, nectar juice for the Butterfree. As for the Eevee and Dratini, since Ming Shang was unsure of their preferences, he prepared regular Pokemon food. The Qingling would eat whatever Ming Shang consumed. Ming Shang, do you always prepare their favorite foods? Not exactly. If I always do that, they'll get tired of it. Typically, I feed them every 2 to 3 days. I see. Zhulan felt a twinge of guilt. She only knew which type of Pokemon suited which food, but had never considered their favorite dishes. What are you daydreaming about? It's time to eat. Zhulan gazed at the array of delectable dishes, unsure of which to sample first. Here, try this sandwich. Ming Shang recognized her indecisiveness and chose for her. Thank you. She took a bite, chewing thoughtfully before breaking into a joyous smile. Delicious. Zhulan noticed the interaction between Ming Shang and his Qingling. The Qingling always seemed to nestle in his arms, displaying affection. They appeared more like family than mere trainer and Pokemon. Happy moments always seem fleeting, and their lunch concluded all too swiftly. As they resumed their journey, Zhulan finally broached a question. Ming Shang, you've been lost in thought intermittently. Is something troubling you? Not at all. I'm merely contemplating my Pokémon-S training regimen moving forward. Oh, have you made any decisions? Pretty much. I plan to have Eevee work on its explosive power and Dratini focus on endurance. I see. Your Butterfree is built for sustained combat, and Milotic and Qingling too. How intriguing. Zhulan understood that Milotic and Qingling were Ming Shang's strongest Pokémon, destined to develop versatility to compensate for their inherent weaknesses. Upon reaching UNG City, Ming Shang bid farewell to Zhulan to participate in the grand contest. Zhulan would not miss this chance. She was eager to see which Pokémon Ming Shang would choose to showcase. Thus, she mounted her Garchomp and swiftly flew to deliver the Pokémon hunters to the guard bureau before heading to the contest venue. Upon arriving, Ming Shang found Ash and his companions were also present. It was a 16-team 2v2 competition. Ming Shang successfully secured a spot, drawing number 14. As he entered, he intended to greet Ash and his group. Ah, a familiar face indeed. Ming Shang turned to see a long-haired woman in a kimono. Ah, Kagura Tamaki? You remember me. It's an honor. What brings you here? I heard that the grand contest was taking place in UNG City and thought it would be an excellent opportunity to hone my skills. I never imagined the competition would be so illustrious. What a fortuitous encounter. Well, as long as you're happy. Meanwhile, Zhulan arrived at the venue and quickly spotted Ming Shang and Ash's group. What a surprise, Ash is here too. I wonder what will happen when you two face off. I'm very much looking forward to it. Hey everyone, how have you been lately? It's Ming Shang. You're participating in this grand contest too. What else would I be doing here? Great. This time, my trip will not be in vain. I hope to be paired with Ming Shang so I can take it easy. Hey, Xiao Wang, that is not acceptable. You must give it your all. That is how you become stronger. Ah, I understand. Once the president of UNG City concluded his speech, the random drawing for the 2v2 began. As expected, Ash was paired with Shinji, Xiao Wang with the dubious Halping, and Xiao Jiang with an older sister. Ming Shang held up his number 14 while searching for number 13. A woman discreetly covered her mouth with a fan. Ah, it seems we truly are fated. Indeed, Kagura Tamaki was number 13. What a coincidence. The woman smiled brightly. Closing her fan. I am but an inexperienced individual. Please take care of me. With the matchups displayed on the big screen, Ming Shang found himself separated from Ash's group in the 4th round. It's my turn now. Ming Shang stretched his limbs. You can do it, Ming Shang. Don't fall behind me. Let us go. They both stepped into the arena. Shinji observed from the shadows, aware that Ming Shang was a formidable adversary, necessitating a strategic approach. Ming Shang's Pokémon were his primary targets. Ming Shang's opponents were a man and a woman, a middle-aged man and a young man. Go, Abomasnow. Go, Maril. What adorable Pokémon. Then, I entrust you with this, Pachirisu. Pachirisu, is it? Then go, Dratini. Ugh. Ah, it is indeed a new Pokémon captured by Ming Shang. Ash brandishes his Pokédex towards Drifloon. Drifloon, the dark Pokémon, confirms its position with its cries, a Pokémon that hunts its prey. Is that not a Ralts? How unfortunate. I wish to look it up online, for the internet has everything. Frostless unleashes Ice Beam. Maril employs Water Gun. Pachirisu strikes with Thunderbolt. Drifloon narrowly evades. Kagura Yumi opts for a direct confrontation with Water Gun. Drifloon dodges the Ice Beam, utilizing its long cry. Roar. Drifloon howls to the heavens. Does this enhance its attack? Then, Pachirisu, use Volt Tackle. Drifloon retaliates with Ember. Patch. Roar. Pachirisu conjures an electric sphere and hurls it towards Maril, while Drifloon breathes flames towards Frostless. Charging forward, it employs Fire Fang. Ming Shang will not squander the opportunity to suppress his opponents, and Kagura Yumi follows suit with a flash of lightning, synchronizing with Ming Shang's rhythm. The duo effortlessly secures victory. Zhuclan in the stands watches with great delight. The young lady eagerly anticipates tomorrow's competition. Kagura Yumi offers a slight bow to Ming Shang. I shall take my leave now. In the next match, Ming Shang employs Butterfree. This takes Kagura by surprise. Its support capabilities are astonishingly potent. Her Pokémon performed splendidly, even requesting a rematch. However, the next battle will be the semifinals. Ming Shang faces off against Brock and his older sister. Brock scratches his head upon seeing Ming Shang. Ming Shang, which Pokémon will you select today? Go, Butterfree. Way. Ah, we meet again, Butterfree. Now, I entrust you with this, Yumi. Weah. A roar reminiscent of both dragon and insect resounds as a desert dragonfly appears before the audience. Oh, it's a desert dragonfly. A rare Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. The host strives to elevate the atmosphere while educating the audience. This is Kagura's trump card, and it has been trained exceptionally well. The desert dragonfly immediately recognizes Ming Xiang. It had previously lost to him in the baby cup. Ever since that defeat, Yumi has been training harder than ever. Hey Yumi, let him witness the fruits of our training. Desert dragonfly, Ming Xiang's Butterfree will prove to be quite the challenge. I'm counting on you, Krogunk. Go, Leek Duck. Ming Xiang's Butterfree circles around the desert dragonfly. It's a favorable wind. Krogunk, interrupt them. Leek Duck, use Aerial Ace. Yumi, Earth Power. The desert dragonfly crashes into the ground, causing the earth to rupture and surge towards Krogunk and Leek Duck, scattering debris and disrupting their attacks. Butterfree, Air Slash. Charge. Two precise blades follow the desert dragonfly's distraction, and then Butterfree charges straight towards Leek Duck. Yumi, Dragon Dive. The desert dragonfly ascends rapidly, gaining speed from Butterfree's boost, reaching a considerable height in just 2 seconds. The roar reverberates throughout the arena as the desert dragonfly dives terrifyingly fast towards Krogunk. Krogunk counters with reversal. Leek Duck employs Leaf Blade. Spinning Silk. Ming Xiang will not allow Leek Duck to interfere with the desert dragonfly. Leek Duck can only swing its leek to fend off the incoming threat. Boom. Dragon Dive strikes true. Krogunk collapses under the weight of the ferocious blow. Can Leek Duck still turn the tide? Pollen Puff. Leek Duck evades. It seems you have forgotten about me. Yumi, Dragon Breath. Boom. Leek Duck falls completely. Let us congratulate Team A for securing a spot in the finals. After a brief respite, the finals will commence in the afternoon. Ming Xiang. Our progress is indeed quite evident. Isn't it? Abba. Kagura. Cafe Lounge. Has she already left? Brock's regret remains unfulfilled. While on Ming Xiang's side, Yoshi. Ming Xiang, I will formally defeat you in the afternoon finals. Pikachu. All right, you must give it your all. Just don't slow me down. I will prove your assumptions wrong. As you wish, Ming Xiang. This afternoon, I shall triumph over you. You constantly mock Ash. Yet you fail to realize you possess none of his patience or kindness. Ming Xiang finishes his coffee in one gulp. Those devoid of emotion and merely tools. What can they do to claim the championship? He then stands up, preparing to depart. Do not underestimate me. You can't even defeat my Butterfree. What will you use to contend against my ace? Observing Ming Xiang's retreating figure, Shinji grits his teeth. He sees the shadow of his brother's defeat in Ming Xiang. Elsewhere. I didn't expect to see you here as well. Zhuclan's sister. It has been quite some time, Yumi-chan. The two then overhear the commotion between Ming Xiang and Shinji. It seems you have come to watch Ming Xiang as well. He is quite the interesting fellow. Is he not? He is indeed rather dense. I offered him my all, yet he scarcely glanced my way. I recall you once mentioned your lack of interest in trainers. How is it that you've chosen to become one? Of course, it's because of Ming Xiang. He is so irresponsible. After I lost to him like that, he didn't even check on me. I initially decided that if I won the baby cup, I would steer clear of this profession and even swore to the entire academy that whoever defeated my Yumi, I would date. Ultimately, I lost to Ming Xiang. In that moment, I comprehended what my grandmother had said. My life had been too smooth sailing. I must cherish that defeat. Chapter 12. Male or female? Pure White Wife. Afternoon, Grand Gala venue. Good afternoon, Ming Xiang. You are quite punctual. You wouldn't be waiting for me here, would you? It is impolite to speculate on a lady's intentions. Consider me meddlesome. Let us go, my lady. Then please take my hand and lead me into the venue. Are you getting a bit cheeky? Fine, go if you wish. Seeing Ming Xiang attempt to leave her behind, Kagura immediately chases after him. Honestly, not a hint of chivalry. Kagura pouts and mutters under her breath. Sorry to keep you waiting. The final battle of the Yinji City Grand Gala is about to commence. Now let us welcome both contestants to the arena. Ming Xiang and Kagura enter together, with Ash and Shinji following suit. Kagura steals a glance at Ming Xiang. This is the final battle. Ming Xiang, will you give it your all? Go, Chimchar. Electabuzz. Prepare for battle. Yumi, I'm counting on you. As soon as the desert dragonfly appears, Ash's gaze sharpens. He knows this battle presents a formidable challenge. Yet he relishes the thrill. Shinji glares at Ming Xiang, eager to see which Pokemon he will deploy. Ming Xiang hesitates with a cherubi Pokeball before returning it. He tosses out another Pokeball. Bizel. A fluffy little fox materializes on the field. Wow, what an adorable Eevee. I was just thinking of catching one. Eevee, huh? What a pity, it's not Ming Xiang's ace. Yoshi. Chimchar is about to step in. Shinji grits his teeth, feeling that Ming Xiang looks down on him. He vividly remembers the pressure that Milotic had exerted on him. Both sides are ready. Thus, the match begins. Chimchar unleashes flames. Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. Ash and Shinji rush to attack first. Fire and electricity strike swiftly. Yumi dig through. Eevee evades. Bizelwea, the desert dragonfly burrows underground, advancing towards Electabuzz. Eevee flicks its tail and leaps away, dodging both the electric and fiery assaults. Electabuzz, watch out. Boom. The desert dragonfly bursts forth from the earth, nearly colliding with Electabuzz. Yumi Dragon Claw. The desert dragonfly's foreclaws radiate with light, elongating and becoming formidable. Electabuzz, Thunder Punch. The two Pokémon engage in fierce close combat. I want to let you succeed, Chimchar. Eevee Quick Attack. Eevee dashes forward, eager for commands, targeting Chimchar. Dig to evade. The small fire monkey burrowed underground, causing Eevee to charge past. Now's the moment. Eevee unleashed Iron Tail behind it. The small fire monkey emerged from behind Eevee, yet Eevee's Iron Tail struck true, sending the small fire monkey reeling. The small fire monkey exhaled flames. It quickly adjusted, spewing fire towards Eevee. Caught off guard, Eevee was struck by the flames. Wow. The speed of the Pokémon battle is astonishing. The confrontation has now been temporarily reduced to a 1v1. Who will be the first to vanquish their opponent's Pokémon to assist their ally? Ming Xiang overlooked a critical factor. His Eevee lacked ranged attacks. As the flames subsided, Eevee struggled to rise. Ash turned to Ming Xiang. Ming Xiang waved at him with a smile. Shinji, you handle the desert dragonfly. Small fire monkey, let us go? Flame wheel. Huh. The small fire monkey leapt, rolling its body into a fiery wheel. Eevee braced itself. It raised its front paws and slammed them into the ground, colliding head-on with the flame wheel. An explosion erupted, shrouding the arena in smoke. The small fire monkey soared out from the haze, while Eevee took deep breaths, maintaining its stance amidst the smoke. This ends now. Eevee, full power quick attack. Small fire monkey. Who? Huh. The flames at the end of the small fire monkey's tail intensified dramatically. Small fire monkey. Exhale fire. A great blaze erupted as the small fire monkey unleashed its mightiest flames. Boom. The skills clashed, leaving the small fire monkey severely injured, propped up on one hand. While the smoke cleared to reveal Eevee lying on the ground, unable to continue, the small fire monkey emerged victorious. Group A has lost a member. Can Group B triumph over the final formidable foe, the desert dragonfly? Can the small fire monkey still rise? It wobbled but managed to stand. Yoshi, let us go help. Don't come and hold me back. Shinji decisively declined. Ming Xiang withdrew Eevee into its Pokeball. You performed admirably. Now rest well. Ming Xiang shook his head in resignation. As expected of the big brother, even this can't secure a win. Keep in mind, Eevee received a double attack from the bracing move. If such a full-force strike can't prevail, there's little more to be done. The Butterfree might be a bit of a brute. Sending out Milotic or a smaller Pokemon would be too much of a disadvantage. Bringing out Drifblim wouldn't yield much either. Zhulan, from a high vantage point, understood Ming Xiang's intentions. While honing Eevee, he was also refining the small fire monkey and granting it the chance of victory. You truly are relishing the competition, not merely aiming for victory. Meanwhile, the Electabuzz was being pushed back relentlessly. Xiaoyin, Dragon Breath. A crimson beam erupted from the desert dragonfly's mouth, sending the Electabuzz flying. Just then, a glow of evolution enveloped the Electabuzz. Electivire had arrived. Oh, evolution light. Electabuzz has evolved into Electivire. Can it turn the tide? Ah, why does that Pokemon look so? Well, at least it's more appealing than the lip service sister. Xiaoyin, Dragon Dive. Watching the desert dragonfly ascend, Shinji smiled. Electivire, Thunder. The desert dragonfly's ascent was interrupted by a thunderbolt that it could not evade, forcing it to abandon its climb. The Dragon Dive was disrupted. Without Butterfree's speed boost, the desert dragonfly could not rise swiftly enough to a sufficient height. Electivire, Volt Tackle. BB. The voltage above Electivire surged dramatically. Xiaoyin, Dragon Breath. Wea. The clash between Dragon Breath and Volt Tackle revealed the desert dragonfly's slight weakness. Evade. Kagura, aware of the impending danger, opted to retreat. The desert dragonfly maneuvered to the left, evading the Volt Tackle. Now's the time. Electivire, Ultimate Impact. Xiaoyin, Tail. Wea. A green aura enveloped the desert dragonfly's tail as it swung fiercely to counter the charging Electivire. Boom. An explosion echoed as the desert dragonfly was sent flying. Xiaoyin. Ash seized the opportunity. Yoshi. Small fire monkey, let us go? Dig. Ho-ho. But Kagura laughed at that moment. Xiaoyin, Earthquake. Wea. The desert dragonfly spun and adjusted its body, slamming its tail into the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. The small fire monkey was directly jolted out. Small fire monkey. Dragon Breath. The desert dragonfly gathered its energy, a red glow surging towards the stunned Electivire. A direct hit sent Electivire soaring out of the arena, unable to continue fighting. Oh, the desert dragonfly's earthquake has instantly shifted the battlefield dynamics. Group B is only the small fire monkey left. Can it still turn the tide? Xiaoyin tail. The small fire monkey, barely managing to rise, was met with the desert dragonfly's body flying toward it, and with a single tail swipe, it was sent away. The small fire monkey lost its fighting capability. The victors of this match are Mingxiang and Kagura Yuin. As Mingxiang turned away, Mingxiang Kuan, it's time for us to receive our award. Mingxiang let out a slight sigh. Understood. On stage, Mingxiang released the 3 Pokémon that had participated in the battle. After receiving the bell, Kagura lightly shook it. A gentle chime resonated. It truly does soothe the mind. Mingxiang departed with the bell in hand. Kagura leapt down the steps to catch up. Honestly, you didn't wait for me. Our partnership has concluded. We each return to our own homes. Mingxiang, may I travel with you? I want to see just how strong you are. I refuse. I can't afford to support you, so you should return from whence you came. Hey, who asked you to support me? What of it? Are you suggesting I take you under my wing? Kagura, you're insufferable. Pouting, Kagura stormed off. Mingxiang shrugged. He had to focus on honing his skills before contemplating romance. After all, he had a Galade as his backup. Speaking of Galade, Mingxiang still didn't know its gender. What if it's male? A fencing match? Mingxiang arrived at the Pokémon Center. He had entered the competition solely for the prize money, and now that he had sufficient league currency and 5 Pokémon, he felt accomplished. Oh, it's Mingxiang. Ash and his group were also present. Oh, it's you all. Mingxiang, are you here to heal your Pokémon? Yes, Eevee, Butterfree, and Drifblim have sustained some injuries. I'll also conduct a type test on them. He planned to perform a type assessment on his Pokémon. After handing them over to Nurse Joy, Mingxiang sat in the lobby awaiting results. An hour passed before he finally received the complete information. Pokémon, Milotic. Gender, female. Type, water. Ability, skills. Pokémon, Eevee. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, adaptability. Skills, quick attack. Pokémon, Butterfree. Gender, female. Type, bug, flying. Ability, skills, pollen puff, quiver dance. Pokémon, Drifblim. Gender, male. Type, ghost, flying. Ability, aftermath. Skills, revenge, flame burst. Pokémon, Kirlia. Gender, female. Type, psychic, fairy. Ability, skills. What? Nurse Joy? What is the meaning of this? What happened? Ash and his group gathered around. Mingxiang handed over the paper. Take a look for yourself. 3 of my Pokémon have incomplete type assessments. Is your machine malfunctioning? Oh, it's true. The abilities and skills were obscured. But why was Butterfree's skills able to be assessed? I sincerely apologize. I will refund your testing fees in full. Please forgive the inconvenience. What is going on here? I'm not sure. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. May I see those 3 Pokémon of yours? Mingxiang released Kairu Lien, Minus, and Budu. Kairu? Nah, Wei. I am here to assess your attributes, but it seems that the machine is malfunctioning. Miss Joy wishes to see what you all look like. Kairu Lien gracefully levitated into Mingxiang's embrace, while Budu perched on his shoulder and Minus nestled against his back. Observing the trio of Pokémon alongside the information on the list, Mingxiang proposed. Why don't we consult Professor Oak? At that moment, Ash suddenly suggested a course of action. The scene shifted. Professor Oak was solemnly scrutinizing Mingxiang's Pokémon through a video call. I understand now. It must be because these 3 Pokémon of yours are exceptionally unique. What do you mean by exceptionally unique? Recent studies in the Kalos region have revealed that some Pokémon possess an alternative evolutionary form. Wait, another evolutionary form? Indeed. If we regard Mingxiang's 3 Pokémon as rare shiny variants, we would see Budu with pink and green eyes, Minus with blue hair and a yellow tail, and Kairu Lien in shades of blue and white. However, the reality is that we have a Budu with entirely pink wings and a pale blue body, a Minus with a white upper body and a light blue tail, and a Kairu Lien that is nearly pure white. The only explanation for this phenomenon can be attributed to the unique Mega Evolution exclusive to Kalos. Mega Evolution? What is that? It is a form of evolution that occurs when a Pokémon reaches a high critical bond with its trainer, as recently discussed in Pokémon literature from Kalos. In its Mega form, a Pokémon gains immense power. Is that truly the case? Yosh, Pikachu, our next destination will be Kalos. Pika Pika. But Professor Oak, my Pokémon have never undergone Mega Evolution. I cannot say for certain. There are only a few instances of Mega Evolution occurring worldwide. and we are still researching its developmental pathways and how it occurs. Nonetheless, this is the only explanation for the situation. Suddenly, the tone shifted dramatically. Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with eagerness, a glint of greed and unseemly desire as he gazed at the Pokémon surrounding Ming Xiang. Kairu Lian, alarmed, hid within Ming Xiang's clothing, while Minus shielded herself behind him, and Beauty clung tightly to his head. Ming Xiang, could you possibly allow me to examine your Pokémon? This could greatly aid scientific advancement. Ming Xiang glanced at his Pokémon, who were all shaking their heads. You have seen it for yourself, Professor Oak. Your rather unsettling expression has frightened them, so they cannot be examined at this time. Thank you for the enlightening information. I just arrived from Kalos. Perhaps we can discuss this further after my journey, and Sinnoh concludes. As Ming Xiang turned to depart, Professor Oak grew anxious. Wait, Ming Xiang, for the sake of science, we must exhibit a spirit of sacrifice. Please wait. After Professor Oak's informative session, Ming Xiang gained a clearer understanding. He initially thought this was merely a side effect from the little ones, but it had been quite some time since they had lacked energy blocks. Now, it appeared to be a precursor to bond evolution, though he pondered why it could not be utilized. Oh well, I shall explore this further during my travels. Ming Xiang's primary objective was to ascertain Kairu Lian's gender. Now that he knew she was female, he confirmed one thing. He need not worry about finding a partner. Looking down at Kairu Lian in his arms, Ming Xiang smiled with exuberance. Yet, this smile had taken on a somewhat peculiar quality. I suspect that if she evolves into a Shinado, she will also be pure white. That would delight me even more than blue. Unbeknownst to Ming Xiang, Kairu Lian sensed his emotions. She shyly leaned closer into his embrace, having harbored feelings for him since her days as a Ralts. Chapter 13. A serious first attempt. Come on, Darubi. Let's run a few more laps. On the grassy field, Ming Xiang and Darubi were racing around in circles. Ming Xiang was training Darubi's stamina, as he needed her to become a reliable combatant. In the meantime, a panting EV was intermittently leaping high into the air. Ming Xiang had invested significantly in purchasing a leg ring to enhance EV's explosive leg power. On another side, Kairu Lian was utilizing psychic powers to hurl a large rock towards Minus. Minus would skillfully time her tail whip to shatter the incoming stone. As the rock fragmented, Kairu Lian deftly reassembled the shards and launched them again at Minus. Beauty hovered in the air, providing assistance to both Pokémon, ensuring that they continued to train effectively. After a while, Ming Xiang gasped, I can't go on. I'm spent. He collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, while Darubi also panted in exhaustion. It felt somewhat disheartening for her, questioning whether she was so ineffective that she couldn't even match her trainer's stamina. Seeing Ming Xiang unable to continue, Evie flopped down on the ground, unwilling to move, her legs feeling numb. While the trio of Ming Xiang lay down, Kairu Lian and her companions continued their training. With Beauty's assistance, they were growing increasingly adept. Darubi looked up and realized just how vast the gap was between her and them. Silently, she resolved to catch up and become a mainstay for Ming Xiang. At that moment, Ming Xiang sat up and gently patted Darubi's head. Don't worry. One day we will match their pace. Ming Xiang rose and removed the iron ring from Evie's leg. You performed admirably today. I'll find you some apples to enjoy later. Oi. Indeed, Ming Xiang's Evie had a particular fondness for apples. However, Darubi had no favorite food. Ming Xiang had tried meat, bones, jerky, and so forth, but she showed no interest and only consumed Pokémon food. It's sweltering. I'm going to wash my face by the river. I'll also gather some wood for lunch later. Kairu Lian paused slightly upon hearing Ming Xiang's words, causing Minus to lose her rhythm and momentarily misplace her tail. Nah. Minus, spinning from the inertia of her tail, steadied herself and cast a reproachful glance toward Kairu Lian. Kairu? Nah. Nah. Ming Xiang approached the riverbank and cupped his hands to splash water on his face, preparing to wash away the sweat and heat. Just as he scooped up a second handful of water, Kairu Lian dashed from behind and wrapped her arms around his waist. Hey. With a splash, Ming Xiang and Kairu Lian tumbled into the river. Ugh, you little rascal, not again. Kairu. She was giggling. Watch this. Suddenly, Ming Xiang retaliated by splashing water on Kairu Lian's face. As she countered, the two engaged in a playful water fight. Kairu Lian and Minus intended to assist Ming Xiang, but in truth, she simply wished to spend some quality time with him. While she genuinely desired to help, she was far more interested in playing with him, seeking ways to grow closer to him. Minutes later, Ming Xiang lay back on the water's surface, feeling utterly drained. I'm done. You win, little one. Kairu Lian flew into Ming Xiang's arms and rested her chin on her hands, smiling up at him. Ming Xiang gazed at the sky. Ah, we've come this far. Haven Tiwi, little one? Kairu. Indeed, it has been quite the journey. Yes, all thanks to you. Ming Xiang's heart echoed with Kairu Lian's voice. Given the prior situation, he was no longer surprised. Even without spoken words, he could still understand what Kairu Lian wished to convey. He raised his hand to caress her cheek. My greatest fortune in this life has been meeting you. I am curious, why did you leap towards me so fervently when we first met? Kairu Lian paused, taken aback before responding with a smile. I had a dream, where I was a willful and mischievous child. I did not understand the value of cherishing others or the weight of responsibility. I was weak yet arrogant. Yet, even in that state, there was someone willing to protect me. I ignored his words, threw tantrums, and secretly tormented him. Yet he never complained, choosing instead to protect me. By the time I realized it, he had already departed from this world forever. I could not discern his face, nor hold his hand, and I lost the chance to embrace him. When I awakened once more, clarity enveloped me. I beheld him before my very eyes, able to rush into his embrace and feel his warmth. Ah, it seems this nightmare has inadvertently granted me a boon. Cerulean smiled. Her adapted tale sounded truly enchanting. Yet she could not forget the final scene. The frail figure of hers witnessed Ming Xiang perish before her, sacrificing himself to ensure she would not fall into the clutches of Pokémon hunters. Indeed, Cerulean gazed at Ming Xiang with a sense of fortunate happiness. What a stroke of luck. If all that had transpired was merely a dream, she would never allow such a dream to manifest. Never. Kiru, Ming Xiang. What is it, little one? Have we forgotten something? Ming Xiang suddenly sat upright. The Minas and the others are still waiting for me to prepare dinner. Little one, this is all your fault. Quickly, help me gather some dry wood. Kiru. After a while, Ming Xiang, clad only in shorts, sat beside the campfire with his bare torso exposed. His clothes hung nearby, soaked and in need of drying, while 3 fish were skewered on the other side of the fire. Today's lunch was rather ordinary. Ming Xiang planned to fry some rice. After all, as a human, he required grains for sustenance. The food for Minas and the others consisted of Pokémon fare. However, dried fish, nectar, and apples were indispensable, albeit in limited quantities. It was akin to beef noodles, where only a few slices of beef adorned the surface. Ming Xiang could not afford to indulge daily. He had boiled the remaining ingredients and would need to procure new supplies in the next city. At that moment, Minas approached and nuzzled Ming Xiang's cheek. He raised his hand to stroke her. The grilled fish would take some time. They would need to wait a bit longer. You can eat first, and I will bring it to you once it's ready. Minas. A glance revealed Dalubi and Evie relishing their meals, alternating between apples and Pokémon food. Butterfree was sipping nectar while Minas awaited her grilled fish. Cerulean was also waiting for Ming Xiang to feed her. As the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, Ming Xiang sprinkled some seasoning. Yosh, it's ready, Minas, come here. Minas swiftly snatched 2 grilled fish. Hey, I haven't even taken the skewers off yet. Minas proudly shook the grilled fish before turning away. Watching Minas's backside, which occasionally emitted a satisfying crunch, Ming Xiang could only shake his head in resignation. After removing the last grilled fish, Ming Xiang and Cerulean began to enjoy their lunch. Once lunch concluded, Evie lay on the ground, sound asleep. Ming Xiang and Cerulean were tidying up the area when Dalubi suddenly caught a whiff of something. It followed the scent until it stopped at a plastic bag. Inside lay some leftover food. Dalubi opened the bag and sniffed again. Delicious. So good. Look at me. It wagged its tail excitedly. Before long, it had devoured everything. Woof. Woof. The 2 barks caught Ming Xiang's attention, and he turned to see Dalubi wagging its tail with such vigor it left a blur behind. Woof. Woof. What did the little one say? Kiru. Huh. It says it likes this. Leftovers. Why is it competing with me for food? Having trained for an entire morning, both Dalubi and Evie were quite fatigued. Ming Xiang rested for an hour before continuing his journey. He currently possessed 3 gym badges and was preparing to challenge gym leader Melissa for the relic badge. If memory served him correctly, Zhulan was soon to face the Elite Four. Ming Xiang was eager to see if he could give Zhulan or the Elite for a swift kick. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions had already encountered the Elite Four S.A. Lu, a master of bug-type Pokémon. Just as they were conversing, Team Rocket made their appearance once again. Their target was a Lu-S Pokémon. Aside from the disturbance caused by Ming Xiang, they had hardly ever failed. They always managed to capture the Pokémon they desired and quickly return them. Who are you? A Lu inquired, prompting yet another theatrical introduction. Earth. Suddenly, the entire Meowth hot air balloon plummeted to the ground. Ouch. Hey, Meowth, what went wrong with your invention this time? Meow? Not my fault. Musashi Meowth. Do you think it could be his doing? Kojiro, looking somewhat apprehensive, pointed in a certain direction. Musashi and Meowth followed suit, drawing Ash and his companion's gazes. Mingxiang, arms crossed, with Cerulean floating beside him, slowly entered their line of sight. Oh, it's Mingxiang. Pikachu. Yes, it's the terrifying little ghost. Alu's Pokémon gradually descended from the sky to his side. Telekinesis. Thank you. Who is he, Ash? This is Mingxiang. He is our friend and a remarkably skilled Pokémon trainer. Mingxiang shook his head and turned to approach Ash and his group. Cerulean began to charge a Shadow Ball. Something feels off. Bang. What an irritating sensation. After dealing with Team Rocket, Mingxiang walked with his arms outstretched. The next moment, Cerulean appeared abruptly. Mingxiang skillfully caught her, cradling her in his arms. Hey, Ash, Brock, Dawn. Mingxiang, thank you for your help. Cerulean, you've grown more beautiful again. May I hug you? Kiru. Cerulean shook her head, refusing Dawn. Why not? Hello, my name is Alu. Thank you for saving my Pokémon. No need for thanks. On my way here, I saw a Butterfree guarding a tree all alone. Would you like to see it? A tree? A Butterfree? Could it be? I'm sorry, everyone. I must excuse myself for a moment. Watching Alu hurriedly rush away, Mingxiang pondered. What was that about? His Pokémon is waiting for him. But enough about that. How did you all end up here? I'm here to challenge for the Relic Badge. What about you, Mingxiang? Me too. It seems our upcoming journey will be together. Really? That is wonderful. How many badges do you have, Mingxiang? 3. After this battle, it will be 4. So fast. However, I already have 4. After the Relic Gym Challenge, it will be my 5th. Indeed, let us work hard together. After a while, Alu returned with a Butterfree. The group engaged in brief conversation. Mingxiang lowered his head, deep in thought. What is wrong, Mingxiang? I still wish to prepare for a challenge against the Elite Four or Julan, but isn't your championship rematch 6v6? That is correct. But your strength must meet the Elite Four's standards. The Elite Four is straightforward, but I only have 5 Pokémon. I still need to catch more, so perhaps I should let that go. The others were left speechless for a moment, unsure if he was joking or serious. Pachima. Of course, I'm just joking. Alu, give it your all in tomorrow's battle. Aim to see Julan's 3rd Pokémon. Alu. Mingxiang followed Ash and his companions away from that place. The next day, they arrived at a rest area. Meanwhile, the battle between Julan and Alu had commenced. Many were gathered to watch the live stream, including Shinji. Upon spotting Mingxiang, Shinji cast a fleeting glance before returning his attention to the broadcast. As Alu's first Pokémon fell, the mood soured. No way, Alu has lost. Why do you say that, Mingxiang? Alu has only sent out his 2nd Pokémon. Alu's ace and Julan's ace are too mismatched in strength. He won't allow a direct match of aces. Thus, he sends out other Pokémon to wear down the Mega Salamance's stamina. Under such conditions, regardless of how they fight, even if they are switched out simultaneously, Julan will always be ahead by 1 Pokémon. I still believe Alu has a chance. As Alu's 3rd Pokémon succumbed, it became apparent that Alu might not even encounter Julan's 3rd Pokémon. Indeed, Julan's fierce Gyarados triumphed over 5 opponents, ultimately defeating a sea hare to clinch victory. Just as Mingxiang had said, Miss Julan is truly formidable. However, I am resolute in my determination to overcome her. At that moment, Shinji approached. What transpired afterward? Could the little monkey harness the ferocity of fire? I shall not rely on such flames. I shall depend solely on my own strength. Shinji disregarded Ash's query and turned to Mingxiang. Mingxiang, let us engage in battle. A 3v3 match. Mingxiang let out a deep sigh. If Shinji were to show a touch of kindness towards Pokémon, he would not feel compelled to mock him. Very well, I accept. However, there is no need for a 3v3. A 1v3 will suffice, as 1 Pokémon shall be ample for me. This proclamation left everyone astounded. Upon arriving at the arena, Ash and his companions, along with the lurking Team Rocket, observed intently, even drawing the attention of several passers-by. Mingxiang cast forth a Pokeball. Out emerged Na, the Milotic, who affectionately nuzzled Mingxiang's cheek before gracefully gliding to the center of the field. I shall utilize this singular Pokémon. Come forth, and let me witness your true strength. Na, prepare for battle. Torterra? Wah, Torterra. Leaf Storm. Little Na, Aquatail. Na. Mingxiang's endearing call invigorated Milotic with renewed vigor. Aquatail danced with agility, and the leaves collided against Milotic's tail, producing a series of clinks. Milotic's tail, honed through rigorous training, had become remarkably resilient. Is it possible that it sustained no injuries? Ash was taken aback. Shinji scoffed. Torterra, seize its tail with Seed Bomb. A handful of seeds soared towards Milotic's tail, yet Milotic remained motionless. The tendrils ensnared Milotic's tail. This is troublesome. However, Milotic merely exerted a slight force upwards and broke free from the vines. What? Such feeble vines cannot restrain my Milotic's tail. With a powerful thump, Milotic's tail struck down, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Brock observed Milotic. Ming Shang's Milotic is impressive. Its tail resembles a meteor hammer, both heavy and agile. Rain dance. Milotic closed its eyes, and the arena was soon graced with a gentle downpour. Milotic's attributes were significantly enhanced. Ming Shang smiled and beckoned to Shinji. Come now, Shinji. You are the first opponent who has compelled me to take this seriously. Chapter 14. The Emergence of Bonding Evolution. Frenzied Flora. Shinji recognized that this Milotic was formidable, especially now bolstered by Rain Dance. A full frontal assault. This was the only strategy he could conceive. Torterra roared and stomped the ground. Hardened spikes reminiscent of tree roots emerged to strike at Milotic. Little Na, Aqua Jet. Milotic focused its gaze, radiating a blue glow, twisting its body. A vast amount of water energy enveloped its tail. Milotic's tail carved a path across the ground, leaving scratches in its wake before slamming down with tremendous force. Countless torrents erupted from the fissures, momentarily countering the onslaught of frenzied Flora. What move is that? Pikachu? Ash gazed quizzically at Brock. I am unsure. I have never heard of Aqua Jet among water-type moves. It is not listed in the Pokédex either. Dawn flipped through the Pokémon's abilities. Ultimately, the tidal wave could not fully repel the advancing spikes, but had significantly slowed their approach. Torterra was momentarily immobilized due to the aftereffects of its move. Little Na, let's go? Aqua Tail. Nah. Milotic darted through the puddles left by the rain like a fish, deftly evading the frenzied Flora as it surged toward Torterra. The damp earth accelerated Milotic's speed, allowing it to glide effortlessly, undeterred by friction. Milotic seized the moment, spinning and swinging its tail. The incoming Aqua Tail struck Torterra directly, its immense force causing Torterra to tilt slightly. Aqua Tail. This denotes a vertical whip motion, a name Ming Shang employed to remind Milotic. Milotic shifted its weight forward and swung its tail upwards with great force. To an observer, this resembled an uppercut. Torterra was completely overturned, its wooden roots embedding into the ground, while Milotic elegantly rose and distanced itself. For a Pokémon of Torterra's size, righting itself after being flipped was no simple feat. Approaching Torterra, Milotic delivered a decisive swipe with its tail. Torterra was rendered unconscious, unable to continue the fight. Aqua Tail? Aqua Jet? What are these moves? Aqua Jet is likely a rebranded version to distinguish directions. It is essentially the standard Aqua Tail. But Aqua Jet? Shinji recalled Torterra, casting a serious glance at Ming Shang, clenching his fist in silence. Honchkrow Dark Pulse. Shinji summoned his next Pokémon, Honchkrow, which immediately unleashed a dark purple orb toward Milotic. Do not fear, Hydro Pump. The Hydro Pump narrowly missed the Dark Pulse, and both moves struck home, causing Milotic to recoil slightly in pain. Nah, ga. Honchkrow was knocked to the ground. Quickly, take flight, Honchkrow. Shinji instantly grasped Ming Shang's intent. He had seized the moment when Honchkrow was unable to move after attacking. Once Honchkrow touched the ground, it stood no chance against Milotic. Honchkrow flapped its damp wings just as it lifted off. Ming Shang grinned. Little Na, Water Pulse. Milotic let out a powerful roar, summoning rainwater to crash down upon Honchkrow, knocking it to the ground once more. Now Aqua Tail. As Milotic surged forward, Honchkrow, just having landed, ascended again, but this altitude remained within Milotic's striking range. With a single blow, Honchkrow was sent flying into a tree, rendered unable to battle. Meow? That terrifying little creature is incredibly strong. Wow, that Milotic is magnificent. Strong and beautiful. Let's capture it. Meow meow. Ah, Shinji scoffed, recalling Honchkrow. Have I been outmaneuvered? Ming Shang is truly formidable. He likely devised this strategy the moment he saw Honchkrow. Shinji had commanded Honchkrow to attack Milotic, and Ming Shang anticipated this counter. Ash regarded Ming Shang without uttering a word, his eyes brimming with determination. I shall surely defeat you. At that moment, the rain ceased, and Milotic, somewhat fatigued, returned to Ming Shang's side. The duration of Rain Dance had concluded. Ming Shang stepped forward to gently stroke Milotic's neck. Milotic leaned into his hand, nuzzling affectionately. You have worked hard. Nah. Electabuzz, prepare for battle. Milotic raised its head, re-entering combat mode. Thunderbolt. BB. Ming Shang lightly patted Milotic's body. Milotic closed its eyes, and the azure glow enveloped it once more, blue scales gradually sprouting forth. Milotic gathered its strength, exhaling a torrent of water energy. Hydro Pump. X2. The full-force hydro pump collided with Thunderbolt, closing the distance in mere seconds. Electabuzz was sent flying, crashing through several trees, while Milotic, due to the electrical discharge, endured a scorching mark upon its body. Exhausted, Milotic collapsed forward, but Ming Xiang caught her. "Nah, you have worked hard. Rest now." Milotic gazed up and affectionately licked Ming Xiang's cheek, finding comfort as she closed her eyes in his embrace. After soothing Milotic, Ming Xiang returned her to her Pokeball. "Take your Pokemon and accompany me to the Pokemon Center." Without waiting for Shinji's reply, Ming Xiang rose and made his way towards the Pokemon Center. Ash and his companions followed closely behind, while Shinji silently recalled Electabuzz and trailed after Ming Xiang. "Ming Xiang, what was that move Milotic used just now?" Dawn inquired curiously. Pursuing Ming Xiang. "Are you referring to Aqua Jet? That is merely a variation of Water Pulse, transformed from a circular shape to a fan shape." "Huh. And what about Aqua Tail? Isn't that just swimming and swinging the tail?" I just shouted it out. "Hey, I feel like you were brushing me off." The effectiveness of a Pokemon's move is not solely determined by its power. Many trainers favor employing strong moves, often neglecting the utility of versatile skills. This encapsulates the insights I have garnered throughout my journey, representing my distinct training style. After healing his Pokemon, Shinji gradually departed. Ming Xiang accompanied Ash as they continued toward the gym battle. In Yinji City, Ming Xiang and Ash arrived at the gym leader, Melissa's, venue. As Ashun rushed out after finishing his gym battle, he collided with Ash, who had just opened the door. "Ouch. Hey, you know you could be fined for suddenly crashing into someone, right? Listen, hand it over in 10 seconds. 9-8 what? I don't have time for this. I am destined to become the strongest trainer. Are you hearing me? Farewell." What was that all about? Pika. Ash. X2. Ha ha. You got bumped because you were running too fast. Honestly, Ash, you need to slow down. Boga. Even if you've devised a strategy to counter Melissa, there's no need to be in such a rush. Ming Xiang turned away. Huh. Where are you going, Ming Xiang? Melissa needs to heal her Pokemon. Why don't we find a place to sit down and enjoy some afternoon tea? Huh. Why? Ash, ISNT that the item from the person we just encountered? It seems he just finished his gym battle. Hey, it's Ash. At that moment, Melissa emerged from the gym, greeting everyone. Brock immediately saw Melissa. His eyes filled with hearts, and after uttering some sweet nothings, he lunged toward her, only to be gracefully evaded by Melissa's swift turn. Predictably, the gym battle was postponed. Subsequently, Ash and his companions headed to the Pokemon Center, intending to rest properly. Ash took out his badge case. I must return this to him quickly. Move aside. Move aside. Duong. Ash and Ashun collided again. Uft. How do you two manage to bump into each other like this? Huh. My badge case. So you're the thief? Thief. No, you're mistaken. Oh, I've seen you at the tournament. You were with Shinji. I watched, and you were completely unable to keep up with his pace. Though you managed to defeat that EV in the end, you still held him back. Just as Ash attempted to retort, you seem quite confident. Is it because you're assured of defeating that dragonfly Pokemon? Who are you? Oh, you're Shinji's rival. The trainer who won by chance. Ming Xiang, what the? Do you rely solely on Shinji to remember others? You're not secretly in love with him, are you? Hey, what kind of joke is that? My orientation is perfectly normal. Hey, I remember you. You sang a duet with Ashun and the Exploud. Huh. But I have no recollection of you. Oh, you're the trainer who lost to Shinji at the tournament. How pathetic. You see, it's a solid proof. This guy definitely has a crush on Shinji, remembering everyone who has battled him. X3. Hey, whatever. That trainer who won by chance. No, wait. The one who couldn't keep up with Shinji. I am Ash. Right, Ash. Never mind. Let us have a Pokemon battle. Quickly, release your Pokemon within 10 seconds. Darn it, if that's the case, go Chimchar. Ho ho. Huh. That's Shinji's Chimchar. Ming Xiang slapped his forehead. How on earth did you figure that out? Yoshi. Let me, the one with 3 badges, take you on. Ash has 4 badges, you blonde brat. Huh. Is he telling the truth? Yeah. I came to challenge Melissa for my 5th badge. For badges stronger than me. Whatever, go? Huh. My Pokemon is still at the storage center. You better not run off while I wait here. Ming Xiang sighed deeply. Here we go again with Team Rocket. Indeed, Team Rocket, disguised as official administrators, attempted to steal Pokemon. Melissa passed by and pointed out that there was never a Pokemon storage center here. Team Rocket was thus exposed, watching Meowth's hot air balloon ascend. Ming Xiang threw out 2 Pokeballs and walked over slowly. Upon arriving, the Team Rocket trio had already been knocked down and were preparing to seize Pokemon by force. You are truly dedicated. Ming Xiang, cradling his Curlia, appeared alongside Milotic before the crowd. Hey, terrifying little ghost. Oh ho, Milotic. Go, Servine, snatch that Milotic. Ming Xiang's gaze shifted, now laced with a hint of menace. James and Meowth immediately covered Jesse's mouth. Ming Xiang snapped his fingers. Curlia. James and the others found themselves immobilized by psychic force as Curlia drew them closer. Milotic unleashed a water tail, sending Team Rocket flying. Curlia followed up with a shadow ball. Boom. In the sky, James, Meowth, why are you covering my mouth? In front of the terrifying little ghost. Never mentioned stealing his Pokémon. Why? Because once you say that, the look in his eyes turns deadly. And this time, he used 2 trump cards. Who knows what he'll do next? Huh. Is he that terrifying? Perhaps in front of the terrifying little ghost, we shouldn't steal Pokémon. That is true. But that feeling is just so annoying. X3. A shun pointed at Ming Xiang's 2 Pokémon. What is this? Such beautiful Pokémon. Why didn't I see you use them at the tournament? While Curlia's psychic control silenced a shun. KIR. Well done, little one. The world is peaceful again. Oh, how wonderful. The group strolled along the street. Hey, Ming Xiang, can I take a look at your 2 Pokémon? Do you want to get silenced by the little one too? Exactly. Curlia 1T even let me hold it. How could it allow you to see it? Why is that? But Ming Xiang, since your 2 Pokémon are so strong, why not let them battle? If they were to battle, it would disrupt the balance too much. It's better to let new partners gain some experience, as everyone needs an opportunity to grow. But what if you lose? Lose. ISNT losing a perfectly normal occurrence? Competition inherently involves winning and losing. Who can guarantee they will never lose in their lifetime? So don't take winning and losing too seriously, of course. This applies to you all, excluding myself. The group fell silent. So, Ming Xiang, have you ever defeated Shinji? Ming Xiang's Milotic recently defeated Shinji's Pokémon in a 3-on-1 match. What? A 3-on-1? Really? That Milotic is that strong? Yoshi, I want to catch one too. But first, I need to grow stronger. A shun turned to Ash. Ash, you must have battled Shinji, right? So I will defeat you first. Then challenge Shinji and finally beat Ming Xiang, standing atop the world. Ha ha ha. Why not challenge Ming Xiang directly? Wouldn't he that put you on top of the world? Facing the puzzled gaze from Dawn. Cough. Mastery is always achieved step by step. So Ash, let us battle. Yoshi, I accept. Let me be the referee. The group arrived at a battle arena. Dawn, cradling Pokémon, sat beside Ming Xiang, both watching the competition unfold below. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared. And Curlia manifested before Ming Xiang. KIR. The little one skillfully settled into Ming Xiang's embrace, resting his hand on its belly. Huh, little one, why did you come out? KIR, I missed you. All right, let us watch together. Huh, Ming Xiang, can you understand what Curlia is saying? Why wouldn't I? Dawn. Why do you seem so natural about it? Dawn gazed at Curlia and nestled in Ming Xiang's arms. Is it their bond? Their connection is truly profound. Ash faced a shun, 3v3. Murkrow versus Chimchar. Roserade versus Scorpy. Empoleon versus Pikachu. After watching this match, I felt. KIR, a brawl of brutes. Uft. Huh. What is wrong, Ming Xiang? Nothing. I just remembered something joyful. Apart from Pikachu and Kingdra, it seems that the remaining Pokémon ought to embrace the fighting type, given their penchant for close combat. Kairu Lien found the battle quite extraordinary. Ming Xiang had taught her the importance of distance control during combat, as well as utilizing telekinesis to ensure her mobility. If she were to face MKE Eagle, Monferno, Roserade, and Scorpius, these 4 Pokémon combined would be unable to touch her. She could even exploit Roserade's inclination for close combat to disrupt her opponent's strategy. Ming Xiang's fighting style is characterized by his unwavering defense, leaving no room for error. When the time comes to take a risk, he does so without hesitation. Those who challenge him only find themselves at a disadvantage, as he always lays traps for them to fall into. Kingdra has lost its combat capability. The victor of this match is Ash. Chapter 15, The Ultimate Showdown. Within the Ruins Gym, Ash is currently battling the gym leader, Melissa, while Ming Xiang and Xiao Guang sit in the stands, awaiting the commencement of the duel. Ming Xiang, do you think Ash will win this gym match? Xiao Guang, why do you ask me? Weren't your predictions about Miss Zhulan's match quite accurate? Hey, you found the right person. Let me consult the fates. The sky is clear and the sun is shining brightly today. I suddenly don't feel like asking you anymore. Bojia. Ha ha ha. Aren't you all more familiar with Ash's efforts than I am? Why even ask me? Indeed. Ming Xiang is right. We can all see the sweat Ash has shed on this journey, so he will surely emerge victorious. Asun, sitting quietly to the side, refrained from speaking, still grappling with his frustration over losing to Ash. Now please welcome Gym Leader Melissa. The rules of the match are 3v3. and a loss is declared when all Pokémon on one side can no longer fight. Only the challenger is permitted to switch Pokémon mid-battle. Come on, Ash. Will you gain my approval? Yoshi, I will prove it to you. Let us go, Buizel. A bright orange, otter-like Pokémon appeared in the arena. Go, Gengar. A cheeky, purple, rotund figure materialized in midair. Most Ghost-type Pokémon have the ability to float. Take note, Pokémon that can utilize the Cliff Sword. This battle showcased Ash's most tactical approach yet. He commanded Buizel to spin and unleash Water Gun, creating a dual offensive and defensive maneuver that would bring the floating Gengar down. This technique, named Counter Shield, was a self-modified skill akin to Mingxiang's own. However, Ash had only employed it in the Sinnoh region before forgetting it outside that area. As anticipated, in line with the original narrative, Monferno clinched the final victory. Mingxiang pondered the pros and cons of Counter Shield. Its advantages included a broad attack range, while its drawbacks involved poor mobility, insufficient explosive power, and predictability, making it relatively easy to counter. Yoshi, I have obtained the Ghost Badge. Congratulations. Mingxiang. You must do your best in the gym match this afternoon. You cannot lose to me. Mingxiang laughed, hands on his hips. Absolutely. I am a man destined to claim the championship. Ha. Asun observed the two in silence. Two trainers even stronger than I am. Yet, after a brief moment, he regained his fighting spirit. The match hasn't even started. I still have time to hone my skills. Just wait. I will defeat you all. The group left the gym in search of ways to pass the time. Since Mingxiang was set to battle in the gym that afternoon, Ash refrained from challenging him. Honestly, he yearned for a chance to duel Mingxiang, but continually found himself lacking the opportunity. Thus, Ash turned to Asun. Asun, shall we engage in a Pokémon battle? Huh. If you wanna, then let us go. Am I afraid of you? This time I will seek to redeem myself. The two engaged in a fervent battle. Mingxiang contemplated which Pokémon would yield the greatest benefits in the upcoming gym match. Eevee was immediately ruled out, as it would gain nothing from participating in this gym battle. Normal-type moves are ineffective against ghost types. With his Pokémon decided, Mingxiang began to strategize. Time passed swiftly, and Mingxiang slowly stepped into the arena. Ash and his companions cheered him on from the stands. Oh, so you're Mingxiang? Ash has spoken of you. Let me see what your prowess is like. Mingxiang smiled and extended his hand, embodying both a challenger and a gentleman. Miss Melissa, please. How exciting. The match rules are 3v3. Now go, Miss Magius. It's all in your hands, Beautifly. Huh, Beautifly? Mingxiang has caught a Beautifly. Why? Honestly, Asun. Could you stop being so surprised? Mingxiang's Beautifly is incredibly strong. Well, after all, it is Mingxiang's second Pokémon. What? Asun turned to gaze at the Beautifly in the air, realizing this one was of a different coloration. Miss Magius, use confusion. A wave of energy surged toward Beautifly. Yet Mingxiang refrained from giving commands. Beautifly instinctively utilized Tailwind to deftly evade the attack. What? X2. Pollen Puff. A cloud of spores enveloped Beautifly. Miss Magius, Magical Leaf. The flying leaves collided with the spores, creating a flurry of powder in the air. At that moment, two air blades shot forth, striking Miss Magius. Miss Magius. Despite not issuing a command, why was it still effective? Bug Buzz. Beautifly rapidly vibrated its wings, sending sound waves hurtling toward Miss Magius. In that case, Miss Magius used Dazzling Gleam. Mingxiang gestured to Beautifly. Melissa's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After a brief exchange, she recognized that Mingxiang was no ordinary trainer. A brilliant light erupted, causing Ash and his companions to shield their eyes. As they slowly opened them, they were astonished to see Beautifly dancing in midair with closed eyes, even catching snippets of her joyful cheers. What is happening? Asun was bewildered, while Melissa was taken aback. The height of Dazzling Gleam was perfectly placed to miss. As the dance concluded, Beautifly slowly opened her eyes. Mingxiang pointed a finger at Miss Magius. Beautifly dashed towards Miss Magius with impressive speed. Hand signal command. Miss Magius, use confusion. Mingxiang snapped his fingers, and Beautifly immediately descended vertically. With the aid of Tailwind and the dance, Beautifly evaded the confusion's energy wave. Charge ahead. Pollen Puff. Beautifly summoned spores and charged towards Miss Magius. Magical Leaf. The spores collided with Miss Magius's spinning Magical Leaf, causing an explosion that sent Miss Magius crashing to the ground. Beautifly was hit by several leaves, but maintained her flight. Bug Buzz. Before Miss Magius could recover, Beautifly's assault struck again. Miss Magius has lost its fighting capability. Asun stared in disbelief at Mingxiang's Beautifly. Wait. Is that really Beautifly? The weakest Pokémon. This must be a joke. My Kingdra might not even stand a chance against it. Come back, Miss Magius. You did well. Melissa recalled her Pokémon, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she gazed at Mingxiang. You are truly formidable. You remind me of my youth when I encountered strong adversaries. Now, I entrust you with Drifloon. Beautifly, however, shook her head, refusing to return to Mingxiang. She wished to win and grow stronger. Very well, let us continue. Drifloon. Use Will-O-Wisp. Confusion. Mingxiang smiled, imitating Ash's tactics. Beautifly, dust powder. Huh, what is dust powder? Drifloon unleashed Will-O-Wisp while employing confusion to spiral the flames around itself. Beautifly gracefully flapped her wings, releasing 4 different colored powders. While not in abundance, they were sufficient. Send it forth. Beautifly flapped her wings, dispersing the powder. Physical defense? Let us see how you handle a magical assault. Drifloon, use Ominous Wind. In an instant, Melissa comprehended Mingxiang's strategy, promptly commanding Drifloon to disperse the powder. Beautifly had not anticipated winning the wind battle, so she remained poised, awaiting Mingxiang's command. Bug Buzz. Shadow Ball. Both sides' skills struck true. The wind ball was only slightly unstable, and the Butterfree was sent flying by the Shadow Ball. Dragging its heavily injured form, it stood up, ready to take to the skies once more and re-enter the fray. Butterfree, with resolute determination, it shook its head. Mingxiang let out a deep sigh. All right, let us continue. Way. The wings of Butterfree emitted a faint green glow. Ah, what a valiant butterfly. The wind ball prepared itself, offering the greatest respect to the warrior. Fu. Let the battle commence. Wind ball, shadow fire. Airblade. Way. The ghostly flames and blades clashed in midair, ultimately canceling each other out amidst the explosion's smoke. Pollen Puff. Butterfree summoned spores to restore its vitality. Shadow Ball. Dodge. With a sharp maneuver, it evaded the Shadow Ball. But Butterfree's recovery was interrupted as she directed the spores toward the wind ball. A gust of wind. Charge forward. The wind ball spun, causing a whirlwind that scattered the approaching spores, then flew straight towards Butterfree. Bug Buzz. Hypnosis. Close your eyes. What? Butterfree shut its eyes and vibrated its wings. The Bug Buzz hit the wind ball, sending it retreating a distance. Then, wind ball, shadow ball. Fu. Right below. Airblade. The dark purple sphere collided with 2 blades in the air, yet the blades failed to cleave through the shadow ball. An explosion soon followed. Butterfree lost its fighting capability. Mingxiang rushed into the arena and scooped Butterfree into his arms. Butterfree's attack power was undeniably feeble. The recovery from Pollen Puff was not as effective as anticipated. Using it alone was far less cost-effective than employing it in an offensive manner. Butterfree's performance against another flying Pokémon was already quite exaggerated. Mingxiang's previous victory over Shinji had merely been a matter of exploiting his opponent's lack of flying Pokémon. Wei, do not apologize, you performed admirably. You've worked hard. Return now. Wei, of course, you can. Mingxiang took out a healing spray to tend to Butterfree's wounds. Butterfree wished to remain as she was. Yet Mingxiang had to ensure she would not face any further issues. Could he truly understand what Butterfree was saying? Asun was increasingly astonished. Mingxiang's Pokémon were utterly reshaping his perceptions. Mingxiang shared a profound bond with his first 3 Pokémon, especially with Kirlia, to the point where they could communicate. Is this truly possible? After tending to Butterfree's wounds, she nestled into Mingxiang's embrace and drifted off to sleep. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Miss Melissa. Oh, it's nothing. Let us continue. Mingxiang threw out a Pokeball. Ugh. Drifloon appeared before everyone. Wind Ball, Shadow Fire. Next, 5 orbs of fire plummeted straight down onto Drifloon, and blue flames gradually emerged. Drifloon controlled the flames, allowing them to grow larger. Ugh. Is it the flame boost ability? Drifloon. Revenge. Drifloon let out a furious cry, striking the ground and sending the ghostly flames back. Psychic. Flamethrower. The ghostly flames halted in midair, and the flamethrower followed. A massive explosion sent the wind ball crashing to the ground. Now, crunch. Ominous Wind. The wind ball swept down with its 2 front tentacles, unleashing a strong gust that made it difficult for Drifloon to advance. Flamethrower. Drifloon, currently unable to maneuver in the air, would not allow the wind ball to ascend again. Psychic. A bizarre wave dispersed the flames instantaneously. In the next moment, the wind ball suddenly appeared before Drifloon, attempting to use hypnosis while cupping its face. Do you take me for Ash? Drifloon, go give it a peck. Wah. Drifloon opened its mouth and lunged forward, successfully crunching down on the wind ball, a move particularly effective against ghost types. Just like that. Flamethrower. Drifloon unleashed a series of attacks, sending the wind ball flying. The wind ball lost its fighting capability. Yoshi. Ugh. Drifloon scampered over to Mingxiang, joyfully wagging its little tail. Ming Shang slowly crouched down and stroked Drifloon with his free hand. He could not show favoritism. If a Pokémon was happy and desired a reward, he would grant it. Come back. You've worked hard, Windball. Now, this is the last Pokémon. Go, Gengar. Gengar. Let us go, Drifloon, Flamethrower. Ugh. Shadow Punch. The flame struck Gengar, but Gengar's shadowy fist also landed on Drifloon. Gengar, Hypnosis. You never learn, do you? Drifloon, Revenge. Drifloon crouched low, growling, and a Shadow Punch appeared, striking Gengar and interrupting the hypnosis. Is revenge really that useful? Ah-Sun was once again astonished by Ming Shang's tactics. Let us go. Flamethrower. Gengar's surprise attack. Ming Shang. Gengar suddenly vanished upon landing, reappearing directly beneath Drifloon. A punch descended, interrupting Drifloon's attack. Shadow Punch. Gengar. Gengar executed an uppercut that struck Drifloon and sent it flying. Drifloon lost its fighting capability. Ming Shang had overlooked the surprise attack move. He must remember to anticipate it in the future. Come back. You've worked hard. Humph. Ming Shang, let us have the final showdown. Ming Shang took out a Pokeball, a flash of light, and Kirlia made her entrance. It's Kirlia. Finally, we can see Ming Shang's Kirlia in action. Xiao Guang's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Kirlia. Oh my, what a beautiful Kirlia. Kirlia gracefully floated up, glancing back at Butterfree nestled in Ming Shang's arms. With elegance and authority, she turned around and entered battle mode. The little one seems a bit upset. Gengar, Shadow Punch. Gengar flew in front of Kirlia and threw a punch. Despite the fist drawing nearer, Kirlia remained utterly motionless, not even lifting her gaze to acknowledge Gengar. Ming Shang revealed a slight smile. Dance. Kirlia elegantly pivoted, evading the punch. The subsequent Shadow Punch floated out, tracking Kirlia. Tit for tat. Kirlia instantaneously teleported behind Gengar, placing a hand on Gengar's back. Using Psychic to control Gengar, the Shadow Punch landed squarely on Gengar's face. Shadow Ball. Kirlia raised another hand, condensing a Shadow Ball. Unable to move due to the psychic control, Gengar could only break into a cold sweat as it pondered how to lie down in the most stylish manner. Boom. In the end, it was face down on the ground. Kirlia hovered, charging 2 Shadow Balls, keeping an eye on Gengar to prevent any attempt at revival. This was also a technique Ming Shang had taught her. One must strike while the iron is hot, or regret will follow. Gengar lost its fighting capability. The victor of this battle is Ming Shang. Upon hearing the declaration of victory, Kirlia finally retracted the Shadow Balls, instantly teleporting to Ming Shang's side. Kir, how is it? Butterfree is fine. We'll just take her to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Hearing Ming Shang's words, she felt reassured. However, glancing down, she realized her size no longer permitted her to sit on Ming Shang's shoulder. With Butterfree in his arms, Kirlia pouted in mild dissatisfaction. The earlier concern evaporated in an instant. Ming Shang chuckled helplessly. Little one, I still have one hand free. Kir. Congratulations, Ming Shang. This is the relic badge. A testament to your victory over me. Thank you. Kirlia expertly utilized Psychic to retrieve the badge for Ming Shang. Ming Shang, you are truly formidable. The most gifted trainer I have ever encountered. Keep it up. I will. Ming Shang, congratulations. Let us battle again next time. I was so fired up watching you up there. Not really. I still made a mistake in the end, having overlooked the surprise attack move. But you won. Didn't you? You earned that badge through your own merit. Hee. Kirlia, is it okay? Kir. Why not? Ha. The little one probably just wants me to hold her. Ah-Sun gazed at Ming Shang with a serious expression. Ming Shang's battle strategy was on an entirely different level from his own. Chapter 16. The Battle of the Gods in Baiyang Town after the conclusion of the gym match. Ming Shang parted ways with Ash and his companions. Time passed swiftly, and Ash's group arrived at Baiyang Town, where Shoko was preparing to participate in the local Pokémon showcase. Baiyang Town was surrounded by water, resembling an island nestled within a vast lake. The initial sight of Baiyang Town was one of excitement, but their joy was soon marred when Brock mistakenly consulted the map, leading them to a side entrance. With a lake separating them from the main area, they found themselves unable to cross without a water-type Pokémon, leaving them to swim, which was quite a challenge. At that moment, Alice spotted them and approached to lend a hand. After a round of introductions, she shared the enchanting tales of Baiyang Town. Suddenly, a jubilant cheer erupted. Woohoo! Ash and his friends looked down to see a magnificent Milotic frolicking in the water, with Ming Shang clinging to it. He held onto a Karelian while a Butterfree perched precariously on his head, gripping his hair tightly, fearful of being thrown off by the Milotic's antics. Ming Shang was nearly transformed into a dual ponytail. It's Ming Shang. X3. Hey, Ming Shang. Pika Pika. Ash shouted, waving enthusiastically. Mingxiang paused, looking up at Ash with a smile and a wave in response. At last, the storyline of Baiyang Town has arrived. This will be my first encounter with a legendary Pokémon. Little one, let us go. Kyrelian used its psychic powers to levitate Mingxiang. Come back, Milotic. After recalling the Pokémon, Mingxiang floated over to Ash and his group. Oh, beautiful lady, might I hitch a ride? Of course. Thank you. Kyrelian chirped. There was just enough room in the hot air balloon for one more person. Mingxiang, what brings you to Baiyang Town? I'm here to participate in the showcase as well. After all, I need to earn some money. All right, once we land, let us have a Pokémon battle. I've always wanted to duel with you. Okay, I accept. The theme song for the battle at the Tower of Time, Together 2007. Played as Alice took on the role of tour guide, leading Mingxiang and the others around Baiyang Town. Ash, however, was filled with excitement, eagerly searching for a battleground, only to collide with a Torkoal. Since our eyes have met, let us have a Pokémon battle. Ash immediately declared. Go, Pikachu. He unceremoniously set Mingxiang aside. Hey, handsome. Would you care to have a duel with me? A red-haired girl waved at Mingxiang. Hi, I'll be right there. Brock pulled out a Pokeball containing his Krogunk. Sorry, I meant the one next to you. Mingxiang widened his eyes, pointing to himself. Me? Of course. Your Pokemon are stunning, and you're quite handsome as well, just my type. Brock looked utterly dejected. In that case, beautiful lady, may I challenge your Pachima? Sure. Pachima, let us go? Mingxiang patted Brock's back reassuringly. Don't be disheartened, look over there. Brock turned to see Alice sitting alone, watching. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. This is your moment alone with her. Go for it. Oh, Mingxiang, thank you. I'll remember your kindness. With that, Brock vanished in an instant, and Mingxiang smiled mischievously. I wonder how Brock will react upon learning that Alice already has someone she likes. Go, Infernape. Hua. Kyrelian and Butterfree looked at Mingxiang, both eager to join the fray. Nah. Mingxiang threw out the Pokeball containing Milotic. As Milotic emerged, it instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers with its pristine white upper body and soft blue tail, a sight to behold. What a stunning Milotic. Wow. Mom, look. Such a beautiful Pokemon. Wow. Such a beautiful Pokemon. But we won T-hold back. Pikachu versus Torkoal. Empoleon versus Pachima. Infernape versus Milotic. Let us go. Infernape. Unleash your flames. Nah, Hydro Pump. The flames clashed with the water jets, creating a cloud of steam. Aerial Ace. Let us play with it. Water Tail. Milotic summoned water elements to envelop its tail. The punches of Infernape collided with Milotic's tail, and the two Pokemon engaged in close combat, each strike echoing with intensity. As the battle escalated, Infernape seized the opportunity to leap. Infernape, Flare Blitz. Wave. Milotic's massive tail, infused with water elements, struck the ground, causing a massive wave to collide with the fiery blast, producing a resounding boom that echoed throughout the area. Ash emerged victorious, glancing at Mingxiang. Shoko and Pachima ceased their assault, looking over. Another stalemate. Quite impressive. How about this move? Upon hearing his trainer's cue, Infernape leaped back from Milotic. As it crouched to gather strength, the flames around it intensified. Nah, charge up. Milotic closed its eyes, emitting a soft blue glow. Here we go. Infernape. Ho. Blaze Kick. Infernape roared, charging toward Milotic in a fiery sprint. Nah, Dragon Tail. Milotic turned at the perfect moment, delivering a powerful water tail smack to Infernape's face. Boom. Smoke billowed, and Infernape was sent tumbling sideways, landing on the ground, its eyes swirling in dizziness. Milotic flicked its tail, swimming toward Mingxiang and coiling around his lower body, resting its head affectionately against his cheek. Nah. All right, you're the best, little one. Chire. Ha. Are you two getting jealous? Return. Infernape, you did well. Handsome, you're truly strong. May I know your name? I am Mingxiang. Now, everyone return. Mingxiang recalled his 3 Pokemon, noticing that the number of curious gazes around him was on the rise. That Milotic was indeed both powerful and beautiful. Oh. If Miss Alice is interested, I could offer ahaha. Alice looked awkwardly at Brock, who was lost in his own romantic musings. After the battle, Alice led Mingxiang and the others to the garden. Mingxiang closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. It was indeed a dreamlike paradise. Enjoying afternoon tea here would be an absolute delight. All right, everyone, come out. Ash released all of his Pokemon. Shoko and Brock followed suit. Mingxiang. Aren't you letting your Pokemon out? No, they attract too much attention. Darkrai will appear soon. I'll leave them in their Pokeballs. True to form, their leisurely day was interrupted by an Electivire. Electivire was another evolutionary form of Kyrelian, requiring a dawn stone and a male to evolve successfully. Fortunately, my Chirelian is female. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the pure white bridal gown, and it wouldn't be able to perform the 69 technique either. At that moment, the show's jester, Baron, made his entrance. Relying solely on a Lickitung to defeat Darkrai was sheer folly. Ming Shang remained silent, acutely aware that the deities of time and space were soon to appear. As an unusual wave of energy emanated, "Stay away from here." Darkrai emerged from the shadows, warning the legendary Pokémon not to approach. Upon sighting Darkrai, the Baron was as eager as a child with candy, determined to capture it at any cost. As the battle unfolded, Ash was struck by a night slash, drifting into a blissful slumber, much like a certain traveler known for his love of sleep. In the midst of the chaos, Brock carried him off to the Pokémon Center. In the realm of dreams, Ash beheld a vision of two legendary beasts engaged in a fierce battle across a different dimension. Ming Shang leaned against the door, arms crossed, contemplating the next course of action while gazing at the sky. Ash, unscathed, rolled over and embraced Pikachu tightly, squeezing the little creature to the point of breathlessness. What could be done? Thunderbolt incoming. Pikachu. Ash was jolted awake by the surge of electricity, and the collective anxiety of those around him dissipated. Subsequently, Alice guided Ming Shang and the others towards the Tower of Time and Space. The edifice was resplendent and magnificent, a veritable pinnacle of artistry. Each scene within the tower captivated Ming Shang deeply. After some time, Alice successfully led the group through the entirety of the tower. As they prepared to depart, Ming Shang stretched lazily, aware that the narrative would commence upon exiting the door. The trio they had previously encountered awaited them outside. "Hey, Ming Shang. Ash. Shall we engage in another Pokémon battle? Hey, Pikachu, let us go. Pika-Pi. Hey, handsome. This time, my Infernape will not be defeated." Ming Shang chuckled, shaking his head. "Not now. I have more pressing matters to attend to." "Huh, what is going on?" Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the apex of the tower. The deity of space, Palkia, had officially arrived. "Leave this place." Darkrai re-emerged, intent on locating the legendary beast to drive it away from Bayong Town. However, the Baron appeared once more, thwarting Darkrai's judgment. Reluctantly, Darkrai had to retaliate, causing the surrounding Pokémon that obstructed its assessment to fall into slumber. Yet, Darkrai was alone, facing an insurmountable number of opponents. With no other option, it was compelled to retreat temporarily. "Hey, Ming Shang, let us pursue. Why drag me into this? Think about it. If Darkrai intends to wreak havoc, it's not just us. Those Pokémon lying on the ground won't survive either." "I suppose that makes sense. But shouldn't we pursue it to ask why it's doing this?" "That is a valid point. So why aren't you chasing after it? What are you waiting for? Go." Ash replied. "Fine, you stay here to protect them. Pikachu, we're off." Pika. As Ash dashed further away, Dawn, Brock, and Alice slowly approached Ming Shang. "Ming Shang, have you noticed something amiss? Just as I mentioned earlier, given Darkrai's capabilities, it shouldn't have to resort to this. It disregarded these Pokémon while insisting on leaving. It must be searching for something. Instead, we are the ones disrupting it. Is that really true? I don't know. It's just a hunch." Dawn, Ash, and Pikachu returned, but the Baron had transformed into his Lickitung. While everyone was at the Pokémon Center examining the Pokémon sleep condition, they found themselves pulled into another dimension by Palkia. Someone informed them that there was no way out of this place. No matter how they traversed the bridge, they would inevitably return. Ash tested this and confirmed its truth. The Baron began to sway public opinion, claiming that all of this was Darkrai's doing. Defeating Darkrai would restore normalcy. Thus, a multitude of Pokémon trainers set out to capture Darkrai. The trio who had previously battled Ming Shang hesitated. "So what do you think? We have no other options. We might as well give it a try. If you truly go, it would be a sign of poor judgment." "Hey, handsome. Speaking like that will cost you points in my book." Ming Shang glanced at the remaining members. "Do you think Darkrai possesses spatial abilities? Is it localized, or does it encompass the entire island? Well, let us consolidate the information. The Pokémon falling into slumber is likely due to Darkrai's influence, a well-known ability. However, Donio's data analysis indicates that there have been multiple spatial fluctuations here. I traveled with Julan for a while. She informed me that there exists a Pokémon in this world that controls spatial power." "Wait, you can't possibly mean." "Indeed. With such vast spatial anomalies, it can only be the work of the deity of space, Palkia, as it alone possesses this capability. This is impossible." Ming Shang crossed his arms, closing his eyes in contemplation. Everyone awaited his next deduction. "Isn't it addictively pretentious to act like this?" "Humph, Donio, I recall you've been recording this all along." "Huh, that is correct." Ming Shang knelt beside Donio. "Come, Everyone, take a look. Donio, do you still remember the blinding light that appeared suddenly this afternoon? Are you suggesting? Donio immediately retrieved the recording. Stop. Move forward a little. Stop. Zoom in here. Sure enough, a Pokémon appeared on the screen. This is the Pokémon that appeared in my dream. Donio quickly enhanced the pixels. How could it be? The deity of space, Palkia. So, only Darkrai since Palkia before? Mingxiang set off towards the Tower of Time and Space. Hey, Mingxiang, where are you going? Me? I'm off to confront the deities. You're going to battle Palkia? What else? As a legendary Pokémon, it barges in here without regard for our lives. Failing to teach it a lesson is not my style, but it's a divine beast. Even the mightiest of gods are no match for me. Even if Arceus were to arrive, I would still give him a piece of my mind. The others exchanged glances, resigned to follow Mingxiang's lead. Upon arriving at the Tower of Time and Space, Darkrai reappeared. Here, Darkrai charged its dark void. Get out of here. A dark sphere struck the top of the tower. Palkia was awakened, dispelling the false space around it, emerging before everyone. Yyei. With Palkia's roar, the fog that shrouded the sky dissipated. The entire island was now ensnared within a distorted alternate dimension. Get out. The only response to Palkia was Darkrai's dark void. Brother, you are truly something else. I doubt anyone else would dare command a divine beast to leave. As the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, a blue Pokémon suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down upon Palkia. Palkia's disguise was lifted, revealing the deity of time, Dialga, who had come upon sensing the disturbance. Chapter 17, Two Little Rascals. The two deities clashed fiercely, their battle sending shockwaves throughout the city. Darkrai soared to the front of the Tower of Time and Space to intercept a fireball. Yet, another one was on its way. Shadow Ball. At a critical moment, a Shadow Ball flew in to neutralize the fireball. Darkrai looked over to see Mingxiang and Lurian approaching steadily, with Alice swiftly following suit. Darkrai. Alicia? Yes, I am Alice. Alicia is my grandmother. You're protecting this place, right? I'm truly sorry for not noticing sooner. I apologize, Darkrai. Ash rushed over to offer his apologies as well. Shadow Ball. Boom. Mingxiang commanded Lurian to shield against the incoming shockwave once more. Stop reminiscing. Think of a way to handle this situation. The city is disappearing, and it won't be long before we all perish here. If you can't figure it out, then come with me to confront the deities. Kairu. A solution, a solution. Nightmare. Oration. We just need to understand what oration means. Oration? That's a melody my grandmother taught me. A melody? Of course. A song that can quell fury. Everyone turned to look at the Tower of Time and Space. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Mingxiang led the charge towards the interior of the tower, with Alice and the others hastily following behind. Darkrai turned its gaze towards the deities of time and space, silently charging its dark void. Inside the Tower of Time and Space, Alice, relying on her grandmother's words, discovered the Eurasium records. This is it. All right, I'll have Lurian teleport you up. X5 Kairu. Everyone looked at Mingxiang in bewilderment. Why are you all staring at me like that? Mingxiang, you don't know that teleportation can't carry people, right? It can only affect Pokémon themselves. Mingxiang. He glanced at Lurian. Lurian nodded in response to Mingxiang. All right, now that we know, let us ascend using the hot air balloon. The narrative's characteristic sluggishness reared its head, but it was certainly faster than running. Just as the hot air balloon took off, Mingxiang suddenly realized. Damn, my Lurian can use telekinesis to lift you up. I forgot. Never mind, little one. See if you can make the hot air balloon ascend more swiftly. Kairu. Danger. Another wave from the explosion surged forth, and in the next moment, Darkrai appeared to shield everyone. Darkrai. Forget it. Little one, are you afraid? Kairu. All right. Let's go. Lurian manipulated its psychic power to levitate Mingxiang alongside itself. Hey, Mingxiang, what are you doing? Xiaoguang, we'll leave the back to you. I'll ensure the front is safe. Hurry. Xiaoguang and the others watched Mingxiang's receding figure, their faces etched with concern. Mingxiang reached Darkrai's side. Let us fight together. Darkrai cast a furtive glance at Mingxiang. Boom. The sound of an explosion resonated once more. Here it comes. Darkrai charged up a shadow ball to counter the descending shockwave. Mingxiang tossed out Butterfree's pokeball, pointing it at the hot air balloon. Butterfree, air slash. Two blades soared towards the small shockwave heading for the hot air balloon. Xiaoguang and the others anxiously looked at Mingxiang. Mingxiang. Butterfree, tailwind. Way. All right. Hold on to my hair and don't let go. Way. Here we go. Little one, ascend. Butterfree, pollen puff. High above. Ming Shang and Darkrai exerted their utmost to ensure the hot air balloon ascended normally. However, Dialga and Palkia were closing in. The tumult of their battle caused the hot air balloon to sway violently. At that moment, Dialga charged up a hyper beam aimed at Palkia. The cannon shot, evaded by Palkia, was directed towards the space-time tower. Darkrai dashed forward to block the beam, but was sent flying by the explosion. Dialga roared, and a meteor shower cascaded from the sky. The hot air balloon was also within the attack's range. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Piplup, Bubble Beam. Pikachu, Piplup. Just as everyone focused on the incoming meteor shower, Palkia zipped past. The gust sent the hot air balloon spiraling out of control, disrupting Pikachu and Piplup's attacks. The meteor shower struck the hot air balloon. Xiaoguang, not positioned at any corner, had nothing to grab onto for stability. The violent shaking threw her off balance, sending her tumbling out. Xiaoguang. Ash attempted to reach out to catch Xiaoguang, but alas, he missed. In her fall, Xiaoguang shut her eyes in fear. Gradually, she sensed the terrifying sensation of falling dissipate. She opened her eyes to find herself cradled in Ming Shang's arms. Ming Shang, without uttering a word, Ming Shang and Kairulian soared to a tower. Upon landing, he gently set Xiaoguang down, just as Dialga's roar echoed once more. The blue glow surrounding Dialga intensified. Meanwhile, Palkia also let out a furious roar. The shattered orbs radiated a fierce pink light. It was Roar of Time and Spatial Rend. Run! Ming Shang shouted towards Ash and the others, still rising. Damn it, go, Murkrow, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaped from the hot air balloon. Pikachu. Thunderbolt surged towards Dialga, striking it. But it had no effect. Pikachu landed on Murkrow. Pikachu. The dark blue beam and the pink blade rushed forth. There's no time to use telekinesis to help Ash. Duck down. Ming Shang turned, throwing himself over Kairulian, Butterfree, and Xiaoguang to shield them. Roar of Time and Spatial Rend collided in the air. The ensuing chaos sent the hot air balloon spiraling out of control. Ash was flung away. He reached out towards a nearby railing. Yet, before he could grasp it, he found himself floating in midair. Turning back, he saw Ming Shang commanding Kairulian to use telekinesis to save him. Ash landed beside Ming Shang. Ming Shang, thanks. Pikachu, Piplup. Murkrow, carrying Pikachu and Piplup, also flew over. Ah, Piplup, Piplup. Meanwhile, Tony tightly embraced Alice, and as the hot air balloon neared a landing on the bridge, he summoned a wind ball to ensure they landed safely, escaping disaster. Ming Shang fixed his gaze on the two battling deities. Damn, those two brawlers. Ming Shang, let us go. Butterfree, Pollen Puff, help the little one regain some energy. Wei, you, go. All right, be careful. Ash, we're leaving. Xiaoguang understood that remaining here would be futile. Careful my ass, you're all too slow. Xiaoguang, give me the record, and I'll fly up with Kairulian using telekinesis. All right. Without hesitation, Ash handed the record to Ming Shang. Kairulian immediately manipulated telekinesis, lifting Ming Shang towards the top floor. Ash and Xiaoguang followed closely behind. At that moment, a wave cannon released by Palkia shot straight towards Ming Shang. Ming Shang, watch out. Ming Shang tossed out a Milotic's Pokeball. Milotic, Water Tail. Milotic charged its water element on its tail, spinning in midair to strike the wave cannon. However, this was Palkia's wave cannon intended for Dialga. An explosion erupted, sending Milotic, Butterfree, Ming Shang, and Kairulian crashing against the wall. Ming Shang. The record in Ming Shang's arms fell as well. Thankfully, Ash's Murkrow caught it. Kairu, Milotic, Wei, Milotic, Butterfree, and Kairulian were unconcerned about their injuries. Their primary concern was whether Ming Shang was gravely hurt. Ming Shang stood up, an inexplicable smile gracing his lips. Am I not the protagonist after all? Ha ha ha. Wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, Ming Shang looked up at the two deities. His Pokémon gazed back, and in that moment, the number of furious Pokémon swelled from 2 to 5. Let us go. Time to teach these two brats a lesson. Kairu, Milotic, Wei. Ming Shang recalled Butterfree and Milotic. All right, little ones, we're off. Ming Shang and Kairulian soared once more into the skies. Those two foolish beings over there. Look over here. Palkia and Dialga glanced over impatiently. Your father has arrived. This proclamation from Ming Shang plunged all who heard it into stunned silence. Remarkably, the two deities halted their battle, sensing Arceus' presence. Yyyi. Palkia retaliated with a missile aimed at Ming Shang. Kairulian released its telekinetic grip around Ming Shang, causing him to fall backward. Shadow Ball. Kairulian charged a Shadow Ball and hurled it at Palkia. Palkia, dismissing it due to its feeble power, turned its gaze back to Dialga. Little one. Cairilian redirected the shadow ball towards Palkia's eyes using its telekinesis. This brief distraction allowed Dialga to seize the opportunity. With a single hyper beam, Dialga struck Palkia. Palkia plummeted to the base of the space-time tower. Cairilian teleported to Ming Shang's side. Using telekinesis once again, Ming Shang was elevated into the air. The two individuals once again traversed the landscape in search of opportunities to disrupt the two legendary Pokémon. Just as Palkia emerged from its pit, Dialga opened its mouth, gathering energy for its next assault. At that moment, a flurry of pollen spores, sufficient to fill its maw, appeared. Dialga sensed something amiss and turned its head, only to behold Ming Shang plummeting through the air. Realizing that Ming Shang would meet his demise in such a manner, Dialga paid him no mind. Consequently, it missed its chance to strike, allowing Palkia to rise and flee. Ming Shang recalled the exhausted Butterfree into its Pokeball, and Chancho appeared, using its psychic abilities to aid Ming Shang in levitating. However, Chancho was growing increasingly fatigued, and Butterfree could no longer release pollen spores. Ming Shang descended onto a segment of the space-time tower. How much longer could the little one endure? Chime. Approximately 6 minutes. That's enough. You've done well. Let us depart. Palkia's furious roar resonated once more, and Ming Shang understood that the roar of time and the spatial rend were imminent. Chancho propelled Ming Shang into the air. The two legendary Pokémon were preparing to unleash their charged attacks, and in that moment, Ming Shang found himself suspended in midair. Both Palkia and Dialga realized that the one who relinquished their charge first would suffer the consequences. Ming Shang hurled a Pokeball. Milotic emerged, coalescing its might to deliver a powerful Aqua Tail, striking Dialga on the back of its head. Although it inflicted no damage, it caused Dialga to lag slightly behind in its charge compared to Palkia. Ming Shang promptly recalled Milotic, while Chancho exerted its psychic control to ensure Ming Shang's safe descent. The onlookers were astounded. That young man, he truly dares to confront the legendary Pokémon. As Palkia unleashed its spatial rend, Dialga's roar of time collided with it as it was released. The tremendous explosion forced Dialga to retreat. The ensuing turbulence caused Ming Shang and Chancho to crash against the high tower once more. Chancho momentarily lost consciousness, and Ming Shang clutched a ledge of the tower, desperately preventing them from falling. His Pokémon had safeguarded him. Now it was his turn to protect them. Ming Shang executed a one-handed pull-up, a feat that posed little challenge for one accustomed to rigorous training. Once assured of their safety, Ming Shang leaned against the wall to catch his breath. Chancho had reached its limit. It could only hold on for so long. Palkia would not allow Dialga any reprieve as it relentlessly pursued. Many had witnessed Ming Shang's actions, including Ash and Dawn, who had finally reached the pinnacle of the space-time tower. Ming Shang's interference had only intensified the wrath of the legendary Pokémon. The next onslaught of spatial rend and roar of time was merely seconds apart. As the roars echoed once more, Ming Shang realized he need not intervene this time. A tremor reverberated in the distance. Darkrai surged forth, unleashing its full power to ensnare the deities of time and space within the realm of darkness. Ming Shang recalled Chancho, retrieving another Pokeball, and gazed up at Darkrai. Darkrai's energy was waning, and the two legendary Pokémon were gradually breaking free. Awaiting Darkrai were only two simultaneous strikes. Hydro Pump. At this critical moment, Ming Shang's Milotic unleashed a Hydro Pump, sending Darkrai hurtling away. Dialga and Palkia glared furiously at Ming Shang. He recalled Milotic and flashed a thumbs up at them with a grin. In the next instant, both the roar of time and spatial rend were charged and aimed at Ming Shang. He shed his outer garment and removed the Pokeball. However, the feeble Chancho suddenly burst forth. Little one, Chime. Chancho let out a fierce cry, clinging tightly to Ming Shang, its tears soaking his short sleeves. Butterfree also emerged, happily alighting on Ming Shang's shoulder. Had the space not been so confined, Milotic would have joined them as well. Ming Shang would not seal the Pokeball. His Pokémon could emerge at any moment. This left Ming Shang at a loss for how to proceed. At least I am the victor in this scenario. Ming Shang raised his hand, smiling as he waved at the two legendary Pokémon. An unabashed provocation. Ming Shang, is he stalling for time to taunt the deities? The terrifying little rascal ensured he drew their ire. He was uncertain if the butterfly effect he initiated could turn the tide of battle, but he had at least given it his all. Ding! The clock chimed rhythmically, followed by enchanting music, as the space began to stabilize gradually. The exterior of the space-time tower began to transform. Ash and Dawn exited the tower, immediately spotting Ming Shang confronting the two legendary Pokémon. Ming Shang, Pikachu. The space-time tower gradually emanated a healing light, and the twin towers on either side radiated beams that resembled colossal wings. Palkia and Dialga's injuries slowly healed, and their fury began to dissipate. Mingxiang's Pokémon, too, received healing. Palkia and Dialga exchanged glances before simultaneously turning their gaze toward Mingxiang. He and his Pokémon exhibited no sign of fear. Dialga released a fragment of blue light, which gently floated toward Mingxiang. Chimcho was about to use its psychic powers to intervene, but Mingxiang stopped it. Chime. Shaking his head, Mingxiang reassured Chimcho, who ceased to be vigilant and clung tightly to him. Can you tell me your name? Telepathy? I am Mingxiang. After a long, penetrating gaze at Mingxiang, Dialga ceased speaking and departed from this alternate dimension. Palkia ascended before the space-time tower, bowing its head in apology to the island. Palkia is a fool. It's all your fault. Everyone please restore the town. I beg you. Palkia. Pika. Palkia radiated a crimson glow, and the entire space began to warp. Bayang Town returned to its former state. Yet, Palkia ultimately left Mingxiang behind. It floated slowly before him, gazing intently. Clever, knowing to conceal yourself from others. Go ahead. Chime. Chimcho began to gather energy for Shadow Ball, while Butterfree summoned pollen spores. You have misunderstood. I apologize for involving you, Mingxiang. I will remember your name, and hope you will assist us in the future. As space twisted once more, Mingxiang and his Pokémon reappeared in their original location. Mingxiang. At that moment, a tearful Dawn suddenly lunged at him. Mingxiang, huh? Chapter 18. Aftermath and the Bayang Conference. Mingxiang, I'm so relieved you're safe. I thought. Chimcho peeked out from between them, having just been in Mingxiang's arms, now obscured by Dawn's tablet. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Chimcho. Chime. Wei. Mingxiang. Where did you go just now? We were worried when we couldn't find you. Pikachu, Pika. Me? Would you believe I went to scold Palkia? Huh. Really? Of course not. If I had scolded it, I wouldn't have returned. However, Mingxiang turned to gaze at the sunny Bayang town. It seems this is all over. Let us find a place to rest. I could really use a cup of afternoon tea. Dawn crossed her arms, looking somewhat displeased at Mingxiang. That is true. Pikachu and I haven't had a proper celebration yet. Pika. Hey, I'm talking to both of you. We just finished dealing with a disaster. And you're recovering so quickly? Well, it's all in the past. Do you long for it? We succeeded, and now is the time for joy. Let us go. Indeed. Let us go, Pikachu. Hey, Mingxiang, wait for us. The three of them exited the space-time tower together. Hey, Mingxiang, Ash, Dawn, Brock and Iris, along with the trio they had previously battled, awaited them outside. Ah, everyone is safe and sound. That is wonderful. Dawn, with her tear-streaked face, looked like a small flower. I wasn't crying. Ha ha. Oh, handsome boy, care to join me for afternoon tea? At this moment, Xiaoxin approached to invite Mingxiang. No. Mingxiang already has an engagement. Xiao Wang stepped forward to decline Xiaoxin on Mingxiang's behalf. Mingxiang was left dumbfounded, while Xiaojing looked on with envy. Ah, why am I not afforded such treatment? Wait, when did Mingxiang make plans? Didn't he just say he wanted to grab some afternoon tea? Pika, Ash. What's the matter? Mingxiang awkwardly chuckled. This straightforward man truly is something else. Oh dear, so you're a rival, are you? Humph, I shan't let you win. Mingxiang shook his head. All right, the disaster has just ended. Let us take a moment to rest. The Bayang tournament begins tomorrow. We must conserve our energy to strive for satisfactory rankings. Xiao Wang, there's a grand contest tomorrow as well. You must give it your all. Huh, how did Mingxiang know I would be participating in the grand contest? Hey, it's a secret. Mingxiang placed his hands on his hips and smiled lightly, causing Xiao Wang's heart to race. How infuriating. I've already lost at the starting line. As everyone prepared to leave, only Mingxiang noticed a shadow. He turned to look, and Darkrai nodded at him before vanishing into the shadows. Hey, Mingxiang, hurry up and catch up. I'm coming. After a brief exchange, Mingxiang and his companions, led by Alice, headed to a cafe. The calamity had passed, and life with Pokémon was set to continue. Hello, owner. What are your signature dishes? I'm terribly sorry. We're taking a day to adjust. Please come back tomorrow. Ah, I see. Well, after just experiencing a disaster, it's only normal to need time to recuperate. How about this? We'll buy some ingredients, and Xiaojing and I will cook for you. Oh, yes. Mingxiang, this time I must see your signature dish. No problem. Huh. Who are you? The one who faced the legendary Pokémon at the Tower of Time? The cafe owner finally recognized Mingxiang. Ah, me? I wouldn't say I faced them. I merely did my best to hold them off. It's really you. Please come in. Come in, darling. Hurry and greet the guests. This cafe initially planned to take a day off, but upon seeing Mingxiang, their attitude instantly changed. The owner even grasped Mingxiang's clothing, fearing he might flee. Alice, what is going on here? You confronted the legendary Pokémon at the Tower of Time. Many people witnessed it. That scene was truly impressive. Mingxiang. Faced with the owner's enthusiastic hospitality, the group of 9 had no choice but to take a brief respite in the cafe. The owner led them to the backyard, where a large round table sat amidst an array of plants and flowers for decoration, creating a more natural ambience compared to the shop inside. This was a special place the owner reserved for friends, while the upstairs was where they resided. Wow, the environment here is splendid. I'm glad you like it. I'll go fetch the menu. One by one, everyone settled down, with Mingxiang sitting beside Xiaowang on his left and Xiaoxin on his right, cradling a vigilant Kairu Lulian in his arms. Those 2 scheming women. They want to steal my trainer. Mingxiang stretched and initiated a conversation, with Mingxiang leading the way. They began to chat. Discussions arose about what to eat and plans for battles later. They inquired about Mingxiang's future journey, as snacks and drinks arrived. This day concluded beautifully. The following day, the Baiyang tournament commenced as scheduled. The competition venue was teeming with people, divided into 2 segments, the glamorous performance contest and the passionate battle contest. Both competitions offered the same prize money, but the champion badges were distinct. One represented artistry with a colorful ribbon, while the other symbolized honor with a badge. Participants could enter both contests. Mingxiang intended to wait until Kairu Lulian evolved into Shinado before considering participation. For now, he focused on honing his battling skills. Thousands were competing, with 40 of them entering the grand contest. The scale of Baiyang Town was quite remarkable, considering its total population was just over 20,000, including those merely spectating. It was estimated that nearly half the town was present. As the opening ceremony concluded, Mingxiang, Ash, Xiaowang, and Xiaoxin prepared themselves. The initial rounds were 3v3 matches with no Pokémon substitutions allowed, constituting the preliminary selection phase. Starting from the top 16, it transitioned to 6v6 with substitutions permitted and no restrictions on moves. In the 3v3 format, Mingxiang's EV and Darubi gained considerable practical experience. Mingxiang entered the tournament primarily to train his Pokémon, especially since he had a trump card to back him up. Handsome boy, we'll meet sooner or later. And when we do, I shall surely defeat your Milotic. If you lose, you must go on a date with me. Huh, Mingxiang will not lose to you. Xiaowang stood up to counter. Mingxiang, don't collapse before me. Pikachu and I wish to witness your Kairu Lulian's prowess. Pika. Mingxiang scratched his head. I haven't even battled yet. Why are you all putting pressure on me? I don't even have my 6th Pokémon yet. Hey, X5. After all this time, Mingxiang. Haven't you decided which Pokémon to catch? For my 6th Pokémon, I had wanted a flying type. But I haven't encountered any that wish to join me or are suitable. Mingxiang, which Pokémon did you originally intend to catch? Originally, I sought a desert dragonfly, but as time passed without encountering one, I gradually forgot about it. Nonetheless, I feel that 5 Pokémon are sufficient for this city-level competition. The group. Contestant number 563, please step forward. Oh, it's my turn. I'll head to the competition now. Good luck. X5. Okay. Mingxiang walked to the center of the stage, facing a middle-aged man with yellow hair. Mingxiang's Pokémon for the match was Darubi, while his opponent's was Beedrill. This was understandable, as most people's starter Pokémon were rather ordinary and common, often hatched from Pokémon eggs. Not everyone begins their journey with the iconic trio like Ash and Xiaowang. Mingxiang himself could have ended up with a Pidgey if luck had not been on his side. Darubi, let us begin our practical training. Let us go. Flamethrower. EV Run. Toxic Spikes. Magical Leaf. Too late. Thunderbolt. Boy. Toxic Spikes has lost its battle power. The winner is EV. In the first 2 matches, Mingxiang won without even sending out Butterfree. EV's explosive power was growing, and Darubi was steadily becoming stronger. Both Pokémon's limbs were beginning to gain strength and robustness. On the morning of the 3rd day of the Baiyang tournament, on the grassy area near the Tower of Time, Mingxiang had a Pokémon resting on each thigh. On his left was EV, and on his right was Darubi. Mingxiang was grooming them, and the 2 little ones were thoroughly enjoying it. Boy, I knew you were hungry. Here. Mingxiang produced a large, red apple for EV, who bit into it, producing a crisp sound. Darubi only had Pokémon food, as Mingxiang needed to eat the leftovers. Mingxiang. Mingxiang. Mingxiang looked up to see Xiaowang running towards him in her grand contest gown, accompanied by Pokémon. Xiaowang. Pokémon. Good morning. Good morning. Pika, why are you by yourself? Are they still sleeping in? You guessed it. I'm completely prepared, just for today's contest. But your contest is in the afternoon. It's barely 7 a.m. Is that true? Xiaowang glanced at Pokémon, who tilted its head at her. Pika, are you asking me? You must not only know their essay contest today, but not what time it starts. Ahaha. No wonder they haven't woken up. So, Mingxiang, do you have a contest today? Today was the grand competition, in which I did not participate. Certainly not. So why did you rise so early? I needed to groom these two fellows. We are set to exercise shortly. Exercise? Just as Xiao Guang finished speaking, 3 beams of light suddenly appeared around them. Kai Rulian, Manas, and Badadai materialized. Nah. Manas yawned widely, still half asleep. Kai Rulian used its psychic powers to gently rouse the drowsy Manas. Nah. Manas shook her head and instinctively navigated her way back into Mingxiang's embrace, falling asleep once more. Kairu. Haha. Alright, little one. Let Manas catch a few more winks. Mingxiang tenderly stroked Manas, who had a particular penchant for sleeping in, and he was always willing to indulge her little habit. However, Kai Rulian made it a daily endeavor to wake her up. Badadai flapped her wings, sending a sprinkle of powder into Manas's nostrils. Nachu. Nah. Way. Nah. Manas, looking rather aggrieved, burrowed deeper into Mingxiang's arms, appearing as though she was about to lodge a complaint. Xiao Guang observed the interaction between the Pokémon with a warm heart. It was truly heartwarming. Mingxiang, may I join you for your exercise later? If you wish to come, then come. Why ask? Alright. Boca man, let us go. Boca. At the island's edge, Dairubi was continuously running while Eevee practiced high jumps with added weight. Both were part of their routine training. Alright, Boca man, let us get some practice in too. Mingxiang, be our opponent. Boca, is that so? Very well. Wait a moment. Little ones, Manas, Badadai, warm up first. We'll engage in a battle shortly. Just then, Xiao Guang witnessed an unforgettable scene. Kai Rulian levitated small stones from the beach using psychic energy and hurled them at Manas. Manas effortlessly swung her tail, shattering the stones. Badadai provided assistance, accelerating their speed. Sigh. Mingxiang, do they usually train like this? Indeed, but after today, that will change. I need to adjust the training regimen. Manas's tail has made significant progress, and so has the little one's psychic abilities. At that moment, Boca Man approached Xiao Guang and patted her foot, pointing at the Pokémon across from them. Boca, are we still battling? Mingxiang. Could you teach me how to train Pokémon? I don't mind, but are you certain you want me to instruct you? Is it not alright? No, it's just that everyone has their own training methods. I worry that my style may not suit your battle approach, potentially leading you astray. Please, enlighten me. Boca. Alright. First, you need to understand what skills your Pokémon possess, and next, which ones they excel at. Once you grasp these, tailor your training according to their strengths and weaknesses. Mingxiang shared his entire training philosophy with Xiao Guang, reminding her to be open-minded. Mingxiang, what does it mean to change fixed thinking? Simply put, do you remember Manas's surf? That represents the notion that Pokémon skills can be creative. Why not innovate or transform a skill that best suits you? At that moment, Xiao Guang suddenly grasped the concept. So, one must think outside the box and maintain a lively mindset to devise a personal move? You've summarized it well, but Xiao Guang, I must reiterate that this is merely my training style. It may not necessarily apply to you, so be cautious not to stray off course. Understood. Wanyuan Air, come forth. Boca Man, Wanyuan Air, I've just conceived a new idea. Let us give it a try. Boca Man. Envelop yourself in whirlpool and see if you can gradually enlarge the water vortex. Boca, Wanyuan Air unleashed ice beam, carefully freezing only the outermost layer. Mingxiang instantly understood Xiao Guang's intention. Sculpting, quite an intriguing idea. Sure enough, Xiao Guang aimed to have the water vortex culminate in a grand sculpture. However, the figure Boca Man created was crooked and far from aesthetically pleasing. Boca bye. No worries, this is our first attempt, as long as it works. We can refine it later. Mingxiang patted Xiao Guang's shoulder and then turned to Boca Man. Do you know that the spheres you create with Bubble Beam are all uniform in size? You could use that as a reference. For instance, a sculpture that is 1 meter tall could resemble approximately 10 stacked spheres. Exactly. Boca Man, can you manage that? Boca. Alright, let us try again. With Mingxiang's guidance, Xiao Guang's sculpting took a tremendous leap forward. Gazing at the sculpture before her, Xiao Guang still felt something was amiss. Hey, take your time to think. You'll find it eventually. Xiao Guang looked at Mingxiang, who stood with his hands on his hips, smiling knowingly, as if she were beginning to discern what was lacking. Chapter 19, Ignition and Blaze. After a brief training session, Mingxiang removed his backpack and retrieved the sandwiches and Pokémon food he had prepared. Come eat. Xiao Guang, you join us as well. Sure. Mingxiang spread a blanket on the ground, and Xiao Guang assisted in arranging everything. Once everything was set, Xiao Guang eagerly grabbed a sandwich and a piece of cake. Taking a bite of each, Bokaman and Wanyuan Air also indulged. This is my first time tasting the sandwiches and cake you made. They're delicious. I'm glad you like them. Mingxiang produced a plastic container and 2 bags filled with dried fish, apples, and leftover food. As Mingxiang began to heat the food in an electric pot, Xiao Guang looked on in confusion. Mingxiang, what are you doing? Preparing food for my little ancestors. Little ancestors? Kairu. Kairu Lien sauntered over, hands on hips, eyeing Mingxiang. Ahaha, it's just a little cutie. You misheard. Ugh, Dairubi, catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, dashed over, its little tail almost wagging off. After feeding all the Pokémon, it was finally his turn. Returning to the blanket, Kairu Lien was already waiting for him. As soon as Mingxiang sat down, Kairu Lien floated into his arms. Watching Mingxiang deftly share a sandwich with Kairu Lien, Xiao Guang asked, Mingxiang, may I hear about your adventures? A story? Sure. Do you remember what we talked about the first time we met at the Pokémon Center? After I caught the little one, she endured quite a bit of hardship alongside me, even facing malnutrition when she was still a Ralts. During those early days, we ate whatever we could find, and she gradually adapted. I still recall one day, we searched the forest all afternoon and only found 1 apple. I intended for her to have it all. But in the end, we each took a bite, and while eating, I wanted her to have more, and she wanted me to have more. So we spent several minutes sharing that apple. Haha. Kairu Lien smiled gently, leaning back in Mingxiang's embrace while continuing to relish the sandwich in his hand. Though it was a rather arduous experience, Xiao Guang could see no trace of sorrow on Mingxiang and Kairu Lien's faces, only happiness. We relied on each other and persevered until now. I have grown quite dependent on her. Kairu, so do I. Now that we've made it through. They are growing stronger, and soon, I won't have to run around to earn money anymore. I can simply wait for them to provide for me. Hehe. Xiao Guang. Hey Xiao Guang. Mingxiang. At that moment, Ash and Brock finally awoke and found Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang waved at them. All right. You should prepare for the afternoon competition. Do your best. Time flew, and Xiao Guang advanced in the afternoon competition. The next day, Mingxiang won another match, officially entering the top 32. So far, Minas and Kyrillian have yet to make their appearances. Within the time-space tower, as the random allocation on the large screen descended, Mingxiang finally faced off against Ash. Mingxiang against Ash. Yoshi. Mingxiang. I have awaited this day. This time, I shall surely triumph over you. Pikachu. All right, let us seize this opportunity and have a good battle. Ready? Let us go, Pikachu. Pikachu. Observing Ash sprinting towards the waiting room, Mingxiang helplessly shook his head and made his way to the battlefield. Mingxiang, give it your all. Mingxiang. Brock, with a look of envy. Upon reaching the battlefield, both Mingxiang and Ash wore expressions of utmost seriousness. It's decided, go, Fire Monkey. Ho-ho. Darubi, let us go. Woo-woo. Both sides ready. Prepare. Start. Fire Monkey, Flame Wheel. Darubi, Flower Dance. As the fiery wheel approached, Darubi seized the moment, charging forward to disrupt Fire Monkey's attack. Crunch. Darubi opened its mouth wide, aiming at Fire Monkey. I want to let you succeed. Flamethrower. Ho-ho. Darubi was unable to outpace the flames and was struck, staggering back several steps. Counterattack. Revenge. Darubi steadied itself and unleashed flames from its mouth, forcing Fire Monkey's flames back. Don't give up, Fire Monkey. Huh. The flames on Fire Monkey's tail suddenly intensified. Both Pokémon maintained their ground for a moment, but Darubi's flames began to advance steadily. The power of revenge proved superior, and it was evident that Fire Monkey was growing increasingly strained, its expression contorted in pain. Fire Monkey. Who? Huh. A fierce explosion of flames erupted. Fire Monkey's eyes gleaming red, the flames behind it roaring fiercely. Mingxiang activated the blazing ability of the Master Brother. Well done, Fire Monkey. Darubi was pushed back, rising with gritted teeth, glaring at Fire Monkey. It despised its own weakness, lamented its lack of talent, unable to protect its friends. All the training pales in comparison to a genius's casual day, doesn't it? Anger and power consumed Darubi's thoughts. Huh. A low growl and sharp gaze indicated its current state. Darubi, we haven't lost yet. Let it witness the fruits of our training. Woo-woo. The wolf howl echoed throughout the arena, flames enveloping Darubi entirely. Indeed, Mingxiang, I should have battled you long ago. Ash flipped his hat backward. Come on. Fire Monkey, Flamethrower. Charge ahead. Flare Blitz. Hoo-ho. Woo-woo. Fire Monkey inhaled deeply, then unleashed a torrent of flames towards Darubi. Darubi charged forward, propelling all the flames behind it to meet the attack. Boom. A tremendous explosion rang out, dense black smoke enveloping the entire arena. Both Mingxiang and Ash found themselves choking on the smoke. The referee, standing in the middle and ready to announce the results, was utterly engulfed. Is this truly the battle between Fire Monkey and Darubi? Both the handsome guy and Ash are formidable. As the smoke cleared, both Darubi and Fire Monkey were in a severely injured state, gazing at each other. Darubi's limbs trembled, and ultimately, it stumbled and collapsed. Cough, cough. Darubi has lost its fighting capability. Fire Monkey, hearing that it had won, smiled and knelt down to support itself. Ming Shang recalled Darubi. You performed admirably today. Thank you for your hard work. The victorious side cannot switch Pokémon. Ash's Fire Monkey must continue battling. It's up to you, Eevee. Boy, can Fire Monkey still stand? Fire Monkey tried to rise, but ultimately shook its head. One of its legs had lost sensation. It could only crawl like a gorilla, which Ming Shang also noticed. Eevee, quick as lightning. If that's the case, Fire Monkey, hang in there. Eevee charged at Fire Monkey, Duong. Fire Monkey lost its fighting capability. Come back, Fire Monkey. You've done well. Eevee, is it? I'm counting on you, Swim Ring Weasel. You, Swim Ring Weasel. Sonic boom. Swim Ring Weasel leapt, its tail glowing white, swinging its tail to unleash a sound wave towards Eevee. Eevee nimbly dodged, lightly bouncing to regain its stance. This is a habit instilled by Ming Shang, ensuring they instinctively seek their optimal state. So swift. Swim Ring Weasel, Water Pulse. You. Swim Ring Weasel clasped its hands together. A water sphere gradually forming, this being its fastest move. Eevee, quick as lightning. Z-shaped leap. What? This is a modified skill Ming Shang devised based on Eevee's remarkable jumping ability. Relying on its agility, Eevee burst forward for a short distance, then immediately adjusted its direction to continue the short sprint. This speed rendered Swim Ring Weasel incapable of aiming. As Eevee drew closer to Swim Ring Weasel, Ash had no choice but to gamble. Swim Ring Weasel. Behind you. Did you really hit the jackpot? Eevee dove in for a collision. Swim Ring Weasel, water stream burst. You. Boy. Ming Shang slapped his forehead. I forgot he's the flying type champion. Eevee currently lacks effective aerial capabilities. Go. Swim Ring Weasel. Eevee, high-speed star. This is the only aerial skill Eevee currently possesses. At this moment, Water Pulse descended, and Swim Ring Weasel surged towards Eevee with water elements. The two skills collided. Eevee lost its fighting capability. Ming Shang recalled Eevee. I'm truly sorry, Eevee. It was my command that faltered. You've worked hard. Go, Butterfree. Way. Indeed. It's Butterfree. Swim Ring Weasel, give it your all. After defeating Butterfree, we will finally see Ming Shang's ace. You. Air Slash. Swim Ring Weasel, Water Pulse. Followed by Sonic Boom. Spin and dodge. Water Pulse and Air Slash collided mid-air, as the approaching Sonic Boom had Butterfree evading like a roller coaster. Faster than me? Then let us bring it down. Swim Ring Weasel spun and unleashed Water Gun. You. Counter Shield reappeared. Descend to low altitude. Bug Buzz. Butterfree nearly lay flat against the ground, but from this position, Swim Ring Weasel's water gun couldn't reach. After all, spraying upwards at an angle. To hit from this position required either parallel alignment or standing up. Butterfree's Bug Buzz could also bypass the physical defenses of Water Gun. Bug Buzz hit Swim Ring Weasel, causing it to tumble backward. Just as it steadied itself, two air slashes followed closely. Swim Ring Weasel. No wonder it's Ming Shang's Butterfree. It's truly formidable. You. Swim Ring Weasel struggled to rise. Butterfree's attack power was simply too weak. If it were a Pokémon with higher attributes, Swim Ring Weasel would have already lost after receiving 2 hits. Well done, Swim Ring Weasel. We charge. Water Pulse. You. Observing the size of Swim Ring Weasel's charged Water Pulse, it was clear that Butterfree's Air Slash could not slice through it. Damn. What a bloodied battle god. Did Butterfree not utilize Tailwind and Quiver Dance? Would its speed suffice to evade? Butterfree unleashed a pollen puff with all its might. Way. Butterfree summoned numerous spores, forming a barrier before itself. Just as it completed the maneuver, it collided with Swim Ring Weasel's water sphere. The immense impact sent Butterfree spiraling backwards several times. After this strike, Swim Ring Weasel collapsed in exhaustion on the battlefield. Swim Ring Weasel lost its fighting capability. As the battle progressed, Butterfree's shortcomings became increasingly evident. Its species locked its potential. A new training plan must be devised promptly. Butterfree struggled to flap its wings. Now drenched and severely hindered in flight. With frustration and disappointment, it gazed at itself. Hey, Butterfree, I've told you before, do not feel disappointed in yourself. Hold your head high. You will always be the brave butterfly soaring in my heart. Butterfree turned to look at Ming Shang. His gentle expression and smile causing her tears to flow uncontrollably. Way. Butterfree invigorated herself. She was determined to grow stronger. She would fight for Mingxiang. She would also protect Mingxiang. Thank you, Floatzel. Ash recalled Floatzel, his fighting spirit intensifying with each passing moment. He was on the verge of facing Mingxiang's ace. All right, Pikachu, it's your turn. Pikachu. With a spirited leap, Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder onto the battlefield. Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt. Pika, Pika. Avoid the descent. Butterfree was descending rapidly, her wings weighed down by the excess moisture. There was no opportunity to evade Pikachu's thunderbolt while ascending. So Mingxiang commanded her to descend. In this state, Butterfree could hardly win a prolonged battle, so it was time to take a gamble. Let's go? Pollen Puff. Way. Butterfree emitted a verdant glow as she charged forward. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pika Pika. 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 Both Pikachu and Butterfree surged toward their opponent. And just as they were about to collide, Pikachu leaped, spinning to deliver a tail swipe glowing with white light against Butterfree. A brief explosion rang out. Pikachu and Butterfree were both sent flying, landing on the ground. Pikachu. Ash was utterly astonished that Mingxiang's Butterfree could unleash such power at the last moment. Pi. Pika. Pikachu was now dazed. Pikachu, I knew you could do it. Mingxiang recalled Butterfree. You are the bravest and strongest butterfly. Thank you for your efforts. Mingxiang smiled at Ash and produced the Pokeball of Kirlia. Ash also smiled, knowing that either Milotic or Kirlia was about to make an appearance. Butterfree has lost its fighting capability. The victor is Ash. All right, it finally happened. Mingxiang, I finally. Won? Pika? The rules state it's a 3v3. The opponent has already lost 3 Pokémon, so of course, you've won. What is going on? Why is it 3v3? I thought it was 6v6. Oh, Pika. Mingxiang chuckled awkwardly, having completely forgotten. Typically, major tournaments commence with 6v6 from the top 32. But here it starts with 3v3 in the top 16. This means Mingxiang has lost. I apologize. Due to the inclusion of the Grand Festival in this tournament, we adjusted it to start 6v6 from the top 16 to save time. The referee approached to apologize to Mingxiang and Ash, as he wished to see more of their match. The battle was simply too exhilarating, filled with twists and uncertainties. Not just the referee, but many spectators also wanted to see more. What is going on? The handsome guy's ace, Milotic, didn't he even get a chance to battle and lost? He must be throwing the match. Ha ha ha. Did you not see Ash's devastated expression? They both thought it was 6v6, right? Did Mingxiang really lose to Ash like this? Ha ha ha. This is probably the match Ash least wanted to win. Mingxiang recalled the Pokeball of Kirlia and approached Ash. Congratulations, I wish you the best in your upcoming matches. Mingxiang, why didn't you use your ace right away? I thought it was 6v6 and planned to save both aces for last. Next time we battle, you must bring out Milotic first. Alright, I promise you. Farewell. Mingxiang and Ash bid each other goodbye and turned to leave the arena. Outside the Tower of Time and Space, Mingxiang glanced back for a moment before turning away, preparing to head toward the next city where the storyline would unfold. Mingxiang. He turned back. Dawn, what brings you here? Mingxiang, you. Hey, thanks for your concern. I'm fine. I must be on my way. Best of luck in your upcoming matches. Dawn lowered her head, clutching her chest, unsure of what to say. Why act as though we are parting for life and death? We will meet again. I just need to strive harder to become stronger. Today, I realize there are many things I've forgotten. That way, I cannot claim the championship. Is that so? Therefore, I cannot give you a response just yet. You. Don't say such things casually. Ha ha ha. Yes. Don't rush. Dawn shyly looked away, but she still secretly gazed at Mingxiang. Do your best. Let us work hard together. Goodbye. Mingxiang turned to leave, and Dawn watched until his figure vanished from her sight. Chapter 20. Did he really manage to pull it off? Leaving Birch Town, Mingxiang made his way to the next city. The Sinnoh trilogy unfolds in a continuous narrative. After the events in Birch Town, the master of the distortion world, Giratina, would soon make its appearance. The clash between Palkia and Dialga resulted in the emergence of toxic gas in the distortion world. Giratina, unable to clear it, was filled with rage. Just as Dialga landed, hoping to quench its thirst, it was dragged into the distortion world by Giratina. This move is known as closing the door on the dog. Dialga was utterly bewildered, and in the chaos, it was accompanied by the mythical Pokémon, Shaman. Cafe, Mingxiang, along with Kirlia and Butterfree, was enjoying afternoon tea. There was no choice. With money slowly becoming sufficient, Mingxiang decided to savor the pleasures of life. Compared to the exorbitantly priced energy blocks for Pokémon, this table of afternoon tea cost merely a few $100s, which was incredibly affordable. Mingxiang glanced at Curlia nestled in his arms. Unfortunately, Curlia had not yet evolved into Gardevoir. Otherwise, Mingxiang would surely find even greater joy. Kiru? Curlia sensed the peculiar emotions emanating from Mingxiang and shyly shrank back. You're wondering about Milotic? She asked, napping inside her Pokeball. After indulging, Mingxiang needed to focus on serious matters. It was time to revise his Pokemon training plan. Curlia currently exhibited commendable mobility, and her offensive capabilities with Shadow Ball and Psychic were adequate. Milotic's attack power was certainly satisfactory, but her mobility posed a significant issue. After all, Milotic's large physique made it challenging to evade many moves, necessitating head-on confrontations or tanking hits. Butterfree had essentially reached her limit, and Mingxiang needed to devise a new training direction to transform Butterfree. Drifloon and Eevee were still in the phase of accumulating practical combat experience. Evolution was their primary objective, and Drifloon had a strong-willed nature, much like Ash's Charizard. Eevee required an evolution stone, but regrettably, it was male. Otherwise, Mingxiang would have evolved it into a Sylveon. Given this situation, the only course of action was to engage in practical training for everyone. No amount of training could substitute for honing skills through real battles. Mingxiang needed to give his all, even if it meant losing battles. Only in this way could he discern where his Pokemon fell short. Mingxiang immediately devised a plan. Boss, may I use your kitchen? An hour later, Mingxiang had prepared 5 different flavors of cake rolls. He sprinkled a generous amount of chocolate powder over the cakes, enhancing their visual appeal immensely. They looked utterly delightful in both appearance and aroma, and he also made some peach crisps. Kiru, upon seeing the 5 cakes, Curlia felt a surge of desire to taste them. The cafe owner, noticing the cakes Mingxiang had created, glanced back at the neatly arranged cakes in the shop. So, the appearance of cakes could be crafted in such a manner. All right, little one. Whether you get to eat this cake today depends on your performance. Kiru, follow me. Mingxiang set up a table on the street displaying the 5 cakes. Come and take a look. Freshly baked cakes. Many girls and children were drawn in by the cake's beautiful appearance and creamy frosting. How much are these cakes? A blue-haired woman was instantly captivated by Mingxiang's cakes. Not for sale. Win me in a 1v1 Pokemon battle, and you can choose 1 cake to take home. Really? Of course. All right. I accept. The woman threw a Pokeball. Go, Buniri. Mingxiang had been waiting for such a Pokemon. Drifloon was ready for battle. Buniri used Headbutt. Crunch. After several rounds, Drifloon emerged victorious. I lost. Mingxiang produced a small bag containing 2 peach crisps and handed it to the lady. Don't be disheartened here. This is a token of compensation. There's compensation too. She opened the bag and savored a piece of cookie. The crispness and sweetness enveloped her taste buds. The lady turned her gaze back to the cake on the table. Oh, cough, cough. After swallowing the cookie, she looked anxiously at Mingxiang. Can I challenge again? As long as you possess a more formidable Pokemon, you may. All right, wait here for me, and make sure to save that blueberry-flavored cake for me. I'll be back in a jiffy. As she hurried away, Mingxiang continued his practical training. Let me give it a try. A middle-aged woman approached Mingxiang. Please. I beg of you, Blastoise. A blue turtle appeared before Mingxiang. Oh, the starter Pokemon has finally arrived. Little Na is awake. Na, the Milotic, emerged reluctantly, still drowsy. Wake up. If you win tonight, I'll let you sleep in my arms. Na. Milotic shot a water gun at her own face to rouse herself. Shaking off the droplets, her gaze transformed into one of determination. Kairu. Chimcho stood nearby, hands on her hips, pouting, clearly unwilling to participate. Blastoise, spin at high speed. Little Na. Use Water Tail to send it back. Na. As a turtle Pokemon, Mingxiang intended to test the limits of Milotic's tail. Due to Mingxiang's deliberate suppression, this battle evolved into a test of endurance. After numerous rounds, Milotic finally managed to knock Blastoise out. Her tail ached, leaving her with a tingling sensation. Feeling aggrieved, she burrowed into Mingxiang's embrace. Na. Ha. All right, it's just training. You performed splendidly today. Milotic was currently Mingxiang's strongest Pokemon. However, in an actual confrontation, Milotic would still be outmatched by Chimcho. Mingxiang's Chimcho was incredibly agile, while Milotic, aside from her wide-range attacks, struggled to land hits on her. For instance, using Water Tail to strike Mingxiang's Chimcho proved exceedingly difficult, having sent 3 Pokemon into battle without a single loss. Many challengers began to retreat upon witnessing the strength of Mingxiang's Milotic. At that moment, a little girl approached. Big brother, I want to challenge you, but could you please refrain from using that beautiful Milotic? I want to eat the cake you made. Of course, go ahead, Eevee. Eevee, your opponent is this one. What do you think? All right, Go, Charizard. Ming Shang. Eevee? Ugh. What a scoundrel. X2. Yet, surprisingly, Ming Shang's Eevee nearly secured a victory. The little girl's commands lacked any strategy or logic, essentially being chaotic instructions. Ming Shang surmised that this Charizard was likely entrusted to her by her parents for safety. Well done, Eevee. Congratulations, this matcha-flavored cake roll is now yours. Thank you, big brother. Charizard, you can have some too. Each cake roll only had 3 pieces. The little girl took the cake and immediately fed the first piece to Charizard. At that moment, the blue-haired lady returned. Brother, over here. Hurry and help me. The cookies he made are so delicious. The cake roll must be just as good. All right, stop shaking me. A well-dressed blue-haired young man approached Ming Shang. Hello, my name is Yu. My sister loves your cakes. Is it true that winning a battle allows one to take home a cake? Indeed, if you win a 1v1 match, you can take it home. I've saved the blueberry flavor for her. Great, I look forward to our battle. Go, Bronzer. Dome. Finally, a Pokémon suitable to be the little one's opponent had arrived. Little one, it's your turn. Kairu. Chimcho floated gracefully before Bronzer, manipulating psychic energy. However, Ming Shang found this battle to be exceedingly challenging. In a psychic duel, Chimcho held its own against Bronzer, yet Chimecho's attacks failed to inflict significant damage on Bronzer. Even a fully charged Shadow Ball couldn't secure a victory. The opponent was also capable of predicting the future. Despite Ming Shang unleashing his full psychic power, he could not conclude the battle. Ultimately, Bronzer, utilizing Future Sight and Heavy Slam, emerged victorious. Chimcho fell to Bronzer. However, Bronzer too was not unscathed. Ming Shang rushed forward to scoop Chimcho into his arms. Well done, little one. Kairu, I'm sorry. It's my fault. You did wonderfully. Now rest well. Return, Bronzer. Thank you. Yu looked at Ming Shang. This Chimcho is impressive. He realized Ming Shang was honing his Pokémon, yet he hadn't anticipated that he would almost lose to Chimcho. Bronzer, though a natural counter to Chimcho, struggled significantly. Congratulations on defeating me. This cake roll is yours. Thank you. You are preparing to participate in the Lily of the Valley Conference, aren't you? I wish you the best of luck. Yu left with the cake, accompanied by his exuberant sister. Time to pack up. Today, Ming Shang's gains were substantial. Psychic and steel types are quite fascinating. A few days later at the cafe, a new training plan had been formulated, yet Ming Shang was in no hurry to implement it. He and Chimcho quietly awaited. The reason for choosing this cafe in the alley was that it was the very place where Ash and Shaman fled through a narrow passage. Pachima, water spout. Here it comes. For here was the scene where Ash, with Shaman atop his head, was about to instruct Pikachu to attack, only to discover the small Magnemites had ceased their pursuit. Why aren't they chasing anymore? Koharu was puzzled. Never mind, let us hurry. As they turned, the Magnemites crashed heavily to the ground behind them. The loud noise prompted Koharu to glance back, only to see Ming Shang and Chimcho descending from the corridor above. Ming Shang? At first unsure, Koharu was convinced when a large self-destructing Magnemite appeared and Ming Shang pointed at it. Milotic unleashed a powerful water gun in swift succession. This was the last scene Koharu witnessed. The group gasped for breath as they boarded the train. I want to go back. Just now it was. Before Koharu could finish her sentence, the train departed. Hey, wait. Koharu quickly turned around, only to find the doors had closed. What's wrong? I just heard you shout something about Ming Shang? Yes, just now. Ming Shang helped us escape from the Magnemite. Oh, wait. Are you sure it was Ming Shang? The white upper body and light blue tail of Milotic belonged solely to Ming Shang. It had to be him. Let us hurry back to help him. Ash, clueless, attempted to pry open the door, only to be halted by staff members. With that minute lost, the train had already pulled ahead. Darn it. How could this happen? All right, you two calm down. Ming Shang is quite capable. He should be fine. Brock attempted to reassure them, though he himself was deeply worried about Ming Shang. Meanwhile, Ming Shang did not linger too long, as the Magnemites had retreated en masse, their target not being him. He decided against pursuing and leisurely made his way towards the flower fields. Ash's worries only subsided when the Magnemites and self-destructing Magnemite caught up to the train, indicating that Ming Shang was safe. Koharu, filled with fury, commanded Pachima to attack the Magnemites. She couldn't quite understand why seeing them incited such anger within her. Upon learning the direction of the flower fields on the train, the group set off slowly by boat. Koharu stood alone at the railing, feeling a bit downcast as she pondered. Koharu, what's wrong? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Shaman. Xiao Wang revitalized her spirit, determined not to let her presence adversely affect others. Before long, they were drawn back into the distortion world by Giratina once more. After a while, An anomalous space emerged above the flower fields. Xiao Wang, Ash, Brock, and a researcher from the distortion world materialized from within. Hot on their heels was Giratina. But as soon as it emerged, it was ensnared by Jello's aircraft. Jello sought to replicate Giratina's powers to facilitate his unrestricted access to the distortion world, a process that would ultimately jeopardize Giratina's life. Ming Shang finally arrived, leaping into the fray alongside Kairu Lian to launch a surprise attack from behind. With the battle raging fiercely ahead, no one paid him any heed. Just as Ash and Xiao Wang prepared to shield Dr. Mu Xian, the aircraft suddenly lost power and plummeted, causing Giratina to break free and crash into the lake. What on earth is happening? Everyone hold on tight. At that moment, with a loud bang, the entrance door was forcefully flung open. Come back, Xiaona. Ming Shang and Kairu Lian floated into view before the gathered crowd. Hey, do you all need assistance? Ming Shang. Pikachu. Ming Shang cast a glance at Kairu Lian, who used psychic powers to levitate them gently to the ground. Jello appeared utterly bewildered. However, his cockpit was equipped with a generator, allowing him to replicate 70 of Giratina's abilities. This was sufficient for entry into the distortion world. Just as Xiao Wang turned to Ming Shang to inquire further, Giratina's head emerged weakly from the water, staggering toward the shore. Giratina. Ash rushed over to assess its injuries. Ming Shang followed closely behind, and Giratina looked feebly at the group. It longed for home, yet found it engulfed in toxic gas. The more it thought about it, the angrier it became, and the more exhausted it felt. Finally, Giratina collapsed, weary and unwilling to move. Observing Giratina's frailty, Ming Shang scratched his head. I have a question. Can I capture it? After all, I'm in need of a Pokémon. The others responded in unison. Absolutely not. Seriously, Ming Shang, what are you thinking? Then how do we treat it? With Ming Shang's suggestion, Shaman soared forward to heal Giratina. A powerful green light enveloped Giratina, and it regained its footing, expressing gratitude to Ming Shang and the others. By the way, Ming Shang, how did you end up inside that machine? Xiao Wang recalled the question she had meant to ask earlier. I was unplugging it. Of course that's where I was. Unplugging it. Oh, right. That's a viable solution for urgent issues. Ming Shang could only marvel at the brilliance of a doctor. Such a thought process was beyond the capabilities of ordinary minds. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed across the lake as Jello appeared piloting his final battle aircraft. Ming Shang was eager to witness this marvel. What kind of contraption is this aircraft that it can hold its own against Giratina? This machine had managed to diminish the divine aura of Giratina, a being capable of matching Dialga. Yet here it was, stalemating with a mere aircraft? What a bizarre turn of events. Chapter 21. The Dance of Courtship Beneath the Butterfly. Do not hinder me. Jello roared at the assembled group. Get ready for battle, little one. Kairu. While Ash and the others remained perplexed, Ming Shang prepared for combat. Jello abruptly veered into the distortion world. Hey, you coward. If you're not going to fight, why are you shouting? Giratina took to the skies, intending to drive Jello out of the distortion world. Due to Ming Shang's interference, Jello's flying machine was lost in the chaos, preventing Ash from following. Little one, we must go. Thus, Ming Shang led Kairu Lian into the fray, ensuring Giratina remained safe. Upon entering the distortion world, Ming Shang was awestruck by the breathtaking scene before him. It resembled a profound painting, scattered with stars, akin to the sands of time, whispering eternal tales in the stillness. Kairu, it's truly silent and beautiful here, save for the toxic gas. While Ming Shang and Kairu Lian reveled in the scenery, Giratina was already engaged in combat with Jello. The cacophony of explosions snapped them back to reality. We must assist it. Yet, the harsh truth remained. Kairu Lian's psychic speed could not match that of the aircraft or the divine beast. Kairu, don't rush, let me think. Ming Shang gazed upward, spotting towering blue and white ice pillars piercing the heavens. I've got it. Little one, let us head over there. Ming Shang guided Kairu Lian toward the ice pillars. Giratina was struggling to thwart Jello's continued destruction of the pillars. By the time Ming Shang arrived, Giratina had already been slammed against one of the ice pillars. Upon landing, it was pinned beneath a falling blue and white stone. Jello aimed his aircraft at Giratina. This is the end for you, Giratina. The distortion world belongs to me. A massive fireball ignited as Jello prepared to eliminate Giratina. Should Giratina perish, no one would be able to enter the distortion world. Just then, a larger shadow ball collided with the fireball, resulting in an explosion that forced Jello's craft to retreat. Ming Shang and Kairu Lian arrived, with Kairu Lian employing psychic powers to shift the massive stone off Giratina. Xiaona Watertail. Ming Shang summoned Milotic to further assist Giratina in escaping its predicament. As he flew over, Mingxiang realized why divine beasts often seemed so vulnerable. Their intelligence paled in comparison to that of humans. No matter how much power they possessed, without keen minds, it was all for naught. Do not obstruct me. A fireball hurtled toward them, and Giratina crouched, shielding Mingxiang with its wings. As the explosion subsided, Giratina, despite its injuries, took to the skies once more to continue the fight. Giratina, if you trust me, follow my lead. Giratina glanced back at Mingxiang, ultimately nodding in agreement. It unleashed a shadow ball toward the jet's thrusters, then executed a swift shadow strike, closing the distance with its dragon claws. With a piercing scream, Giratina charged a colossal shadow ball and hurled it at Jello. Just as Jello evaded the shadow ball, preparing to smirk, an alarm blared. Warning, right side propulsion damaged. What? Jello turned to find Giratina had vanished, leaving only Mingxiang in sight. Giratina's attack had merely been a ruse. Kyrulian's shadow ball was the true lethal blow. My Kyrulian shadow ball can curve. Now Giratina. A chilling scream erupted from the rear of the aircraft. Giratina emerged from the mist. And Jello hastily maneuvered his ship to escape, but it was too late. Giratina seized the wing of the aircraft with its jaws, crashing it into the ice pillar. Moments later, a white light flickered from the sharp spike on Giratina's right side as it swiftly glided away, leaving a massive scratch on the aircraft's hull. Finish him off. What are you doing? Fire the shadow ball, hydro pump, Butterfree, air cutter. Darumaka, unleash flamethrower. Mingxiang summoned all his capable Pokémon to the fray. The aircraft hovered above him, as these were his strongest ranged attacks. However, the ship bore 70 of Giratina's defenses, and Mingxiang's offensive did little damage. Upon hearing Mingxiang's command, Giratina swiftly spun around, gathering another fireball. Yet, it was a moment too late. Jello, piloting the damaged ship, revved the engines and took off. You pest. Jello was utterly enraged, realizing that with his ship in such a state, he could not possibly defeat Giratina. Thus, he barreled toward Mingxiang, charging a fireball at full speed. All he desired was to eliminate Mingxiang. Die. Run. At such a speed, Kyrulian could not possibly use psychic powers to evade. Milotic swiftly coiled around Mingxiang, shielding him beneath her form and releasing a powerful water gun. Butterfree used its silk to seal the exposed gaps. Just as Kyrulian charged a shadow ball, Giratina arrived just in time. Dairubi had yet to comprehend the situation when a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the reverse world. Once the explosion subsided, Giratina cast aside the wreckage of the ship and began searching for Mingxiang. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed numerous burns adorning Mingxiang's body. Cough, cough, cough. Little one. Xiaona. Butterfree. Dairubi. Ignoring his own injuries, Mingxiang immediately sought out his Pokémon. A glance revealed Cerulean lying nearby. Mingxiang rushed over, tumbling and scrambling, before cradling her in his arms. Little one. Little one. After a brief call, Cerulean weakly fluttered her eyelids. Without hesitation, Mingxiang returned her to her Pokeball, searching for his other Pokémon. Xiaona. Dairubi. Nah, ugh. Don't speak, it's alright, just come back. Mingxiang scanned his surroundings and finally spotted Butterfree trapped beneath a rock. Butterfree. He dashed over, desperately attempting to lift the stone. But his strength was nearly depleted. Ultimately, it was Giratina who removed the boulder with its mouth. Mingxiang cradled Butterfree in his arms. Butterfree. Butterfree. No matter how Mingxiang called, she offered no response. Let me out. I must save her. Giratina exercised its authority to send Mingxiang out. While it remained behind to mend the shattered ice pillars, the glacier halted. That was the hole created by Giratina. Upon seeing Mingxiang emerge, everyone was filled with joy. However, the sight of Mingxiang's injuries and the stillness of Butterfree raised alarms. Mingxiang, unsteady on his feet, hurried towards Shaymin while holding Butterfree. Along the way, he stumbled, startling Shaymin. Please, save her. Shaymin, I beg you. I implore you. Mingxiang crawled toward Shaymin, shielding Butterfree and pleading for assistance. Mingxiang, leave it to me. Shaymin approached and leaned against Butterfree, channeling all its energy. A radiant green light enveloped the entire flower field. As the light gradually faded, Mingxiang's wounds healed completely. Yet, Butterfree remained unresponsive. Butterfree, Butterfree, I beseech you, open your eyes and look at me. Butterfree. Shaymin weakened, began to drift away. Shaymin cast a forlorn glance at Xiaoguang, shaking its head. How could this be? Damn. Mingxiang and his companions bowed their heads in anguish, no longer daring to disturb him. Mingxiang clutched Butterfree tightly in his arms, weeping bitterly. Regret and remorse consumed him entirely. At that moment, Giratina appeared, having restored all the ice pillars. Following closely behind were the trio of Team Rocket. However, upon witnessing Ming Shang's sorrowful embrace of Butterfree, Giratina found itself at a loss for how to proceed. The terrifying little ghost's Pokémon had sacrificed so much to protect him. Ming Shang's cries echoed throughout the flower field. The morning sun gradually emerged, and faint sounds began to resonate in the flower field. Shaman's companions transformed into their sky forms and flew before Ming Shang. What is this? I understand now. Everyone, come together. The shaman encircled Ming Shang, each releasing fragrant healing energy. A brilliant green light enveloped him, causing him to float gently into the air. Butterfree slowly drifted from Ming Shang's embrace, her wings gradually emanating a green glow. Butterfree's breath began to return, and the Pokémon within Ming Shang's Pokeballs were summoned forth. Their injuries healed as if they had never existed. Everyone, way, Butterfree. As Ming Shang turned his head, Butterfree leapt into his arms. You're all right. That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Ming Shang gently descended to the ground. Nah, Kiru, ugh. Maynanas and the others rushed toward Ming Shang, clinging to him tightly. It's good that you're safe. It's good. Surviving the ordeal, Ming Shang and his Pokémon were filled with joy. Xiao Wang also exhaled in relief, genuinely happy for Ming Shang. That's great. Me. The group looked up to see Shaman preparing to leave. Thank you, Shaman. We are truly grateful. Farewell. Ming Shang led the way in expressing his gratitude to Shaman, while Ash and the others waved goodbye. Shaman, farewell. Don't get lost again, you rascal. Giratina sensed Dialga nearby and bowed its head to express gratitude to Ming Shang. It then charged into the sky, roaring in fury. Meow? Giratina's insults are quite harsh. Ming Shang rose and gently patted his Pokémon by his side. Let us return. I'll take you all to the Pokémon Center. Concerned about any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to get a checkup. He recalled Maynanas, Cerulean, and finally Butterfree. However, Butterfree grasped Ming Shang's hand. What is it, Butterfree? Butterfree glanced at Ming Shang before lowering her head, slowly guiding him into the flower field. Wei, do you want the nectar from these flowers? That is fine, but you must help these flowers spread their pollen to ensure they grow properly. Butterfree shook her head, then resolutely raised her gaze to Ming Shang. Wei. She looked into Ming Shang's eyes as the wind began to stir the petals, and Butterfree commenced her dance among them. Her movements resembled a flowing painting, the delicate traces and graceful postures perfectly embodying the rhythm of her being. Brock's eyes widened as he observed Butterfree and Ming Shang. What is that? The courtship dance? X2. The butterfly's aerial choreography grew ever more beautiful, and gradually, Butterfree's form began to emit a green luminescence. Her shape slowly expanded, and her form began to transform. What is that? As the radiance faded, Butterfree emerged with deep blue wings, transitioning from pale pink. Her wings were as exquisite as a work of art. In the center of her wings was a humanoid figure, exuding an air of elegance and grace akin to a fairy. Clad in a flowing gown, she danced like petals caught in the wind, leaving an indelible impression. As the dance concluded, Butterfree gazed tenderly at Ming Shang. Ling. She floated gently toward him, and Ming Shang, astonished, beheld the fairy before him. It was not until Butterfree reached out to touch his cheek that he came to his senses. Butterfree? You are my butterfly? Ling. Butterfree smiled and nodded at him, then glanced at Ming Shang's lips. Though shy, she summoned her courage and leaned in slowly. Just as Butterfree was about to kiss Ming Shang, she suddenly transformed back, and Cerulean and Maynanas dashed out. Wei, Kiru, nah. They shielded Ming Shang protectively, pouting angrily at Butterfree. Butterfree quickly covered her eyes with her tiny hands, her cheeks flushed to the point of emitting steam. Cerulean glanced down at her own body. Determined to evolve into Galade quickly, she realized many were eyeing her trainer. Xiao Wang watched this scene unfold from a distance, never having imagined that Pokémon could become her rivals in love. The key issue was that this was Ming Shang's Pokémon. She placed her hands on her hips, pondering what advantages she might possess. There's no reproductive barrier between Ming Shang and me. Ming Shang chuckled as he dismissed the 3 Pokémon, subsequently recalling them into their Pokeballs. How could such a battlefield arise among Pokémon? Ming Shang. Ash and his companions rushed over. Ming Shang, what just happened with Butterfree? Can Butterfree still evolve? Ming Shang smiled wryly. I'm not sure. I suppose we'll have to visit Kalos to uncover the truth. Ming Shang understood that this was a bond evolution. However, he had never anticipated that Butterfree could also undergo bond evolution, and in such a stunning manner. A standard legal loli. It seemed that their sizes were just perfect. Initially, his only goal had been to obtain Galade, and now Butterfree had professed her feelings to him. What was he to do? Well, let things unfold naturally. At the Pokémon Center, Mingxiang meticulously attended to each Pokémon, ensuring their thorough healing without any lingering issues or aftereffects, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ash proposed inquiring with Professor Oak about the situation. What? Are you saying that Mingxiang's Butterfree has evolved? Indeed, we all witnessed it. However, the evolution lasted only a fleeting moment before it reverted. Mingxiang, where is he? Is he with you? Yes, he is here with us, but... Ash turned to look back. Mingxiang was earnestly trying to cheer up the Chikorita nestled in his arms, while a Milotic rested its head gently on his own, dozing peacefully. Butterfree hovered in the air, looking quite forlorn, as it had been overshadowed by Milotic. Yet, recalling that Mingxiang had not rejected her declaration of affection earlier that afternoon, she began to beam with a silly smile in solitude. Hey, Mingxiang. Ash's call brought Mingxiang and his Pokémon back to reality. Chico. Alright, let's go take a look. Chikorita and Milotic were merely feeling a tad envious and did not wish to compete for Mingxiang's affection. They all understood that Mingxiang would never show favoritism. Thus, Chikorita was eager to evolve into a Gardevoir, believing that winning Mingxiang over directly was the best solution. Mingxiang gradually stepped into Professor Oak's line of sight. Oh, Mingxiang, has your Butterfree truly evolved? Yes, but it was only for a brief duration. Just a few minutes, and I couldn't control it. I see. Mingxiang, may I study your Butterfree? I believe it holds secrets that could influence the entire Pokémon world. Of course, feel free to set any conditions. Mingxiang looked at Butterfree, who shook her head. She did not wish to be separated from him, even for a second. All that responded to her was Mingxiang's gentle smile. Professor Oak, even if you offered me the entire world, it would be of no use. Butterfree is my Pokémon, and as long as she shakes her head, no one can force her. Really? Would you not reconsider? The only way is for Butterfree to nod in agreement. Without that, I cannot proceed. Butterfree, perhaps I can find a way to help you maintain your evolution for a little longer. Way? She seemed intrigued. Yes, the research from Kalos has made progress, and I believe I can assist you. Butterfree glanced at Mingxiang and eventually nodded. Wonderful. Are you currently in the Sinnoh region? I will prepare the equipment immediately. Be sure to wait for me. Oh dear. As Professor Oak hurriedly stumbled, Mingxiang and Ash could only share an awkward laugh. Chapter 22, Telepathy? At the Pokémon Center. Mingxiang and Ash's group observed Professor Oak diligently conducting his research. Within less than a day, he had arranged for the essential research equipment to be transported. Alright, Butterfree can come out now. Professor Oak pressed a button, and Butterfree slowly emerged from the transparent glass chamber. Mingxiang quickly stepped forward, extending his hands to catch her as she descended. Are you feeling any discomfort? Wei. Butterfree shook her head, though she felt a hint of fear and unease from her first experience of being confined. Mingxiang, noticing her distress, cradled her gently, soothing her with his warmth. It's all right. There's nothing to fear. It's all over now. This scene mirrored that of a child tricked by their parents into receiving an injection, weeping in their embrace once it was over. Professor Oak meticulously organized Butterfree's data. Mingxiang returned to his seat, eager to hear what Professor Oak would unveil. Mingxiang, has Professor Oak said anything yet? Not yet. He is still sorting through the data, so we might have to wait a bit. Yosh, I can't wait to see what kind of data the professor will produce. Pikachu, if Pokémon truly possess another evolutionary form, we could become even stronger. Pika, I wonder if my Onix will have another evolutionary form. Just saying that makes me miss it. Oh, Brock, I remember you mentioned that Onix grew up alongside you, right? Yes, just like you and Pikachu, it has been with me for a long time. Ash and Brock began to chat, with Ash suggesting that Brock bring Onix for a battle. Dawn sat down beside Mingxiang. Mingxiang, where will your journey take you next? As for me, my travels have no fixed destination. I venture wherever convenience allows, and I'll head to wherever sounds enjoyable. Oh, aren't you planning to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference? A little, I suppose. After all that has happened, I feel a bit ashamed of my weakness. Mingxiang gently stroked Butterfree, who had fallen asleep in his arms. After the incident with Giratina, I still have many areas where I lack maturity. I want to let them fall into danger again. The fact that Butterfree is back in my arms is already a stroke of luck, and I dare not gamble on whether another miracle will grace me. I see, but I want to simply abandon adventure. Traveling with them is my most cherished endeavor. There will always be challenges awaiting me during travels. They all wish to grow stronger, so I shall not forsake my growth out of fear of failure. I will stand by them. Thus, Mingxiang gazed resolutely ahead. My journey will continue until I can confront all adversities. At that moment, Professor Oak emerged from behind the door, and Mingxiang's group gradually gathered around, eager to hear the results. Professor Oak began, his gaze fixed on the data. Mingxiang, has your Butterfree encountered any mishaps? Yes, she narrowly escaped from a bird Pokémon. By the way, Professor Mingxiang's Butterfree evolved directly from a caterpie, without passing through the metapod stage. Really? Both Dawn and Brock can attest to that. That explains everything. Mingxiang, your Butterfree must have experienced a powerful survival instinct just moments before her near-death experience, leading to her evolution. However, her body was unable to sustain it, resembling a flash of light. Pokémon possess unique bodies with remarkable adaptability, and after that, she gradually acclimated to her new form. Will Butterfree have any aftereffects? No, her data appears normal, though there are some peculiarities. Come, take a look at this. Professor Oak approached the computer, displaying Butterfree's data. This is the data and coloration of a typical Butterfree. Normal Butterfree have black and white wings and a purple body, while female Butterfree lean towards a pink hue. This is the data and coloration of a rare shiny Butterfree, with the most notable distinction being the pinkish wings and green eyes. The data for shiny Butterfree is also somewhat elevated compared to that of normal Butterfree. However, here is the data for Mingxiang's Butterfree. Why is it even higher than that of a shiny? Not only that, but look at this. Butterfree is the second most researched Pokémon. Thus, we have clear data on their base stats, which is approximately around 400, albeit with fluctuations based on the individual Pokémon, but not significantly different. Out of the over 13,000 Butterfree studied, the highest base stat recorded was 421, while the lowest was 388. Yet, Mingxiang's Butterfree possesses such data. All the data appears blurred. Indeed, it cannot be measured. Furthermore, Mingxiang's Butterfree contains an additional form of invisible energy, and through comparisons with all known research data, I have discovered it to be the first of its kind in history. I initially speculate that this energy is what enables Butterfree to evolve once again. This ability resembles the data uploaded from the Kalos region, yet it is distinctly different. Professor, what are the differences? Kalos Mega Evolution relies on external substances to allow Pokémon to break through their limitations. In contrast, Mingxiang's Butterfree seems to have broken free from its shackles and resonated with something, and I preliminarily deduce that it is due to Mingxiang. Everyone turned their gaze towards Mingxiang. What is it? Doctor, you don't intend to study me, do you? If possible, I would like to conduct a full body examination for you. Well, all right then. Mingxiang entered the glass chamber alongside Butterfree, only to discover, much to their disappointment, that he exhibited no extraordinary traits. This examination yielded no significant results, leaving Professor Oak somewhat disheartened. However, in the next moment, he revived with vigor, for this presented a brand new avenue for research. As an experienced and passionate researcher, such novel data could invigorate him to the point of sleepless nights dedicated to his studies. Thank you for your efforts, Mingxiang. You may choose to publish this data. This monumental discovery is more than enough to earn you a doctorate. No, please publish it under your name. You can take the accolades while I reap the rewards. Oh, don't worry about it. I value my freedom more. I have little interest in obtaining a doctorate, only in acquiring wealth. Very well, thank you. This card contains 1 million Alliance coins. It's yours. How much? Mingxiang exclaimed, nearly dropping Butterfree in shock. I realize this amount may be insufficient, but I shall compensate you later. No, foster father. I mean, foster grandpa. This is more than enough. From now on, you are my dad. I will assist you with any data you require as long as my Pokémon are willing. Xiao Guang and the others exchanged awkward glances, while Mingxiang eagerly accepted the card. Come on, Professor. Ash, Xiao Guang, Brock. I'm treating you all to a grand feast. No, I must continue my research. Research? Nonsense. Your health is paramount. The data will remain here. Happiness is what truly matters. Come on, hurry up and follow me. Hey, slow down. Mingxiang grasped Professor Oak's hand and dashed outside. Ash and his companions laughed as they followed suit. It was Mingxiang's treat. Amidst laughter and joyous banter, the 5 of them, along with their Pokémon, enjoyed a sumptuous meal. In the end, Professor Oak requested to see Butterfree evolve. I cannot control it. I can only try my best. Butterfree, let us give it a shot. Wei. Mingxiang raised his hands, and Butterfree gracefully descended onto them. Everyone and their Pokémon gathered around to witness. Mingxiang and Butterfree closed their eyes simultaneously, fully attuning to each other's essence. A gentle green light began to emanate from Butterfree. Professor Oak immediately recorded this moment. Radiance erupted as Butterfree became enveloped in a natural aura. The light vanished instantaneously, revealing an extraordinarily charming fairy before the onlookers. Ling. It was a success. Wow, so beautiful. However, before the spectators could fully absorb the fairy's appearance, Butterfree reverted to its original form. Wei, Noticing Butterfree's subtle disappointment, Ming Shang stepped forward to comfort her. Don't be disheartened. I'm here with you. We will master this together. Wei. As they spoke, Kairu and Mina became a bit jealous. Butterfree, how about I call you Linger from now on? Wei. Butterfree flew forward and embraced Ming Shang tightly. I'm glad you like it. Professor Oak, I have one more request. What is it? I hope the video you just recorded will be released only after the Kalos region thoroughly understands Mega Evolution. Professor Oak pondered briefly, quickly grasping Ming Shang's intention. Understood. I promise you on my honor as a professor. Pokémon should not be unjustly captured. Huh. What does that mean, Doctor? Pika Pika? Ash, you are truly quite dense. If Professor Oak releases the video, Butterfree will undoubtedly be captured in mass. Then perhaps it's best not to publish it. That is not the most crucial point. You all are aware of Linger's uniqueness. Many Butterfree do not possess such traits, and given their frailty, few would wish to capture them. However, for those who genuinely wish to raise one, it would be a joyous occasion. Yet, many are selfish. Once they discover that Butterfree cannot evolve, they will abandon or allow it to perish. Pokémon are incredibly loyal. They should not be treated in such a manner. Professor Oak closed his eyes, contemplating Ming Shang's words. Indeed, the duality of this video was too potent. It cannot be released for now. Perhaps we will consider it when the time is right. After resolving all matters, Ming Shang bid farewell to the group and set off on his journey alone. His next destination was Midna City. Midna is a city enveloped by numerous rivers, renowned for its breathtaking natural scenery. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the city is built within the masterful hands of nature. However, the most significant aspect of Midna is its storyline. The alpaca Arceus is set to make an appearance. Ming Shang cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The most despicable villain, Shiqin, is about to show up. Ming Shang would feel remiss if he did not give Shiqin a good slap. His life was saved by Arceus. His sustenance was provided by Arceus. Yet, Arceus, who trusted them so deeply, faced betrayal in return. If you don't want to return the life jewel, just say so. It's shameless enough to lie about it. Just tear it up and throw it away. Yet, Shiqin even sought to kill Arceus. The more he thought about it, the angrier Ming Shang became, and he resolved to help Arceus vent his frustrations. My hands are itching to deliver some retribution. One night on a certain plain, Ming Shang sat on the ground, gazing vacantly at the starry sky, accustomed to falling asleep only after midnight. Kairu. The self-navigating Kairulian had arrived again, skillfully climbing into Ming Shang's arms, which he embraced. How about you keep me company through the night from now on? So you want to wake up in the middle of the night? Kairu. What's wrong? Sensing Kairulian's emotional fluctuations, Ming Shang looked down at her. Kairulian remained silent, resting her head against Ming Shang's chest. In an instant, he understood. She was feeling a bit jealous. Ming Shang gently pinched Kairulian's face. Why have you turned into a little vinegar jar? Kairulian pouted, hugging Ming Shang, her eyes tinged with remorse. Ming Shang felt this emotion resonate within him. Come now, aren't we doing just fine? But I still couldn't protect you. Who said that? Do you know how heroic you looked when the spaceship was about to collide with us, standing in front of me and charging up Shadow Ball? I've become your little fan. Puffed. Kairulian couldn't help but laugh, lifting her gaze to Ming Shang. Her trainer always had a way of lifting her spirits from sadness. Kairulian reached out, wanting to intertwine her fingers with Ming Shang's. However, as she was still Kairulian, she lacked fingers, so she simply placed her hand in the palm of his. Ming Shang gently clasped this petite hand. Suddenly, the surrounding environment began to fade into a void, becoming dim. Ming Shang instinctively tightened his hold on Kairulian, glancing warily around. Ming Shang. He looked down into his arms, and that glance nearly caused him to have a nosebleed. Kairulian was naked in his embrace, and his own clothes had vanished as well. Strangely, Kairulian had begun to exhibit some human-like traits. For instance, her current figure was even flatter than Xiao Guang's. No, little one. Can I stay like this for a while? Kairulian asked shyly, yet without any intent to withdraw. This environment made her feel incredibly secure, and most importantly, she had just sensed what Ming Shang was about to say. The same was true for Ming Shang. He could perceive all of Kairulian's thoughts and actions. What in the world is going on, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? Little one, can you read my thoughts? I cannot. What the hell? Watching Kairulian stifling her laughter, Ming Shang found himself at a loss. The images flashing in his mind, and the inner voices were remarkably easy to distinguish. What exactly is happening? I don't know. But Kairulian took a deep breath. Here, I feel very warm. Warm, you say? Ming Shang closed his eyes, yearning to feel something, yet found naught but his own encroaching fatigue. Damn, is this a ploy to drain my energy? What constitutes energy? Food. Is it delicious? Ming Shang. It probably isn't. I see. With a swift slap to his forehead, Ming Shang scolded himself. I shouldn't dwell on such thoughts. Why? Don't ask, I can't divulge that now. X2. Ming Shang and Kairu Lian noticed that the surroundings were gradually reverting. Has it been lifted? Kairu. Alright, don't be disheartened. We can always seek that feeling again. Ming Shang, feeling drowsy, stretched lazily. The moment the previous scene concluded, he was instantly overcome by sleepiness. Let's retire for the night. We have a journey ahead tomorrow. Ming Shang, cradling Kairu Lian, stood up, preparing to return to the tent. What does it mean when Ming Shang is flatter than Xiaowang's steel plate? Ming Shang. Chapter 23. 2 slaps, and they behaved. On the plains outside the city of Menina. Hey, Darubi, don't run too far? Darubi was sprinting across the fields with Eevee, while Ming Shang reminded them not to stray too far. However, Darubi showed no signs of slowing down. Ming Shang could only shake his head in resignation and turn back to manage the grilling. Kairu. This must be the legendary liberation of nature or bloodline awakening. Let it play. Milotic lay comfortably in the creek, dozing. Butterfree rested on a branch, preferring not to be exposed to the sun for too long. The verdant fields, shimmering ponds, and vibrant farms collectively painted a tranquil and beautiful natural tableau. Ming Shang stepped into this land, eager to savor its offerings. Hey, little one, pass me those fish. Just as Ming Shang and Kairu Lian were engrossed in barbecuing, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Pikachu? Pika Pika. Huh, Pikachu? Where are you going? Hey, it's Ming Shang. Hey, Ming Shang. Huh, really? Ming Shang. Ash and his group had also arrived at Menina City, rushing towards Ming Shang. I underestimated their speed. They arrived sooner than expected. Ming Shang waved at them with a smile. He hadn't enjoyed enough yet before being pulled into the storyline. At least this barbecue can be finished. Ming Shang, what a surprise to encounter you here. Good to see you again. Have you eaten? Want to join us? Is that permissible? Hey, of course. Just a little longer. If you brought any food, we could grill together. Perfect. I have some potatoes and minced meat, along with some peppers in my backpack. I can help. At that moment, Pikachu and Piplup discovered Milotic sleeping in the water. Pikachu, Pikachu. Milotic opened one eye and then shot a water gun at Pikachu. Pikachu dodged just in time, but Piplup bore the brunt of it. Piplup, Piplup. Looking at Milotic now playing with Piplup. Yo, everyone, come on out. Ash released all his Pokémon, and the rest followed suit. The picnic officially commenced, and midway, Ash stumbled upon several watermelons floating down the stream. Wow, brother, look, what a beautiful Milotic. Milotic, balancing Pikachu on her head and a struggling Piplup in her mouth, turned to look. Oh, it's those 2 kids who brought the watermelons. Hey, can I touch that Milotic? All right, little sister, we came for the watermelons. But she's so beautiful. Fine, let's have a Pokémon battle. If you win, you can touch her. Ming Shang approached and smiled at them. All right, I'll do it myself. You watch. Ash, I'm counting on you. Me? Sure. Pikachu, let's go. Pikachu. Just as the 2 engaged in their fierce battle, Ming Shang secretly instructed Milotic. If the little girl loses, comfort her afterward, Milotic agreed. Especially since she had just received a compliment on her beauty. Eventually, the barbecue gathering of 4 grew to 6, with watermelons added to the feast. The siblings guided Ming Shang and the others, introducing them to the sights and ruins. They arrived by a lake, the breathtaking scenery captivating Ash and his companions. Ming Shang leaned against a tree, releasing Kairu Lian. Just as Kairu Lian was about to inquire, she met Ming Shang's gaze and instantly prepared for battle. Charging. Kairu Lian closed her eyes, beginning to meditate. As spatial fluctuations surged, a massive wormhole with an intense gravitational pull manifested on the lake's surface. The water and trees were drawn in, and Ash's group was no exception. Xiaowang had just taken flight when Kairu Lian used telekinesis to pull them back. Hina and Kabin rushed over, but Hina froze momentarily upon seeing Ash. Hina. Kabin shouted to bring Hina back to her senses, and she clasped her hands in a prayer pose. Dialga, please help us. A furious roar echoed, and Dialga reappeared. Just as it used its temporal powers to repair the wormhole, it was tackled underwater by Giratina, who unleashed a barrage of blows. Giratina, you little brat. Finally caught you. Is that Giratina? Ash was about to intervene when Ming Shang pulled him back. Ming Shang, what are you doing? Hurry and stop them. Let Giratina vent a little. It's only natural for it to have some emotions after Dialga and Palkia turned its home into chaos. But why is Giratina fixated on Dialga? Because Palkia is hiding too well, Giratina can't find it. Thus, Dialga has to bear the brunt of it all. Everyone. Dialga took a couple more hits from Giratina, having yet to retaliate since being forced underwater. That's enough. We should leave. Kairu Lien flew towards Giratina with Ming Shang, preparing a shadow ball. Giratina noticed someone approaching and, to avoid collateral damage, gradually retracted its shadow ball, while Ming Shang flew to Giratina's side. Hey, calm down. Big brother. Look, it hasn't even fought back. It knows it made a mistake. We shouldn't be unreasonable, right? Calm down. We are legendary beings. Such entities should be magnanimous. Be magnanimous. Calm down. Haha. This seemed to appease Giratina, realizing Dialga had not retaliated either. Seizing the moment, Dialga quickly slipped away, not wishing to endure further punishment. Watching Dialga hover in the air, Giratina utilized its authority and returned to the distortion world. Out of sight, out of mind, Ming Shang and Kairu Lien gently descended, while Hina slowly approached them. You can actually communicate with legendary Pokémon. My apologies. My name is Hina, the guardian of this place. I am Caben, also a guardian here. Before they could exchange more words, spatial fluctuations surged once more. This time, Dialga fell victim, and Palkia, who had been watching from the shadows, arrived to intervene. Hina expressed her gratitude to the legendary Pokémon. As Dialga and Palkia prepared to depart, they cast a lingering glance at Ming Shang before turning away. May I request that you follow me to a certain location? Hina beseeched the group. They exchanged glances before ultimately looking at Ming Shang. Ming Shang, I get to decide. Ming Shang spread his hands. Let's go see. Hina led the way as Ming Shang and the others slowly walked toward the base of the ruins. They arrived in a chamber containing a device capable of detecting 5 different dimensions. Hina explained to everyone about Arceus, the creator deity who nurtures all beings. Now, Arceus is on the verge of awakening, harboring hatred for humanity and preparing to exact punishment upon it. Pokémon punishing humans? How could that be possible? Please, come and see this. Hina conveyed through the medium of sand art that Arceus had once rescued this land, alongside the myriad agreements made with the guardian, Damos. However, in the end, Arceus faced betrayal. How could Arceus not be furious? It had placed such trust in them, only to be deceived. This, after all, must be Damos's fault. Damos is my ancestor, and this is the life gem. X3. Hina approached the crowd, clutching the life gem. We must return the life gem to Arceus to quell its wrath. Please assist us. Ha! Ming Shang's maniacal laughter left everyone bewildered. Your ancestor Damos was foolish. And so are you. You are aware of the implications of attacking Arceus. I refuse to believe they were ignorant. Do you genuinely think that such shameless individuals would consider the lives of their descendants? Do you truly believe that after that incident, they would leave you the genuine life gem? But this gem must be real. I swear to you, since the moment of my birth. Handing this over is akin to going outside empty-handed and kneeling. Hina wished to speak further, but Ming Shang raised his hand to interrupt her. This is not your fault. You are also a victim. Remember this. Those who owe debts must repay them. I cannot assist you with this. Little one, we shall depart. Ming Shang slowly led Kairu Lien away, and just as they exited, the entire sky began to tremble. A solar eclipse accompanied by a multitude of meteors descended. Arceus is coming. X3. The crowd approached Arceus to return the life gem. As anticipated, the life gem was a counterfeit. Arceus's fury intensified, and it shattered the life gem beneath its foot. The punitive light descended upon the land in an instant. In this dire moment, Dialga and Palkia appeared to intervene and halt Arceus. The gem, it is fake. Just as Ming Shang had said. Hina gazed despairingly at Arceus. At that moment, Dialga descended nearby. I shall not show mercy to Pokémon who assist humanity. The punitive light from Arceus surged forth. Giratina appeared to block the meteor, while Palkia seized the opportunity to seal off the space surrounding Arceus. Dialga radiated a soft blue glow, its skin flowing like a river. Little one, gather your strength. The power of time activated, and Dialga transported Ming Shang and his companions to the past. As they regained their bearings and looked up, the solar eclipse was occurring. Arceus emerged from a wormhole, appearing before the ruins. Damos approached alone to invite Arceus into the temple for a reunion. That is Arceus. Hey, Ming Shang, where are you going? Ash spotted Ming Shang and Kairu Lien rushing forward. Let us hurry and follow. Inside the ruins, a massive blue light erupted as Arceus was besieged by numerous Pokémon. What are you doing? We cannot return the gem to you. This scene was observed by Ash from a high vantage point. Just as Damos commanded another attack on Arceus, several shadow balls flew towards the surrounding walls, knocking several Pokémon unconscious. Who is it? Ming Shang and his Pokémon slowly entered through the main entrance. Someone I find distasteful. Hydro Pump. Flamethrower. Shadow Ball. Ming Shang directed his Pokémon to continue assaulting the Pokémon within the cave. He needed to help Arceus escape. Nidoking, take action. The guards attempted to restrain him. Chi Xian immediately commanded Nidoking to act, knowing that if Arceus was not subdued, it would be disastrous. As Nidoking crawled closer, Ming Shang just managed to create a gap. Eevee suddenly burst forth, colliding with Nidoking's head. Kairu Lien hurled a Shadow Ball and swiftly manipulated psychic energy to pull Nidoking closer. Milotic swam over and, with a flick of its tail, sent Nidoking flying into the surrounding Pokémon. Ming Shang, Ash and his group had also arrived. Attack those Pokémon. Quickly. Help Arceus escape. But. No buts. If you dare not resist before Arceus, you deserve to be struck. Attack. The injuries are on me. I can cover the medical expenses. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pachima, Whirlpool. Seeing the electricity suppressing Arceus dwindle, Chi Xian panicked. Quickly stop them. Arceus broke free from its restraints, its roar echoing throughout the ruins. Damos. Damos was controlled by the bronze bell, that red-haired one with an outrageous chicken-like appearance. He is the mastermind. Accept your punishment. Arceus gathered its energy for punitive light. Attack. Quickly suppress it. Chi Xian called for his Pokémon to attack Arceus once more. Ling. A remarkably beautiful fairy flitted around Arceus. Leaf Storm. Pink and purple petals rapidly converged and expanded, fiercely shielding Arceus and blocking most of the electric strikes. Ming Shang had anticipated this moment. Linger was his final line of defense. After an all-out strike, Linger fell, reverting to Butterfree, and Ming Shang promptly recalled her into her Pokeball. Arceus's attack surged toward Chi Xian, but he dodged just in time. Chi Xian looked up and was struck with terror. Arceus's attack was powerful enough to create a hole in the ruins and the surrounding mountains. After this furious strike, Arceus descended, heavily injured. After recalling Butterfree, Ming Shang dashed toward Chi Xian. Ash hurried to keep up, while Dawn trailed behind slowly. Little brat. Hypnosis from the bronze bell. Chi Xian attempted to control Ming Shang, but he realized Ming Shang approached with his eyes closed, effortlessly avoiding obstacles. How is this possible? At this moment, Ming Shang's vision was entirely provided by Kairu Lien floating above. This was their unique spiritual realm. Shadow Ball. Kairu Lien raised her hand, sending a shadow ball crashing between Ming Shang and Chi Xian, allowing Ming Shang to evade the bronze bell's attack. As a fist aimed toward his head, Chi Xian raised his hand to defend. Ming Shang immediately crouched down, targeting a specific spot. With a fierce punch, the egg shattered, and not just one. This scene was witnessed by Ash and his companions. Ash shivered while Dawn bashfully covered her eyes. Ming Shang snatched the life gem and sprinted down the steps. Arceus. Then, after tossing the life gem to Arceus, Kairu Lien instantaneously teleported beside Ming Shang to assist him in levitating. Arceus accepted the life gem, a powerful golden light emanating forth. Arceus levitated Ming Shang before it. You are an inconsequential junior, but I thank you for creating Pokémon, thus granting me a semblance of home. Thank you, Kairu. Arceus gazed upon Ming Shang and Kairu Lien's joyous expressions, unsure of what to say. Ming Shang slowly explained the situation to Arceus. Arceus looked at the unconscious Damos, while Brock and Hina tended to him. So it was like this. Thank you for saving me. It is not solely my achievement. More importantly, Arceus. Could you do me a favor? Arceus, being a deity, would not concern itself with trivial matters, but Ming Shang would. How absurd. Arceus saved this land, provided for you, clothed you, sheltered you, and this is how you repay him? Ming Shang spoke while rubbing his hands, approaching the bound Chi Xian. Slap, slap. The only sound remaining in the ruins was the sound of slapping, not for any other reason, but simply because he found him displeasing and wanted to slap him twice. Damn, how can one have such thick skin? That hurts. I'll switch hands and continue. Ash and his group attempted to pull Ming Shang away, but to no avail. Reluctantly, they turned their heads to avoid witnessing this brutal scene. Chi Xian had been slapped into a swollen mess. Damos, is the revenge of your kind this exaggerated? If possible, I would also like to slap myself. I have disappointed your expectations and caused you harm. I am sorry. It is not your fault. It has all passed. Ming Shang shook his reddened hands and slowly approached the Pokémon, startling it considerably. Hey, Ming Shang, you wouldn't dare to harm even the Pokémon, would you? Ming Shang merely smiled at Xiao Guang without uttering a word. Kairu Lien sensed Ming Shang's emotions and recalled certain memories, feeling a bit shy as she cupped her cheeks. He crouched beside a Lika cat. Wasn't that electrifying experience with Arceus exhilarating? Meow, meow. Indeed. Ming Shang lifted the Liku cat, gradually bringing his face closer to its forehead. The Liku cat fainted from the fright. Ming Shang chuckled, shaking his head as he gently set the Liku cat down. I am but a human and have no right to punish Pokémon, especially those under control. Merely a gentle reminder to not misjudge again. Ming Shang slowly approached Arceus. Thank you for your observation. I wonder if you appreciated this performance. A peculiar feeling stirred within him, yet he found it not unpleasant. Ming Shang, may I address you as such? Of course, it is merely a name. In the ruins, I witnessed you summon a Pokémon I had never seen before. Might I behold it once more? Are you referring to Lingair? Come forth. Wei, is this Butterfree? Wei. You mean to say, thank you for creating me? Wei. Butterfree soared into Ming Shang's embrace, beaming with sheer bliss. Is this what they call a bond? Arceus glanced at Ming Shang, then lifted his gaze to everyone present. My time is short. I must once again succumb to slumber. Farewell, Damos. And Ming Shang nodded with a smile to Arceus, gradually watching him disappear into the clouds. Ming Shang stretched languidly. Well, it's time to bid adieu. Xena, this is your final chance to see Damos. Oh, as soon as Ming Shang's words left his lips, they began to emanate a blue light. It seems even this moment has slipped away. Are you all departing? Yes, grandfather, we must return to the future. Farewell. Farewell. X3. Is that so? Farewell, Xena. You truly are remarkable. Thank you, children of the future. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. Chapter 24, A Re-Encounter. Returning to reality. Upon encountering Ming Shang and his companions, Arceus recalled previous memories, his tablet now complete. Arceus unleashed the power of creation, restoring the land to its former state. Ming Shang stretched, alleviating the fatigue that had enveloped him. Hey, it seems we shall not face punishment after all. Indeed, it appears Arceus has remembered us. Pika, Boja, Arceus, accompanied by the three dragons, gracefully descended before Ming Shang and his group. Ming Shang, hands on hips, smiled at Arceus. Seeing you unharmed brings me great relief. The sudden concern left Arceus momentarily uncertain. The eclipse gradually dissipated, and the morning sun shone bright and clear, bringing joy to all. The mist had lifted, the roosters crowed, and the rising sun cast its golden rays across the world, illuminating everything. A perfect harmony akin to red blossoms greeting the vibrant sun. Hey, come and take a look at this. Xiao Guang pointed out an additional stone tablet, upon which Damos had inscribed words of gratitude. However, Ming Shang showed little interest, instead standing beside Arceus to admire the scenery. Your world is truly beautiful. Not quite. This is our world. It is precisely because of its extraordinary beauty, as it exists in my dreams, that I embarked on this journey. I wish to explore this world with my Pokémon. I aspire to grow alongside them until we can face all adversities. Growth and adversity, you say? Arceus turned his head, gazing deeply at Ming Shang before gradually ascending, preparing to depart. Arceus, farewell. X4. Pika. Ming Shang gazed at the pink stone that had unexpectedly appeared in his hand, unable to recall what Arceus had bestowed upon him. Nevertheless, he decided to keep it. Ming Shang, where shall your journey lead you next? To challenge the gym. I still need to collect my tickets for the Lily of the Valley conference. Oh, right. Ming Shang, I already have 6 badges. What about you? I also possess 6. So soon? Ah, Ming Shang, let's have a Pokemon battle. This time, I want to challenge your Milotic. Kyrulian would be fine too. Hey, can your Butterfree already control its evolution? How strong is it? Let me see. Little one. Tell him to hush. Kyru. Pika. After a night of rest, Ming Shang set out on his journey alone. He needed to collect the final 2 badges and had arranged to meet Ash for a 6v6 battle. Throughout his travels, Ming Shang pondered the purpose of the stone Arceus had given him. After much contemplation, he discovered it was simply a pink stone. Never mind. It can serve as a talisman. The Lily of the Valley conference is approaching, and I must find my 6th Pokemon quickly. Along the way, Ming Shang revised his training plan. Kyrulian needed to become accustomed to manipulating multiple shadow balls. The greater the number, the more deceptions Ming Shang could employ. For Milotic, Ming Shang initially intended to enhance her speed, but reconsidered that this might not be practical. Against fast-flying Pokemon, Milotic speed would be insufficient. Thus, Ming Shang devised a new strategy, focusing on area damage. Xiaona, come here. I've thought of a new move. Let's give it a try? Nah. See if you can make the water flow erupt from the ground, akin to a whale spouting water. Milotic closed her eyes in contemplation, ultimately shaking her head in disappointment. She could only control the water within her body, not the external water flow. Don't lose heart. Try reversing the flow of the water at the tip of your tail. It's similar to the tidal technique I taught you, just in a vertical direction. Milotic attempted once more, using her tail to strike the ground, causing water columns to arise only at the point of impact. This can hit airborne targets, but the range is too short. Mingxiang sat thoughtfully, pondering how to modify the technique. At that moment, raindrops began to fall upon his clothing. Is it raining? Everyone come back. Rain? Rain. Rainwater. Summon rain. Xiaona, let us see if you can do it in rain dance mode. Nah. Milotic closed her eyes and invoked the rain dance, the downpour intensifying in an instant. The tail of Milotic gradually enveloped in potent water energy. With a powerful strike of her tail against the ground, 2 water columns erupted sequentially. We've succeeded. Nice. Xiaona, you're amazing, Mingxiang exclaimed, rushing to embrace Milotic, knowing that mastering this move would allow him to catch opponents off guard. Nah. Milotic nuzzled affectionately against Mingxiang's cheek. Now, all of Mingxiang's Pokémon showed clear signs of improvement. The bond evolution of Butterfree was becoming increasingly controllable. Delibird was also on the verge of evolution, while for Eevee, Mingxiang needed to find an evolution stone. An evolution stone? Suddenly, Mingxiang recalled the stone Arceus had given him. He took out the stone and presented it to Eevee, only to find it yielded no results. Mingxiang awkwardly picked up the stone and shook it. Could this truly be a talisman? Kairu? At that moment, Kairu Lien approached slowly. What troubles you? This stone seems to be calling to me. Calling? Really? Could it be? Mingxiang joyfully embraced Kairu Lien, spinning around. Little one, I now understand the purpose of this stone. Our luck is truly extraordinary. This stone is likely a mega stone. Arceus has gifted us something marvelous. The continuous bounties brought a smile to Mingxiang's face that could hardly be contained. Even when he went to bed that night, cuddling with Kairu Lien, he wore a contented grin. The following day, upon entering the city, Mingxiang strolled along the street, contemplating what delicious treats to reward his Pokémon with later. As he walked, he noticed a crowd gathering ahead. Driven by curiosity, Mingxiang approached to discover the matter at hand. To his surprise, he found a golden-haired woman contemplating her chin, her gaze shifting back and forth between 2 flavors of ice cream. Julan. The familiar voice prompted Julan to rise and take a look. Oh, it's Mingxiang. Mingxiang walked over to her. Well, it has been a while. How many flavors of ice cream do you have, boss? 7 in total. Great. I'll have one of each. I didn't know you could order like that. But Mingxiang, can you actually finish all that ice cream? Here. I never said I would eat it all by myself. I was just craving it, and I'll get a portion for my Pokémon too. Julan accepted the double scoop ice cream handed to her. Am I getting a share too? You're not my Pokémon. What stake do you have in this? Just hold it for me. I'll pay. Julan. Oh, am I arriving at an inopportune time, Sister Julan? Kagura Yuin slowly entered Mingxiang's line of sight. We meet again, Mingxiang-kun. Boss, I'd like another ice cream, please. Ignoring Kagura Yuin, Mingxiang turned around to purchase another ice cream. Thank you. The 3 found a spot in the park to sit down. So, do you 2 know each other? Yes. I met Yuin when we were children. She chose the path of a trainer, and since I'm here in Sinnoh, her family entrusted me with looking after her. Oh, I knew it. My parents must be secretly helping me. I'm not a child anymore, after all. So, Kagura, you'll be participating in this Lily of the Valley conference as well? Of course. I've already obtained my 6th badge. But I truly didn't expect that after finishing all the gym battles, Sister Julan would still be selecting ice cream. Each one looks so delectable. I must choose carefully. Indeed, the time you've spent selecting ice cream is enough for me to taste all the flavors. It's quite impressive. Julan. How many badges do you have, Mingxiang-kun? 6, and I'm about to challenge for the 7th. But it seems today won't be my day. Oh, so I was the one to get there first. What a pity. However, Mingxiang-kun, my little Yuin hasn't had her debut yet. Kagura Yuin produced a pokeball, winking at Mingxiang. So, shall we have a duel? This time, I won't be careless. Mingxiang stretched lazily. Alright, let me see how well you've trained your Flygon. How many Pokemon will you be using, Mingxiang-kun? 6 versus 1. I'll use 6, you use 1. Are you in? Yuin and Julan. Ha ha ha, just kidding. I don't even have a 6th Pokemon. Let us make it 1 versus 1. Mingxiang and Yuin arrived at the Park's battle arena. Julan volunteered to be the referee. Then let the revenge match begin. Yuin. Wea. Mingxiang took out a Pokeball. Linger, I'm counting on you. Wei. When will you let me see that Ralts, Mingxiang-kun? Let us talk after you defeat my Butterfree. Watching the Butterfree flit joyfully through the air. Is this Tailwind? No, there's no significant wind speed. Julan instantly discerned Butterfree's trajectory. Let the match commence. Yuin, Dragon Breath. A crimson beam shot swiftly towards Butterfree, but it spun leftward, circling around the lasers several times. It is indeed Tailwind. This was Zhulan's first time witnessing Butterfree's combat style up close. Air slash. Butterfree swiftly evaded the laser, sending 2 blades toward Flygon. Dragon Tail. Block it. As Flygon dealt with the blades, Butterfree danced gracefully in the air. Its quiver dance. Yuin, interrupt it. Meteor shower. Flygon opened its mouth, a yellow sphere of light forming, which it then hurled into the air, resulting in an explosion and a flurry of meteors raining down. Linger, dance steps. Butterfree's movements remained unfazed by the meteors as she elegantly spun away from the falling rocks. This was a sliding technique taught to her by Mingxiang and Kirlia. While her speed was significantly slower than Kirlia's, it was more than sufficient to evade a few meteors. The meteors only served to accentuate Butterfree's graceful movements. As the quiver dance concluded, Butterfree's attributes were enhanced. Yuin's eyes gradually sharpened with intensity. She underestimated Mingxiang's Butterfree, believing it merely had supportive capabilities. Yuin. Dragon Pulse. Tackle. Butterfree flipped backward as if performing a backflip, quickly regaining its posture to charge at Flygon. Dragon Tail. Flygon stabilized its ability and swiftly turned to strike Butterfree with its tail. Butterfree leaned back to evade. Now is my chance. Flygon spun, directing the charged Dragon Pulse at Butterfree. However, just as it aimed, a plethora of spores appeared before it. Mingxiang gestured to Butterfree as he called for the tackle. And she understood instantly. The overwhelming pollen forced Flygon to be on guard. Yuin, ascend. Bug buzz. Yuin attempted to rise above the pollen, but even with Flygon's speed, it couldn't outpace the sound barrier. Thus, Flygon fell victim to the attack. Yuin, completely caught in Mingxiang's rhythm of attack, yet Flygon shook its head, signaling to Yuin that it was fine, then continued to ascend. What a pity, Butterfree's attack is simply too weak. Dragon Dive. Seizing the opportunity, Yuin retaliated immediately. Wea. A terrifying roar echoed as Flygon dashed towards Butterfree at breakneck speed. Zhulan glanced at Mingxiang. It was evident that Mingxiang had no intention of dodging. Is he not planning to evade such a swift attack? Linger, show her our bond. Way. A brilliant green light enveloped Butterfree, and as the glow faded, she transformed. A fairy with pink and purple wings emerged, exuding the beauty of a freshly bloomed flower. This sight astonished both Zhulan and Yuin. Linger, rose thorns. Ling. Linger raised her hand, and numerous purple-pink thorny roots surged from the ground, rapidly assaulting Flygon. Flygon, unable to evade, crashed through the leading attacks, but couldn't escape the subsequent roots. It was ensnared, struggling to break free. Yuin. Linger, leaf tornado. Linger's wings glimmered, and pastel petals emerged to attack Flygon. Yuin dove to the ground, using earthquake. Just as Mingxiang raised his hand to unleash a move, Yuin swiftly commanded. Flygon, with thorns, charged downwards, sweeping through the petal storm and smashing into the ground, shattering the roots of the rose thorns and forcing Linger back. Yuin, Dragon Breath. Linger, Solar Beam. The red laser collided with the fireball, resulting in an explosion. Charge in. Use Dragon Tail. Flygon emerged from the smoke, swinging its tail glowing with green light toward Linger. Linger, Petal Dance. Linger spun rapidly, scattering purple petals to collide with Flygon's Dragon Tail. With a decisive strike, Linger was sent flying, crashing to the ground and reverting to Butterfree. As Zhulan lifted her hand to declare the outcome. Thud. Zhulan turned her head, only to find Flygon had collapsed, its eyes swirling. Yuin. Rushing forward, Yuin checked Flygon's injuries, retrieving a healing spray from her bag to treat its wounds. Way. Butterfree floated weakly, and Mingxiang hurriedly stepped forward to embrace her. You've worked hard. Linger, come back. Now it was Zhulan who didn't know what to do. I lost. Linger was the first to fall. Mingxiang, what just happened? Linger's rose thorns have a poison attribute. Once Flygon was hit, it remained poisoned. Its stamina depleted too rapidly, leading to its eventual collapse. Yuin withdrew Flygon. Mingxiang Koen, you are truly formidable. I still have much to work on. Zhulan turned her gaze back to Mingxiang. Mingxiang, did your Butterfree Mega evolve at the end? This time, it was Mingxiang's turn to be astonished. He had not anticipated that Zhulan would learn of Mega Evolution so swiftly. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, I wondered why she was so eager to seek me out for a battle. It seemed she was waiting for me here. She. Is it Karuni? Mingxiang, do you know Karuni? I hail from the Kalos region, and she is the champion there, so of course I know her, though she does not recognize me. I see. From what Zhulan just mentioned, Karuni must have arrived in Sinnoh and is now wielding Mega Evolution. In that case, it seems Zhulan and Karuni are on the verge of confrontation. Mingxiang was quite eager to witness the battle between Zhu Lan and Karuni. Currently, Zhu Lan's Garchomp had yet to master Mega Evolution, and it was uncertain whether it could prevail against Karuni. Chapter 25. The Confrontation. Mingxiang, may I inquire about the potential aftereffects of a Pokémon undergoing Mega Evolution? This was Zhu Lan's sole concern. She feared that such an evolution could harm her Pokémon. Should that be the case, she would never resort to Mega Evolution and would be opposed to it. Not at all. Mingxiang shook his head, beginning to enlighten Zhu Lan. Over time, a peculiar bond develops between Pokémon and their trainers, a connection akin to a thread that binds them together, which we refer to as a bond. Mega Evolution is an external force that helps us transcend this limit, granting Pokémon immense power for a brief period. Now it was Yu Yin's turn to express her discontent, pouting as she murmured, "What a cheat, Mingxiang, utilizing such a monstrous ability to battle against me. I want to find a Mega Evolution for my little Yin too." Do not be misled into thinking that this ability is so advantageous. Should one forcefully use Mega Evolution without a sufficiently strong bond with their Pokémon, it is the individual who shall suffer the consequences. But Mingxiang, you just said there were no aftereffects. That is not an aftereffect. It is a lack of bond that renders it impossible for the Pokémon to control that energy, isn't it? Zhu Lan articulated her conjecture, to which Mingxiang nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. Zhu Lan, what else have you contemplated? Do you recall the incidents in the Kalos region where Pokémon inexplicably attacked their trainers? Could that Charizard be a result of this? Yu Yin recalled the image of a person charred black, trembling involuntarily. However, did the reports not state that their bond was profound? Moreover, the Charizard felt immense guilt. Mingxiang stretched lazily, placing his hands behind his head, appearing nonchalant. This is the drawback of Mega Evolution. Emotions are unpredictable, even to ourselves. However, I believe it is merely a matter of time. Truly trusting Pokémon and trainers will not falter at this threshold. Upon hearing Mingxiang's words, both Zhu Lan and Yu Yin simultaneously glanced at the Pokeballs in their bags. Gradually realizing something, smiles began to emerge on their faces, and their fear of the conditions of Mega Evolution dissipated. By the way, Zhu Lan, when is your battle with Karuni? May I attend? Mingxiang was eager not to miss this contest, for he could learn much from it. Of course, it will be tomorrow afternoon. Hey, that means I can challenge the gym first. Then I have the afternoon free. Off I go to play. Watching Mingxiang spread his arms like wings and run while adjusting his position, Zhu Lan recognized that he had reverted to his naive demeanor. Yu Yin blinked, somewhat perplexed by Mingxiang's personality. It was only when she and Zhu Lan were drawn into Mingxiang's joy that she understood why he could smile so freely. He truly was carefree. The following day, Mingxiang set off alone for the gym to obtain his 7th badge, unaware that Zhu Lan and Yu Yin had arrived early to await him. "Oh hi yo Mingxiang. Good morning, Mingxiang. It's only a little past 9. Aren't you two sleeping in?" Zhu Lan and Yu Yin. Having uttered this, Mingxiang slapped his forehead. It seemed these two were indeed like young ladies. The habit of sleeping in is deemed a vice in large families, one that is intolerable. "Oh, my apologies for making you wait so long. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you shortly. First, I must challenge the gym." In this gym battle, Mingxiang's Dratini evolved. The once short and slightly plump Dratini transformed into a formidable black Rayquaza. Now, there was no need for Butterfree to participate. Eevee and Rayquaza were sufficient for the gym battle. Among Mingxiang's Pokémon, only Eevee remained unevolved. He needed to find an evolution stone swiftly. "Mingxiang, congratulations on your Dratini's evolution. It has always been striving to grow stronger. I feel as though I am lagging behind its determination. Enough of that. I'm off to buy groceries. I'll showcase my skills at noon. I'll prepare a fluffy feast, and then head to confront Karuni in the afternoon." A visible character appeared on Zhu Lan's smiling face. She had initially been grateful for the opportunity to enjoy Mingxiang's cooking and planned to boast about him in front of Yu Yin. Now that was all gone. While waiting, Yu Yin and Zhu Lan began their training anew. After battling Mingxiang, Yu Yin discovered that her command and judgment skills were vastly inferior. She failed to notice a single trap set by Mingxiang. Especially when she executed Dragon Dive, Mingxiang displayed no signs of panic. This was evidently abnormal. He was clearly awaiting her move. "Hey, you two young ladies over there. Come and help. If you don't, there won't be any dessert later." Mingxiang's call interrupted Yu Yin's training. The trio spread out a picnic blanket and commenced their outdoor meal. The blanket was adorned with rice balls, sukiyaki, tonkatsu ramen, sandwiches, grilled ribs, lettuce, and more. On the other side, there was a designated dining area for the Pokémon. "Wow, Mingxiang, I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional. Well, it's just life. It is what it is. Okay, everyone come on out. Zhulan released her Pokémon as well, while Yuin had brought only her little Een. Choosing to dine outdoors allowed them to release their Pokémon at any time. Otherwise, due to its size, Milotic would be unable to enter many establishments. Nah? Milotic looked at Ming Shang, puzzled, as if sensing he was speaking ill of her. Ahaha. Come here, Milotic, it's time for some fish jerky. Nah? Is that just my imagination? What a beautiful Milotic. Yuin, holding a rice ball with a few bites taken out, gazed at Milotic in a daze. Milotic was one of Ming Shang's trump cards, after all. Ming Shangkuan has so many trump cards? She thought he only had 5 Pokémon thus far, with Milotic and Kyrelian being the strongest too. Did yesterday's Butterfree not count as his trump card? Zhulan chuckled. Indeed, he is a formidable rival. It's not just you. I am among them as well. With his talent, he will undoubtedly become a regional champion. Wea! The roar of a dragonfly from the desert drew everyone's attention. At that moment, the dragonfly stared fiercely at Kyrelian, even beckoning her to engage in battle. Shire! Kyrelian. Kyrelian rolled her eyes and left, drifting into Ming Shang's embrace to bask in his warmth. My apologies, little Een. No doing that. The desert dragonfly sulked, lowering its head. I'm terribly sorry. Ming Shangkuan, after initially losing to you, little Een vowed to defeat your Kyrelian. Ha ha ha. The Bellflower Conference is just around the corner. We shall await your challenge there. Shire. Is that a white Kyrelian? Yuin looked up to see Ming Shang and Kyrelian wearing captivating smiles. Their bond. I see, the disparity is indeed vast. Grandma, you were right. I was born into a good family. And thus, the joyful moments came to an end. Julian and Ming Shang arrived at her villa in Shina Town via a private helicopter. The villa exuded tranquility and beauty, with its lush garden harmoniously complementing the opulent architecture, offering a sense of peace and comfort far removed from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. I suppose this is a wealthy person's doghouse. Huh, Julian. Grandma, look. I told you my sister was back, yet you didn't believe me. A girl with golden hair, mirroring Julien's, joyfully dashed out of the villa to greet her. Sister. Julien caught her sister as she leaped into her embrace. Xiaolon, have you been well behaved? How could she possibly be obedient? Oh, are there guests? An elderly figure emerged. This was Dr. Giselin, Julien's grandmother. She had a somewhat protective nature, especially when it came to Julien. Proud of her granddaughter, she was willing to offer her anything, even the Mega Evolution Stone for Sharpedo, which she had procured for Julien. It was also she who had gathered the news about Mega Evolution and informed Julien. Dr. Giselin glanced at Shinkagu Yuin. It has been a while, little Yuin. You are almost as beautiful as Julien now. Thank you for the compliment, Dr. Giselin. Dr. Giselin then turned her attention to Ming Shang as he approached. Young man, how old are you this year? 17. Too young. What title do you hold? I am the champion of Dodiju. Everyone. What a waste. What is your profession? Like you, I am a matchmaker, or rather, a matchmaker. Dr. Giselin. This was the first time Julien had witnessed her grandmother falter in conversation. Dr. Giselin caught this moment and sighed deeply. Alas, I am getting old. As long as you can defeat Julien in the upcoming finals or achieve better results than her, I will approve of your relationship. Julien. Grandma. What nonsense are you saying? We are merely friends. I understand. You young people cannot hide anything from this old lady. All right, Grandma. You've misunderstood. Ming Shang has been of great help to me regarding Mega Evolution. He wanted to witness my battle against Karuni, which is why I brought him along. Is that so, young man? You must not harbor any intentions towards my Julien. I sincerely apologize on behalf of my grandmother, Ming Shang. It's all right. It is good for an elder to have such vigor. Indeed, unlike you youngsters, there are always frogs dreaming of eating swans. Ming Shang looked at Dr. Giselin, flabbergasted. Had Julien not been present, he would have retorted against the old lady already. If you keep saying that, I might just consider making Julien my girlfriend. That'll infuriate you, and I might as well help you close your coffin. Now it was Yuin's turn to laugh. It was her first time seeing Ming Shang display such an expression. Grandma. Julien's slightly irritated tone was audible. All right, I won't say any more. Don't be angry. I'll prepare some tea for you all, and Karuni should be arriving shortly. Oh, it seems Dr. Giselin is quite fearful of Julien's anger. Should I pursue Julien? Just as Ming Shang was pondering this, a helicopter slowly appeared in their line of sight. Hi. A woman waved at them from above. She was clad in white, with golden stripes adorning her cuffs and waist, and her gown-like attire extended gracefully, with wing-like embellishments at her shoulders. This was champion Karuni from Kalos, whose ace Pokémon, like Ming Shang's, was Gardevoir. To think she arrived so quickly. The helicopter landed, and Karuni, along with her assistant, stepped out. It has been a while, Julien. Indeed. It has been some time since we last met, Karuni. I watched your new movie. It was truly captivating. Thank you for the compliment. Who are these two? Karuni felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Ming Shang, approaching for a closer look. She instantly remembered him as the trainer she had seen on television with the Ralts. Karuni, do you know Ming Shang? So this is your name. Hello. I am Karuni from the Kalos region. I do not know Ming Shang personally. I merely recall seeing him participate in the Baby Cup on television, which left a deep impression. I see. So Ming Shang's Pokémon is also Gardevoir, which is why you remember him. Correct. The two engaged in a delightful conversation, finding endless topics to discuss upon their meeting. Ming Shang and Yuan stood together, watching Julien and Karuni chat. I feel like we are two fish. Oh no. I should say I am a sour fish. What does that mean, Ming Shang-kun? Sour, pickled, and superfluous. Yuan quickly shielded her expression with a fan, stifling her laughter. All right, let us head inside. Xiaolon, go help your sister prepare her outfit. Sure. Julien led everyone into the villa, where Dr. Giselin had already prepared a variety of snacks for their guests. Dr. Giselin treated Ming Shang with the same hospitality as the others, demonstrating her impartial nature. After some time spent chatting about mundane matters, Julien changed into a casual blue outfit. Julien, it has been a while since we battled. Let me see if your Sharpedo has regressed. Are you saving the Mega Evolution for me to fall for your tricks? How did you know? Karuni was taken aback. She had intended to catch Julien off guard. Of course, I had seen it before. Ming Shang's Butterfree is truly beautiful after Mega Evolution. What? Butterfree? Mega Evolved? Yes. What's wrong? Karuni looked at Ming Shang in shock, while he calmly sipped his tea. Ming Shang, may I see your Butterfree? Along with your evolution keys and stones? Evolution keys? Stones? What are those? They are two essential items for Mega Evolution. Without them, Pokémon cannot Mega Evolve. And as of now, we researchers have not succeeded in studying Butterfree's Mega Evolution. Dr. Giselin slowly explained to Julien, her gaze turning astonished as she looked at Ming Shang. She had not anticipated that Ming Shang could control Mega Evolution as well. Yet, to her surprise, Ming Shang shrugged his shoulders. I do not possess the items you speak of. What? How did your Butterfree Mega Evolve then? I never called for Mega Evolution. X4. Julien pondered. Indeed. Ming Shang had not produced any stones or similar items at that time. Ming Shang, what exactly is going on here? That is currently classified information. Dr. Giselin contemplated carefully. Julien would never deceive her. Thus Julien must have seen Butterfree undergo a second evolution. Ming Shang. This was the first time Dr. Giselin addressed Ming Shang with seriousness. Are you also a researcher? Everyone. Ming Shang shrugged again, offering no reply. Chapter 26. The Fierce Battle of Two Champions. I am not a researcher, however. I suppose I am a frog in someone's words, right? Dr. Giselin, ribbit. Dr. Giselin. The others, aside from Dr. Giselin, wore amused expressions to varying degrees. Ming Shang was unwilling to speak, and they felt it inappropriate to press further. The only solution was to have Ming Shang battle with his Butterfree. Julien and Karuni exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Karuni slowly finished her tea. Then let us begin. Julien smiled. No problem. I shall accompany you to the end. The group moved to the garden. In the center of the garden lay a spacious area, a natural battleground, likely designed by Julien for training her Pokémon. Julien and Karuni locked eyes, their fighting spirit intensifying. Julien relished challenges, while Karuni enjoyed battling those with strength. Karuni, how many versus how many do you wish to battle? Karuni thoughtfully stroked her chin, pretending to ponder. What about a 3v3? She suggested, flashing an OK sign and winking at Julien. No problem. Initially, they intended to engage in a 6v6 battle, but now it had transformed into a 3v3. What, then, would the remaining 3 be for? Naturally, they were reserved for Ming Shang. Each participant would have a turn, ensuring that Ming Shang's Butterfree would be compelled to emerge. This could be dubbed a wheel battle. Then, I entrust you with the role of referee, Karuni said, turning to her female assistant. No problem. Ming Shang and Yuan observed from the sidelines. Yuan stood, while Ming Shang sat. Given that they were in an outdoor arena, Yuan, who valued cleanliness, would not sit directly on the ground like Ming Shang. Ming Shang-kun, who do you think will win this battle, Julien or Karuni? Who knows? I just hope the match is thrilling. Winning or losing is inconsequential since I'm not the one fighting. Yuan, Ming Shang glanced over. Yuan's blue and white long dress, paired with her flowing white hair, was truly enchanting. The dress failed to conceal her legs entirely, revealing a slender portion of her fair legs, further accentuated by her little white socks. Mingxiang-kun, what are you staring at? Mingxiang met Yuan's gaze. I caught a whiff of a peculiar odor. I thought it was your foot odor. Huh, really? But I bathe every day. That shouldn't be possible. Yuan exclaimed, anxiously twisting her body and checking her feet. Mingxiang stifled a laugh. She truly believed him. Upon realizing Mingxiang's amusement, Yuan knew she had been duped. Mingxiang-kun, you big pervert. I might be gluttonous, but I'm not lecherous. Well, perhaps I am. I'm just being honest. Please choose your Pokémon. The announcement to commence the battle interrupted Mingxiang and Yuan. Let's go? Mingxiang released all her Pokémon, as they needed to witness this contest. Kyrillian placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Mingxiang in slight annoyance. You sense that? Kyrillian nodded, having sensed Mingxiang's thoughts. What? It's nothing at all. Quickly, let us watch the battle. It will benefit you all. Kyrillian rolled her eyes, but obediently floated into Mingxiang's embrace. Nah. Milotic gently rested her chin atop Mingxiang's head, her entire body draped over his back. Milotic's heavy tail provided balance, allowing her to elevate more than half of her front body. Butterfree slowly descended onto Milotic's head. The four little heads observing intently resembled a tower of blocks. Eevee and Houndoom sat beside Mingxiang. Yuan, you should join us too. Wea? Karuni, catching sight of Mingxiang, revealed a faint smile. Ha. This scene is so adorable. Both sides are ready. Prepare, begin. Freeze the mountains and rivers. Ice Eevee. Please, Sticky Dragapult. What? Sticky Long. It was Mingxiang's first time witnessing Julan use Ice Eevee. Wait, a blue and white Ice Eevee? How is this still a shiny Ice Eevee? I lost track. I forgot she had an Ice Eevee. Ice Eevee, Ice Beam. Sticky Dragapult, Water Pulse. Both Pokémon unleashed their respective moves simultaneously. The icy blue beam collided with the water orb, with the water pulse briefly halting the ice beam before it surged towards Sticky Dragapult. Dodge. I want to give you an opening. Icy Wind. In an instant, the icy mist pursued Sticky Dragapult as it leaped. The frigid gust made Sticky Dragapult shiver. Ice Eevee. Intensify the blizzard. What? Ice Eevee howled to the heavens, a blizzard forming around it. Sticky Dragapult. Protect yourself with muddy water. Sticky Long. Just before the blizzard struck, Sticky Dragapult spun, enveloped in a watery prison. Julan appeared somewhat bewildered. She couldn't fathom Karuni's strategy. Ice Shard. Ice Eevee summoned several ice shards from the ground and hurled them at Sticky Dragapult. Now, Breakthrough Beam. Dodge. Julan commanded Ice Eevee with utmost urgency. But it was too late. The colossal white laser emitted by Sticky Dragapult pierced through the airborne ice shards, hurtling directly toward Ice Eevee, sending it crashing against the wall. Ice Eevee is unable to battle. Come back. Ice Eevee, you've worked hard. Julan smiled, turning to recall Ice Eevee. Goodness. So this is what they mean by striking hard rather than striking often? Mingxiang began to comprehend the true essence of damage output. The force of that breakthrough beam eclipsed her own Yuan significantly. Sticky Long. Well done, Sticky Dragapult. Julan turned, hands on her hips, gazing at Karuni. Mingxiang recognized this posture as Julan preparing for a serious move. You'll reclaim a point. Let us see. Come forth, Sea Bunny. Haitu. Sticky Dragapult, Dragon Breath. As Sticky Dragapult charged its dragon breath, the ground beneath Sea Bunny trembled, culminating in an explosive eruption. The shaking and impact destabilized Sticky Dragapult, causing it to topple. Rock Slide. Sea Bunny raised its front paw and struck the ground, blue pillars of stone erupting to strike Sticky Dragapult. Sticky Dragapult was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Sticky Dragapult is unable to battle. Karuni recalled Sticky Dragapult. You've worked hard. Now, go forth, Ice Dragon. Bawoo. A long-necked dragon adorned with pale blue crystalline patterns along its neck and abdomen, and a deep blue hue appeared before everyone. Wow, the Ice Dragon is stunning. Not only Yuan, but it was also Mingxiang's first encounter with such a Pokémon. Wait, Ice Dragon. Ice type against water type? Karuni. Are you also a master of countertyping? Sea Bunny, Origin Pulse. Ice Dragon, Light Screen. Numerous shards summoned by Sea Bunny slammed against Ice Dragon's yellow shield, significantly reducing the damage taken. Julan instantly grasped Karuni's tactic. Sea Bunny, Water Gun. Ice Dragon, Mystical Shield. A powerful stream of water surged toward Ice Dragon. Although Ice Dragon was hit and staggered back a few steps, it managed to maintain its shield. Sea Bunny, Final Impact. Ice Dragon, Thought Hammer. A white light glimmered on Ice Dragon's forehead as it prepared to strike down upon the charging Sea Bunny. However, due to Ice Dragon's lengthy neck, it was struck before it could complete its descent. Ice Dragon is unable to battle. Karuni recalled Ice Dragon. You did well, thank you. Karuni produced her final Pokeball. Julan's expression turned serious. Here it comes. Little one, the last Pokemon is Shinado. You must observe its condition closely. Kairu. Karuni kissed the Pokeball and tossed it proudly. Please, Shinado. As the blinding light dissipated, a Shinado with a white body and a green skirt appeared. Shauna. Karuni's strongest ace, Shinado, had arrived. Julan faced a daunting challenge. With Ice Dragon's last round's light screen and mystical shield still in effect, it seemed they were prepared for Garchomp. Well, it will depend on how much stamina Sea Bunny can drain from Shinado. Sea Bunny, Stone Edge. Karuni exchanged a knowing glance with Shinado. Shinado gathered energy for Shadow Ball, hurling it at the stone pillars, the Shadow Ball piercing through one after another. Hurtling towards Sea Bunny. Water Gun. Haidu. The powerful water stream struck the approaching Shadow Ball, swiftly pushing it back. Shinado looked at Karuni, then soared into the air. Arms outstretched, conjuring a pink orb. Moonlight power rapidly flew towards Sea Bunny. Sea Bunny, hold your ground. The power of the moon cannot be evaded by the speed of the Sea Rabbit Beast. With a single strike, smoke billows into the air. The Sea Rabbit Beast stumbles out of the haze, shaking its head to regain its senses. Well done, Sea Rabbit Beast. Before Julan could finish her sentence, the Sea Rabbit Beast whirled its head and fainted. The Sea Rabbit Beast has lost its combat ability. Uft. I have never seen a Pokemon knock itself out by shaking its head. Haha. Nah. Yu-In awkwardly chuckled along with Ming Shang. Julan smiled as she took a breath and recalled the Sea Rabbit Beast. Thank you for your hard work. Julan closed her eyes and reached for the last Pokeball, then raised her gaze to meet Karuni's. Dance in the sky. Mega Sharpedo. Julan hurled the Pokeball into the heavens. Ga. A roar echoed as Mega Sharpedo descended. Upon landing, Mega Sharpedo spread its arms in a display of intimidation. Go. Julan's strongest ace, Mega Sharpedo, has made its entrance. You all still seem so spirited, but this time I will not be defeated. Karuni grasped the necklace around her neck. Shawnade, let them witness the power of our bond. Shauna. The necklace around Shawnade's neck emitted beams of light, connecting with the radiance from Karuni's side. Shawnade. Mega Evolution. A brilliant light enveloped Shawnade, transforming its form. The red horn on its chest morphed into a bow-like shape, and its long skirt was replaced with a short one. As the blinding light faded, Mega Shawnade made its formal debut. So this is what Mega Evolution is. In comparison to Ming Shang's Butterfree, this transformation is quite pronounced, both in the required items and in appearance. Ming Shang's Butterfree essentially completes its evolution in an instant. Julan cast a glance at Ming Shang from the corner of her eye, then smiled back at Karuni. Mega Sharpedo, let's go. Spike attack. Psychic. Mega Sharpedo stomped the ground, launching sharp rocks towards Shawnade, who countered with a pink barrier to nullify the spikes. As both trainers swiftly and powerfully gestured, the final battle commenced. Karuni ceased to communicate with Shawnade through eye contact. She had lost to Julan the last time due to that very lapse. Mega Sharpedo is indeed faster than Shawnade. Last time, the eye contact was precisely the opening Julan had exploited. Shadow Ball. Dig. Teleport. Just as Shawnade charged up a Shadow Ball, Mega Sharpedo burrowed underground, prompting Karuni to immediately command Shawnade to evade. Just as she did, Mega Sharpedo erupted from the earth. This entire sequence transpired in merely 2 seconds. How swift! Yu-In gazed in astonishment at the clash between the two, while Ming Shang focused intently, studying their tactics and beginning to dissect and analyze them. Mega Sharpedo's Sand Abyss. Gawa. Mega Sharpedo roared skyward, a whirlwind of yellow sand engulfing the battlefield. I won't let you succeed. Shawnade Psychic. Shawnade immediately attacked the nascent sandstorm, preventing the Sand Abyss from materializing in the arena. Why doesn't Sister Julan use Dragon Claw? Because Dragon-type moves are ineffective against Fairy types. Is Sister Julan's Mega Sharpedo that severely disadvantaged? That is not all. Do you remember Karuni's Ice Dragon's Light Wall and Mystery Guard? Yu-Yin's eyes widened. Could it be? Those skills are still in effect? Indeed, which means, aside from the move Brick Break that can penetrate the light wall to damage Shawnade, all of Julan's other moves would be significantly weakened. Dragon-type ineffective, and all other moves restricted. With such limitations, she can still chase after Mega Shawnade. Julan impressive. Yu-In. Back at the battlefield, Mega Sharpedo was currently pursuing Shawnade with its razor-sharp claws. If Dragon Claw is ineffective, then I'll resort to physical damage. Shawnade, Magical Shine. Shauna. Shawnade began to radiate brilliance. Mega Sharpedo. Brick Break. Ga. Mega Sharpedo raised its arm and brought it crashing down toward Shawnade. An explosion erupted in the air, sending Mega Sharpedo crashing back to the ground. Go! Mega Sharpedo rose, roaring in fury, undeterred by its injuries. The light shield was shattered, and Sinead was also affected by the blast, but her condition was significantly better than that of Mega Sharpedo. It's time to strike. Julan smiled, slightly leaning to one side, a gesture Karuni recognized. This indicated that Julan was preparing a full-force attack. Sinead, unleash Moonlight Power. Sinead had lost the support of both the Light Shield and Mystery Guard, compelling Karuni to go all out. Mega Sharpedo. Final impact. Ga. Shauna. Mega Sharpedo gathered energy and leapt, transforming into a shooting star hurtling toward Sinead. Sinead raised her hand, summoning a crescent moon, launching a massive pink sphere toward Mega Sharpedo. The meteor collided with the pink sphere, resulting in a tremendous explosion and shockwave. Both Julan and Karuni quickly crouched down, shielding their faces with their hands. Ah! Yuin screamed, tightly clutching her skirt, while the desert dragonfly shielded her from the back. Milotic, though heavy, merely closed her eyes, and Mingxiang beneath her was hardly affected. The Chinchou in his arms was even safer. The only casualty was the Butterfree atop Milotic's head, which was swept away by the sudden gust. Way, little one. Telekinesis. Chinchou swiftly used its powers to retrieve the spinning Butterfree from the air. Way. Upon Butterfree's return, it squeezed in beside Chinchou, clinging tightly to Mingxiang. Ha! It's all right now, it's all right. After comforting Butterfree, Mingxiang raised his gaze to the battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, both Mega Sharpedo and Sinead lay on the ground, their eyes swirling. Both Mega Sharpedo and Sinead have lost their combat ability. Julan and Karuni rushed onto the field simultaneously. Are you all right? X2. Ga Shauna. Seeing that their Pokémon were unharmed, both sighed in relief. Ah, I still can't defeat you, Julan. Your Mega Sharpedo is simply extraordinary. You're not lacking either. Chapter 27. The Dominance of Dual Aces. After the intense battle, Julan and her companions tended to their Pokémon's injuries indoors. The medical equipment here was quite comprehensive, eliminating the need to rush to the Pokémon Center in town. Observing Julan and Karuni engage in such spirited combat, Mingxiang's Pokémon were eager to join the fray. However, he recalled them, as he was currently reflecting on their battle styles. The dominance of Julan's Mega Sharpedo is truly terrifying. In a serious state, Julan grants no respite whatsoever. Mingxiang even wondered if she had intentionally lost to Ash in the finals. Or perhaps Julan's focus was entirely on seeking legendary Pokémon. Can Ash contend with such dominance? That doesn't seem right. If Ash's aces were to gather Charizard, Lizardon, the current Master Brother, and the forthcoming Greninja, it seems Mingxiang himself could hardly match them. With this lineup, whoever wants to fight can go ahead. I certainly want to. Mingxiang paused his tasks and lifted his gaze toward Julan and Karuni. These champions have side occupations, and over time, those pursuits will gradually encroach upon their primary focus. This, in turn, will subtly impact their strength. Realizing this, Mingxiang smiled as he gazed out the window. Life feels like a prison of sorts for everyone. No one can escape this, not even champions. Looking at the vibrant world outside, he recalled his conversation with Arceus. Mingxiang clenched his fist in determination. If that's the case, then I shall forge a legendary era. I will give everyone a new goal to aspire to. Such a beautiful world deserves the admiration of all. As Julan and Karuni approached, Mingxiang slowly rose to his feet. Now that everything is settled, thank you, Yuin, Mingxiang, for your assistance. The match between you and Karuni was truly spectacular. Indeed, both Sister Julan and Sister Karuni are formidable. I appreciate the compliment. Karuni expressed her gratitude to the two before turning her gaze to Mingxiang. What is it? Mingxiang, may I take a look at your Butterfree? Ah, it is indeed that matter. Mingxiang crossed his arms and closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. Very well, let me awaken your curiosity. Please dismiss your assistant. Julan, could you lead us to a more secluded location? Of course, you will also need to send Grandma Giselin away. Mingxiang's tone and gaze turned exceedingly serious. Julan and Karuni exchanged glances and then nodded. The group followed Julan to a riverside in the forest. This was Julan's secret base from her childhood, where she often played with her roundland shark. Upon seeing the fallen dead tree nearby, she reminisced about playing hide-and-seek with her roundland shark there. How nostalgic. I doubt I could fit in there now with my fierce land shark. Hey, this secret base is quite nice. Now, Linger, come forth. Way. Mingxiang cupped his hands, and Butterfree gently descended into his palms. He slowly looked at the three. What I am about to say, I hope you can keep confidential for the time being. Mingxiang took a deep breath. Linger, Way. Mingxiang and Butterfree simultaneously closed their eyes to sense each other. A natural aura gradually enveloped Butterfree, emanating a green glow from its body as it transformed. The brilliant light subsided, revealing a fairy with purple-pink wings before the astonished onlookers. Linger joyfully soared freely, circling around the group before finally landing in Mingxiang's embrace. Karuni was rendered speechless by the shock. I know you wish to inquire about this evolution, but I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose too much at present. There are several reasons for this. First, I have entrusted this evolution to Professor Oki for research, and he will announce the findings at the appropriate time. Secondly, Mega Evolution is not widely known yet. Should the existence of Butterfree's situation become public, it would lead to a significant number of captures. This is also why I requested that you dismiss those I do not trust. In this form, I will not utilize Linger during this competition. My current strength is insufficient, and being targeted by troublesome Pokémon hunters would place Linger in great danger. Therefore, I ask for your assistance in keeping this secret. Zhulan, Karuni, and Yui nodded seriously in response. This is all I can disclose for now. Please await further news patiently. Pokémon are far more mysterious than we can imagine, so do not forget your original dreams. Just then, Linger flashed with light and reverted back to Butterfree. Huh, Mingxiang, what just happened? Mingxiang awkwardly scratched his head. Linger and I currently cannot maintain this power for long, only about 2 minutes. However, I believe that we will eventually master this power, as it symbolizes the bond that is uniquely ours. Thank you, everyone. I must take my leave now. The Rinland conference is about to commence, and I have one final gym badge to earn. My training schedule has also been innovated, so there is much to be done. As Mingxiang stepped back, he waved farewell. Until we meet again, I will come to challenge you, so do not let me down. Goodbye. Watching Mingxiang and Butterfree recede into the distance, Karuni exclaimed, "Oh no, he has gone. I wanted him to let me try the cake he made. It seems I cannot miss the next opportunity. Oh, I am already looking forward to this Rinland conference." Karuni, are you planning to attend the Rinland conference? Yes, I just decided. I want to see how far Mingxiang and his Pokémon will grow. You won't mind my presence, will you? Of course not. You are most welcome. It will only make things livelier. But is it alright on your end? I also have a holiday, counting the 2 days off this month. I have a total of 5 days. 5 days. That seems a bit insufficient. Indeed, but I feel that if I do not witness this conference in person, I will miss out on so much. After leaving Shinha town, Mingxiang headed to Shuemai City. He had saved the gym and the mining badge in Shuemai City for last, as the city had a ready-made dock, allowing him to take a direct vehicle to Rinland Island after finishing the gym. Coincidentally, the gym leader, Donggang, was adept with Steel-type Pokémon, providing an excellent opportunity for Kairu Lien to practice. After spending a little time, Mingxiang finally arrived at the Steel Gym in Shuemai City. Oh, are you a trainer here to challenge the gym? A muscular man dressed in a short-sleeved white shirt inquired of Mingxiang. Yes, I am here to challenge the Steel Gym. Is it a convenient time? Absolutely, please follow me. Mingxiang followed the muscular man into the Steel Gym, where the central area featured a rocky battlefield. Hey, Mr. Donggang, we have a challenger. Oh, I will be right there. A middle-aged man carrying a shovel strolled out slowly, his face perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. Now, please present your badge case and trainer's certification for registration. Young man, do you have an interest in fossils? Mingxiang shook his head. I do not possess much knowledge about these historical artifacts, but I respect the stories behind each one. I see, that's quite a pity. Here, Mr. Donggang, this is his information. Less than 7 badges in 4 months? Am I the last one? It seems I must take this match seriously. Since obtaining my 4th badge, the subsequent gym leaders have all expressed similar sentiments. However, Mingxiang retrieved a Pokeball. None of them managed to prevent me from obtaining badges, and I believe you will not either. Very well. The match rules are 3v3, only the challenger's side. Both sides, prepare. My favorite fossil. Go, Klinklang. Mingxiang tossed the Pokeball, and a figure coalesced in the midair glow. As the white light faded, Kairu Lien appeared suspended in the air. She gently descended using telekinesis, slowly opening her eyes to gaze at the Klinklang before her. Kairu Lien floated gracefully, slightly tilting her body and raising a hand as if inviting her opponent to dance. She elegantly prepared for battle. Is there still someone dyeing their Pokemon's hair these days? This was the first thought that crossed Donggang's mind upon seeing Kairu Lien. Ready, begin. Klinklang, use Heavy Slam. Donggang favored skills that combined both offense and defense. Klinklang rapidly spun and lunged towards Kairu Lien. However, both Mingxiang and Kairu Lien relished such straightforward attacks. Teach him a lesson with Shadow Ball. Kairu Lian sensed Ming Shang's thoughts and raised a hand to gather energy for a shadow ball. In an instant, a shadow ball collided with Klinklang. Though its power was comparatively weak, merely slowing Klinklang down. Boom, boom. At that moment, explosions erupted from both sides simultaneously. The crowd turned to find that 2 shadow balls had shattered the surrounding rocks. Ming Shang pointed at Klinklang. Kairu Lian manipulated her telekinesis, swiftly crossing her hands. The largest 2 boulders hurtled toward Klinklang from either side. With a resounding crash, yellow debris filled the air as Klinklang was trapped and unable to move. Ming Shang waved his hand downward. The rocks, along with Klinklang, suddenly smashed into the ground, and the 2 shadow balls in the arena flew over in an instant. Boom! An explosion resonated, and as the smoke cleared, Klinklang lay on the ground with swirling eyes. This series of combos had resulted in Klinklang being defeated in an instant. Kairu Lian slowly closed her eyes, beginning to meditate in preparation for the next battle. Throughout the encounter, Kairu Lian had not moved a single step. The copper mirror creature pales in comparison to the previous bronze bell. It appears he is indeed a formidable trainer. The copper mirror creature has lost its fighting capability. This scene left even the assistant referee momentarily stunned. Dong Gang's expression shifted as he began to take the match seriously. Return, copper mirror creature. You were a worthy opponent. Now, I summon the mightiest defender, the castle dragon. Go. A dinosaur-like Pokémon, resembling a castle wall, emerged. Ming Shang had been eagerly anticipating this punching bag. All right, little one, we're up. Kairu Liyuan spread her arms, compressing 2 shadow balls in her hands, which then soared toward the castle dragon. The castle dragon employed iron defense, raising its front foot to the ground. Its skin shimmered with a white glow as its defense heightened. Yet, the next moment, the arena was filled with the sound of thuds. Kairu Liyuan danced gracefully around the castle dragon, displaying her movements and coordination exquisitely. Her elegant dance was a mesmerizing visual feast. She compressed the 2 shadow balls to their utmost limits, controlling them with telekinesis at the edges of her hands. This technique was inspired by Ash's Greninja, whose large water shuriken could be utilized in both close and range combat. Ming Shang had developed a melee version of the shadow ball, initially harboring little hope. However, Kairu Liyuan astonished him with her perfect control over the energy within the shadow balls. Ultimately, through practice with Milotic, she gradually mastered this skill. Each time the castle dragon swung its head to strike her, Kairu Liyuan elegantly evaded with a peculiar backward slide, enhancing the grace of her dance. The castle dragon unleashed a metallic explosion. Dong Gang commanded the castle dragon to counterattack. After witnessing Ming Shang's series of performances, Dong Gang acknowledged him. But he was eager to see just how far Ming Shang could push his limits. Go! The castle dragon began to gather energy, radiating a dazzling white light. Instant transmission. Kairu Liyuan immediately teleported high into the air, escaping just as an explosion erupted around the castle dragon. Boom, boom. As the shockwaves dissipated, 2 powerful shadow balls crashed onto the back of the castle dragon. Go! The castle dragon crouched slightly from the impact, then stood up and roared in anger. Goodness, this castle dragon is as tough as they come. It's definitely a job for Black Lugia. Kairu Liyuan still had about half of her energy left. If she expended too much on the castle dragon, she would be ill-prepared for the next Pokémon. Castle Dragon, Stone Edge. The castle dragon roared, launching several sharp stones toward Kairu Liyuan. Psychic. A wave of energy erupted around Kairu Liyuan, shattering the sharp stones. Psychic moves are indeed effective against rock types. Ming Shang relished in taking advantage of these non-flying Pokémon, as they were far too cumbersome. Pokémon number 0383, Castle Dragon, Cannon Beam. The castle dragon concentrated all its light at the top of its head, releasing a beam aimed directly at the airborne Kairu Liyuan. Kairu Liyuan sidestepped with a graceful spin to evade. Ming Shang slapped his forehead in disbelief. Seriously? You think I would just stand still for that attack at such a height? After that strike, the castle dragon was left both weary and pained. Shadow Ball. Kairu Liyuan raised her hand, charging down rapidly. The castle dragon has lost its fighting capability. Return, castle dragon. You've done well. Now go, armored bird. Little one, you return as well. Kairu Liyuan gently descended beside Ming Shang, lowering her head like a child who had committed a misdeed. Kairu, I'm sorry. Ever since she witnessed the battle between Garchomp and Gardevoir, she realized how vastly inferior she was in comparison to Garchomp. Her speed, explosiveness, and dominance could not match his. Her moves were also not as powerful as Gardevoir's. Ming Shang, hands on his hips, smiled down at her, then leaned closer to whisper in her ear. All right then. Tonight you shall be punished by warming my bed. It seems I must put you to work. Kairu Liyuan shyly lowered her head, but gently nodded in agreement. Finally, little Na is awake. Na. Milotic appeared before everyone. Armored Bird, use Steel Wing. Water Tail. Ming Shang, keenly observing Armored Bird's movements, called out just as Milotic swung its large tail, which was enveloped in blue water currents. Geyser. With a wave of Ming Shang's hand, Milotic forcefully slammed its tail onto the ground. A fountain of water erupted instantaneously, catching Armored Bird completely off guard, sending it tumbling to the ground. What? Armored Bird. Take to the skies. Ga. Little Na's serpentine tail lashed out. Na. Milotic surged forward, the water tail striking Armored Bird. The impact sent Armored Bird crashing into a rock. Barely before it could descend, Milotic's hydro pump followed closely, propelling Armored Bird through the stone and out of the arena. Armored Bird has lost its fighting capability. The victor of this battle is Ming Shang. This was Ming Shang's first time using two ace Pokémon in a gym battle. It was unavoidable. Donggang's Pokémon were perfectly suited for Kairu Liyuan to hone her skills. As for the final Armored Bird, Ming Shang was eager to test out a newly developed move. Return, Armored Bird, you've worked hard. Donggang slowly approached Ming Shang. Here, this is the Mind Badge, proof of your victory over me. Young man, may I call you Ming Shang? Of course. Your current strength is sufficient to be a gym leader. You are the most talented trainer I have ever encountered. Best of luck at the Lily of the Valley conference in 2 days. Don't leave any regrets like my son, who now pursues another dream. Donggang patted Ming Shang on the shoulder. Keep it up. Haha. Thank you, I will. Kairu Na, you both did great. Come back. He recalled Milotic and Kairu Liyuan, closed the badge case, and turned to leave slowly. Exiting the gym, Ming Shang took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. Lily of the Valley conference, here I come. Later that night, Ming Shang gazed up at the stars from the hotel balcony. The boat to Lily of the Valley Island wouldn't depart until the following morning. He stretched and turned around. In the triple room, Milotic lay stretched out against the wall, comfortably asleep on the makeshift bedding Ming Shang had set up. The previously booked double room had been too small for Milotic to extend herself comfortably, resulting in an uncomfortable slumber. Moreover, Milotic preferred to sleep close to Ming Shang. Once, when he had invited her onto the bed, it had collapsed, leaving Ming Shang both chuckling and compensating for the damage while Milotic stared at her own body in disbelief. Ever since then, Ming Shang always booked a triple room, opting to sleep on the floor while allowing Milotic to stretch out comfortably. Although this series of actions may seem a bit eccentric, it at least ensured Milotic could sleep soundly. Butterfree lay on the pillow, soundly asleep. Kairu Liyuan was nestled in the blankets, engaged in some activity unbeknownst to Ming Shang. He looked out into the distance again. This was his first time participating in a large-scale competition, and to claim he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Yet, he adapted quickly, especially since he had Kairu Liyuan warming his bed that night. Just thinking about it brought a smile to his face. Ming Shang gently returned to the makeshift bedding, slowly pulling the blanket over him as Kairu Liyuan instinctively snuggled closer. Kairu, is it really this warm? I was just playing with you earlier, now sleep. Ming Shang pinched Kairu Liyuan's cheek and whispered softly in her ear to explain. Then, he embraced Kairu Liyuan and drifted off to sleep. At this moment, Kairu Liyuan had yet to grasp the meaning of warming a bed, and Ming Shang did not wish to lead her astray. However, as he contemplated the scene before sleep, Kairu Liyuan began to sense it. Cuddled in Ming Shang's arms, she felt shy and somewhat flustered. Once Ming Shang was fast asleep, Kairu Liyuan cautiously glanced at Butterfree and Milotic, confirming they were both in deep slumber. Gathering her courage, she quickly leaned down and softly kissed Ming Shang on the lips. Quickly retreating into Ming Shang's embrace, I could feel the frantic rhythm of my heart. Kalilian raised her hand to steady her heartbeat, taking deep breaths to regain her composure. At that moment, she smiled with sheer joy, gradually drifting off to sleep in Ming Shang's warm hold. Chapter 28. The eve of battle the following morning. Ming Shang embarked on a ship bound for Linglan Island. Leaning against the railing, he gazed out at the boundless ocean, the gentle sea breeze tousling his hair. The sea ebbed and flowed, reflecting the azure sky and white clouds, while a few leisurely seagulls soared above, adding an air of mystique to the vast expanse. Ming Shang closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring this blissful moment. This world was truly magnificent. He yearned to traverse it alongside his Pokémon. Yet, before indulging in leisurely travels, he needed to fulfill his dreams and usher in a new era. Suddenly, the ship's horn blared, and an island gradually came into view. This island boasted vibrant coral reefs, lush tropical vegetation, and soft, delicate sands, each corner infused with the essence of nature. How beautiful it was! As the vessel docked, Mingxiang stepped onto Linglan Island. Today marked the eve of the grand event, and the atmosphere was already bustling. The quaint harbor was teeming with people as Mingxiang made his way towards the registration center. Miss Joy, I would like to register for the Linglan conference, please. Joy took the badge box and Trainer-S qualification certificate. Please hold on a moment. The computer displayed Mingxiang's information. Wait, is there a problem? Is my information incorrect? No, your registration is complete. Here, this is your room key. The conference will commence tomorrow. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you. Bidding farewell. Mingxiang noted that there was still ample time. He decided to explore the bustling market on the street, contemplating what items he might purchase. Currently, he had yet to acquire his 6th Pokémon, and Eevee had not yet evolved. Initially, he had desired to evolve it into either a Sylveon or a Leafeon. But he already had a grass type in Ling. For the dark and fire types, he had Houndoom. What type his final Pokémon would be remained a mystery. As of now, the most suitable evolution for Eevee would be Glacian. Perhaps he should inquire with Julan about obtaining an Ice Stone? Oh, why is there no Flying Stone? Evolving Eevee into a flying type would surely infuriate Groudon. As time flowed gently by, Mingxiang returned to the dormitory, intending to let his Pokémon practice. However, upon reaching the building, he noticed black smoke rising from the nearby forest. A fire? Mingxiang hurried towards the scene. Bayleaf, use Leaf Tornado. Piplup, Hydro Pump. Upon arrival, Mingxiang discovered a large machine attempting to capture Ash's Cyndaquil. Is that Team Rocket again? They will stop at nothing to capture Pokémon. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. The Thunderbolt struck the machine, but to no avail. Meowth, ha ha ha. Our machine is electric-proof. As Meowth continued to cackle, a fiery figure barreled into the machine from behind. Mingxiang stepped into view, releasing Milotic, Colillian, Butterfree, and Eevee. Hey, it's Mingxiang. Pika. Seeing the machine attempt to rise, Milotic, Watertail. Milotic dashed forward, swinging its tail to slam against the machine, causing it to topple once more. Mingxiang turned to Colillian. Colillian, use Psychic to restrain the machine's 6 arms. With crossed arms, Colillian bound the 6 arms together, forming an unbreakable knot. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Linger, use Poison Powder, Paralyzing Powder, and Sleep Powder into the vents. Hey, watching the powders enter the machine, Mingxiang declared, Team Rocket. You have 2 choices, either perish within or crawl out. With a soft hiss, the top of the machine slowly opened. Jesse, James, and Meowth emerged. Hands raised and wearing forced smiles. Oh, what a misunderstanding. Indeed, a misunderstanding. Yes, a misunderstanding. Linger spun threads to bind them tightly. Hey, thank you, Mingxiang. Pika. Ash rushed over to express his gratitude, with Dawn, cradling Piplup, following closely behind. It's nothing. However, we should first hand Team Rocket over to Officer Jenny. Why is that, Meowth? This is your last chance. If I see you trying to capture Pokémon again, it will be the end for you. Never again, Meowth. Never again. The change in Mingxiang's tone startled the Team Rocket trio. After delivering Team Rocket to Officer Jenny, Mingxiang temporarily accompanied Ash and his friends. As they all resided in the same area, Mingxiang, you are indeed participating in the Linglan conference. We can finally have a proper battle. Shall we have a match right now? Really, Ash, you can't just invite him to battle every time you see him. I don't mind, but Ash, have you prepared your Pokémon? I forgot. Pikachu, let us go? Pika. Watching Ash rush away, Brock glanced back at Mingxiang. I'll go keep Ash company. Dawn. Mingxiang, let us meet later at the Pokémon Center-S restaurant. As Brock gradually departed, Dawn appeared somewhat shy. Mingxiang, what do you plan to do after this Linglan conference? Of course, I will pursue my dreams. There is much to accomplish in the latter half of my life. Is your dream to become the champion? No, that is merely a goal. My true dream is to create a brand new era. A new era? What does that entail? Hey, that remains a secret for now. Before realizing my dream, I will strive to grow stronger. And what about you, Dawn? What is it that you aspire to achieve? My dream is... Dawn gazed at Mingxiang. I'll keep it a secret for now. Let me guess. Is it to become the strongest coordinator? How did you know? I guessed correctly. That's just one of my dreams. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so greedy, having multiple dreams. Hey, is that not allowed? Of course it is. Having aspirations and ideals is commendable. I believe in you. Mingxiang smiled, giving Dawn a thumbs up. I will. As they walked, Dawn deliberately slowed her pace, wanting to spend a bit more time with Mingxiang and chat. But time revealed Ash and Brock waving at her from the restaurant. Reluctantly, she halted, watching Mingxiang stroll away. Mingxiang. Uffed. What kind of expression is that? Mingxiang turned, sporting a cheerful yet slightly mischievous grin. This is called a gentlemanly glance. Let us go. The preliminaries of the conference are about to begin. Well, fine. Noticing a hint of disappointment in Dawn's voice, Mingxiang understood her unspoken feelings. After the conference, you must tell me what you were about to say. Huh. Mingxiang, you know what I wanted to say? Dawn lowered her head, feeling bashful. Of course I do so. Mingxiang placed his hands on his hips, looking at Dawn. I'll respond like this. Hey, wait in line. Dawn, you're the worst. Haha. This is the Dawn I know. Hesitating and bashful is not your style. Mingxiang would never agree to any romantic advances. After all, Dawn was still underage. Agreeing would be disastrous. Let us wait a bit longer. Heh. Hey, Mingxiang. Dawn, hurry up. The conference is starting. Exchanging glances, the two fell silent and hurried forward. Upon arriving at the competition venue, dazzling fireworks sparkled in the night sky, adding endless color and excitement to the opening ceremony, heralding the spectacular events to come. As the curtain fell, the Linglong conference officially commenced. Ah, Mingxiang, look quickly, that is champion Zhulan. Mingxiang lifted his gaze and spotted Zhulan alongside her companion. Karuni. What is Karuni doing here as well? Karuni? Is she the one next to Miss Zhulan? Mingxiang, do you know her? She is the champion of the Carlos region. What? So she is also a champion. I wonder how formidable she is. Pikachu. We must seize the opportunity to have a battle with her. Pikachu. Mingxiang shook his head, pondering what kind of barbarian Ash truly was. He then noticed a girl in a white dress. Kagura Yuin? Indeed, she has come as well. The large screen slowly descended, providing data to the audience. This tournament boasts tens of thousands of spectators, yet the competitors number only a little over 200, as one must conquer 8 gyms to qualify. The screen began to randomly draw numbers. Mingxiang was matched against a passerby. In the top 32, the battles were conducted under a 3v3 format, allowing the change of Pokémon at will and imposing no restrictions on moves. Ah, Mingxiang-kun, we meet again. Yuin gracefully approached to greet him. Indeed, let us see who reigns supreme in this competition. Mingxiang was resolute. He would not treat this contest lightly. Outside the Pokémon Hall at night, Mingxiang and Ash's group gathered for dinner. Who should we send into battle tomorrow? Everyone seems to be in great shape. Shangji excels with grass and bug types, so deploying flying and fire types would be advantageous. As Ash and Brock engaged in conversation, Dawn turned her attention to Mingxiang. Mingxiang, which Pokémon will you send into battle tomorrow? I can only utilize one of my 2 aces before the top 8. I intend to keep the last one for a surprise attack. Is it Kyrulean? Beg me, and I might tell you. For instance, if you call me Big Brother, I might divulge it. Dawn. At that moment, Shinsi approached slowly, his expression radiating determination as he fixed his gaze on Mingxiang. Shinsi. Ignoring Ash, Shinsi continued to stare at Mingxiang. Mingxiang, I shall officially defeat you in this tournament. Mingxiang gently set down his plastic cup. I welcome the challenge. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Mingxiang contemplated strategies for the following day's battles. He must ensure he can navigate the preliminaries while concealing his tactics, much like a certain team that plans to unveil their strategies only at next year's finals. It would be quite amusing if Mingxiang were to hide his plans so well that he lost track of them. He glanced at his 3 Pokémon beside him. Tomorrow, I will rely on you all. The next day, Mingxiang's match was scheduled for the 4th round, following Ash's previous battle. As he waited, he watched Ash's entire match on the big screen, feeling a pang of envy for Ash's potential Garchomp. He too desired one. It was perplexing that Ash chose not to raise a Garchomp afterward. Attention, contestant Mingxiang, please prepare. Mingxiang stretched and yawned. Ah, it's my turn. Let the splendid performance commence. Passing through the corridor, he arrived at the battleground. Zhulan and Karuni were both alert, while Yuin, Shinsi, Dawn, and Ash watched from the stands, eager to see how Mingxiang would perform. Mingxiang, you can do it. Hey, Mingxiang, don't falter before me. Go for it. X2. Dawn, Ash, Brock, and Asun cheered for Mingxiang. He smiled and waved back at them. This is the essence of true friendship. Thank you all. The battlefield was set on grass, advantageous for grass-type Pokémon. And now, in the 4th round, we have competitors Nina and Mingxiang. The match will follow a 3v3 format, and the first to render all opposing Pokémon unable to battle will be declared the victor. Who shall advance? Let us await the outcome. Now, both contestants, please send out your first Pokémon. Go, Roserade. Woo. On a grassy field with Roserade. It was highly likely Mingxiang would deploy Houndoom, as Zhulan surmised. I believe so. He probably won T-start with Milotic or Kyrulean. Mingxiang retrieved a Pokeball. Linger, I entrust you. Wei, could it be Butterfree? With bug types having an advantage over grass, Mingxiang's Butterfree was exceptionally strong. I see. Ah Sun watched Butterfree with starry eyes. Oh, I can see Mingxiang's Butterfree in battle again. After our gym battle, I caught one too. It's excellent for 2v2. The others. This is a 1v1 match. Both sides prepared. Ready, set, go? Roserade, use Magical Leaf. Linger dodge. Way. The incoming Magical Leaf was skillfully evaded by Butterfree's agile maneuvers. Roserade, utilize grassy terrain. You shouldn't have acted so rashly. Now, you shall reap the consequences. Linger, use Sleep Powder. With the powder trailing behind, Butterfree charged towards Roserade, employing a technique Mingxiang had taught her. The closer she got, the faster the effect would take hold. Roserade quickly evade. Still basking in the sunlight, Roserade leaped away but inhaled a bit of the powder. Feeling slightly unsteady, Roserade fell prey to the powder that followed, succumbing to slumber. This presented Mingxiang with an opportunity. Linger, use Stun Spore. Way. Linger, use Poison Powder. Linger, Quiver Dance. Hey, that's going too far. What? Are you daring to accuse me? Linger once more. Zhulan and Karuni. Butterfree can be utilized in such a manner. I have learned another move from Mingxiang. Ahaha. Is this really safe? Roserade has lost its battle capability. Come back. Roserade, you have done well. Go. Torterra. The pure ground type, Torterra would deal quadruple damage to Butterfree. This is getting intense. I'm coming for you. Torterra, use Stone Edge. Return Linger. I leave it to you. Eevee, use Iron Tail. Boy, the incoming Stone Edge was shattered by Eevee's Iron Tail. Why is he switching Pokemon again? Mingxiang glanced at the referee. Did I violate any rules? No, the rules for this 3v3 match allow for mid-battle Pokemon swaps. Then, that's a relief. You startled me. Eevee, quick attack. Boy, Torterra's speed was sluggish, while Mingxiang's Eevee was specially trained for explosive speed, making it impossible to evade. Eevee charged toward Torterra. Return, Torterra, I entrust you to Grotle. Wah. Eevee couldn't halt in time, crashing directly into Grotle's shell. The impact left Eevee's head buzzing. Return, Eevee. This is your last Pokemon. Now let us send out Houndoom. Woo. Upon seeing Houndoom, Nina's expression soured further. Oh dear, Mingxiang's Darumaka has evolved. Dawn excitedly pulled out her Pokédex to scan Houndoom. Houndoom, the dark Pokemon, is the evolved form of Darumaka. Torterra, use Earthquake. Houndoom run. Houndoom dashed in circles. Torterra's Earthquake had a fan-shaped range, making it easy to avoid, and Houndoom was quicker than Torterra. Flamethrower. Houndoom skidded to a stop, gathering flames to unleash upon Torterra. Torterra, use Solar Beam. Charge right in. Fire Fong. Houndoom, with a mouth aglow in crimson light, lunged toward Torterra, sinking its fangs into its face. Now, Torterra, use Earth Power. Dodge. As Torterra prepared to slam Houndoom into the ground, Houndoom relinquished its grip, using Torterra's body as a springboard to leap away. Torterra's Earth Power missed. Just then, another flamethrower struck. Mingxiang's combination technique. Torterra has lost its battle capability. Return, Houndoom. Eevee, take the stage. Boy. The essence of Mingxiang's strategy lies in the principle of individuality. Each participant stands alone, vying for victory without encroaching upon another's domain. Yet, the bouncing monster must confront the onslaught of Butterfree, Eevee, and Houndoom. Nina realizes that defeat is inevitable. Go forth, bouncing monster, unleash Stone Edge. Eevee counters with Iron Tail. A flash of lightning. The bouncing monster is rendered unable to battle. The victor of this match is the esteemed contestant, Mingxiang. After witnessing Mingxiang's performance, Karuni is left astounded. His command over his Pokemon, battlefield analysis, and ability to exert pressure are exceptional. He remains calm in combat, swiftly capitalizing on every mistake made by his opponent. Julian, are you certain this is Mingxiang's first participation in the tournament? Indeed, the data does not lie. He has only been a trainer for less than 4 months. If this is the case, he may very well become our rival in the future. Isn't this the very individual we've been waiting for? As champions, the number of contenders who can truly challenge us is dwindling. I share your anticipation for a battle with him. Shinji meticulously analyzes the Pokemon employed by Mingxiang. Houndoom, Butterfree, Milotic, truly a formidable lineup. Yuin sighs deeply after the match. Using only my Pokemon, I am no match for Mingxiang. With her eyes closed, Yuin contemplates briefly. Whether it be 3v3 or 6v6, Mingxiang's Milotic and Butterfree could easily cost me 4 of my Pokemon. The remaining 2 would stand no chance against Houndoom and Chimcho. It seems an insurmountable task. After a moment of hesitation, Yuin resolutely lifts her head. Mingxiang, prepare yourself. I shall challenge you in the name of the Kagura family. You will face Kagura Yuin. Chapter 29. Resolve and Courage. Mingxiang successfully advances. The large screen displays the advancement of 129 participants, followed by a random grouping. The crowd anxiously awaits to see who they will face. As the groups are announced, Mingxiang beams with joy. His number bears the words by round. Once again, fortune smiles upon Mingxiang. This delightful turn of events allows him to advance without contest. This means that should he triumph in his next match, he stands a chance to enter the top 32. Should he falter, he would drop to the loser's bracket, scrambling for the final qualifying spot. Winning one more match would secure him a place in the top 16, and he could reserve his trump cards until the top 8. All while having the luxury of watching the other matches. Mingxiang gazes up at the big screen. Ash faces Haoping. Shinji is pitted against Arjun. And Yuin is matched against a passerby, alongside the mythical beast in the corner. The battle between Ash and Haoping has commenced. Mingxiang gradually makes his way to the audience, eager to watch the contest. Over here, Mingxiang, Pachima, Xiao Guang, and Pachima wave at him. And Mingxiang smiles as he strolls over. Just as he takes a seat, Arjun leans in. Mingxiang, I've caught a Butterfree too. Could you teach me how to train it? My Butterfree's speed never matches yours, and silence, I shall instruct you. Arjun promptly covers his mouth, looking earnestly at Mingxiang. Why don't you just ask? Arjun, you were the one who said. All right, you spoke. So I shan't teach you anymore. Hey, Mingxiang, you're playing tricks on me. That calls for a penalty. Hand it over in 10 seconds. Ha. As both sides prepare, the match begins. With the commencement of the battle, Mingxiang raises his hand, interrupting Arjun's inquiries. All right, Arjun, focus on the match. To grow stronger, one must learn a great deal. Observing intently is part of that process. Immerse yourself in the experience. Examine the differences between yourself and the competitors. And discern the optimal decisions. These are all lessons to be accrued. Mingxiang's words bring calm to Arjun, and Xiao Guang contemplates as well. Go, Cuckoo. Let us see it. Noctowl. Once again, it's Cuckoo against the shiny Noctowl. Haoping's battle strategy is heavily reliant on restriction and counterattacks. The flaws in his tactics are glaring. If he cannot contain his opponent, or if his adversary's support skills are more tenacious, the match will surely end in defeat. Ash's approach, in stark contrast, epitomizes aggressive offense. Haoping, relying on Cuckoo's defenses, manages to force Ash to exhaust 3 of his Pokémon. This strategy has proven quite successful, had Haoping possessed a fairy type against Garchomp. Victory would likely have been assured. However, judging by Haoping's rather dubious expression, one might question his intentions regarding capturing a fairy type Pokémon. No further comments. For instance, in the current scenario, Haoping's Lickitung extends its tongue to lick Garchomp, nearly engaging in an intimate encounter. Moreover, Mingxiang recalls that Ash's Garchomp is male. Thankfully, Haoping's Lickitung is female, for if it were male, this Garchomp is unfit for capture. What absurdity is this? Xiao Guang shields her own area, trembling at the sight. Pokémon specialties, yes, specialties. Ultimately, Ash secures the victory with relative ease, progressing smoothly. The next match pits Arjun against Shinji. It's my turn. Shinji, I shall prevail. As Arjun turns around, Mingxiang encourages him. Give it your all, Arjun. Arjun beams at Mingxiang. I will. I shall defeat you. Yet, predictably, Arjun succumbs to Shinji. Mingxiang rises to bid farewell to the crowd. He must now watch Yuin's match. She is the only competitor whose data he lacks entirely. Regrettably, Yuin only sends forth 2 Pokémon in this 3v3 battle, a Sand Dragonfly and a Moonlight EV. Mingxiang approaches to scrutinize Yuin's information. Based on the previous battles, in just a glance, he discerns that the data appears unreliable. She, too, is concealing her true strength. By leading with the Sand Dragonfly, she maximizes her ability to mask her capabilities. While Yuin is well aware of her own Pokémon, she remains oblivious to the nature of her opponent's team. If this is the case, then it is time to let raw strength speak for itself. As the dawn of the next day breaks, Mingxiang arrives at the waiting room. His opponent is the top contender from the loser's bracket, vying alongside Mingxiang for the final spot in the top 32. Facing such a high-stakes opponent, it is highly likely that he will present his strongest 3 Pokémon. Mingxiang may need to deploy one of his trump cards. Let the competitors enter. With the referee's call, Mingxiang strides into the arena. The battleground is rocky, adorned with various protruding stones. His opponent is a young man, his eyes brimming with determination. You possess quite the sharp gaze, Mingxiang. How shall you respond? Yuin conceals her face with a fan, eagerly anticipating Mingxiang's performance. Besides Yuin, Shinji is also present. He would not miss a single match involving Mingxiang. Zhulan and Karuni remain perched high above, observing Mingxiang. Mingxiang stretches. adjusting his focus. Ming Shang, do your best. X4. Pachima, Pachima. The battle rules dictate a 3v3 format, but the victorious side cannot substitute their Pokémon. I shall repeat, the victorious side cannot substitute their Pokémon. Please send forth your first Pokémon, contestant Ming Shang. Given that Ming Shang's last match was a bye, he is granted the honor of going first. Linger, I entrust you with this. Butterfree gracefully emerges, twirling joyfully in the air before settling down. Go, Murkrow. Looku. It seems he has researched my Pokémon. Both sides are ready. Prepare, begin. Murkrow dashes towards it at lightning speed. Ming Shang gestures to Butterfree. Linger. Use Sleep Powder. Murkrow and Butterfree execute their maneuvers simultaneously, as clouds of powder envelop Butterfree. Murkrow ascends. With a sudden halt, Murkrow swiftly ascends, evading the Sleep Powder's range. Now's the time. Murkrow, use Brave Bird. Murkrow plummets vertically, diving towards Butterfree, but as the powder disperses, Butterfree has just completed its dance. That's Quiver Dance. When did he command Butterfree to perform that? Karuni is left in astonishment. It must be a signal. There exists a distinct gesture of command between Ming Shang and Butterfree, and the latter's field of vision is broader than we might have anticipated. Zhulong gradually elucidated this to Karuni. Ming Shang clenched his fist. Butterfree immediately summoned a flurry of pollen to envelop itself, subsequently reinforcing its form. Mook Eagle collided with Butterfree midair, both descending in tandem. As Butterfree plummeted, its wings began to emanate a radiant white light. Just as Mook Eagle stabilized its position, two blades of air surged towards it. Mook Eagle, quickly evade. Before Mook Eagle could react, the two light blades struck its face with a resounding impact. Ming Shang pointed towards Mook Eagle. Butterfree executed a backflip in the air and darted forward. Mook Eagle, launch an aerial assault. Ming Shang waved his hand downward, prompting Butterfree to cease its flight and descend in a graceful arc. As Butterfree positioned itself beneath Mook Eagle, Ming Shang clapped his hands together. Butterfree steadied itself, vibrating its wings at a high frequency, and the sound of buzzing insects gradually filled the air. Mook Eagle evades swiftly. Mook Eagle began to flap its wings, ascending into the sky. Entangle it with strings. Butterfree promptly halted its buzzing, unleashing a silken thread that swiftly ensnared Mook Eagle, rendering it temporarily incapable of flight. Now, Ling Air, unleash the three powders. Way. Butterfree soared towards Mook Eagle, infused with hypnotic powder. Mook Eagle has lost its combat capability. Wow. Why is Ming Shang's Butterfree so extraordinarily swift? My Butterfree pales in comparison. How on earth did he nurture that one? Asun, think of something quickly. Hurry. Asun frantically grasped his head. Asun's mind. Mook Eagle, return. You've worked hard. You've completely fallen into the trap. It's time to unleash a fierce attack with Brave Bird as a gamble. Snowy, I entrust this to you. Nailu. Oh dear, this is troublesome. The moment Ming Shang laid eyes on Snowy, he sensed the impending trouble. Compared to rock-type Pokémon, ice types posed a far greater challenge for Butterfree. The snowstorm would diminish Butterfree's speed, and its attacks would struggle to penetrate the solid ice. What to do? Way. Ling Air? Way. No, that evolution cannot be utilized. Snowy, unleash Ice Wind. Ling Air, Airblade. The blizzard summoned by Snowy neutralized the air blades, gradually spreading outward, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Butterfree, with its petite frame, trembled in the frigid air. Snowy, utilize Shadow Ball. Ling Air, Pollen Puff. Just as Butterfree released a few spores, it was struck by a Shadow Ball. Ling Air. Snowy's speed naturally surpassed that of Mook Eagle. Now, with Butterfree's speed impaired by the blizzard, its only advantage was lost. Now's the time. Use Ice Shard. Snowy conjured several ice shards that hurtled towards Butterfree, which had just landed. Butterfree succumbed to exhaustion. Ming Shang rushed into the arena and cradled Butterfree in his arms. Ling Air, Way. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Butterfree nestled against Ming Shang, gradually closing its eyes. Way. As Ming Shang watched Ling Air drift into slumber within his embrace, he was engulfed by a profound sense of self-loathing and even disgust. He once again experienced the helplessness of being powerless. Come back, Ling Air, and rest well. There won't be a next time. What am I afraid of? I do not seek trouble, yet I fear it not. I would dare to confront even divine beasts. How could I cower before mere Pokémon hunters? You wish to capture my Pokémon? Then you shall have to step over my corpse first. Ming Shang slowly returned to his position. Houndoom, let us go. Oh whoa. Houndoom opened its mouth wide, charging up for a flamethrower that gradually dispelled the snowstorm. However, Ming Shang's opponent wore a look of delight, even engaging in self-encouraging gestures. Ming Shang caught this movement. Snowy, charge forth. Utilize Blizzard. Nailu. Houndoom, use Flare Blitz. Oh whoa. Houndoom dashed forward, flames erupting around it as it raced towards Snowy. The clash of snow and fire generated a thick fog. As the fog dissipated, both Houndoom and Snowy lay on the ground, having lost their combat capability. How could this happen? Xiao Guang stared in astonishment at the outcome of the match. Logically, Houndoom's fire type should have been a perfect counter to Snowy's ice ghost type. Such a result was unexpected. Is that Snowy really that formidable? Pika? Hey, Ming Shang, what is going on? If you lose, I'm going to fine you. It's same fate. A ghost type move that allows one to faint alongside the opponent. Brock meticulously explained to the group. What? X3. I never imagined that Snowy would possess such a skill. Ming Shang, you must persevere. Return, Snowy. You performed splendidly. Now, I entrust the final phase to you, Blaziken. Ho! This was his strategy, Mook Eagle against Butterfree. Sacrificing the primary force, Snowy, to take a hit, and finally sending forth the strongest Blaziken for a decisive confrontation. Ming Shang recalled Houndoom. Thank you for the lesson. I shall remember the same fate skill. And now, Ming Shang withdrew another Pokeball. It's time to get serious. He tossed the Pokeball, and a brilliant light enveloped the area. An exquisitely beautiful Milotic emerged before everyone, mirroring Ming Shang's expression, which was filled with wrath. The imposing presence of the two caused even Blaziken to instinctively take a step back. Rain Dance. Milotic closed its eyes and summoned dark clouds, causing a gentle rain to fall upon the battlefield. Blaziken. Flamethrower. Surf. Milotic raised its tail high and slammed it down, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth with far greater ferocity than the fire. The clash of water and fire sent waves crashing, some splashes even reaching Blaziken's feet. Blaziken, charge in. Use Flame Wheel. Blaziken, unable to match Milotic from a distance, sought to engage in close combat, confident in its superior speed. Ming Shang raised his hand. Water. Flow. Tail. Milotic lowered its center of gravity, emanating a brilliant blue glow, and the scales on its body gradually became apparent, with the flow of water intensifying at its tail. Shensi had witnessed this state before. It signified Milotic's full power strike. His Electrike had been obliterated by such a blast of water in this condition. The only difference was that Electrike had faced that water blast without the assistance of Rain Dance. Damn it! Ming Shang swiped his hand. Milotic's tail struck Blaziken squarely in the face. Smack! Boom! Blaziken was sent flying sideways like a laser, crashing into the audience's wall, leaving a dent in the thick barrier. Blaziken, dazed, exhibited a glazed expression, foam bubbling from its mouth, and its limbs twitching intermittently. Ming Shang recalled Milotic, gradually departing. He had made far too many juvenile mistakes today. He needed to reflect deeply upon himself. He would impose a punishment upon himself to ensure he would not forget today's blunders. The match is over. Blaziken has lost its combat capability. The victor is contestant Ming Shang. Shensi fixated on Ming Shang's retreating figure. Xiaoji gazed at his hand, then clenched it tightly. I will triumph over Ming Shang. I can surely do it. This Milotic was excessively powerful, and he still had a Curlia awaiting my attention. Oh, Ming Shang, why must you be so outrageous? Yuan felt somewhat overwhelmed. She had initially thought Ming Shang's two aces would be somewhat comparable. However, Milotic's performance today was terrifyingly superior to Xiaoyin's Dragon Dive. Yuan acknowledged that she was experiencing anxiety for the first time. She had already transferred a Pokémon from her family, and truly did not wish to require a second. She yearned to confront Ming Shang head-on, using her own strength. I should not have only captured aesthetically pleasing Pokémon. That Turtwig I encountered previously should have been caught, as it could have provided some resistance against Milotic. Ming Shang returned to the dormitory with 2 stones in hand, aiming for his knee. He hadn't even descended when Curlia, Butterfree, and the other 3 Pokémon emerged. Kiru, no worries. Today I made a mistake, and thus deserve punishment. I assure you, there will be no next time. They understood that there was no persuading Ming Shang, exchanging glances with one another. Kairu Lian approached Ming Shang to keep him company. Just as Ming Shang was about to speak, Kairu Lian placed a hand over his mouth. I didn't face punishment for my previous mistakes, so this works out perfectly. Not only Kairu Lian, but also Bada Dai, He Lu Jia, and Evie all gathered around Ming Shang, sitting together. Nah. Only Mei Naz returned in a panic to check on her own condition. What could she do? Ha. No punishment. We just won the match. Let us go indulge in some delicious food. Ming Shang smiled, as he originally intended to learn a lesson to avoid future errors. But now, Chapter 30, Hellhound and Fat Dragon. In the center of the venue stood the top 32 competitors of this tournament, awaiting their subsequent opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After fierce competition, The Bellflower Conference has finally narrowed it down to the top 32. The tournament has now entered its final phase. Let us eagerly anticipate the performances of these contenders. As the host concluded their announcement, the large screen began to randomly assign matchups. Ash faced Shinji, while Ming Xiang was pitted against Yuan. Upon seeing this allocation, Zhu Lan's anticipation surged. Those two children are facing off. Who do you favor, Zhulan? Zhulan closed her eyes and smiled. In response to Ming Xiang's sentiment, she remarked that she simply hopes for an exciting match, regardless of who wins or loses. However, she wished for both to emerge without regrets. Yuan gazed at the big screen, letting out a deep sigh. Ming Xiang, I shall defeat you. The contestants have been assigned. Now allow me to explain the new rules. The format has changed to 6v6. If all Pokémon on either side lose their battle capability, it is deemed a failure. Pokémon may be switched mid-battle, and there are no restrictions on skills. Repeating skills is also unrestricted. The crowd gradually dispersed, and half an hour later, the matches commenced. Ash faced Shinji in the first round, while Yuan and Ming Xiang were set to compete in the third round. Ming Xiang set off towards the audience area, eager to witness his big brother's fervor. Ming Xiang over here. Pajia, how do you always manage to find such a prime spot? Ming Xiang had always been curious about how Xiao Guang and the others consistently secured the best seats. Oh, I don't know. We just saw that no one was sitting here when we arrived and took our seats. The duel between Ash and Shinji grew increasingly intense. The final clash between the Electivire and the Infernape was particularly fierce. In the moment of the Infernape's fiery eruption, Ming Xiang's He Lu Jia suddenly dashed onto the scene. He Lu Jia, what's wrong? He Lu Jia said nothing, fixating its gaze upon the Infernape. Its expression grew increasingly serious, emitting a low growl. Everyone was transfixed, watching the battle unfold with the Infernape. All Ming Xiang did was reach out to pat its head. You want to lose to it. We are also steadily growing stronger. And that is something no one can impede. For such a competitive He Lu Jia, Ming Xiang could only feel fortunate. He Lu Jia's strength was second only to Mei Na's in his possession. Currently, He Lu Jia's endurance was remarkable, although Ming Xiang had fallen ill the previous day. With a resounding explosion, Electivire lost its battle capability. The victor of this match is Ash. Hooray! Fantastic! Infernape. We won. Electivire. That was an exhilarating battle. Shinji recalled Electivire, casting a glance at Ming Xiang before turning to Ash. Perhaps, as Ming Xiang suggested, I wish you success in defeating him. Shinji turned and exited the tournament. As the second match concluded, Ming Xiang rose from the waiting room, stretching lazily. Now, it was his turn. He traversed the corridor to the arena, which was a standard flat ground. Yuan had already been waiting in the arena. Her snow-white hair danced gracefully, reminiscent of time's witness, exuding a unique charm. Under the sunlight, her white hair sparkled like pearls set against a glossy backdrop, inspiring endless imagination. Ming Xiang, I look forward to your guidance. Please. Ming Xiang responded like a gentleman. Now they were rivals, and Ming Xiang would give it his all. Please, both sides. Send out your first Pokémon. Eevee, I'm counting on you. Boy, as expected, it's Eevee. Then, Pachirisu, go? Upon seeing the Pachirisu, Ming Xiang smiled. Is this the opponent chosen for my Pokémon? Both sides were ready, prepared to begin. Pachirisu dashed forward, launching an Electro Ball. Eevee braced itself. Pachirisu sprinted rapidly, its tail generating a yellow Electro Ball, with speed correlating to increased damage. Eevee crouched low, preparing to receive the incoming Electro Ball. Pachirisu hurled the Electro Ball, striking Eevee, which staggered back with the impact. Eevee flickered with electric speed. Pachirisu unleashed Volt Tackle. Suddenly, Eevee exploded into astonishing speed, colliding with Pachirisu before it could release its attack. So fast. Eevee followed up with Quick Attack. Eevee gritted its teeth, enduring the pain in its face and the strain in its hind leg muscles, steadying itself to unleash a swift towards Pachirisu. Subsequently, it charged forward, knocking Pachirisu out of the arena. Pachirisu lost its battle capability. Well done. Thank you, Eevee, return. Boy. Ming Xiang recalled Eevee, acknowledging its excellent training and explosive power, though it was somewhat limited to battling Pokémon with low defenses. Ming Xiang initially intended for Eevee to gauge Yuan's choice of Pokémon. However, he had anticipated Eevee would secure a swift victory. He thought he would have to contend with the starter trio and the Desert Dragonfly today. Pachirisu, return. You've done well. Yuan looked up at Ming Xiang. Is his Eevee truly that formidable? It seems I must take this seriously. Flareon, I entrust you with this. A rock descended onto the arena, from which emerged a pink, ghost-like Pokémon. Hey Lu Jia, it's your turn. Ugh. Flareon, Hypnosis. Hey Lu Jia closed its eyes and unleashed Flamethrower. Flareon expanded in size, its eyes spinning. Yet He Lu Jia could not see it, so it could only respond with a flamethrower. The flames struck Flareon, sending it tumbling to the ground. Flareon. Yuan still had much to learn. Against a quick-reacting opponent, hypnosis should only be used as a counter, for initiating it would expose one's vulnerabilities. And Ming Shang was precisely the kind of opponent who would capitalize on any openings. Zhu Lan discerned that Flareon was likely to lose, as Yuan had presented too significant a flaw. Flame charge. Flareon, return. Swablu, I call upon you. Yuan immediately recalled Flareon and sent forth the water and flying-type Swablu, which took to the skies upon sensing the flames. He Lu Jia's flame charge missed. Ming Shang was somewhat curious. This marked the third Pokémon in play. What was Yuan up to? If she included the desert dragonfly, that would make 4. Did she not possess a single starter Pokémon? Swablu, use water gun. He Lu Jia dodged. The charged water gun from Swablu was narrowly evaded by He Lu Jia's leap. He Lu Jia dark pulse. Swablu bubble beam. The dark beam pierced through the bubbles, striking Swablu and knocking it down. He Lu Jia crunch. Ugh. The crunch successfully landed on Swablu, as He Lu Jia held it in its mouth, shaking its head. Now, unleash flamethrower. He Lu Jia ignited flames in its mouth, then unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing Swablu and sending it flying. Lying on the ground, it became dazed. Swablu lost its battle capability. Hooray! Ming Shang has yet to lose a single Pokémon, while his opponent has already lost 2. Bojie Bogaish scrutinized Ming Shang closely. Come back. Little ball flying fish, you've worked hard. Reveal whatever you have hidden, or I shall ascend to victory upon your rank. Yuan swiftly retrieved a blue headband and tied her hair back neatly. She then bowed slightly to Ming Shang. In the name of the Kagura family, I challenge you. Dragonite, prepare for battle. Wah. Oh. A hefty, adorable creature with 2 tiny wings appeared, a bright yellow behemoth. A Dragonite from the version trap? Ming Shang was astonished. It was his first encounter with a Dragonite. Is that really a Dragonite? How does she possess one? What can Ming Shang possibly use to counter it? Dragonite. Xiao Wang had never heard of such a name and pointed her Pokédex at the Dragonite. Dragonite, the dragon Pokémon. Its existence is exceedingly rare, and it is one of the fastest known Pokémon in flight. He Lu Jia returns. Woo. He Lu Jia interrupted Ming Shang. Its fighting spirit ignited as it gazed fiercely at the Dragonite. Ming Shang recalled He Lu Jia's past victories. So, you two refuse to yield? Then let us commence. Flamethrower. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Wayo. The Dragonite charged up and unleashed a purple beam that collided with He Lu Jia's flames. In an instant, He Lu Jia's flames succumbed, and the Dragon Pulse surged through, striking He Lu Jia. He Lu Jia. As the smoke cleared, He Lu Jia, battered and dusty, rose again. Dragonite, Dragon Claw. Now's the time for revenge. Dragonite charged forward, its tiny arms adorned with green claws, engaging in combat with He Lu Jia. Seizing the moment, it aimed to bite down on the Dragon Claw. Shatter. To Ming Shang's astonishment, He Lu Jia bit straight through the Dragon Claw, sinking its sharp fangs into Dragonite's left hand. Whoa. The small area where it bit caused Dragonite to shed tears, crying out as it wildly shook its left hand. Dragonite. Strike with your other Dragon Claw. He Lu Jia. Deceit. Ming Shang had been anticipating this moment. Dragonite's attack was formidable. Thus, Deceit could unleash its full potential. He Lu Jia lunged at Dragonite with its mouth wide open, ignoring the Dragon Claw aimed at it, knowing that even if it was not a match for Dragonite, it must inflict a grievous blow to relieve the pressure on Venus or Kyrillian. Deceit and Dragon Claw struck simultaneously. He Lu Jia was sent flying, crashing to the ground, while Dragonite merely staggered back a few steps. Dragonite. Dragon Pulse. He Lu Jia. Dark Pulse. Dragonite steadied itself, unleashing Dragon Pulse towards He Lu Jia. Just as He Lu Jia finished charging, it was struck and sent sprawling across the ground, sliding a distance before rising, wasting precious time. He Lu Jia. After a brief moment of unconsciousness on the ground, He Lu Jia heard Ming Shang's call. It recalled the helplessness of its companions being captured by Pokémon hunters. The harrowing experience of being treated as a commodity, witnessing its comrades severely injured while fighting back, until it encountered Ming Shang, its trainer who provided everything: care, sustenance, freedom, and camaraderie. Yet now, it found itself unable to defeat even a mere monkey. Rage gnawed at He Lu Jia, causing it to grit its teeth. Its pupils turned crimson, fueled by fury and flames as it rose anew. Woo! A torrent of black and red flames enveloped He Lu Jia, and the pale gray skeletal appendages transformed into a dark crimson hue, resembling a hellhound. He Lu Jia's howl resonated throughout the battlefield, lowering its head to glare at Dragonite. Dragonite, intimidated by this terrifying gaze, took a slight step back. Wow, what is that? Ash, do all your fire-type Pokémon exhibit such extravagance? Had I known, I would have chosen Infernape. Ah Sun gazed at He Lu Jia in astonishment. He Lu Jia, show it your wrath. Flare Blitz. He Lu Jia howled and dashed toward Dragonite, akin to a famished beast lunging for its prey. As He Lu Jia charged, the very earth trembled, as if nature itself resonated with fear, anger, or elation. Dragonite. Hyper Beam. Yuin quickly alerted Dragonite, who glanced back and acknowledged the command. It charged up and released a colossal beam that collided with the oncoming Hellhound. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the arena. As the smoke cleared, both the battered Dragonite and He Lu Jia trembled as they locked eyes. Both sides glared at one another, teeth clenched. Ultimately, Dragonite faltered first, collapsing to the ground. Dragonite is unable to battle. Woo. He Lu Jia let out a final howl before collapsing as well. He Lu Jia is unable to battle. Come back. Dragonite, you've done well. Return, He Lu Jia. You performed admirably. Rest well. He Lu Jia, you truly surprised me. However, Mingxiang understood that the battle had only just begun. Yuin still had her desert dragonfly, flower rock monster, and an unknown Pokémon. Meanwhile, Mingxiang had 4 battling Pokémon remaining, but with EV in a state of exhaustion, it was effectively 3. Thus, the match stood at a 3v3, and Mingxiang dared not underestimate his opponent. Yuin had already deployed Dragonite. Her next Pokémon could very well be a legendary. The desert dragonfly might have also been swapped out. Zhulan and Karuni straightened their postures, observing the match intently. They were astounded that Mingxiang's He Lu Jia had managed to defeat Dragonite. This Dragonite was likely Yu Yin's countermeasure against Venus. Yet it had fallen to He Lu Jia. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for her. Indeed, it was uncertain how she would navigate this predicament. Yuin smiled at Mingxiang, her excitement intensifying. Mingxiang-kun, you are truly, truly formidable. Your strength has surpassed my expectations. But I shall not concede. Xiaoyin, prepare for battle. Wea. The desert dragonfly spread its wings in the air, its roar echoing throughout the venue. With fierce determination, it fixed its gaze upon Mingxiang. Yuin was aware that her opponent would likely be Butterfree. Yet this time, she would not fall to Butterfree. Mingxiang retrieved a Pokeball. As long as it's the desert dragonfly, I have a strategy to win. I truly do not wish to face another pseudo-legendary. Ling Air, prepare for battle. A brilliant flash revealed a Magikarp that flopped awkwardly. Splash, 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 splash. The crowd. Mingxiang awkwardly scratched his head. He had forgotten that he had impulsively purchased a Magikarp at the market for the sake of filling his roster. He intended to release it once the match concluded. Ah, I grabbed the wrong one. I grabbed the wrong one. Come back, Magikarp. Go, Ling Air. Wei. Mingxiang-kun, what was that Magikarp just now? Isn't it required to have 6 Pokemon to participate in this tournament? So I just bought one on the spot. The vendor even gave me a discount. Zhulan, Karuni, Xiaoguang, Ash, Asun, Shinji, and Yuin. Hey, Mingxiang, I report you for match fixing. You know there are penalties for that, right? Why bring a Magikarp? If you were out of Pokemon, you could have told me. My Empoleon could have lent you a Pokemon. Ah, Zhulan. In this situation. Ah, Zhulan closed her eyes, laughing awkwardly. She had previously heard Mingxiang joke about catching another Caterpie to fill in for the competition, but she had not expected him to take it seriously. Chapter 31 Maru. No need to worry so much. I believe 5 Pokemon will suffice. I was underestimated after all. Xiaoyin, charge in and use Dragon Claw. Mingxiang's Butterfree was remarkably agile, especially when boosted by Tailwind and Quiver Dance, even outpacing Xiaoyin. Thus, Yuin commanded the Desert Dragonfly to engage in close combat, denying Butterfree any opportunity to stack up. Ling Air, Sleep Powder. Xiaoyin vigorously flapped her wings, dispersing the powder. Wea, the Desert Dragonfly, poised with its body upright, deftly maneuvered its wings forward, conjuring a tempest that swept away the fine dust that drifted towards it. Linger soared with the wind. Wei, the Butterfree ceased its flight, allowing the oncoming gale to carry it aloft. The instant it felt the rush of the wind, Butterfree surged forward, its speed escalating rapidly. The air became a blade. As the wind's favor dissipated, Mingxiang retaliated without hesitation. Can the wind be wielded in such a manner? Yuin gazed in astonishment at Butterfree. Wow, what is that? Mingxiang's Butterfree is truly extraordinary. What a remarkable display of skill. I can only learn from this. Asun's mind was in a whirl. Was the Butterfree in his hands truly of the same lineage as Mingxiang's? The desert dragonfly swung its claws, shattering 2 incoming blades aimed at it. Yet the pollen cloud from Butterfree followed closely behind. Don't hold back, unleash dragon breath. The desert dragonfly opened its mouth, charging a red beam towards Butterfree. Yue knew that Butterfree's attack was feeble. Little Een would not sustain significant damage. Last time, she had lost her offensive stance due to her fear of Butterfree's onslaught. This trade-off of injury for injury surely favored Little Een. Linger twirled. Butterfree executed a leftward spiral, maneuvering its body away from the dragon breath. His Butterfree is remarkably agile. Yue glanced at the ground. Little Een, power of the earth. The desert dragonfly dove towards the ground, warping the terrain into a distorted shape. Mingxiang instantly comprehended Yu Yin's intent. Linger butterfly dance. Little Een, quicksand abyss. The desert dragonfly flew low, circling the arena, its speed intensifying. A sandstorm gradually emerged within the arena, as Butterfree's dance came to an end. Linger summoned the wind. Butterfree spiraled high above, generating a wind barrier to counter the encroaching sandstorm. The battle had transformed into a contest of speed. Should the sandstorm fully materialize, Butterfree's aerial space would be significantly constricted. The desert dragonfly remained unaffected by the storm, which would severely impair visibility. At that moment, not just Butterfree but even Mingxiang would be oblivious to the desert dragonfly's capabilities. Yet, Butterfree's speed still fell short. The sandstorm was rising slowly. It wouldn't be long before it enveloped Butterfree. The pollen cloud, air blades, and bug cries would be helpless against such a vast tempest. Are we out of options? Butterfree halted its wind manipulation and turned to face Mingxiang. Mingxiang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then smiled in response to Butterfree. Linger, let's give it our all. We're going in. A verdant light enveloped Butterfree, even as the sandstorm engulfed it. Linger, leaf tornado. A powerful green glow emanated from within the storm, and a multitude of purple petals broke through the chaos, slicing through the sandstorm. As the petals and dust settled, a remarkably adorable fairy with purple wings emerged in the sky. What is that? Is that still Butterfree? Asun was nearly beside himself, hastily retrieving his Pokédex to scan Linger. Butte-Free, a butterfly-type Pokémon, evolved from Metapod. It can bounce on water surfaces using the scales on its wings. Butterfree, nonsense. What a broken device. If you're trying to fool me, there will be consequences. You have 10 seconds to hand it over. Asun raised the Pokédex high and shook it vigorously. Pokédex. Yue beamed at the sight of Linger in the sky. Mingxiang, rest assured in our duel. I guarantee that no one will expose Butterfree's secrets. Thank you, but my Pokémon and I are already well prepared for any trouble. Linger rose thorns. Linger raised her hand, and numerous thorns sprouted beneath the desert dragonfly, reaching out toward it. Little Een, show him the fruits of your training. The desert dragonfly ascended, evading the thorny onslaught while climbing higher. Such adept dodging was clearly the result of rigorous training. Mingxiang noticed the desert dragonfly's skin turning increasingly red. Could it be? Linger, solar beam. Linger ceased the growth of the thorns and raised her hand to charge a beam of light in the air. Too late. Little Een, Inferno Blast. Flames erupted from the desert dragonfly, which abruptly turned, launching a large fiery attack towards Linger. The flames collided with the light sphere in midair. Dragon Dive. A roar echoed as the desert dragonfly burst forth from the smoke, hurtling towards Linger at breakneck speed. No time to evade. Give it your all, Leaf Tornado. Linger emanated a purple glow from her wings, encasing herself in a flurry of petals. The desert dragonfly collided with the petals, which only momentarily hindered its advance before the dragonfly broke through, crashing into Ling. Linger was violently slammed to the ground by the desert dragonfly's head. The dragonfly, battered but resolute, rose, revealing Linger transformed back into Butterfree beneath it. Butterfree has lost its fighting capability. Return, Linger, you've done well. Thank you for your efforts. Yue was also growing. She did not grant me the chance to build speed, forcing me into a battle of raw power. In contrast, Yue remained steadfast, showing no signs of relaxation. For she knew, Xiao Na, it's our turn. Nah. It was time for Mingxiang's two strongest cards to make their entrance. Little Een, return. The desert dragonfly shook its head, refusing Yue. It understood that in Yu Yin's strategy, it had become obsolete. Its task of defeating Mingxiang's Butterfree had been completed, and it now sought to test its mettle against Milotic. Alright, Little Een, Dragon Pulse. Yue had witnessed the extent of Mingxiang's Milotic's water tail the previous day. If she let Little Een engage in close combat, it would be sheer folly. Xiao Na, Water Gun. Mingxiang anticipated Yu Yin's strategy and initiated an offensive with Water Gun. The blue dragon pulse collided with the torrent of water, with Milotic barely gaining the upper hand. Water is ineffective against dragons. Xiao Na, rain dance. Little Een, dragon breath. The watery tail shielded Milotic. Milotic closed its eyes, invoking the rain while keeping the water-enshrouded tail in front of itself. Dragon breath struck Milotic's tail, yielding no effect. The arena began to experience a steady downpour. Mingxiang pointed to an open area. Xiao Na, salt water. Little Een, dodge. The desert dragonfly barely veered to the right before it collided directly with the falling salt water, plummeting to the ground. Mingxiang had predicted the desert dragonfly's movements. What the? Watertail surf. Milotic propelled itself, watertail in tow, swiftly gliding across the damp arena towards the desert dragonfly. Little Een, fly? Yuan called anxiously, but alas, it was too late. Milotic's watertail struck the desert dragonfly forcefully, sending it crashing to the ground, sliding a considerable distance. The desert dragonfly lost its fighting capability. Return, Little Een. You've worked hard. Yuan retrieved the desert dragonfly and produced another Pokeball. Now, you must face my final Pokemon. Cradily, I entrust you with this. Yu Yin's Cradily re-emerged. Back again. Mingxiang now associated ghost-type Pokemon with the concept of life and death, a reflexive response. Does she intend to replace one of my aces with Cradily? Zhulan immediately discerned Yu Yin's plan. Deep down, Yuan understood she had lost. After Dragonite's defeat by Houndoom, her chances had evaporated. But she had to fight until the final moment. Cradily, use mean look. Xiao Na, quickly dodge. What the heck? Keep it down. Mingxiang slapped his forehead in frustration. Damn it. Milotic was struck by mean look, leaving Mingxiang unable to switch Pokemon. Eevee and Magikarp are utterly incapable of overcoming the formidable Golem. They cannot initiate an attack against Golem, while it can unleash its full power upon them. Golem utilizes Shadow Ball. Oh dear, Xiao Na. Execute Hydro Pump with all your might. Bring it down. Xiao Na. Smash. Both Milotic and Golem lose their combat effectiveness simultaneously. Return, Xiao Na, my apologies for the suffering you endured. Come back, Golem, your efforts are appreciated. Mingxiang takes a deep breath and tosses his final Pokeball. A radiant light envelopes the arena, and Sharim materializes in midair. Mingxiang's strongest ace, Sharim, enters the fray. Ah, it's happening. We can finally witness Mingxiang's Sharim in battle again. Would ya? Yuan bows slightly to Mingxiang as she retrieves her last Pokeball. Mingxiang, this is it. Metagross, prepare for battle. A powerful white light emanates. Metawa, a cerulean Pokemon, shaped like a discus and standing on its limbs, appears before the spectators. It is none other than Metagross. Pikachu. Oh no, why must it be Metagross? Even Asun feels anxious for Mingxiang. Xiaowang takes out her Pokédex to gather information. Let me see, Metagross is a steel and psychic type. This is bad, Bojiman. Mingxiang's Sharim will prove difficult to handle. Would ya? At this moment, Mingxiang's expression is one of exasperation and frustration. Is this truly the power of family? Bringing two quasi-legendaries against my Pokemon? I'm exhausted. Let this end swiftly. Sharim. Sharim hovers and turns to smile at Mingxiang. Gazing at Sharim's smile, Mingxiang shakes his head with a chuckle, then stretches. Little one, let us advance. The gazes of Mingxiang and Sharim sharpen simultaneously, mirroring each other. Shadow Ball. Metagross, Cannon Beam. Metawa. Yet, who could have anticipated that as Metagross began to float and charge, Sharim would teleport right before it. With her right hand, she compresses a Shadow Ball and delivers an uppercut directly to Metagross's face. Shadow Dance. Mingxiang's thoughts are instantly understood by Sharim. One hand compresses a Shadow Ball, while the other releases it instantaneously. Thus, she employs both light and heavy attacks against Metagross, using short-range teleportation and sliding steps to adjust her position. How swift! What is this? Karuni is astounded by Charim's mastery of Shadow Ball. Metagross emits a metallic sound. Witnessing Charim's extraordinary agility, Yuan quickly adjusts her strategy. Teleport. Metagross raises its hands to collide, producing a deafening noise. Charim teleports into the air. She must not stray too far, lest she grant Metagross the opportunity to charge its skills. This is the limit of her teleportation range. However, both Mingxiang and Sharim underestimate Metagross's attack range. Even here, the metallic sound can reach, invading Charim's ears, causing her immediate discomfort as she covers them in an attempt to mitigate the sensation. Little one, envelop yourself in telekinesis. Sharim. A telekinetic storm forms around Sharim, resisting the external metallic sound. Metagross, shatter the surrounding telekinesis. Psychic Force. Metawa. The X-shaped metallic cross in front of Metagross emanates a brilliant light. Shadow Ball. Sharim releases her telekinesis, immediately charging a shadow ball to counter Metagross's psychic force. Yet, the shadow ball is instantly destroyed, and Sharim is struck down to the ground by the psychic force. Metagross, Cannon Beam. Metawa, Little One, Shadow Ball. After a moment of extreme distance, Sharim will experience a brief vacuum period. This cannon beam cannot be dodged by teleportation. However, even before Sharim lands, the cannon beam has begun charging. This light beam strikes just as Sharim stands up. Hearing Ming Shang's call, she instantly charges a shadow ball to defend, and as the shadow ball appears, it collides with the light beam. Sharim struggles to hold the shadow ball in front of her against the force of the beam. The immense impact gradually pushes her backward. Little One, Kai, Ru. As the energy diminishes, a white light slowly envelopes Sharim. Ultimately, the shadow ball cannot withstand the cannon beam, and Sharim is struck. Boom. An explosion occurs around Sharim, generating a cloud of smoke. Everyone gazes at the smoke, and as it dissipates, they behold floating debris. The smoke gradually clears, revealing a pure white Gardevoir emerging from within. Her pink and pale blue eyes shimmer with beauty and seriousness, while the telekinetic energy and wind swirl around her skirt. Is that Gardevoir? She has evolved. Ming Shang's eyes widen as he gazes at his Gardevoir. Wow, what a stunning Gardevoir. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Gardevoir turns to Ming Shang, tilting her head slightly as she offers him a smile. Subsequently, she utilizes her psychic powers to hurl the surrounding debris at Metagross. Metagross, Iron Fist, Gardevoir, Shadow Ball. Sensing Ming Shang's thoughts, Gardevoir smiles and raises her hand, charging a shadow ball to throw at Metagross. Metagross, Metal Claw. Metagross swings its metal claw, shattering the approaching shadow ball. Behind Metagross, Metagross turns to see Gardevoir has inexplicably appeared behind it. Gardevoir, Mystic Fire. Gardevoir raises her hand to her chest, a red light flashing, followed by an explosion. Metagross is knocked to the ground by the fiery blast. Just as it attempts to rise, a shadow ball strikes it squarely on the forehead. Gardevoir, Moonblast. Attack the ground around it. Sana. Gardevoir raises her hand, and a crescent moon appears behind her, a pink energy sphere materializing between her hands as she brings the Moonblast down beside Metagross. Telekinesis. Observing the stones around Metagross, Gardevoir instantly comprehends Ming Shang's intent. She manipulates her telekinesis to send a massive boulder flying, while the other stones crash down upon Metagross's head. Metagross, Psychic Force. I won't let you succeed. Gardevoir. Bam. The boulder flies directly into Metagross's head, sending it plunging into a pit. Full power Shadow Ball. Sana. Gardevoir raises her hand, charging a small black sphere at her chest, then lifts her hand as the shadow ball rapidly enlarges. Metagross, charge up your cannon beam. But just as Yuan finishes her sentence, Gardevoir's enormous shadow ball is hurled forward. Metagross takes the full brunt of the shadow ball, the massive explosion sending it crashing to the ground, leaving it dazed. Gardevoir also kneels weakly on the ground, taking deep breaths to regain her composure. Metagross has lost its combat effectiveness. The victor of this match is contestant Ming Shang. Following closely is the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Nice, Gardevoir. We have triumphed. Ming Shang rushes towards his kneeling Gardevoir, eager to embrace her. Just as he reaches her side, Gardevoir leaps into his arms, holding him tightly. Gardevoir happily nuzzles against Ming Shang's cheek, causing him to wince from the jolt of her red horn. Ouch! 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 Stop it, little one. Your horn is poking me. Gardevoir immediately releases Ming Shang, looking down at her horn with a pout, somewhat dissatisfied that it hinders her from snuggling with him. Return, Metagross. Your efforts are appreciated. I have lost. Ming Shang, you are truly formidable. I will catch up to you. Next time, I want to be defeated. Yuan smiles and deeply bows to Ming Shang before slowly departing the arena. Zhulan and Karuni rise to applaud Ming Shang. This match was truly exhilarating. What a pity. I must return to Kalos tomorrow. There's a live broadcast, so you won't miss anything. That's great. I'm eager to battle Ming Shang. He is truly both courageous and cunning. I believe it won't be long now. Ming Shang retrieved a pokeball, intending to call back his Shinado. Yet, Shinado pressed his hand down gently instead. Silently, she placed her hand in his, and Ming Shang clasped it firmly. Let us go, he urged, pulling Shinado along towards the Pokémon Center, where he sought to tend to his companion's health. After a while, having healed his Pokémon, he returned to the dormitory, stretching lazily in preparation for a brief respite before dining. There was also a match to watch in the afternoon. However, upon entering, he was unexpectedly pinned against the wall by Shinado. Before he could comprehend the situation, she kissed him fervently. Chapter 32, Farewell. As the kiss lingered, Ming Xiang began to feel perplexed. Could it be that Shinado only understood affectionate gestures and was oblivious to what came next? Allow me to enlighten her. Just as he intended to push Shinado down, an invisible force thwarted his attempt. It was the power of moderation. Resigned, he managed to separate from Shinado. Yet a silken thread connected their lips. Gazing at Shinado, who was panting with desire, Ming Xiang hurriedly scooped her up and rushed to the bathroom to cool off. Once they both regained their composure, Shinado pouted at him with an expression of reproach. Ming Xiang quickly patted her head. Let us talk about it next time, Shauna. Shinado sidestepped the protruding point of his chest and lunged back into his embrace. All right, little, it seems I can no longer call you that. Observing Shinado nestled in his arms, he noticed the unique fragrance of her white hair. He was unsure if it was the shampoo from earlier or an inherent scent. Beneath her flowing skirt, glimpses of her fair legs emerged, their length surpassing even his own. Shinado sensed Ming Xiang's gaze and emotions. Shauna, would you like to touch? She inquired, draping one leg over him and guiding his hand to her thigh. Contemplating what stockings Shinado might wear, Ming Xiang was relieved to have endured the trials set before him. Weary, he arrived at the competition venue, needing to ascertain the identity of his next opponent. As the large screen revealed matchups, he beheld his challenger. Ming Xiang's expression turned to one of dismay. Oh no, he sighed deeply. Marla. A hand slapped his forehead. Am I really up against a legendary Pokémon trainer? Is this for real? His opponent was none other than the infamous trainer known for his prowess with legendary Pokémon. A bane to aspiring champions. Which remote mountain did this golden core master emerge from? With such a plethora of legendaries, what is the point of a regional competition? I was already exhausted from battling those 2 semi-legendary Pokémon yesterday, and now I have to face 2 legendaries today? How have my opponents become increasingly extraordinary at every turn? But what could he do? He would have to fight. After all, it was the first round. Ming Xiang turned to prepare in the lounge. Hey, how did Ming Xiang end up facing him, the trainer with Darkrai? Axon, now a fervent admirer of Ming Xiang, was in a state of panic. Darkrai. Xiaoguang recalled the Darkrai from Baiyang Town, concern etched on her face as she glanced at Ming Xiang. In the lounge, with half an hour remaining before the match commenced, Ming Xiang contemplated strategies. He was aware that his opponent had 2 Pokémon, Darkrai and Latios. Oh dear, little intelligence, can't you manage your uncle better? Darkray's Dark Void was particularly troublesome, as it could not be evaded by simply closing one's eyes. Thus, the cumbersome Milotic was not a viable option. He would need to rely on Linger and Shinado to handle the situation. Furthermore, Milotic would struggle against Latios' speed. The odds were decidedly against Ming Xiang, who released 5 Pokémon. Our upcoming opponent is formidable. I estimate he possesses at least 4 semi-legendary Pokémon. Linger Shinado. His first 2 Pokémon are Darkrai and Latios, and you 2 are the only ones capable of matching their speed, so I'm counting on you. Butterfree and Shinado exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Linger, do you remember our previous training? Darkray's Dark Void is similar to Shinado's Shadow Ball. Just use the evasive maneuvers I taught you. As Ming Xiang sought to elaborate on his tactics, Shinado stepped forward and gently covered his mouth with her hand. She had initially intended to kiss him again, but thought better of it. Shinado flashed a sweet smile at Ming Xiang. Milotic slowly coiled around Ming Xiang, then playfully nipped at his cheek, venting her frustration over her lack of contribution in this match. Shinado tenderly placed her hand on Ming Xiang's chest. We dislike seeing you anxious. We prefer the version of you that leads us through any adversity. Nawe. Milotic and Butterfree nuzzled against his cheeks, affirming their belief that together, they could overcome any challenge. Ming Xiang was suddenly reminded of the journey he had embarked upon. From humble beginnings, encountering Ralts, embarking on adventures, competing in gym battles, and standing against legendary Pokémon. From brushes with death to survival against the odds, his Pokémon had grown immensely, while he had been preoccupied with worry and minor mistakes. Recognizing this, Ming Xiang smiled. He had never truly cared about winning the championship. What mattered to him was the world and his Pokémon. He cherished them deeply. Winning the championship was merely a means to garner attention to usher in a new era. Yet, how could some people despise this world? They were truly unaware of their fortune. He realized he had been foolish. He was grateful to his companions. Observing the joy radiating from everyone, only Eevee hung its head in guilt. But before it could dwell too long, Ming Xiang enveloped it in his arms. No more of that. We have time to grow stronger, so let us lift our spirits. Eevee. They believed in Ming Xiang, and he ought to respond to their expectations. Indeed, the legendary trainer was a challenging adversary, but Ming Xiang was no pushover. Please prepare yourself, contestant Ming Xiang. He took a deep breath, focusing on his Pokémon. Let us go. As they traversed the corridor, Mingxiang noticed a familiar figure waiting for him. Ash, what are you doing here? I'm here to cheer you on. Go, Mingxiang. Win this for us. I haven't had the chance to battle you yet in this tournament. Pikachu. Mingxiang smiled back at Ash. Thanks, I will. Let us go. Upon entering the competition arena, the battleground was a grassy field. Zhulan and Yu observed from above as Mingxiang took the stage. Since his arrival, the legendary trainer had not once opened his eyes to regard him. Mingxiang had made the right bet. Up until now, the opponent had only deployed Darkrai. The mundane and straightforward victories had inflated his arrogance. The legendary trainer lacked true command and relied solely on levels and stats to obliterate his foes. Mingxiang wagered that he had not even researched Mingxiang's capabilities or his Pokémon. Thus, he could exploit the psychological and informational gap. You enjoy fishing, do you? Today, I'll connect you with the conductor. Sister Zhulan, do you think Mingxiang can win this match? Just believe in him, Yuan responded. Yes, Mingxiang. You can do it. Please release the first Pokémon for both sides. The legendary trainer casually tossed a Pokeball, summoning Darkrai. Linger, let's go. Butterfree appeared, spinning gracefully in the air to achieve optimal form. Mingxiang's first Pokémon is Butterfree. Bug types hold an advantage over dark types. What advantage? It's a guaranteed victory. Stop analyzing and shout with me. Mingxiang, go. Butterfree, do your best. Hurry up. If you're still dawdling, you'll incur a fine. Mingxiang, go. Butterfree. Under the leadership of Asun, Xiao Guang, and Bo Jiaman also rallied to support Mingxiang. Both sides prepared. Ready, set, go. Linger seized the moment. Darkrai. Use Dark Void. Tailwind. Darkrai charged up Dark Void and hurled it towards Butterfree, who elegantly evaded the attack by spiraling away with the assistance of Tailwind. Darkrai, Dream Eater. Darkrai looked quizzically at Dusknoir, only to find that Dusknoir still had its eyes closed. Linger, Butterfly Dance. Mingxiang's gamble paid off. The legendary beast has the sin of arrogance. Butterfree spread its arms and danced gracefully in the air. Dusknoir slowly opened its eyes, looking somewhat bewildered at the scene, only to discover that Darkrai's dark sphere was empty. Darkrai, use Evil Pulse. Linger, Tailwind. Butterfree leaned back in the air, evading the incoming Evil Pulse, swiftly flying in circles around the dark energy. Darkrai, Ice Beam. Linger, once more with Tailwind. With the cumulative effects of Tailwind and Butterfly Dance, Butterfree's speed became visibly faster. Ice Beam could not possibly hit Butterfree. Darkrai, Shadow Ball. Dusknoir remained unconcerned, believing that Butterfree was merely a Pokémon sent to deplete Darkrai's energy. Linger, Ascend. Butterfree soared into the sky as Shadow Ball pursued rapidly. Mingxiang seized the opportunity. Linger, halt your flight. Use Butterfly Dance. Butterfree immediately plummeted, narrowly evading Shadow Ball, and joyfully twirled in freefall, showing no signs of fear. Darkrai seized the moment to use Dark Sphere. Darkrai charged the Dark Sphere, predicting Butterfree's freefall speed before releasing it. Linger, use Tailwind to dodge. Butterfree suddenly spread its wings, stirring up the surrounding wind as it faced the approaching Dark Sphere. With incredible speed, Butterfree executed a quick circle to evade it. Linger, Air Slash. Mingxiang gestured towards Darkrai, and Butterfree instantly understood his signal. Darkrai, Shadow Ball. Just before the blades and Shadow Ball collided in midair, Mingxiang clapped his hands. Butterfree, having appeared on Darkrai's right side, unleashed Bug Buzz. Darkrai, behind you. Evil Pulse. Just as Darkrai turned around, it was struck by Bug Buzz, causing it to stagger back in pain. Pollen Puff. Butterfree summoned spores and zipped past Darkrai's side, showering it with numerous spores. Yuan felt a shiver of fear at Butterfree's extraordinary speed. She had battled Mingxiang's Butterfree before. That time, Butterfree had only used Tailwind and Butterfly Dance once, and her own Pokémon hadn't stood a chance. Now, Butterfree had utilized Tailwind twice and Butterfly Dance 4 times. This was the consequence of allowing Butterfree to accumulate speed without immediate restrictions. Darkrai, use Disable. Darkrai's astonishment at Butterfree's speed led it to directly immobilize the Pokémon in flight. Darkrai's arms struck the ground, summoning a bizarre space. A thick black mist was instantly unleashed, enveloping Butterfree, who, unable to escape due to its offensive position, found itself immobilized. Mingxiang was waiting for this moment. Linger, show him our bond. Way. A green light surrounded Butterfree, illuminating the black mist. The strange energy broke through the constraints of Disable, allowing Butterfree to move again. Linger, Leaf Storm. Ling. With a significant boost in speed, Linger's Leaf Storm became even more fluid, slicing through the fog. What? Darkrai once more. Disable. Linger, Ascend. Solar Beam. The black mist attempted to ensnare Linger again, but she evaded it with remarkable speed, raising her hand to charge Solar Beam. Dark Ray, Dark Void, Rose Thorns. Just as Dark Ray raised its hand, it was suddenly ensnared by thorns erupting from the ground. Linger, let us go. High-pitched shout. Linger hurled the glowing sphere at Dark Ray, then dove down, circling around Dark Ray at high speed, creating a wind vortex while vibrating her wings at an alarming frequency. The surrounding noise and wind surged like a swarm of flies, creating a deafening buzz that tormented Dark Ray. This was an advanced version of Bug Buzz, requiring rapid speed to unleash. At that moment, Dark Ray felt as though it was surrounded by trumpets blasting noise from all directions. Dark Ray tried to cover its ears, but its hands were bound by thorns, rendering it immobile. As Linger gradually slowed down and came to a halt, the wind vortex dissipated quickly. The battlefield was left with Dark Ray, unconscious amidst the thorns. Dark Ray is unable to battle. Hooray, I knew it. I knew Mingxiang could do it. His Butterfree is the strongest. Mingxiang, this time, I won't find you. Keep it up. Asun felt more joyous at Butterfree's victory over Dark Ray than Mingxiang himself. Linger took a deep breath, exhausted, adjusting her state. The light faded, and she transformed back into Butterfree. Well done. Linger, return. Way. Butterfree shook her head, knowing that in her current state, she was no longer useful. So she resolved to deplete her opponent's stamina as much as possible. Dusknoir regained its composure and recalled Dark Ray. I didn't expect you to make me use a second Pokémon. You truly have impressed me. I don't care for your flattery. Do you really think losing to a Butterfree is an honorable matter? I know you have many powerful Pokémon. Which makes me wonder, how afraid are you of losing? Dusknoir's expression darkened instantly. Your obvious unease suggests I have struck a nerve? Mingxiang's psychological tactics were quite successful. Dusknoir ceased conversing with Mingxiang and tossed out its next Pokémon. As expected, a Latios appeared before everyone. Latios? Pikachu? Hey, that's just bullying. Using Latios against Butterfree. Fine. Latios. Xiaoguang immediately activated the Pokédex. Latios, the Ian Pokémon. A highly intelligent Pokémon that flies with arms crossed, its speed surpassing that of a jet. Another formidable Pokémon. Mingxiang, give it your all. Bojia. Mingxiang stretched, a playful expression on his face as he regarded Dusknoir. There's no need to guess. You're terrified of losing. And it's quite pitiful. Latios. Dragon Pulse. Linger dodge. Though Linger was somewhat fatigued and her speed had diminished, she still managed to sidefly and evade the Dragon Pulse. Latios. Psychic. Linger. Air Slash. The commands rang out simultaneously. Yet this time, Butterfree did not heed Mingxiang's call. She unleashed her strongest attack with all her might, trading damage for damage. Bug Buzz struck Latios, but Butterfree was also hit by Psychic, crashing to the ground in a disheveled state. Butterfree is unable to battle. Mingxiang rushed into the arena, cradling Butterfree. Linger, really? Didn't I tell you not to think about taking down your opponent with you? Way. Butterfree flapped her wings, brushing away the tears that had begun to well up in Mingxiang's eyes. Come back, Linger. You've worked hard. Next time, you must listen. After recalling Butterfree, Mingxiang rose and returned to the battlefield. Latios, just watch how I deal with you. Mingxiang tossed out a Pokeball. A flash of white light appeared as Shaman gracefully descended onto the field. Shaman, let us go. Teach it a lesson. Shaman slowly raised its head, opening its eyes to gaze at Latios. Its movements mirrored Mingxiang's in a surprising manner. Chapter 33, Godslayer. Latios. Dragon Breath. Hearing Dusknoir command Latios to use Dragon Breath against Shaman, Mingxiang smiled. He truly could not command well. Shaman, use Moonblast. Shanai Duo gracefully turned, revealing a full moon behind her. As the pink energy she unleashed instantly shattered the Dragon Breath. What? Latios evade. Latios attempted to ascend, but discovered he was immobilized. Shanai Duo's psychic power restrained Latios's movements. Latios, focus your mind. Lunar Power. Latios unleashed a formidable wave to obliterate the approaching lunar power. Yet Shanai Duo had already prepared another. Shanai Duo used Psychic. Sensing Mingxiang's thoughts, Shanai Duo manipulated her psychic energy to envelop the lunar power. Latios. Ultimate Impact. As Latios charged forward, both Mingxiang and Shanai Duo smiled. Shanai Duo, Shadow Clone. With elegance, Shanai Duo spun in place, creating 4 clones that acted simultaneously. Latios aimed to strike all 4 shadows, believing it would guarantee a hit. Latios, beware of behind you. Dakduo urgently called out, realizing Shanai Duo had appeared unexpectedly behind Latios. After landing, she raised her hand, gathering energy for a shadow ball. Latios, having just executed ultimate impact, was unable to move. The residual lunar power above him suddenly descended, striking him down with a surge of pain. Simultaneously, the shadow ball collided with his face. The explosion sent Latios crashing to the ground, struggling to regain flight. Latios. Destruction beam. Shaking his head, Latios opened his mouth to gather energy for the beam. Watching Latios channeling his energy, both Mingxiang and Shanai Duo shook their heads in unison. Shanai Duo raised her hand, gathering lunar power. As the destruction beam surged toward her, she levitated gracefully, executing a dance-like maneuver to evade the attack. With the beam missing its target, Latios found himself once again rendered immobile. Shanai Duo pointed at Latios, who was instantly ensnared by her psychic grip. Raising her other hand, she charged another shadow ball, pulling Latios closer. With a swift side uppercut infused with the shadow ball, she sent Latios flying. Releasing her psychic hold, Shanai Duo descended elegantly to the ground and slowly approached Mingxiang. However, barely 2 steps taken, the airborne Latios crashed down. Just as Shanai Duo's charged lunar power struck him once more, an explosion sounded from behind her, but she paid it no heed. Returning to her original position, she turned and closed her eyes in meditation, preparing for the impending battle. Latios has lost its fighting capability. Mingxiang stretched lazily. This is far easier than battling the Metagross yesterday. Go, Mingxiang. You can do it. Go. Asun snatched a cheerleading banner from Pachima's grasp, waving it fervently to cheer for Mingxiang. Pachima, being at a disadvantage and unable to command, struggling to keep up with Mingxiang's strategy while not switching Pokémon. Sister Zhulan, how did he manage to catch Dialga and Latios? Zhulan. Yuin was curious. Logically, a trainer possessing such powerful Pokémon should be formidable. If the first match was Dakduo underestimating his opponent, the second match is a complete rout. Dakduo's command pales in comparison to Mingxiang's. Return, Latios. Registeel. Prepare for battle. Jiwu. As the radiance faded, a large ironclad figure, black and white, appeared on the field. It's Registeel. Pika? Registeel? Ash, what Pokémon is that giant? A formidable Steel-type Pokémon. Steel. Mingxiang gazed seriously at Dakduo, unsure of the type of Pokémon Dakduo had behind him. It seemed likely that all 6 Pokémon were semi-legendary. Return, Shanai Duo. Shanai Duo turned and gently placed her paw on Mingxiang's hand, slowly approaching him with a sweet smile. Mingxiang smiled back at Shanai Duo before retrieving another Pokeball. Houndoom, let us go. Woo. It's Houndoom. Excellent. Mingxiang has the type advantage. Asun eagerly anticipated how Mingxiang would perform in this duel. Registeel, return. But Dakduo abruptly withdrew Registeel. Suicune, prepare for battle. Whoa. A blue-bodied Pokémon adorned with white block-like patterns, a blue gem-like headpiece, and 2 flowing white tails appeared on the field. Houndoom, return. Mingxiang quickly recalled Houndoom, knowing Dakduo had Registeel. Houndoom must be preserved to counter Registeel. Registeel's special and physical defenses are extraordinarily robust. Neither Shanai Duo nor Milotic could inflict damage. Only the type-advantaged Houndoom could attempt to challenge it. Little Na. Prepare for battle. Na. Little Na. Hydro Pump. Just as Milotic unleashed a Hydro Pump towards Suicune, return, Suicune. Raikou. Use Electro Ball. As the light faded, a golden-furred, muscular Pokémon resembling a saber-toothed tiger emerged. The moment Raikou landed, it radiated a yellow electric aura, launching an Electro Ball toward Milotic. Little Na. Water Tail. Milotic swiftly swung her massive tail to counter the Electro Ball. Both Raikou and Milotic struck each other with their respective attacks. Raikou only staggered back a few steps, while Milotic was severely shocked, with visible charred marks on her tail. Hey, don't act cocky. If you have the guts, bring out an Arceus. With such powerful Pokémon, you still need to exploit type advantages. Penalty, penalty. Asun was furious, unsure how Mingxiang could possibly win. Ash clenched his fist. Raikou, Suicune. Mingxiang. You can do it. Pika Pika. Xiaoguang. After checking the information on her Pokédex collector, was in a daze. Mingxiang. Pachima. Pachima. Zhulan and Yuin's expressions turned grave. Everyone was anxiously watching the match. Only Mingxiang wore a smile reminiscent of a villain, knowing he had already secured half the victory. Little Na. You are my last trump card. Are you confident? Na. Mingxiang's EV and Magikarp were practically useless, meaning he was left to battle against type disadvantages. Raikou. Thunder. Dakduo immediately launched an attack. Raikou crouched low, gathering immense electricity that surged skyward, a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Milotic, descending rapidly. Little Na. Jump back. Milotic curled her body, then with a powerful flick of her tail, sprang back like a spring to evade the lightning strike. though she still got hit due to conductivity. Her injuries significantly lessened. Reiku, move swiftly. Close in. Little Na. Tidal wave. Milotic's tail glowed blue as she struck the ground, sending a tidal wave in a fan shape toward Reiku. However, Reiku simply leaped to evade the water attack. Speed was Milotic's disadvantage. Her massive form could not compete with Reiku's swiftness. Reiku, Bolt Tackle. Little Na, Water Tail. Reiku, enveloped in a powerful electric charge, lunged at Milotic, who immediately swung her tail to defend. The clash of water and electricity pushed both back, but Milotic suffered injury from the electric shock. Reiku, rush in and use Thunderfang. Water Tail. Milotic quickly adjusted her stance, lowering her center of gravity, her tail releasing a torrent of water. But Reiku dodged this attack effortlessly, landing the Thunderfang directly on Milotic's body. Nah. The pain coursing through her made Milotic grit her teeth in endurance. Find her. I want to give you a chance. Reiku unleashed an electric shock. Nah. The fierce electricity struck Milotic, causing her immense pain. Hydro Pump. Dodge. Just as Milotic opened her mouth to unleash the water, Reiku leaped back, distancing itself from her. Exhausted, Milotic collapsed, large scorch marks visible over her body. Reiku Thunderbolt. Little Na. Get up. The Minas, lying prostrate on the ground, had yet to regain her composure when Reiku's Thunderbolt struck once more. Paralyzed by the electric shock, she found it arduous to move, barely managing to lift her body slightly. The Thunderbolt hit her again, accompanied by a deafening crackle and blinding flashes of electricity. Nah. Little Na. The excruciating pain coursing through her body caused Minas to collapse once more. Ah, it seems you are not as formidable as I had imagined. Managing to make me deploy 5 Pokémon is an achievement in itself, Dacto remarked, but Mingxiang paid him no heed, his gaze fixed on the referee approaching Minas. He yearned for the referee to declare Minas unable to continue, so he could withdraw her. Seeing Minas in such a state pained his heart. He feared for the well-being of his subsequent Pokémon. He would rather concede. Please, hurry up, hurry. Mingxiang's anxious pleas echoed in his mind as he implored the referee to act swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Shinado beside him wore a grim expression, gritting her teeth. Minas slowly straightened her wounded form. Nah. Minas roared to the heavens, a blue-white radiance enveloping her. The light blue scales on her tail gradually appearing as she became shrouded in abundant water elements. Witnessing Minas rising once again, poised for battle, Little Na. Minas glared furiously at Dacto, and for a fleeting moment, Mingxiang was captivated by the intensity of her gaze. He slowly closed his eyes. Goodness. Little Na. We charge forth. Nah. A torrent of water cascaded around Minas, soaring skyward, her scales shimmering in the sunlight, the water swirling majestically, akin to a grand tapestry woven between heaven and earth. Water cannon. Mingxiang shouted, gesturing with fervor. Minas transformed, her mouth gathering energy to unleash a colossal blue and white water cannon, engulfing the entire battlefield. As the exaggerated water cannon bore down upon them, Reiku, electromagnetic cannon, Dacto urgently commanded, and Reiku exerted all its might to release its most potent attack, only to be overwhelmed by the deluge. Reiku leaped in a desperate attempt to evade, but found no refuge, being swept away by the water cannon and crashing heavily against the spectator wall. Dacto looked back in disbelief at his unconscious Reiku. Reiku has lost combat capability. The water cannon and the rain dance concluded simultaneously. The radiance enveloping Minas faded, and Mingxiang's eyes widened in astonishment at his Minas. A mermaid with pink eyes and flowing white hair materialized in the arena. Her demure visage, paired with a pristine upper body, evoked awe. Her skin, as pale as jade and as smooth as fat, complemented her luscious lips, exuding a playful charm. Her beauty radiated like sunlight, impossible to ignore. The scales adorning her lower half sparkled under the sun's rays, while her tail resembled the most opulent silk, delicate, soft, and shimmering, transforming each breath into a vibrant spectacle. As Minas collapsed, drained of energy, the water and light dissipated, reverting back to her original form in mere seconds, leaving many spectators unable to discern her appearance fully. Come back, Little Na. You've worked hard. Minas has lost combat capability. Dacto recalled Reiku, gritting his teeth as he glared at Mingxiang. Mingxiang waved cheerily at him. Dacto retrieved his final Pokeball. Sidolin, prepare for battle. A tortoise-like Pokemon emerged. Good grief. 6 legendary Pokemon indeed. Mingxiang realized he had lost, yet remained unfazed. Shinado and Hybula would not stand a chance against Sidolin. Darkrai, Latios, Suicune, Reiku, Registeel, Sidolin. So this was your lineup. Quite impressive. Come on. This time, you shall not prevail. Winning or losing was insignificant now, just as Ming Shang raised his hand to concede. Wishing to spare his remaining Pokémon from further peril, Shinado grasped his hand, halting him. With a solemn expression, Shinado stepped onto the battlefield. Ming Shang attempted to restrain her. Shaking his head, Shinado smiled at him, placing her hand over his heart. Leave it to me. With a serious gaze, Shinado advanced towards Sidolin. A peculiar energy swirling around her. Sidolin sensed the pressure and immediately readied itself for combat. Sidolin, Iron Tail, Shinado, Psychic, Hua. Both Sidolin and Shinado launched their attacks simultaneously. Sidolin concentrated steel to form a beam, releasing it with fervor. Teleport. Shinado did not heed Ming Shang's command, remaining rooted in place. Utilizing Psychic to evade the Iron Tail, she charged directly at Sidolin. Both combatants struck their targets simultaneously. Shinado staggered backward, and Ming Shang quickly caught her. Shinado has lost combat capability. Shinado, are you alright? Come back. Sidolin has lost combat capability. Huh. Ming Shang looked up in confusion, discovering Sidolin sprawled on the ground, appearing dazed, its eyes swirling. Ming Shang let out a bemused snort, shaking his head with a smile. Goodness, why is everyone so fervent? You've worked hard. Return, Sidolin. Dacto's expression soured further. 4 of his Pokémon had now lost combat capability. He had only 2 remaining, while Ming Shang still had 3. Why are his Pokémon fighting so recklessly? Ming Shang rose. Tossing out a Pokeball. Hybula, prepare for battle. Ming Shang rejuvenated his spirit, now understanding why Ash steadfastly believed in Pokémon. Suicune, prepare for battle. Hybula. Overheat. Hybula growled, heat waves shimmering as the temperature surged around it. With Suicune's velocity, the Dark Pulse would likely miss. So, he would compel it into a clash of raw power. Suicune. Water Cannon. Suicune gathered energy, unleashing a water cannon towards Hybula. Onward. Flare Blitz. Hybula thundered forward, barreling into the oncoming water cannon. Water and fire collided, generating a vast cloud of steam. Hybula gradually withstood the water cannon's force, pushing through with great effort. Hybula. Charge. Hybula accelerated through the water cannon, closing in on Suicune. Suicune. You surf with all your might. Whoa. Suicune radiated blue light, racing towards Hybula as they collided. Bang. An explosion erupted. Hybula was sent sprawling, losing combat capability. Return, Hybula. You've worked hard. Ming Shang. Xiao Wang looked at Ming Shang with concern. Ming Shang released his final Pokémon. Eevee. Are you afraid, Eevee? Eevee. Eevee struck a pose, ready for battle. Its sharp gaze fixed on Suicune without a trace of fear. Alright, Eevee, let us go? Quick attack. Eevee. Eevee gritted its teeth, raising its front paws and sprinting towards Suicune. Suicune. Hydro Pump. Whoa. Eevee collided with the sudden burst of water, flipping backward and landing on the ground. Resembling a twisted coil, Eevee has lost combat capability. Return, Eevee. You've worked hard. I've lost. Ming Shang slowly stretched, while Ash clenched his fists, intently watching the match. Dacto, noticing Ming Shang's relaxed demeanor, grew anxious. Ming Shang still had 1 Pokémon left. He feared Ming Shang's calmness signified that his final Pokémon was yet another legendary creature. Referee, I concede. Ming Shang, you still have 1 Pokémon left. Are you certain you wish to concede? Ming Shang released his final Pokémon. A Magikarp flopped onto the field, occasionally leaping into the air. Why don't you assist me in this battle? If I win, the victory is yours. If I lose, the defeat is mine. The referee responded. I concede. Declare me the loser. The participant Ming Shang voluntarily forfeits. The victor of this match is Dactuo. Ming Shang retrieved his Magikarp and slowly exited the arena. Ash, Misty, Brock, and Axon hurriedly followed him. Ming Shang's performance today was nothing short of extraordinary, as his Pokémon exerted themselves to the fullest. Ming Shang fought alongside them until the very last moment. That is what true dedication entails. Ming Shang, what brings you all here? Isn't the match still ongoing? Ming Shang, thank you for your concern. No need to worry, I am fine. This battle has granted me something far more precious than victory. It was a tremendous gain. Ming Shang beamed at his friends. Ming Shang, I will undoubtedly become an exceptional trainer like you. Axon declared with a quivering voice, vowing to Ming Shang. That's the spirit, Axon. Keep pushing forward. I believe with your talent, you can surpass me. Ming Shang smiled, giving Axon a thumbs up. Ash raised his fist before Ming Shang. Ming Shang, let's save our 6v6 battle for our next meeting. I will surely defeat you then. Pika Pika. Ming Shang bumped fists with Ash. Alright, I await your challenge. And Ash, don't forget to train hard. Dactuo isn't invincible. I have faith that you and your Pokémon can triumph over him. I will. I will win with my Pokémon to show you. I believe in you. Now, your match is about to begin. You should prepare. I must exit this stage now. Farewell, everyone. Goodbye. They chorused. Pika Pika. Boja. Mingxiang waved goodbye to his friends and turned to leave. Mingxiang, where will your next journey take you? Misty suddenly shouted after him. Kalos. I still have promises to fulfill. Farewell. Ash watched as Mingxiang gradually disappeared from sight. Kalos, is it? All right. Mingxiang, wait for me. Mingxiang left the competition venue and made his way to the street, where Zhulan and Yuan had been waiting for him. What are you doing here? Mingxiang Cohen. Stop. Enough. Thank you, but I am fine. I thoroughly enjoyed this battle. That is sufficient. Upon seeing Mingxiang's joyful smile, Yuan found herself at a loss for words. Thank you for coming to see me off. I must take my leave. Zhulan, I will challenge you next time. Be prepared. I look forward to our battle. As Mingxiang walked away slowly, Yuan remarked, Zhulan's sister, I remember that Mingxiang hails from the Kalos region. Indeed. With his character, he will not easily relinquish the title of champion. I understand. Next time, I will defeat him with my own strength. After finishing up at the Pokémon Center, Mingxiang changed into a new outfit. He left the conference center and made his way alone to the seaside. Releasing his Magikarp, he said, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Thank you for your help. Boop. Lastly, would you like to officially become my Pokémon? Rest assured, I will not force you. We share a bond. Magikarp glanced at Mingxiang and then at the boundless ocean behind him. After a brief moment of contemplation, it shook its head. I see. You have been confined in a water cage for too long and crave freedom. We all yearn for freedom. Here, take this Pokémon food. Consider it my token of gratitude. After eating to its heart's content, Magikarp cast one last glance at Mingxiang before diving into the sea. Goodbye. Don't let yourself get caught again. Arriving at the dock, Mingxiang boarded a boat and slowly departed. As the vessel began its journey, he turned back for one last look at Bellflower Island. Humph. Mingxiang chuckled softly, leaning against the railing, closing his eyes, and gradually revealing a smile. The sea breeze gently tousled his hair and garments. Chapter 34, The Final Time Rabbits. The invigorating sea breeze made Mingxiang suddenly ponder, am I being too selfish? His dream was to create a new era, and even winning the championship was merely a means to enhance his popularity for the sake of realizing that dream. Yet, witnessing his Pokémon repeatedly challenge formidable opponents while he merely stood by, directing them, felt like he was recklessly charging ahead with blind fervor. If he truly loved Pokémon, why did he not concede when facing the legendary beast? What emotions drove him to challenge the legendary beast? Why did he insist on watching his Pokémon confront such deities while he remained in the background, feeling overwhelmed? I am crying. Isn't that pure foolishness? Do I truly love Pokémon? Mingxiang began to question himself. Perhaps I should temper my arrogance and impatience. As time passed, Mingxiang found himself lost in thought while gazing at the ocean's scenery from the deck for half an hour. Stretching languidly, he glanced around and seated himself in the nearest chair, quickly stealing a glance at a certain individual before averting his gaze. Since half an hour ago, Mingxiang had sensed something amiss. A person on the side would occasionally glance his way, and even when he shifted positions, the individual's gaze remained fixed upon him. A Pokémon hunter? Lying back in the chair, Mingxiang closed his eyes, feigning relaxation while pondering his next move. Staying on the boat was no longer an option. He was unaware of the strength of the people across from him, so taking risks was unwise. After some time, Mingxiang gradually opened his eyes and slowly stood up, heading towards the cabin. The suspicious individual followed closely behind. Mingxiang hastily selected delicacies from the dining table and briskly navigated through the cabin. Reaching a corner at the rear of the ship, taking a deep breath, he leaped into the sea when he saw that no one was around. In the water, Mingxiang summoned his Milotic. The drowsy Milotic immediately perked up upon sensing the seawater. Seeing Mingxiang holding his breath, she quickly grasped him, intending to bring him to the surface. However, Mingxiang raised his hand to stop her. Nah? Mingxiang pointed in a specific direction, and Milotic instantly understood, swiftly swimming with him below the surface toward the distance. By the time the suspicious person realized what had occurred, Mingxiang had already made a significant distance. A bunch of useless fools. He has a Milotic, and he escaped underwater. Pursue him. He has fled. I want your lives. Yes. On the other end of the phone, a dimly lit stage came into view, with all spotlights directed at the center. Under the lights lay a coffin adorned with roses, within which rested a stunningly beautiful woman, long devoid of life. The woman maintained a serene smile, her skin seemingly coated with a wax-like substance that prevented decay, resembling a lifelike wax figure. The woman possessed a remarkable realism that rendered her indistinguishable from reality. A man hummed an elegant tune, dancing gracefully as he approached the coffin's edge. "My dear, I have found yet another exquisite piece of art for you. Our stage is nearly full. Are you looking forward to this performance?" The man's hand lingered near the woman's cheek as he caressed her face from a distance. The camera slowly panned out, revealing that the audience was divided by an aisle. Almost every seat was occupied by a lifelike wax figure. To the left were humans, while to the right were Pokémon. The wax figures exhibited an astonishing level of realism, often making it difficult to discern authenticity. The exquisite craftsmanship and meticulous attention to detail rendered each figure a shadow of reality, showcasing remarkable artistic allure. Countless lifelike figures created a spectacular yet eerie scene. Milotic brought Ming Shang to a nearby island and came to a gentle stop. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaona." Milotic shook off the water droplets, happily entwining herself around Ming Shang and nuzzling his cheek. "Nah, all right. This place is not yet safe. We must depart quickly." Ming Shang hurriedly ran away, only stopping to rest once he confirmed their safety. Observing his damp clothing, he thought, "First, I need to dry off." In his haste, Ming Shang had left his backpack on the ship, and all the supplies within it were surely lost. However, fortunately, his cards and Pokémon were kept on his person. Haha. As Ming Shang set out to gather some dry wood, Shinado suddenly emerged, grasping his hand. What's the matter?" Shinado smiled at Ming Shang, leading him through the forest. With Shinado's psychic abilities assisting him, Ming Shang found the task remarkably easier. He observed as Shinado skillfully manipulated dry twigs and collected fruits. "No matter how I look at it, it feels as though I am being supported by Shinado. How embarrassing." Sensing Ming Shang's thoughts, Shinado couldn't help but stifle a giggle behind her hand. I forgot you could read my mind." Shinado looked down at their joined hands, her face alight with joy. She had longed to hold Ming Shang's hand for ages. Even though they were not yet interlaced finger to finger, she felt utterly content. Reflecting on the past, she recalled how Ming Shang had carried her, when she was still a Ralts, through the woods in search of food. Now they walked side by side. How swiftly time flies. It feels like just yesterday I was nestled in your embrace, basking in your warmth. The echo of Shinado's thoughts resonated within Ming Shang. Indeed, this journey seemed to have come to an end before they even realized it. "Shinado, may I pose a question to you?" Of course. When I achieve all my dreams, what would you like to do then?" Upon hearing this, Shinado pouted, feigning annoyance. In a swift motion, she pushed Ming Shang against a nearby tree, lifting his chin and kissing him directly. Ming Shang's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment, Shinado pulled away. "I dislike it when you use me to create distance between us. My previous action was my answer." Shinado touched her lips, seemingly savoring the moment, and leaned closer to Ming Shang. "I can't just think of myself. I wish to help you realize your dreams as well. I want to be with you forever, until the very last moment of our lives. Should I confirm my previous answer?" Shinado draped her entire body against Ming Shang, gazing greedily at his lips. Ming Shang felt immensely fortunate, grateful to Lady Luck for introducing him to these wonderful Pokémon. As he watched Shinado lean in with her eyes closed, he instinctively moved forward. However, the next moment, they both collided with the hard tail of a Milotic. "Nah, way." Milotic and Butterfree had appeared out of nowhere, blocking Ming Shang's path. Shinado, arms crossed, shot an angry glare at Milotic and Butterfree. Milotic playfully stuck out its tongue at Shinado, then entwined itself around Ming Shang. Resting its head on his right shoulder, Butterfree gently settled on his left shoulder. The intensity of Milotic and Butterfree's annoyance was no less than Shinado's. As Ming Shang found himself sandwiched between the three Pokémon, he could only manage an awkward smile. Achoo! Ming Shang's sudden sneeze snapped the three Pokémon back to reality. They exchanged glances before promptly uniting forces to assist Ming Shang in gathering firewood and finding food. Ming Shang scratched his head awkwardly. Although he was quite fit, he knew that a cold was a matter of probability. After a while, he built a small fire. "Come out, Houndoom. Please." Woo. With Houndoom's fiery assistance, Ming Shang saved on matches. "Eevee, it's your turn to join us." Eevee. Taking a moment to rest, Ming Shang removed his shirt, revealing a chiseled six-pack and a firm, yet supple chest. Milotic and Butterfree were left in awe. Without changing into shorts from his backpack, Ming Shang opted to keep his pants on. Otherwise, he might truly appear indecent. He moved closer to the fire, adopting a W-shaped posture to roast some sausages. As he tended to the fire, he organized the food. All fruits. Neither Linger nor Houndoom would enjoy this. "I must find a city soon to buy some essentials." "Linger, come over here." Butterfree shook its head, shaking off its daze. "Way, thank you for scouting the skies. Could you see if there's a city nearby? Butterfree nodded and ascended into the sky. Milotic positioned itself beside Ming Shang, guarding him against any further thefts from Shinado. However, Shinado comfortably settled next to Ming Shang. Milotic immediately rested its head against Ming Shang's, keeping a watchful eye on Shinado. Ignoring the warning, Shinado reached out, gently caressing Ming Shang's abs. Hee. This must have been learned from Ming Shang. Nah. Milotic quickly adjusted its position, resting its head on Ming Shang's abs, happily nuzzling. Isn't it? How come you Pokémon are even more lecherous than I am? Hey, don't touch that. Shinado, don't bite me. Wait. Linger. Just as Ming Shang intended to inquire if Ling had spotted a city, Butterfree collided into his face. If this were Linger. The Battle of the Walls. A test of purity has arrived. Time to fill in the gaps. After a brief scuffle, Ming Shang asked Butterfree if there was a city nearby. Upon learning that Ling had indeed seen a city, albeit quite far away, he realized it would take approximately 8 hours to reach. As his clothes dried, Ming Shang set off at a brisk pace. Firstly, he did not wish to spend the night in the woods. Secondly, he needed to restock on travel essentials. Thirdly, he needed to buy food for his Pokémon. And lastly, and most importantly, he needed to change his underwear. Don't ask why. Along the way, Ming Shang relied solely on a few fruits to sustain himself for the 8-hour trek. As night fell, he finally spotted the city. Leaning against a tree, he wiped the sweat from his brow and took a deep breath to steady himself. Once I find a hotel, I must take a bath with Shinado. Let us go. Ming Shang dashed down the slope from the mountains, arriving at the city's garden. After just a few steps, he noticed a clock. With a puzzled expression, he approached to examine it. Why does this seem so familiar? Suddenly, a disturbance in the air caught his attention. Ming Shang immediately prepared for battle. A crack opened in the sky above. Shalebi, a Pokémon with dark rings around its eyes, blue irises, and green body, adorned with 2 insect-like wings, emerged from the rift. Shalebi? Hearing the voice, Shalebi turned to glance at Ming Shang, sensing a peculiar warmth emanating from him. Hello, Shalebi. Ming Shang waved excitedly, realizing in that moment why he had chosen to interfere with the narrative. He was genuinely eager to meet such mythical and legendary Pokémon. Shalebi joyfully circled around Ming Shang a few times before taking his hand, urging him to follow. You want me to come with you? Shalebi. All right, I'll follow you. Slow down. Ming Shang trailed behind Shalebi to an orchard, where Shalebi danced around a fruit tree, releasing white particles into the air. The tree blossomed and bore fruit at an astonishing pace. Shalebi plucked the largest and ripest heart-shaped fruit, but it was too heavy, causing it to plummet immediately. Bii. In a panic, Shalebi flailed, but Ming Shang swiftly caught it. Shalebi, you are simply adorable. Shalebi shook its head, smiling happily at Ming Shang before handing him the fruit. Shalebi, thank you. Ming Shang took a bite of the fruit, the crisp sound and juice bursting in his mouth. Each chew was like a melody, intricate and varied, allowing him to appreciate the harmony and wonder of nature. Oh my goodness, this is delicious. If this fruit were made into a salad, it would be exquisite. Jam would be delightful too. Baking it into a fruit pie sounds wonderful. What about making it into candied fruit? Bii. As Ming Shang rambled about the fruit, Shalebi tilted its little head in confusion. Oh, it's just that this fruit is so delicious. I believe it would be even tastier when processed. Just imagine turning it into a bouncy jelly, or mixing it with some yogurt and other fruits. Ming Shang vividly described a plethora of delectable fruits, eliciting an eager response from Sharabi. How about this? Let us reconvene here tomorrow at noon. I shall procure the ingredients and prepare those delicacies for you. What do you say, Sharabi? The joyful Sharabi twirled around Ming Shang in delight. As long as you are happy. By the way, Sharabi, may I have a few more fruits? Sharabi nodded enthusiastically and helped Ming Shang gather the fruits. Thank you. Everyone come out. Hurry and taste this fruit. It is exquisite. Whenever Ming Shang encountered something delightful, Pokémon were the first to come to mind, especially since 3 of them relished fruits. Shinado lifted the fruit-laden hand of Ming Shang and bit down on the spot he had previously nibbled. Delicious, isn't it? Indeed. Manasi devoured the remaining fruit in Ming Shang's hand in one swift motion. Sharabi brought another fruit, which Ming Shang handed over to Eevee. However, Haibuga was not fond of fruits. Bada Butterfly struggled to bite down, and seeing Shinado and Manasi so contented made her wish for Ming Shang to chew it and feed her. Suddenly, Sharabi sensed something amiss and circled around Shinado in confusion. Shinado looked at Sharabi, perplexed by its actions. What is it, Sharabi? La. Thank you, Shinado finally uttered, and Ming Shang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sharabi. Until tomorrow, I must hasten to find a hotel, or I shall end up sleeping on a bench tonight. La la. Ming Shang bid farewell to Shirabi, secretly wishing that Shirabi could be his Pokémon. Yet, that was an impossibility, as each Shirabi had its own responsibilities. They were incredibly kind and warm-hearted, and none lingered in the same time and space for too long. Wait a moment. Is this the city where Shirabi appears? Could this be Crown City? The city protected by the shiny Suicune, shiny Nei, and shiny Raikou. Chapter 35. What brings me here? The next morning, the gentle sunlight streamed through the window, warming the faces of Ming Shang and Shinado. Slowly, Ming Shang opened his eyes, accustomed to the tingling sensation in his arms. He extricated his hand from beneath Manasi and stretched it to restore circulation, then playfully pinched Shinado's cheek. And, Shauna. Shinado snuggled closer into the blanket, clutching Ming Shang's arm. Observing Shinado's peaceful slumber brought a smile to Ming Shang's face. He gradually extended his cold fingers toward the inner thigh of Shinado. Shauna. Shinado instinctively tightened her legs, feeling the chill. Ha. Such a minor commotion was lost on the slumbering Manasi. However, it did rouse Bada Butterfly, who had been resting on Ming Shang's chest. Since Ming Shang couldn't turn over while sleeping, Bada Butterfly simply shifted to a different position. Bada Butterfly crawled out from under the covers, stretched her wings, flapped them twice, then tucked herself back in to resume her slumber. All right, we must rise. I still need to figure out how to process those fruits. Ming Shang recalled his 3 Pokémon into their Pokeballs. He stood up, tidied the bedding, and then left the inn. The innkeeper remarked, "Wow, are the young people today so vigorous?" moving the bed around. Upon stepping into the bustling street, the vibrant market came alive with a throng of people weaving through the lanes, resembling a dynamic painting. Ming Shang, influenced by the lively atmosphere, wore a constant smile on his face. After purchasing a backpack and some daily necessities, he headed to a dessert shop to begin processing the fruits from the previous night. Meanwhile, Shirabi was soaring towards a colossal tree, having labored throughout the night to ensure that the flora and flowers in the city nearly bloomed. This was a task beloved by all Shirabi. They delighted in flying over verdant trees, rolling hills, and shimmering lakes, solely to witness the blossoming moments of nature. The Shirabi tribe nurtured nature without expectation of reward, willingly aiding injured Pokémon and humans alike. Whenever life entered a space once touched by Shirabi, it would become entranced by the beauty and tranquility within. The lush greenery, the emerald hills and bamboo, brought serenity to the heart. The morning sunlight filtering through the leaves cast dappled shadows, a masterpiece of both nature and Shirabi. This grand tree was where Shirabi had first appeared 2 decades ago, a place it cherished dearly. Shirabi circled the massive tree, channeling its energy into it. Each leaf that touched the white starlight flourished, and every branch grew robust. Shirabi, immersed in the essence of nature, was suddenly grasped by a mechanical arm. Bibi? Caught off guard, Shirabi was unprepared and was captured without any means to defend itself. The Shirabi clan was fundamentally opposed to conflict, loathing strife above all. As the mechanical grip tightened painfully around its arm, Shirabi was brought before a man. Before it could gather its wits, a pair of hands clutched its neck, shaking it frantically. Bibi. Shirabi. I finally caught you. Come on. Tell me where the time ripple is. This man was Kotai, who had fortuitously obtained the time ripple from Shirabi that allowed him a fleeting glimpse into the future. However, his powers were waning due to a prolonged absence of time ripples. With Kotai's hands suffocating Shirabi, it found it increasingly difficult to breathe, desperately attempting to pry away the constricting grip. Bibi. As Shirabi cried out in anger, the remnants of Kotai's time ripple resonated with it. Kotai glimpsed the vision of the time ripple, but it lasted only a fleeting moment. Ming Shang, sensing something in the city, turned to look at the colossal tree. That tree? The giant tree. Little bee brat. Ming Shang sprinted towards the tree with all his might, his speed surpassing even Haibuga. Move aside. Move aside. Where did this mad dog come from? Hey, are you out of your mind? It's dangerous. Ming Shang charged ahead, unstoppable, forcing the crowd to part. Shirabi's cries resonated with the remnants of time within Kotai once more. Kotai saw the image of Shirabi with Ming Shang from the previous night. As the vision faded, Kotai took a deep breath to assimilate the recent revelation. Who is he? No matter. Quickly, show me more. I want to see more images. Bibi. Kotai tightened his grip on Shirabi's neck and shook it violently. Tell me where the time ripple is. Quickly, tell me where it is. Shinado, throw me over. Charge up Shadow Ball. Shinado, sensing Ming Shang's intent, immediately sprang into action. Shirabi summoned its power once more, allowing Kotai to see the vision again. However, he beheld a person leaning against the tree with panda-like eyes. No, I don't want these images. Where's the time ripple? Right here, you fool. Ming Shang executed a powerful flying kick, striking Kotai squarely on the side of his face. Groudon, what the hell? This young man. Ming Shang sent Kotai tumbling from his flying device and swiftly caught the falling Shirabi, regaining his balance. No. No. Cough, cough. Ugh, cough, cough. Sure. Shirabi, are you alright? Ming Shang inquired, adjusting his breath while speaking in a bubbly tone. Boss. Scyther, use Bullet Punch. Kotai commanded his two Scyther nearby. The first Scyther, leaping into action, was immediately struck by a shadow ball to the face. Ming Shang cradled Shirabi in his arms, rising to deliver a powerful punch to his own chest, feeling this method aided in his breathing. Cough, cough. Haibuga, unleash Flamethrower. The other Scyther, still wary of Shinado, was suddenly engulfed by a blazing inferno. The Scyther, weak to fire and lacking special defense, was severely injured by the Dark Lugia. The Spirit Doll executed a surprise attack. The Dream Demon unleashed Shadow Ball. Little Na, Water Tail. Shinado, Shadow Ball. The Dark Lugia charged forward with a fiery blaze. Milotic intercepted the incoming Shadow Ball with Water Tail, while Shinado targeted the Spirit Doll and Dream Demon. The Dark Lugia, engulfed in flames, charged directly at Kotai, who was taken aback, believing Pokémon could not harm humans. The Duskull unleashed a water gun. Scyther, quickly blocked that mad dog. Queen Bee, Air Slash. Witnessing their boss under attack, his subordinates quickly commanded their Pokémon to engage the Dark Lugia. Others were hurrying to the scene. Once the electric cage arrived, Ming Shang would have no escape. Return, Dark Lugia. Linger released Sleep Powder. At that moment, a red light enveloped the air, retracting the Dark Lugia. The group looked up to see Shinado using telekinesis to lift Ming Shang away. After releasing the Sleep Powder, Linger launched another air slash toward Kotai. Terrified, Kotai quickly scooted backward on the ground, narrowly saving himself. Butterfree pivoted, flying towards Ming Shang. Come back, Linger, you've been naughty again. No more risks next time. Ming Shang fled at top speed, having spotted numerous vehicles approaching. Alone, he decided to escape first and worry about the aftermath later. Upon reaching an inn, Ming Shang released Shalebi, which he had hidden in his clothing. He took out a healing spray and bandages he had purchased recently to tend to Shalebi's bruises. Given Kotai's financial power, the Pokémon Center would undoubtedly have his eyes on it, so Ming Shang could not go there. Fortunately, Shalebi's injuries were not severe, and with a few days of rest, it would recover. However, the pain in its arm still rendered it incapable of flying freely for the time being. Labby. Bye. Observing Shalebi's trembling form, Ming Shang understood it was frightened. He retrieved a fruit jelly from his backpack and cradled Shalebi in his arms. There. It's all right, I'm here. Try this jelly I made for you. It will make you feel better. Bye. Shinado pouted, observing Ming Shang comforting Shalebi. Yet, she gradually began to envision a future where she would be cooking while Ming Shang cradled their offspring, Aralts. Ming Shang, holding a baby bottle, would alternate between smiling and making silly faces to amuse the Ralts. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen into a reverie. Indeed, Ming Shang treated his Pokémon with a tenderness akin to that of a doting father. Labby, as long as you're happy, take your time eating. Bye. Shalebi took another bite of the jelly, happily chewing. Ming Shang subsequently offered Shalebi some warm water to help it feel cozy. Under Ming Shang's care, Shalebi's fear gradually dissipated. Labby. Ming Shang noticed Shalebi's sudden agitation. What's wrong, Shauna? Shinado approached to inquire about Shalebi. Labby. Shalebi took off, but the pain in its arms and wings forced it to land again. Ming Shang quickly caught it, and Shinado communicated telepathically, informing Ming Shang that Shalebi wished to return to the time ripple. I see, Shalebi, don't panic. I will assist you. But first, you must tell me, is the time ripple located where we met last night, and does it manifest now? Labby. Shalebi nodded rapidly, confirming that Kotai had also seen the time ripple. All right, I will take you there immediately. Shinado, you return for now. Kotai's spies are sure to be on the streets. Retrieving Shinado, Ming Shang donned a white outfit and a hat, concealing Shalebi within his clothing. Shalebi, bear with me. I will get you there. The garden was not far. A mere 10-minute run. Yet, with Kotai's capabilities, it wouldn't be long before Ming Shang was discovered. Moreover, Kotai would also be searching for the time ripple, which meant Ming Shang's movements would inadvertently reveal his precise location. There was no time to ponder. Every second counted. If Shalebi could return to the time ripple, victory would be his. This butterfly effect was initiated by Ming Shang himself, and he would take full responsibility for it. Stepping outside, Ming Shang began to jog towards the garden. True to his expectations, within 3 minutes, he was spotted. Kotai, leading his subordinates, rushed towards him at full speed. The garden. It's that garden. Change course and speed towards it. We cannot allow Shalebi to touch the time ripple. Ming Shang took a deep breath and sprinted with all his might. Running was his forte. Years of endurance training were not in vain. Soon, he reached the entrance to the garden. However, just a few steps inside, he heard the sound of approaching cars. The time ripple was still some distance away. He could not outrun the vehicles. A quick thought sparked in Ming Shang's mind. He unzipped his jacket, allowing Shalebi to peek out and take a deep breath of fresh air. By Dark Ligia, come forth. Ming Shang placed Shalebi on Dark Ligia's back. Labby. He smiled at it, then took out a small pouch and handed it to Shalebi. I'm sorry, I only managed to prepare this little bit of food as promised. But it counts as fulfilling our agreement. Dark Ligia, take Shalebi to that place. With a growl, Dark Ligia accelerated. Shalebi turned back wanting to say something, only to see a car and Kotai appear before its eyes. Ming Shang flashed a reassuring smile. Don't worry. No one will disturb you before you reach the time ripple. Everyone, prepare for battle. Watching Ming Shang's silhouette grow more distant, Shalebi murmured, Labby. Ming Shang unleashed all his pokeballs, initiating the counterattack, relying on Dark Ligia's speed. In just 23 minutes, it would all be over. He could then depend on Linger's Leaf Storm and Shanedo's telekinesis to escape. Perfect. I truly am a genius. Ming Shang boasted to himself while confidently pointing at the approaching cars. Shanedo Moonblast. Linger Air Slash. Little Na Water Gun. EV Charge Up. Ming Shang commanded Shanedo to attack the vehicles, while Linger dealt with the airborne Pokémon. Milotic unleashed an area of effect attack, and EV played cute. Scyther, stop him. The time ripple is mine. Little Na, Watertail. EV Quick Attack. 2 Scythers were struck, one sent flying by Watertail, while the other was forced to defend against the incoming EV. EV. One Scyther raised its arm to strike EV. EV called forth Iron Tail to block. But Milotic's Watertail and Shanedo's Shadow Ball arrived in an instant. Both Scythers were struck in the head by the attacks and promptly fainted. Kotai attempted to circumvent Ming Shang using an aircraft, only to be pulled back by Shanedo's telekinesis. Ming Shang planted his feet firmly and prepared to deliver a powerful punch. I'll send you flying like Superman. No need to thank me. Milotic's tail and Ming Shang's fist struck Kotai simultaneously. Kotai was sent crashing into a tree, his eyes swelling into a comical panda-like state before he lost consciousness. Boss. Damn it. Kotai's subordinates finally maneuvered the battered car into position to launch the electric cage at Ming Shang. Thud. Hearing a sound akin to a ticking clock from behind, Ming Shang realized it was over. Linger. Labby. Just as he intended to initiate bond evolution, Shalebi, accompanied by Dark Ligia, suddenly appeared beside him. By Shalebi radiated a greenish light, and Ming Shang along with his Pokémon gradually lifted off the ground, transported through a time portal to a mysterious forest. As the blinding light faded, Ming Shang and his Pokémon slowly opened their eyes. Huh, have we been teleported? Nah, way. Labby. Shalebi joyfully flitted around Ming Shang. Thank you, Shalebi. This is my first experience of teleportation. It's incredible. Labby. This realization dawned on Ming Shang. Only legendary Pokémon possess the ability to teleport people. Ming Shang stretched languidly, feeling pleasantly refreshed by the sensation of teleportation. A soft green glow began to emanate from Shalebi. Shalebi? Has the energy expenditure of our teleportation been too great? Shalebi lowered its head dejectedly, its body instinctively reminding it that it needed to undertake a temporal transfer, yet it wished to linger with Ming Shang a while longer. Hey, look at us. We're all safe and sound. Don't wear such a forlorn expression. Your joyful smile is something I cherish. Shalebi. All right, take this with you. Ming Shang hurriedly handed a small bag containing a modest amount of food to Shalebi. Ha ha ha, the only regret is that we can't gather again. The fruit you gave me was delicious. Shalebi accepted the bag, its glow intensifying. It's time for the temporal transfer. Farewell, Shalebi. Remember to protect yourself in other realms. Ming Shang waved goodbye with a smile, but Shalebi suddenly made a resolute decision. It darted towards Ming Shang and planted a kiss on his lips. X3. Shalebi? Shalebi flashed the sweetest smile before vanishing from his sight. Huh. Wait, did I just get kissed? Ming Shang was still in a daze when he was suddenly knocked over by Venus, Butterfree, and Shanedo. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Easy there. This isn't my fault. I thought Shalebi was genderless, right? Oh no, please don't bite me. After much effort, Ming Shang managed to calm the 3 Pokémon and recalled them. He glanced around, puzzled. Where did you go, Shalebi? I just ran to the city yesterday. I just got Linger settled. And now I have to ask her again. As Ming Shang sighed in exasperation, a peculiar cry pierced the air. prompting him to prepare for battle. Looking up, he spotted a light blue, long-haired Suicune on the opposite side of a stream. Wow, a shiny Suicune? The majestic Pokémon gracefully walked across the water, approaching Mingxiang. It lowered its body, signaling him to hop on. Wait, are you taking me out of this forest? Seeing Suicune nod, Mingxiang could barely contain his excitement. This was a first for him. Cautiously climbing onto Suicune's back, it sprang forward, leading him through the forest with astounding speed. Each leap was as delicate as a dragonfly touching the water. Wow, thank you. Suicune offered a slight nod in response. With Suicune's assistance, Mingxiang soon emerged from the forest into a new city. Throughout the journey, he felt as though he were soaring like a superhero. I can only imagine how long that journey would have taken on foot. Thank you. I have some jelly in my backpack. Would you like to try some? Mingxiang turned to offer the jelly, only to find that Suicune had already vanished. He inadvertently pulled out the pink stone that Arceus had gifted him. Are they all so selfless? It seems that certain individuals truly do not deserve the company of legendary Pokémon. Chapter 36, Kalos and the Underground Kingdom. Under the vibrant sunset, the dock was adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors reflected on the water, enhancing its charm. The fishing port was tranquil and serene, with a gentle sea breeze carrying the faint scent of salt. Mingxiang had finally returned to the Kalos region, stretching his limbs and feeling invigorated. Now that Mega Evolution was widespread in Kalos, he was eager to experience its might firsthand. Stepping into Kalos, the pink stone on him radiated a brilliant glow. Meanwhile, in a certain underground kingdom, here, blue crystals were scattered everywhere, forming a disordered little hill. A small pink figure's necklace suddenly shimmered. Did it just flash? She wore a crown made of a pink round diamond with 4 octahedral diamonds and 2 elongated diamonds. Dressed in a white skirt-like garment, the lower part resembled a diamond ore, exposing fragments of gems. Her adorably wide ruby eyes sharpened with seriousness. Tianxia quickly lifted her necklace high. You just flashed, didn't you? But the necklace remained silent. You definitely flashed. Can you do it again for me? Please. Tianxia shook the necklace back and forth, but it continued to offer no response. She hurriedly approached a small diamond with a long white beard. Dian. What is it, Princess Tianxia? The necklace just flashed with light. What? Princess Tianxia, are you serious? Yes. It must be him. He has returned. The older diamond, named Dian, did not respond to Tianxia. He knew she still longed for that human from a century ago. But how could a human possibly live for over 100 years? Dian turned to look at the cave filled with houses and play areas constructed from crystals and minerals, along with the various toys he had brought back, and the training methods and defense plans left behind. All of these were the creations of that human, who had transformed the Diamond Kingdom from dullness into vibrancy while ensuring a high level of safety. I believe the ranger has returned as well, Princess Tianxia. I knew it. He would certainly come back. Seeing Tianxia clinging to the necklace with such anticipation, Dian pondered whether he had inadvertently told a falsehood. Outside a certain castle. Hey, you in the white clothes. Mingxiang abruptly halted and turned around. Do you want to have a Pokémon battle with me? A girl in a black sailor outfit with golden hair gazed at Mingxiang with fierce determination. He noticed a pendant in her right ear, a Mega Evolution stone. Isn't that Hikari? So, we're in Avignon town. Hikari discerned the competitive spirit and confidence radiating from Mingxiang, convinced he was a formidable trainer. Just a moment. As Mingxiang was about to ask his Pokémon who wanted to partake in the battle, Darkrai and Eevee emerged. Eevee. During the final match in Sinnoh, they had not been defeated. Many Pokémon possess an inherent drive to grow stronger. It is ingrained in their very nature. Darkrai and Eevee were no exceptions. All right. In that case, Eevee, you go first. Eevee. Hikari smiled, extending 3 fingers. A 3v3 battle, is that all right? Absolutely. In outdoor battles, it was typically a 3v3 or 1v1 format, with 2v2 generally reserved for double battles, while 6v6 was the norm for larger encounters. Rarely did anyone engage in 4v4 or 5v5 battles, except in group skirmishes. Alakazam, come forth. Meow. A white, female Alakazam materialized. A female Alakazam? This is my first time seeing one. Quite adorable. Let's go. With a flash, Eevee darted forward. Eevee. Alakazam, defend quickly. As the commands were issued, the battle commenced. Eevee's explosive speed took Hikari a moment to adapt to. Utilizing Alakazam's agility, Hikari gradually began to counterattack. Ultimately, Eevee's stamina waned, unable to keep pace with Alakazam's speed, leading to its defeat. Come back, Eevee. You did well. Upon arriving in the Kalos region, I must check for any stones suitable for Eevee's evolution. Mingxiang crouched down to pat Darkrai on the head. After the affection, Darkrai shook its head, and stepped forward, ready for battle. Darkrai, you're up. Alakazam, come back, and let us call upon the Fire Lion. Fire Lion, unleash a torrent of flames. Houndoom, unleash overheat. Mingxiang intends to exploit Houndoom's Firestarter ability to gain an advantage over Xiankong. Houndoom absorbs the flames directed at it, intensifying the overheat flames with ferocity. Is that the Firestarter ability? Indeed, you guessed correctly. As a reward, I grant you a Flare Blitz. Houndoom charges forward with remarkable speed, heading straight for the Fiery Lion. Flare Lion, unleash your roar. The Flare Lion emits a thunderous roar, sending emotional waves to confront the oncoming Houndoom. However, the power of Flare Lion's roar pales in comparison to Suikun's Hydro Pump. Houndoom merely slows down a fraction, yet still collides with Flare Lion, interrupting its prolonged howl. Houndoom, Dark Pulse. Follow up with Bite. The Dark Wave strikes Flare Lion, causing it to recoil in pain. And as the Dark Pulse concludes, Houndoom leaps forward. In a flurry of attacks, Flare Lion tumbles to the ground, its eyes spiraling. Return, Flare Lion, you've worked hard. A tactical series of rapid-fire moves, I see. Xiankong retrieves a Pokeball. Absol, it's your turn. A white-furred Absol adorned with a necklace makes its grand entrance. Absol, Super Horn Attack. Absol dashes forth, its right horn glowing with green and white luminescence, rapidly enlarging. Houndoom, Dark Pulse. Houndoom unleashes a black wave that collides with Absol's mighty horn, sending Absol skidding back. Absol, let us join forces. Dark Pulse. Houndoom, Flamethrower. The flames and waves collide, generating a colossal gust that draws the attention of many onlookers. As the gust subsides, Absol and Xiankong smile at Mingxiang. After all these days, she has finally found a trainer worthy of a battle. You are formidable, but now I shall unleash my full strength. Xiankong gently touches the stone on her ear. Absol, Mega Evolve. The light of evolution intertwines with the bond they share, and as the brilliance fades, Absol undergoes a transformation, sprouting a pair of small wings. Oh, Absol looks delightfully contrasting in this form. Absol, Dark Pulse. With a smile, Xiankong opens her arms, directing Absol, a clear display of her joy. Houndoom, Flare Blitz. Houndoom, propelled by the ground, charges forth, and once again, the flames and Dark Pulse collide. Both sides amplify their power, resulting in an explosive shockwave even more intense than before. Absol, Psycho Cut. Xiankong strikes a dramatic pose, arms crossed. Mingxiang is not one to be outdone, sweeping his hand. Flamethrower. However, Houndoom's speed fails to surpass Absol's. The flames are expelled just as it is struck, sending it reeling back. Is Mega Absol's speed truly this astonishing? It's time to conclude this. Absol, Super Horn Attack. Houndoom, let us go. Flare Blitz. Both Absol and Houndoom charge fiercely towards each other. The massive green horn of Absol collides with the flames, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Mingxiang and Xiankong instinctively shield their eyes, though Xiankong uses one hand to protect her skirt. As the explosion dissipates, Absol emerges, injured but resolute, from the smoke, while Houndoom lies unconscious within it. Return, Houndoom. This mega evolution is a bit overwhelming. I haven't enjoyed a battle this much in a long time. Thank you. Now, unleash your next Pokémon. Absol. Xiankong and Absol remain undeterred, gazing intently at Mingxiang. After pondering for a moment, Mingxiang retrieves another Pokeball. Little Na, rise and shine. Minccino instantly captivates the entire arena's attention. What a beautiful Minccino. Xiankong is the first to notice the blue and white Minccino, reminiscent of the sea. Hearing the praise, Minccino proudly raises its head. Your Minccino is indeed lovely. But this match will be determined by strength. Absol, Thunderbolt. Mingxiang, are you mimicking Dandy's tactics against Adu? Dandy, set him up. Little Na, backflip. Minccino uses its tail to leap away from the incoming strike. Alas, Mingxiang is haunted by the shadow of a previous encounter with Raikou. He does not wish for Minccino to endure such harm again. Absol, Swords Dance. Having battled Minccino before, Xiankong is aware of its high special defense and low physical defense. She aims to use Swords Dance, and then swiftly eliminate Minccino. Hydro Pump. The sudden torrent interrupts Absol's Swords Dance. In the presence of Mingxiang, executing such buffing maneuvers proves exceedingly challenging. Failing to act would only imply a lapse in judgment. Absol, Super Horn Attack. Well then, let us see how this goes. Little Na, Water Tail. Minccino lowers its body, summoning a massive rush of water with its tail, accurately targeting Absol's form before unleashing a powerful strike. With a thunderous sound, Absol swiftly skids back to Xiankong's side. Absol, are you alright? Absol taking a deep breath, it shakes its head in response. Xiankong turns to Minccino. observing as its tail slams into the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Such formidable strength. I can't believe you're still standing, Absol. Final strike. Absol. Absol, radiating intense light, charges towards Minccino. Water tail. In an instant, Minccino comprehends Ming Shang's intent, enveloping its tail in a torrent of water. As Absol races forward, the water erupts beneath its feet, striking at its abdomen with fierce pressure, sending Absol airborne. The final strike is interrupted. Now is the time. Water tail. Minccino twists its body, lifting its water-laden tail for a mighty slap. Smack. Absol is sent flying, crashing to the ground, reverting from its mega evolution to a dazed state. Return. Absol, you've worked hard. Psychic Meow, I entrust you with the final challenge. Xiankong throws her last Pokeball, refusing to concede. Psychic Meow, Psychic Impact. Meow. Psychic Meow materializes its psychic power and launches it at Minccino. Little Na Surf. Surf boasts the widest attack range in Minccino's arsenal, unleashing a torrent of water that surges towards Psychic Meow, overwhelming its psychic impact. Psychic Meow. Psyshock. Just as Psychic Meow defends with its mental barrier, Minccino's Hydro Pump follows closely behind. The psychic shield shatters, and Psychic Meow is struck by the water attack, flipping over and falling into a dazed state. Psychic Meow, return, you've done well. Xiankong retrieves the Pokeball and approaches Ming Shang. Return, Little Na, thank you. Hello, my name is Xiankong. Hello, I'm Ming Shang. Ming Shang? What a peculiar name. You are a remarkably strong trainer. This is the first time I've lost since Absol Mega Evolved. I was merely fortunate. You are certainly no slouch. Yes, a loss is a loss. Shall we head to the Pokémon Center together? I was just about to ask where it is. Ming Shang and Xiankong make their way to the Pokémon Center. After healing their Pokémon, Xiankong proclaims, Ming Shang, I will train diligently. Next time we meet, I want to be defeated. Indeed, let us both strive for success. Until we meet again. Slowly, Xiankong departs, having realized numerous shortcomings in her battle with Ming Shang, particularly in offense. She found herself unable to gain any advantage, instead falling into Ming Shang's rhythm of attack. Ming Shang stretches lazily Mega Evolution, It truly is formidable. The subsequent Dynamax and Z moves each have their own merits, instantaneous bursts of power, ultimate offense, and sustained combat. I eagerly anticipate the upcoming World Championships. But before that, I must capture my 6th Pokemon. Onward. Here lies the enchanting town of Avignon, adjacent to a forest teeming with formidable Pokemon. If fate were to grant him an encounter with the striking Greninja, he would surely desire one for himself. It is undeniably magnificent. The thrill of anticipation spurred him into action. Thus, Ming Shang dashed towards the forest. In the Diamond Kingdom, alas. Princess Diancie. Elder Dian, we are in grave trouble. What has transpired? Dian inquired of the small diamonds. The Holy Diamond. The energy of the Holy Diamond is waning. What? Exclaimed Princess Diancie. Dian cast a worried glance at her. Under the guidance of the small diamonds, Diancie approached a colossal pink diamond. This diamond served as the very heart of the kingdom's operations. Gazing upon this magnificent sacred gem, Dian couldn't help but lament. After enduring the ravages of time, the vitality of the Holy Diamond was rapidly diminishing. Despite still radiating such beautiful luminescence, the concern weighed heavily upon her spirit. Princess Diancie's cherubic cheeks adorned a smile, offering solace to those around her. Princess Diancie, please heed my words seriously. Very well, she replied, one answer shall suffice. Indeed, should the Holy Diamond lose its brilliance, our kingdom shall face annihilation. Your concerns are exaggerated. Nay, the esteemed ranger discovered the imminent decline of the sacred diamond's lifespan, which prompted our quest to seek the presence of Xerneas alongside him. Yet now, the ranger has departed, and you are our sole hope. Diancie bowed her head, a shadow of despondency crossing her features. Only you can salvage the Diamond Kingdom, dear Diancie. Today is the moment for you to unleash your powers. Diancie's gaze fell upon the necklace adorning her neck. I understand. I shall do it. I shall indeed. However, I harbor doubts about my success. Princess Diancie, please have faith in yourself, just as you once believed in the ranger. I will. Diancie raised her hand, channeling energy to conjure a massive pink diamond. But as her energy gradually ebbed, the diamond began to dissipate. Despite her utmost effort to sustain it, the pink diamond showed no signs of improvement. Just then, her necklace began to hover slightly, emanating a soft pink aura. What is this? It is the necklace gifted to Princess Diancie by the ranger. With the assistance of fairy dust, Diancie's diamond gradually regained vitality. Yet ultimately, She could only extend the life of the sacred pink diamond for a short while. She could not replace the original gem. When the radiance faded, Diancie, with a hint of tears, clutched the necklace. The small diamonds understood her longing for the ranger and chose not to intrude upon her thoughts. At that moment, the necklace radiated a brilliant light once more, coalescing into a vivid image. It depicted Ming Shang, pursued by a frenzied mountaintop goat. Ming Shang? It is Ming Shang. I knew it. He will return. I just know it. I must find him. Right now? As Diancie turned to leave, Dian halted her. Please wait. Princess Diancie, we all miss the ranger dearly. However, it has been 132 years. Humans cannot possibly possess such prolonged lifespans. But it is undoubtedly him. I shall never forget Ming Shang's visage. It is possible he merely resembles him. Princess Diancie, if it truly is the ranger, why has he not returned to the Diamond Kingdom? This is our home. Dian's words extinguished the flicker of hope within Diancie. She too understood the impossibility of human longevity, yet her yearning for Ming Shang was overwhelming. Dian, may I go see him? Dian closed her eyes, deep in contemplation. The ranger had once cautioned them about the dangers outside. Diancie, with her ability to create diamonds, would surely attract unwanted attention. Yet, given that the image was a message from the ranger, they must meet this person. You must protect Princess Diancie at all costs. Leave it to us. This journey would also require them to locate Xerneas, just as the ranger had instructed, for it could aid Princess Diancie. Chapter 37. Who are you? Who am I? Capturing Diancie. Oh ho ho ho. Ming Shang clung to Shinado, perched atop a tree, observing the herd of rampaging mountaintop goats below. A bead of sweat trickled down his brow. Why do they seem so frenzied upon spotting me? The females I could understand, but what of the males? Ming Shang, with his head lowered, remained oblivious to the Shinado inching closer to him. As they embraced, one of his hands slipped from his conscious control, gradually sliding down Shinado's waist. This elicited an inner delight within Shinado, who enveloped the remaining pokeballs with psychic energy and leaned in for a kiss. All right, Shinado. Let us, MMPH. Shinado executed a sucker punch, the effect proving exceptionally potent. Ming Shang gasped for breath, hastily separating himself from Shinado. Haha, he exclaimed, quickly inhaling fresh air. But before he could catch his breath, Shinado turned his face towards her, kissing him once more. Ming Shang swiftly raised his hand to block her mouth, fearing he might suffocate if she continued. Shinado inched closer, and Ming Shang marveled at her newfound strength, nearly overwhelmed by it. A brilliant idea struck him. He swiftly slipped from the tree and evaded Shinado's grasp. Something seems to be calling me over there. Let us investigate. Without awaiting Shinado's consent, he darted away. Shinado pouted, using psychic energy to follow him. Ming Shang pondered how he might gain the upper hand over Shinado. He certainly couldn't allow her to dominate him indefinitely. In truth, he could have resolved matters with Shinado right there in the tree. All it would have taken was for her to levitate a bit higher with psychic energy, using the leaves for cover. However, he refrained, as that peculiar sensation returned. Ming Shang wished to discover if he could find a sixth suitable Pokémon today, thereby refining his training regimen. Strangely, in the days leading up to his arrival in the Pokémon world, he had been plagued by a recurring dream, akin to a serialized narrative. Yet since his arrival, those dreams had ceased entirely. The images were monochromatic, devoid of sound or speech. But never mind that. Ming Shang ventured into this forest with the singular intent of exploring the Diamond Kingdom. He was eager to behold its unique crystal caverns. Of course, he also wished to encounter the adorably naive Diancie, a Pokémon that had once utterly captivated him. In the nearby woods, Diancie was traversing alongside the small diamonds, headed in a specific direction. This marked her second venture outside the Diamond Kingdom. She remained enamored with the world beyond, having once made a promise with someone to explore countless mountains and rivers together. Gazing at the golden sea formed by the fallen birch leaves, stirred gently by the breeze. The sunlight filtering through the treetops sparkled like glimmering diamonds. In an instant, Diancie recalled playing hide-and-seek with someone and the small diamonds in this very spot. The three small diamonds reminisced about the ranger, who had been responsible for the aftermath of their games, though they had always shared the burden together. Suddenly, Diancie sensed something, and her necklace began to emit a soft pink glow. The necklace is guiding me? A strange sensation compelled her to look in a certain direction, and Diancie promptly bounded forward. When the small diamonds regained their senses and looked for her, they realized that Diancie had already dashed away. Princess Diancie, wait for us. The four small figures journeyed through the birch forest, unaware that several pairs of eyes were already upon them. Diancie hurried some distance, but the peculiar feeling began to fade. Breathing heavily, she glanced around with her adorably naive eyes. Where? Where is it? Where could it be? Tianqi raised her hand, closing her eyes to sense her surroundings with utmost effort. However, the sensation she felt was in stark contrast to the direction indicated by her necklace. Your Highness Tianqi, wait for us. The three small diamonds rushed to her side, only to witness Tianqi supporting her chin with one hand, swaying from side to side. Your Highness, what troubles you? Majima, I just sense two distinct fairy auras. Two. Yes, one emanates from this direction, while the other comes from that way. Following Tianqi's hand, they gazed towards the two divergent paths. This predicament left the small diamonds in a quandary. Choosing incorrectly would significantly prolong their search for Xerneas. Your Highness Tianqi, please make a choice. We believe in your abilities. Oh, is that the phrase again? Your Highness, I know, I will make a choice. With a gentle sigh, Tianqi was uncertain of how to decide. A soft breeze brushed past, slightly swaying the necklace around her neck, and gazing at it, Tianqi steeled her resolve. Let's go this way. She took the initiative to lead the small diamonds in one direction. However, before long, a fireball hurtled towards her. Your Highness. The three small diamonds shielded Tianqi from the flames. A woman with fiery red hair clad in black witch's attire appeared. This was Marilyn Fleam, who had hurried to the scene the moment Tianqi emerged from the cave. Ah, how touching. Fiery red fox, unleash your flames. Juku, protect Princess Tianqi. Knight, let us go? All right. Your Highness, let us move. Knight conjured a light wall to intercept the flames, while Majima struck the ground to summon rocks in retaliation. Spike attack. Fiery red fox. Charge your fiery assault. Fire who? The fiery red fox twirled the magical branch in its hand, conjuring a multitude of flames to counter the incoming rocks. At that moment, a small diamond descended from above, crashing down towards it. Fiery red fox, mental impact. Just as the fiery red fox's eyes shifted, a beam of lunar energy struck it from the front, interrupting its mental assault. The fiery red fox staggered back 2 steps, only for the rocks from the sky to descend upon it once more. Following this series of attacks, the fiery red fox sustained severe injuries. Majima and Knight immediately turned to flee, uncertain if there were more allies nearby. Thus, upon losing its ability to pursue, the fiery red fox promptly retreated. Only Juku remained by Tianqi's side, and even they felt apprehensive. Marilyn, bewildered, wondered if this was truly the coordination of the small diamonds. Yet, she was unwilling to concede so easily. If she could obtain Tianqi, who possessed the ability to create diamonds, she would essentially become the wealthiest person in the world, capable of acquiring anything she desired. As Tianqi and Juku fled, Tianqi inquired, Juku, are Majima and Knight all right? Have faith in us. The ranger taught us formidable self-defense techniques. Your Highness Tianqi. Oh, it's Majima and Knight. Thank you for your efforts. This is not the time for pleasantries. Let us hurry. Yes. However, after only a few steps, a frogadier extended its tongue to ensnare Tianqi. Your Highness. Just as Lilt was elated, a spike attack, alongside lunar energy and gem power, struck the frogadier simultaneously. Lilt exclaimed, what? Tianqi fell, and the 3 small diamonds rushed to catch her. Truly, these 3 small diamonds were commendable guardians of Princess Tianqi. In a distant aircraft, a woman and a middle-aged man were observing the footage captured by the hidden sword scabbard. The middle-aged man popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Isn't this better? Saves you from having to go down to protect her. All right, Dad. That piece of chocolate you just ate is the last for today. The rest is mine. Oh, don't. My dear daughter, just this box, all right? I promise once it's finished, I won't eat anymore. Sigh, fine. But you better keep your word. As Lilt and Marilyn joined forces, the 3 small diamonds gradually found themselves unable to withstand the Pokémon hunters' cunning strategies. They chased the adversaries to a steep slope. Due to the explosions from the battle, Tianqi stumbled back, losing her balance and tumbling downwards. Your Highness. Lilt and Marilyn dashed down immediately. Whoever caught Tianqi first would claim victory. As she fell, Tianqi, frightened, shut her eyes tightly. What is that? Mingxiang looked up. Before he could react, a pink figure rolled right in front of him. Instinctively, he raised his hands to catch the figure. Tianqi barely landed in his embrace, and the moment he caught her, Mingxiang felt a sudden strain, his expression contorting in discomfort. Ugh. Mingxiang's face turned crimson as Tianqi, bewildered, opened her eyes. Wow, you're quite heavy. Tianqi. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tianqi paused for a second. She quickly looked up at Mingxiang, but before she could speak, the frogadier's tongue lunged at her. Mingxiang swiftly turned, setting Tianqi down and preparing for battle. Houndum, Dark Pulse. The dark wave struck the tongue, causing the frogadier to recoil in pain. Lilt and Marilyn appeared simultaneously before Mingxiang. Tianqi instinctively hid behind Ming Shang. Lalton Mariling. Hand over Tianqi. I won't let you hit me. You. Fiery red fox, unleash your flames. Frogadier, water shuriken. Is this considered my misfortune or my fortune? Tianqi suddenly recalled the image of the ranger amidst the snowstorm. Is this my misfortune or my fortune? Ha ha, come this way to warm up a bit. Little Na, hydro pump. Houndum, dark pulse. Ming Shang shielded Tianqi behind him, adjusting his stance to prepare for battle. Fiery red fox, inferno. Frogadier, double team, quick draw linger, bug buzz. Houndum, flamethrower. Little Na, surf. Shaman, lunar power. Ming Shang unleashed all his Pokémon in a bid to counterattack. He relished the chaos of a brawl. However, the moment Shaman appeared, she sensed a peculiar pink aura. Tianqi felt it too. Even the necklace around her neck emitted a soft glow, and the pink stone in Ming Shang's bag responded in kind. Without hesitation, Shaman turned and unleashed lunar power. Boom. This time, the lunar power was significantly more potent than before. Ming Shang gaped in astonishment at the explosion before him. The attack directly incapacitated Lalton and Mariling. Defeated, they could only retreat in disgrace. Wow, Shaman, were you on something? That last lunar power was outrageous. Shaman, you don't even know? Whatever, as long as it's not harmful, it's fine. You've all worked hard, come back. Your Highness Tianqi. The three small diamonds gradually arrived at the scene, and Ming Shang slowly turned around. Upon seeing Ming Shang's face, they were momentarily stunned. Our Ranger, are you all alright? Tianqi took a step back, directing her gaze at Ming Shang as she composed herself. She clasped her hands together in front of her skirt and offered a slight bow. Thank you for saving me. My name is Tianqi. May I ask for your name? She truly resembles a little princess. I am Ming Shang. A pleasure to meet you. Both Tianqi and the small diamonds were momentarily taken aback by the name. Ranger. As the three small diamonds leaped before him, Ming Shang expressed his curiosity about how he could distinguish them so accurately. You are Majima, Juku, and Knight? Ranger. It's really you. You've finally returned. Now is not the time for such discussions. Ranger, the Holy Diamond. The energy of the Holy Diamond is depleting. Why do you refer to me as Lord Ranger? Lord Ranger, do you not remember? Remember what? I believe this is our first encounter. What about this? Tianqi quickly leapt forward, raising the diamond necklace at her chest. Do you recall this necklace? Just as Ming Shang was about to reply that he did not recognize the necklace, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The pink diamonds symbolized their friendship and perhaps promised their vow. Tianqi, when all of this concludes, I will take you on a journey around the world. Fragments of memories abruptly flooded Ming Shang's mind. This was the last statement he had uttered to Tianqi before departing the Diamond Kingdom. What are these memories? Before he could dwell on his confusion, Tianqi, with tears glistening in her eyes, leaped towards him, causing Ming Shang to tumble to the ground. So heavy. It truly is you. You have finally returned. Tianqi was certain that the person before her was indeed the Ming Shang of yesteryear. This promise was known only to the two of them, and Tianqi would never forget it. At that moment, the pink diamond in Ming Shang's pocket emitted a faint glow, its form gradually transforming, unbeknownst to him. Does it hurt? Tianqi, shall we get up first? You won't leave, will you? Yes, 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 I won't leave, I won't leave. Can we just get up for now? After much coaxing and gentle persuasion, Ming Shang slowly rose to his feet. So, your purpose in coming here is for the sacred pink diamond? May I accompany you to see it? There are so many questions I wish to clarify. From Tianqi and the small diamond's conversation, Ming Shang could sense a desire for companionship akin to his own. He decided to first visit the Diamond Kingdom. The three little diamonds led the way while Tianqi held tightly onto Ming Shang's hand, fearful that he might suddenly flee. Upon reaching a cave entrance, Ming Shang cautiously entered, proceeding forward for a distance. Suddenly, several small diamonds appeared, but upon seeing Tianqi and Ming Shang, they immediately allowed passage. Lord Ranger. Princess Tianqi, welcome home. Ming Shang was taken aback. After walking a bit further, he finally arrived at the main cavern. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of a statue made entirely of blue crystal, its terrifying likeness a near mirror image of himself. Fear gripped Ming Shang. Not in exaggeration, but in profound dread. This was his first visit to the Diamond Kingdom since arriving in this world. Coupled with the recollections that had just surfaced in his mind, he suddenly felt as though something was manipulating him. He had to understand the situation here. At that moment, an elder small diamond hopped over, gazing at Ming Shang in astonishment. Lord Ranger. Dian? Impossible, this shouldn't be. Dian, it truly is Ming Shang. You see, he recognizes you. So, shall we entrust the matter of the sacred diamond to him? Ming Shang remained silent. Observing his expression, Tianqi smiled brightly, her joy evident. It's been so long since I've seen you make such a face. Do not worry, I will be here with you. Dian lowered its head, pondering deeply. It needed to confirm Ming Shang's identity. May I ask you a question? Go ahead. In your eyes, what does mission mean? Mission? What is that? I believe it is merely the distinction between what one desires and what one does not, as well as what one should and should not do. Tianqi is so endearing. Those of us with the capability should fulfill our responsibilities, and once accomplished, pursue our own wishes. After all, she had been longing to explore the outside world since her last return, right? Surely, we cannot fail to fulfill even this small dream of the little princess. Lord Ranger. It truly is you. Welcome back. I think you may have mistaken me for someone else. This is indeed my first visit here. What? Huh. X3. Ming Shang. Do you truly remember nothing at all? This is our first meeting. What could I possibly recall? At that moment, Shinado suddenly emerged. Shauna. She needed to ascertain the situation, having experienced something similar. However, before Shinado could inquire, Tianqi's necklace emitted pink light once more. What is this? Fairy aura. Dian leaped towards the necklace to confirm. It cannot be wrong. I sense it. Lord Ranger, please help us. The sacred diamond is withering rapidly. The number of bewildered individuals increased. Ming Shang, Shinado, and Tianqi exchanged confused glances. Tianqi blinked innocently, while Ming Shang scratched his head. Isn't the fairy aura only accessible when meeting Xerneas? Perhaps. We should first try to see if we can restore the diamond? All right, I'll follow your lead. Ming Shang approached the sacred diamond. Wow, this large diamond could fetch quite a fortune. Too bad it's not mine. Shauna. Lord Ranger. Dian instinctively reminded Ming Shang, while Tianqi stifled a giggle. Let it be known, I cannot guarantee success. Lord Ranger. The fairy aura you emitted earlier was exceptionally strong. This time, we can surely succeed. Fine. Let us give it a try? Yes. Tianqi raised her hand, releasing a torrent of pink light, within which a large pink diamond began to materialize. Yet, the diamond only appeared for an instant before Tianqi struggled to maintain its form, watching as it gradually dissipated. At that moment, the pink stone in Ming Shang's possession suddenly floated. Is this the stone Arceus gifted me? Why has its form changed? Ming Shang grasped the levitating stone, and in the next moment, a brilliant light erupted. The radiance enveloped both Tianqi and Shinado, gradually altering their forms. As the light subsided, Shinado and Tianqi transformed into their Mega Evolution states. What is this? Mega Evolution? Huh. Shinado stared at her body in bewilderment, the white gown harmonizing beautifully with her hair. Fairy aura? I see now. Shinado, hold my hand and channel the moon's power, but do not release it. Ming Shang finally understood why he had been pursued by infatuated Pokémon. The stone given to him by Arceus had accumulated a vast amount of fairy energy, which was essential for Tianqi to create the sacred diamond. Since he was here, he might as well lend her a hand. He could inquire about the specifics later. Shinado transmitted the fairy energy to Ming Shang, who then passed it to Tianqi. With their combined efforts, Tianqi successfully replaced the entire sacred diamond rather than merely sustaining its energy. As the light dimmed, both Ming Shang and Shinado felt utterly drained. They leaned against each other and sat down, with Shinado reverting from Mega Evolution. Tianqi looked at her hands, having successfully harnessed this newfound power. We did it. Ming Shang. We succeeded. Huh. Ming Shang, are you all right? No. I'm fine. After resting for a while in the Diamond Kingdom, Ming Shang and Shinado slowly awoke from their slumber. Ah, this crystal bed appears luxurious, yet after a single nap, my entire body aches. It's far too hard. Shauna. Ming Shang pinched Shinado's nose playfully. Oh please, your whole body is pressed against mine, and I'm using your arm as a pillow. It seems you're far more comfortable than I am. Shinado cheekily stuck her tongue out at Ming Shang. Oh ho ho. Ming Shang stretched, causing his body to crack with satisfaction. Just as he opened his mouth wide, Shinado suddenly kissed him. CG unlocks a passionate moment. Shinado had learned something new. Kiss. One day, you might just kiss me to death. Shauna. As Shinado lunged at him once more, Ming Shang hurriedly interrupted her. All right. We'll discuss it when we return. We still need to inquire about the situation here. Shinado nodded and walked out with Ming Shang. However, unbeknownst to them, Tianqi had stealthily followed them. Ming Shang spotted Dian, who was gazing at the statue from a height. Ah, Lord Ranger, you have come to seek me out. You know why I have come. When Tianqi was crafting the sacred diamond, you realized that I am not the Lord Ranger you speak of. Dian let out a deep sigh. The moment she laid eyes on Shinado, she understood that Ming Shang was no longer the Ranger of yore. The Ranger had but one Pokémon, and that was Shalebi. Follow me, Dian beckoned, guiding Ming Shang to the entrance of a cave where a mural adorned the wall, a portrait capturing Tianshi, Ming Shang, and 4 little shards. What is this? A scene from my dreams? Dreams? Could you elaborate? Well, for a period of time, I experienced a recurring dream every night. Although the imagery was predominantly in shades of gray, and this place is no exception. Yet, I can still discern its general form. I see. Approximately 135 years ago, our Diamond Kingdom welcomed a ranger who enriched and safeguarded our lives. This ranger was quite extraordinary, appearing only at night and vanishing by day. Initially, we were frightened, but we gradually grew accustomed to his presence, living alongside him for 5 years, until one fateful day. The ranger informed us that he was embarking on a quest to find a way to restore the sacred diamond, and he never returned. I understand, but this information is of little use here. Suddenly, Shinado grasped Ming Shang's hand tightly. She was frightened, terrified that one day he would vanish before her eyes. Just as Diane had warned. Do not worry. Ranger, if it is possible, I wish to ask you to take Princess Tianxia with you. Why? It is her dream to explore the outside world, to mature and become more reliable. This is a promise between Princess Tianxia and the ranger. I'm afraid I cannot grant that request. Ming Shang's refusal brought tears to Tianxia, who was hiding behind the wall. Why? Do you truly believe I would harm her? You have Shinado by your side, and you saved Princess Tianxia once without asking for anything in return. My old eyes cannot be deceived. I do not possess the memories from that time. To take her away feels wrong. She is so innocent and adorable. It would be dangerous for her to follow me. I am not afraid. Tianxia stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. I can be good and will not be a burden. Please do not leave me. Tianxia clutched her necklace, sobbing. You remember our oath, yet you have forgotten our memories. Why? Were we not to travel the world together once this was all over? I have waited so long for your return. After finally reuniting, you remember nothing. What? You helped me harness this power. I can assist you. I can do this. As Tianxia wept, Ming Shang recognized the truth in her words, but Shinado stepped forward, embracing Tianxia gently to comfort her. Sana. Ming Shang hesitated, torn. He had indeed resolved to fulfill his dreams and travel the world with his Pokémon. His heart ached at the thought of Tianxia's tears, especially since she was so dear to him. Let this villain be. Fine. I will take her to see the sights, and then return her. Ming Shang steeled himself and approached. Tianxia, do you truly wish to accompany me? Yes. Gazing at Tianxia's tear-streaked smile, Ming Shang vowed to protect her, bringing her along to witness the world's wonders. Very well, I shall safeguard you. No. You misunderstand. I wish to become your Pokémon. I know what you were thinking. When you said you wanted me to accompany you, it meant keeping me by your side, protecting me while taking me to see beautiful sights, as before. But this time, I want to be your Pokémon. How do you know what I'm thinking? So, Ming Shang, may I become your Pokémon? I have no reason to refuse. But Tianxia, are you certain? Yes, I am certain. Before we explore, I will strive to grow stronger. Ming Shang glanced at Shinado, who nodded with a smile. Shinado rather liked Tianxia, considering her like a daughter. Surely, Ming Shang would not harm her. Ming Shang produced a Pokeball and held it out before Tianxia, not capturing her just yet, wanting her to contemplate. Tianxia approached the Pokeball, blinking curiously, looking left and right. Is this a Pokeball? I have never seen one before. Ming Shang thought. Am I really taking her away? This feels like deceiving her. Sana. Shinado pointed to a spot. Thank you. Tianxia pressed the button on the Pokeball, enveloped in a red light. Ming Shang successfully captured Tianxia. Come forth, Tianxia. As Tianxia emerged, she raised her arms in wonder. Wow, how magical. I am experiencing something new. Is it comfortable inside? If not, you must tell me. It is quite comfortable, far better than the beds in the Diamond Kingdom. That is certainly true. Diane remarked. Tianxia, welcome to our team. If you ever wish to return here, I shall bring you back. He needed to address the impending issues in the Diamond Kingdom. Looking up at the forest ahead, he decided that their home would be nearby, planting fruit trees and fostering good relations with the surrounding Pokémon to help care for them. This way, he would have a dual assurance, feeling more at ease. Yes, it is settled. Chapter 38, Traveling Together. Bidding farewell to the Diamond Kingdom. Ming Shang and Tianxia embarked on their journey. He planned to head to Baidanchi City, where a promise awaited him with Shaoli. Tianxia eagerly took Ming Shang's hand, beaming with joy as they departed. Ming Shang, where are we going? To fulfill our travel promise. Indeed, Ming Shang, it has been ages since I last enjoyed your desserts. Could you prepare some for dinner? At your service, my little princess. Tianxia tilted her head slightly to gaze at their joined hands, reminiscing about her first steps beyond the Diamond Kingdom. At that time, Ming Shang had held her hand, caring for her in every way. Now, as they set forth on a new adventure together, her happiness soared. Meanwhile, Melis and Algius, observing from the shadows, found themselves in a predicament. Father, should we still attempt to capture Tianxia? Algius wore a solemn expression, lost in thought. They had witnessed Tianxia weeping, which evoked memories of a very important person for both of them. Algius raised his gaze to the sight of Tianxia and Ming Shang holding hands. Recalling the image of his wife, leading a young Melis down the street, their laughter echoing happiness similar to that of Ming Shang and Tianxia. You decide, son. I will support you wholeheartedly. Father, let us return. I miss Mother. I wish to see her again. Very well. As the sun descended slowly, the evening glow painted the sky crimson. That vibrant hue resembled a celestial garment, enchanting all who beheld it. Tianxia joyfully ran across the plains, a flurry of butterflies fluttering past her ears. She chased after them with the breeze, under the setting sun, embodying the exuberance of a child as she pursued the colorful butterflies, her laughter ringing like crystal bells carried on the wind. Witnessing this scene, Ming Shang could not suppress his smile. This was the world of Pokémon, a realm where one could chase their dreams freely alongside their Pokémon. Ming Shang. Tianxia looked back, smiling and waving at him, to which he returned her smile. Tianxia hopped back to his side, grasping his hand once more. Hurry, you are moving too slowly. Shall we chase the butterflies? Do not be anxious. Tianxia, what do you think of the scenery of the plains at this moment? Tianxia, coming back to her senses, did not release Ming Shang's hand and gazed adorably at the surrounding landscape. The plains appeared to be the earth's bed, unobstructed by mountains, only the gentle breeze caressing her. And under the blessing of the setting sun, she felt a tranquil beauty enveloping her. How beautiful! She exclaimed. Indeed, but the sunset is nearing its end. So shall we chase butterflies? Is that so? Tianxia felt a tinge of disappointment. Hey, once this scenery concludes, another awaits us, and yet another beyond that. So, let's simply savor this moment. Savor. Tianxia tilted her head slightly, then looked towards the plains bathed in the evening glow. She realized that during her previous outing, burdened by tasks, she had been too preoccupied with haste to appreciate the many vistas. I've learned something new. Thus, Tianxia, hand in hand with Ming Shang, strolled leisurely across the expanse of the plains. Light as a feather, the clouds danced with the wind as the sky gradually darkened, and the stars began to blanket the heavens. Ming Shang, I am hungry. Tianxia gently shook Ming Shang's hand, playfully pouting. Ming Shang glanced left and right. Then let us set up camp here. Everyone come out. He released all the Pokémon. Hello everyone. My name is Tianxia. She greeted them with a smile. Eevee dashed towards Tianxia, eager to invite her to join in their games. Oh, you want me to play with you? Boy. Very well, I grant permission. The 5 Pokémon began to play, while only Shinado and Ming Shang prepared dinner. Well, it seems our little family is complete now. Shinado, what would you like to eat tonight? Shinado paused her task, deep in thought. There's a dish I have long desired to try, but I have never had the opportunity. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What dish? Hurry and tell me. Suddenly, Shinado leaned in close to Ming Shang's ear. I want to eat you. Then she swiftly pecked his lips before retreating. She certainly did not wish for their carefully prepared dinner to be toppled by the hefty Milotic. During their last cooking session, Shinado had stolen a kiss from Ming Shang and was caught in the act, resulting in Milotic accidentally knocking over the entire dinner. Milotic had felt guilty for quite some time, and Ming Shang had to console her for ages. Butterfree and Shinado sulked on the side, envious for quite a while. After all, Ming Shang had been hugging and comforting Milotic, who kept nuzzling against him, which was quite vexing. Hence, such secret kisses must remain undiscovered, otherwise, they would cease to be secret. In the pitch-black night, a bonfire illuminated the darkness, shimmering brilliantly and providing warmth and light. They gathered around the fire to enjoy their dinner. After the meal, Ming Shang slowly began to tell bedtime stories, breaking the night's tranquility with his gentle voice. As the glow of the bonfire gradually faded into the earth, everyone returned to their tents to rest. Yet Tianxia wished to sleep in Ming Shang's embrace, resulting in a rather amusing sleeping arrangement. Ming Shang held both Tianxia and Shinado, while Butterfree lay on his chest and Milotic nestled next to his head. Fortunately, Tianxia's head was light. The next morning, Tianxia slowly awoke from her slumber, reaching out to find nothing beside her. Confused, she looked around and discovered that Ming Shang and the others were nowhere to be seen. A wave of fear and unease washed over her. Ming Shang! Ming Shang! In a state of panic, she rushed out of the tent, only to find Ming Shang and his Pokémon engaged in training. Ming Shang, bare-chested, was performing push-ups on the ground, while Shinado elegantly perched on his back, using psychic power to control pebbles into a gentle rain. Butterfree was training its speed and evasion amidst the stone shower. Milotic was nearby, attempting to pierce the stones with water jets. Eevee and Houndoom were racing against each other. Tianqi hurriedly bounded over. Mingxiang. Good morning. I didn't call you because you looked so peaceful while sleeping. Sorry for making you worry. I was too sleepy. Are you training? Indeed, our goal is to become champions. We cannot miss our morning training routine. With that, Mingxiang continued to greet Mother Earth. Mingxiang, can I join? I want to train too, so I can gradually become stronger. Mingxiang was somewhat puzzled. Did Tianqi still need training? It seemed that she did, as her normal and mega evolution battle styles were entirely different. She needed to adapt. Of course you can. All right, here I come. Tianqi approached Mingxiang. Hey, just as Mingxiang was about to ask what was wrong, Tianqi hopped onto his back. Uffed. Tianqi's weight caused Mingxiang to inadvertently kiss the ground. So heavy. Oh. Tianqi tilted her head adorably, blinking her eyes, while Shinado chuckled nearby. After the routine training, Tianqi, are you ready? Tianqi took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, I am ready. All right, Tianqi, Diamond Storm. Tianqi rubbed her hands together, then raised her hand as a pink glow instantly appeared. A plethora of pink diamonds swirled like a reverse vortex, rapidly emerging from small to large. The diamonds encircled Tianqi, forming a tornado. The diamond storm fiercely lashed at the ground, like an enraged beast, as the winds howled and dust was swept up. Houndoom, unleash flamethrower. Roar. Houndoom whipped its head and released flames that collided with the storm. Yet Tianqi's diamond storm showed no signs of wavering. Tianqi, are you all right? Yes. Please continue, I'm fine. Shinado, water gun. Shinado, hydro pump. Shinado, water cannon. Mingxiang commanded Milotic to use 3 different powers of attacks against Tianqi's diamond storm. Unsurprisingly, the diamond storm remained unaffected. After all, it was capable of withstanding Yveltal's attacks. Milotic pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved as she ran into Mingxiang's embrace, having practiced her water spraying for quite a while. Yet her efforts yielded no cracks in the storm, a significant blow to her, and only Mingxiang's embrace could comfort her. As Mingxiang petted Milotic, he notified Tianqi. All right, Tianqi, take a break. Mingxiang, I'm fine. Please be stricter with me. Tianqi shook her head, refusing Mingxiang's suggestion, eager to integrate more swiftly into this family. Very well, then I will push you a bit harder. Shinado, Shauna. Tianqi, let's go again, Diamond Storm. Shinado, Shadow Ball. Moonblast. Psychic. Shinado's attack struck the Diamond Storm, proving somewhat effective, though not significantly so. At this point, Mingxiang finally confirmed just how extraordinary the defense of the Diamond Storm was. It was indeed solid. Such defense was likely 5 levels above Linear S Leaf Storm. All right. Tianqi, you've worked hard. Let us take a break. During the break, Mingxiang pondered Tianqi's strengths, weaknesses, and training direction. Tianqi's attributes and abilities were perfectly suited to Mingxiang's battle style. Commander, Diamonds. After a period of rest, Tianqi faced the final phase of her training. Tianqi, are you ready? No problem. Mingxiang tossed a pink stone into the air like flipping a coin and caught it with a wave of his hand. Tianqi, Mega Evolve. A pink glow enveloped Tianqi, transforming her short skirt into a long gown and adding 2 white ribbons to her hair, resembling a royal pink princess. Shinado, I'm counting on you. Shauna. Shinado smiled and raised her hand, charging up a shadow ball. Tianqi Stone Edge. As Tianqi raised her hand to summon rocks to block the incoming shadow ball, her practical training officially commenced. Mingxiang would not allow Tianqi, having just mastered her power, to think herself invincible and rush off to challenge a legendary Pokémon. With gradual training, one must remain humble and composed. However, Tianqi's performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. Her innate talent surpasses even that of Shinado. The combo techniques that Mingxiang imparted to her were effortlessly memorized, and her proficiency in executing them is commendable. It seems that apart from the mega evolution of the Black Rayquaza, which could potentially pierce through Tianqi's Diamond Storm in a single blow, other legendary Pokémon would require considerable effort to overcome her. After waiting 2 days for Tianqi's training to conclude, Mingxiang would be able to teach her the skills of her own invention, since their daily training sessions are characterized by a pattern of hardship followed by enjoyment. Mingxiang accompanies them throughout the training. After each session, he rewards them with delightful games, stories, and delicacies. Thus, Tianqi and Shinado lead fulfilling days, with Shinado often smiling brightly, grateful for Tianqi's playful nature, which frequently draws the other Pokémon into games. Consequently, her opportunities to sneak affectionate gestures towards Mingxiang have increased. In Miel City, dusk, Mingxiang finally arrived before nightfall, ready to rest well for the night before heading to Baidan City the following day. Prior to entering the city, he returned Tianqi to her Pokeball, as his lack of notoriety could attract unnecessary trouble if she were to be seen in public. As he walked along the bustling streets, he pondered over the choice of an inn for the night. Suddenly, a dark purple wave indicative of a dragon surged across the twilight sky, startling the pedestrians. Looking up, Ming Shang spotted a towering structure. With a blink of realization, he exclaimed, "Shinado, let us move." Atop the tower, Ash was attempting to approach the electrified Garchomp, ensnared within a circle of lightning. He aimed to liberate Garchomp from its torment, relentlessly pursuing it alongside Pikachu and Froakie to the pinnacle of the tower. Garchomp, in agony from the intense pain around its neck, gradually retreated to the edge of the steps, teetering perilously close to a fall. At that moment, Froakie leaped and tossed Bubbles towards Garchomp's feet, effectively ensnaring it. "Well done, Froakie. Pikachu, let us go?" Pika. Seizing the opportunity, Ash and Pikachu approached Garchomp, with Ash leaping to embrace it in an attempt to quell its struggle. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Just as Pikachu's attack was about to strike the collar, Ash inadvertently stepped on one of Froakie's Bubbles left on the ground, causing him to slip and tumble alongside Garchomp. Pika. Wah. In the midst of their descent, Ash suddenly felt as though he was floating. Upon opening his eyes, he found Ming Shang, clad in a white coat and black trousers. Appearing beside him, Ming Shang. "Hey, Ash, Pikachu, use Iron Tail to sever that collar from Garchomp's neck." Pika. Pika. Mid-air, Pikachu executed a powerful strike, shattering the electric collar and freeing Garchomp at last. Shinado ensured a safe descent for everyone, and Ash immediately rushed to express his gratitude. "Wow. Thank you, Ming Shang." Pika. Dr. Bratano soon arrived at the scene. "Thank you. I am Bratano, a professor from the Kalos region. You need not thank me. Perhaps consider how to avoid such misfortune next time." "Huh. Ahahaha. As long as all is well." Pika Pika. At that moment, a blazing Blaziken suddenly leaped down from the heights, capturing everyone's attention. "Is that the same Blaziken from earlier?" Ash recognized it instantly, recalling the first sighting upon his arrival. The Blaziken paid no mind to the onlookers, its competitive spirit directed solely at Shinado, who exuded an air of nobility and grace, radiating confidence and composure at all times and places. It sensed that Shinado was a formidable opponent, at least on par with itself. It had not encountered such an imposing aura in recent days. The Blaziken appeared eager to initiate a challenge. At that moment, a middle-aged man, dressed like a superhero and donned with a mask, stepped forth. "Young man, would you care to engage in a Pokémon battle with me?" Shewa. Upon seeing this man, Ming Shang immediately recognized him as Lim One, the father of Citolin. Dr. Fatten quickly spotted the Mega Evolution Stone adorning Blaziken. A Mega Evolution Stone. This Blaziken can Mega Evolve. Mega Evolution. Pika. Ash's interest was piqued instantly. Rather than respond to Lim One, Ming Shang turned his gaze toward Shinado. She gracefully lifted her skirt and bowed to Ming Shang, a gesture learned from Tianshi, embodying elegance and courtesy. Shinado approached Ming Shang, eager to witness the true might of Mega Evolution. Chapter 39, Sentiments and Affections. "Very well, I accept your challenge." At that moment, as Ming Shang made his decision, Shinado slowly closed her eyes to meditate. "Everyone, please step back." "All right, let us go." Blaziken Blaze Kick. Shewa. Blaziken soared high, engulfed in flames, as it descended rapidly towards Shinado with a powerful kick. Magic Shine. Shinado suddenly opened her eyes, unleashing an explosion that sent Blaziken tumbling away, forced to backflip to create distance. Shadow Ball. Blaziken Flamethrower. With its body temperature soaring, Blaziken unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth to counter the incoming Shadow Ball. "Watch out behind you, Blaziken." Glancing over its shoulder, Blaziken noticed two more Shadow Balls flying in from the left and right. It leaped high to evade the three attacks, but Shinado's moonlight power swiftly closed in on its front, leaving it no time to react. An explosion erupted in the air, sending Blaziken crashing to the ground. Ming Shang refrained from allowing Shinado to use Psychic, knowing that if she were to draw Blaziken in, a combination of Shadow Ball and Moonlight Power would likely finish it in an instant. He understood that both Blaziken and Lim One were testing his strength. This was not merely a contest. It was a matter of mutual respect and understanding. Rising once more, Blaziken shook its head, revealing a smug smile. "Xiaowa." Lim One recognized that Ming Shang had held back. His strength was indeed formidable. In that case, Blaziken. Xia. Lim One, resembling a transformation into a superhero, touched the Megastone on his hand. "Let me show you the essence of our bond." Mega Evolution. Xiaowa. A blinding light enveloped Blaziken, altering its form. Meanwhile, Shinado continued to meditate, having received no instruction from Ming Shang. "That is Mega Evolution. How impressive. Pika. Ash, watching from the sidelines, was brimming with excitement, while Dr. Bratano observed the Super Blaziken with keen interest. Young man, here we come. Blaziken, charged flame. Xia. Blaziken struck the ground with such force that it created a crater. Charging towards Shinado at near flight speed. Ming Shang and Shinado synchronously sidestepped to evade the oncoming assault, indicating their intention to give their all. Given the high physical attack of Mega Blaziken, a single hit could nearly deplete half of Shinado's health. With its ability to accelerate, this would serve as a test of Shinado's evasion and agility. Blaziken Blaze Kick. With a stable stance, Blaziken turned and launched a fiery kick toward Shinado. Shadow Dance. Utilizing Psychic, Shinado expertly sidestepped the incoming kick, compressing shadow balls in her hands to block Blaziken's subsequent Blaze Kick. As Blaziken continued to unleash a flurry of kicks, its speed escalated, and Shinado gradually found it increasingly challenging to keep up with the rhythm of its attacks. Ming Shang understood that Shinado had reached her limit. In that moment, he synchronized with Shinado, crossing their hands. Two shadow balls suddenly collided, creating an explosion that separated Shinado and Blaziken. Before Blaziken could regain its footing, another shadow ball surged towards it. Blaziken. Fire Punch. Shewa. Blaziken swiftly turned and struck the shadow ball with a powerful fist, sending it hurtling back. As Blaziken looked up, it was startled to see that Shinado had already gathered the power of the moon. Just as the returning shadow ball was about to hit Shinado, it inexplicably veered away and circled around her. Ming Shang gestured, and Shinado, harnessing her psychic power, sent the combined forces of the moonlight and shadow ball spiraling towards Blaziken. Blaziken. Explosive Flames. Shewa. Blaziken raised its fist and roared defiantly, its trembling body igniting in a fierce blaze that illuminated the night sky. With a mighty leap, Blaziken charged towards the shadow ball and the moonlight. The explosion resonated through the streets, causing onlookers to stagger back from the shockwave. Both Ming Shang and Shinado sensed something simultaneously. Ming Shang grasped the pink stone in his pocket. Shinado. Full power moonlight. Shinado turned, and a full moon appeared behind her, radiating a soft pink light. This was the moonlight resonating with the fairy aura, representing Shinado's strongest move at that moment. As the smoke cleared Shewa, Blaziken rose, roaring fiercely despite its injuries, flames still blazing around its body. Blaziken. A chance for survival. In an instant, Blaziken was before Shinado, raising its fist to strike. The next moment, Blaziken's fist collided directly with a beam of white laser. Bang! All spectators shielded their eyes as this explosion surpassed the previous one in magnitude. Both Shinado and Blaziken were sent flying. Blaziken crashed to the ground, reverting from Mega Evolution. Ming Shang quickly caught the flying Shinado, cradling her in his arms as he fell. Ah, that hurts. Is Shinado all right? Shinado smiled and nuzzled Ming Shang's cheek, showing no signs of injury, merely fatigued. Blaziken. Are you okay? Blaziken, supporting its hand that had just struck the moonlight, staggered to its feet and shook its head. Xiaowa, you've worked hard, come back. Lemoni glanced at Ming Shang. A splendid victory. Then, he turned and departed. Ming Shang affectionately patted Shinado's head. You should also return. Ming Shang, that was an exhilarating battle. You've grown stronger. Ash hurried over to congratulate Ming Shang. Yet it's still not enough. Pokémon after Mega Evolution are quite formidable. I need to train more. What about you? What brings you to the Kalos region? I reached the top 4 in the Lily of the Valley Conference. Our pact remains unfulfilled. So I ventured to the Kalos region, arriving just this morning. Ming Shang, shall we have a Pokémon duel right now? Didn't you just arrive in Kalos today? You should catch some Pokémon first. I already have my 6th Pokémon. Huh, really? Congratulations. What Pokémon is it? A secret for now. You'll see her once you defeat my first 5 Pokémon. Oh, come on, making it so mysterious. I'll definitely see her. Alright, it's dark now. I need to find a place to stay. What about you? Excuse me. At that moment, Professor Bratano approached slowly. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for the night. Consider it my way of thanking you for your assistance. Then, could you arrange for me a larger room? My situation is a bit special. No problem. Pokémon Research Institute. Night Ming Shang sat alone on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky. In 7 months, the Kalos region would host the competition. This time, he vowed not to lose. Speaking of which, he had yet to master the transformation of Milotic into its mermaid form at the Lily of the Valley Conference. Ming Shang cautiously returned to his room, observing the 4 Pokémon soundly asleep. He scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. It wouldn't be right to disturb them. Tomorrow would suffice. Rest easy. The night is also a bit safer. I'll take care of Diancie. Shinado slowly opened her eyes, turning to reply to Ming Shang through telepathy. She was aware that since Diance's arrival, Butterfree and Milotic had been training harder than ever. Often, they sustained injuries during training but insisted on not informing Mingxiang, knowing he would make them rest. Furthermore, Shinado was also aware of the quiet efforts of Ling, and Milotic. She couldn't be selfish, monopolizing Mingxiang's time while sneaking around. Recalling Ling, and Milotic into their Pokeballs, Mingxiang ventured to a nearby river. Ling shall not come out. No way. As Mingxiang released Milotic and Butterfree, they instinctively navigated to his embrace. All right. I won't take too long. Shall not. Let us see if we can help you achieve your bond evolution. Nah? Milotic opened her eyes in confusion, tilting her head as she gazed up at him, blinking. It's a state similar to Linger's. Let us see if we can master it. Nah? Did you not know that you evolved once more during your battle with Raikou, Milotic, and Butterfree? Milotic truly had no idea. After unleashing her hydro pump, she had fainted. Mingxiang wouldn't deceive himself. Milotic's eyes widened as realization dawned upon her. Nah. Yes. You too can achieve our unique bond evolution like Linger. I apologize for only remembering now after rushing all this time. Nah. All right. Don't rush. Let us call Ling over to see if she can assist you. Bond evolution is a unique process. Mingxiang wasn't certain if he could help Milotic. Shall na, let us give it a try. Milotic nodded seriously, eager to grow stronger. Only then could she assist Mingxiang and protect him. Mingxiang and Milotic faced each other, closing their eyes to feel one another. As time passed, Milotic sensed nothing. She lowered her head dejectedly, prompting Mingxiang to gently stroke her head. Don't worry, we'll take our time. Linger took quite a while to master that feeling too. As time flowed, Milotic attempted again and again. Linger shared all her feelings from her bond evolution with Milotic. Yet, Milotic still felt nothing. After dozens of attempts, they ended in failure. With a hint of a sob, Milotic buried her face in Mingxiang's embrace. Mingxiang could only comfort her silently. This was the challenge of bond evolution. He felt utterly at a loss. Fear not, Shao Na, we will succeed. Wait for me, I need to think of a way. Mingxiang walked to the riverbank. Since he was at a loss, perhaps some mystical methods would be of help. Linger, feeling a bit down herself, recalled what had been unique about her that day. As images flashed through her mind, she suddenly had an epiphany. Wei. Linger flew to Milotic's ear and whispered some new information. Surprised, Milotic looked at Mingxiang, then smiled self-deprecatingly upon understanding. With newfound determination, Milotic slowly approached Mingxiang, who was crouched by the river, touching the water. Nah, Shao Na, why don't you try going into the river? You're a water-type Pokémon. See if you can sense anything. Milotic nodded with a smile, stepping into the river and turning to face Mingxiang. As he gazed into Milotic's eyes, he felt an inexplicable sensation arise. Unconsciously, he extended his hand forward, and Mutuo closed her eyes, leaning in to fully embrace the essence of Mingxiang. A soft azure glow gradually enveloped Mutuo, as the delicate blue and white scales at the tip of her tail began to flourish. As the radiance faded, Mutuo's form diminished, aligning her stature with that of Mingxiang. When the blue light subsided, there emerged a being with the upper body of a human and the lower half adorned with a long, exquisite tail, a mermaid. Her silken white hair framed her cherubic face, and her tail was a sight to behold, akin to a masterful painting. The scales on her pale blue tail sparkled like precious gems, capturing the gaze of all who beheld her. Mutuo slowly opened her pink eyes, gazing affectionately at Mingxiang. We did it. Little Na. We transcended. Mingxiang reveled in the joy of the moment when Mutuo swiftly approached and kissed him. This spectacle infuriated Butterfree, who had previously warned Mutuo that her ability to evolve again was due to her genuine affection for Mingxiang. Mutuo, along with Butterfree and Shinado, harbored feelings for him. I am a master of phrasing. However, as time flowed, both she and Butterfree recognized the impossibility of being with Mingxiang. One was a butterfly, the other a water serpent, while Mingxiang was human. Mutuo envied Shinado and Butterfree for possessing human traits. Gradually, she buried her affections deep within her heart, striving to grow stronger in hopes of garnering even a modicum of Mingxiang's affection. Whenever she saw Shinado indulging, she would join Butterfree in a display of irritation, which sufficed. Butterfree, aware that she could revert to her butterfly form post-evolution, forced herself to disregard her own feelings. Among them, only Shinado could consistently maintain human characteristics. Thus, Mutuo and Butterfree silently withdrew. Yet, who could have foreseen the eruption that occurred today? Upon witnessing herself transform into a mermaid through Mingxiang's eyes, Mutuo could no longer contain herself and pressed her lips against his. The moment their lips parted, she reverted back, and they exchanged glances, saying nothing, while Mutuo beamed with joy. "Way!" Butterfree interjected, positioning herself between them, reproaching Mutuo with indignation. "I considered you my confidant, yet you steal my boyfriend." Mutuo remained lost in the reverie of their kiss, entirely ignoring Butterfree. Linger, observing Mutuo's blissful smile, felt her face flush with anger. "I shouldn't have helped her. And now look at this." She had initially been poised to kiss Mingxiang first, but it ended up being the last. Linger turned in a huff to glare at Mingxiang. "Wei, I want it too." Linger. "Wei. All right, fine." Mingxiang closed his eyes, and Butterfree was enveloped in a verdant glow. Just as her violet wings unfurled, Linger leapt forward to kiss Mingxiang. She disregarded everything else. Mutuo's actions had sparked a sense of urgency within her. All she desired was to kiss Mingxiang, leading her to act even more recklessly than Shinado. What else could she do? Linger initiated a passionate kiss. As Mutuo gradually regained her composure, she discovered Butterfree and Mingxiang locked in a fervent embrace. After 10 seconds of kissing, a twinge of jealousy arose within her, prompting her to stir mischief. She bit down on Linger's dress, pulling her away from Mingxiang, resulting in a silken thread connecting their lips. Linger broke free and lunged back toward Mingxiang, her current bond allowing her to maintain this form for over 10 minutes. Mutuo was determined not to let Butterfree finish her kiss, knowing Butterfree had barely kissed for 5 minutes. As Linger transformed back into Butterfree, she returned to spar with Mutuo. Mutuo wore an expression of indifference, reveling in her triumph over Linger. Chapter 40. Is this a butterfly? The following morning, Diantha awoke from her slumber, stretching her petite limbs while opening her mouth wide in a delightful yawn. Her cherubic cheeks contrasted charmingly with her regal demeanor, a delightful juxtaposition. This gesture was one she had learned from Mingxiang, as it occasionally helped her unwind, and she cherished it. Shaking her head to dispel the remnants of sleep, she blinked her adorably dazed eyes and noticed the absence of anyone in her bed. Gradually, she began to hear the sound of water emanating from the bathroom. Diantha rose, carefully folding her blankets and placing them back in their rightful spot. With a cheerful bounce, she made her way to the bathroom. "Good morning, Mingxiang." Mingxiang was brushing his teeth, but this time he was accompanied by a Mutuo that had learned to entwine itself around him, along with Butterfree perched atop his head. After assisting Shinado with her morning routine, she had gone off to procure breakfast. "Good morning." Once he finished rinsing his mouth, Mingxiang gently patted Mutuo on her back. "All right, Shinado will be back shortly. Please fetch me that pink towel." Mutuo nuzzled against Mingxiang's cheek before departing with Butterfree. Diantha stepped back to create more space for Mutuo to pass through. However, she noticed that Mutuo and Butterfree appeared particularly joyful today. She paid it no mind, for they were always filled with happiness. Upon entering the bathroom, Diantha smiled with anticipation and inquired of Mingxiang, "What is our destination for today's journey?" Mingxiang knelt to wash Diantha's face with warm water. "We're heading to White Sand City, a quaint and nature-infused locale. It is also my favorite city." "Really? I mustn't miss the scenery there." The door creaked open as Shinado returned with breakfast, uncertain if it was a habit or something else. Shinado's demeanor increasingly mirrored that of a human. Mingxiang slowly descended the stairs with his Pokémon. As fate would have it, he stumbled upon Ash capturing Froakie. Leaning against the door, he eagerly anticipated Ash's performance with Greninja. "I caught Froakie," Ash exclaimed joyfully, raising his Pokeball high. This was his first Pokémon in the Kalos region. "Congratulations. That's wonderful." Citron and Eureka celebrated Ash's success. Mingxiang. "Good morning." Ash turned around to find Mingxiang leaning against the door. Citron and Eureka also glanced over. It's the big brother from last night." Eureka beamed as she dashed toward Mingxiang. "Big brother, my name is Eureka. This is my brother, Citron. Pleased to meet you both. I am Mingxiang." "Mingxiang, may I see that beautiful Shinado from last night?" Before Mingxiang could respond, Shinado emerged on her own. "Shinado." Shinado smiled at Eureka, who was quite fond of innocent and adorable children. "Wow, she's so beautiful. Brother, look. It's a pure white Shinado." Shinado sensed Eureka's affection. "Shinado." She bent down to gently stroke Eureka's head. This Shinado, surprisingly humane. Professor Bratano observed Shinado with astonishment. In the Kalos region, many people enjoyed dyeing their Pokémon. He promptly categorized Shinado accordingly. Eureka felt as though Shinado exuded a motherly warmth. "Shinado, may I hug you?" Eureka was unsure how she had voiced that request. "Shinado." Seeing Shinado nod, Eureka joyfully leapt into her embrace. Both Eureka and Shinado shared hearty laughter. Shinado glanced at her own belly before turning to Mingxiang, rolling her eyes at him. "You ungrateful creature." "Mingxiang, just you wait." "Mingxiang, where are you headed next?" Pikachu inquired. "To White Sand City." where someone is awaiting my arrival. Oh, by the way, Ming Shang, Professor Oak requested that you give him a call. I nearly forgot to mention it. Ming Shang. A Pidgeot in some forest. You can call from the lab, it's over there. Professor Bratano slowly pointed to a direction. Thank you. Ming Shang engaged in a conversation with Professor Oak regarding the matter of bond evolution and some subsequent developments. Professor Oak informed Ming Shang that Ling Air's alternative evolution is essentially an optimized version of mega evolution, or rather, a distinct evolutionary path. He speculated that this evolution could lead to countless transformations, assuming ideal conditions. A single Pokémon, after bond evolution, could manifest in various forms. However, the threshold for this evolution is exceedingly high, to the extent that Professor Oak finds himself at a loss. Even he and his Dragonite have attempted it without any progress. This is quite reasonable, as even Ming Shang himself has no inkling of a solution. It seems C has a slight advantage. His Pokémon appears to harbor a peculiar emotional connection with him. Currently, the gym in Mier City requires 4 badges to challenge, compelling Ash to seek the nearest gym in the town of White Sand. Since Ming Shang is headed in the same direction, he decided to accompany Ash temporarily. Along the way, Ash continuously devised ways to coax Ming Shang into a duel. Just as Ming Shang was about to oblige, a Dondon mouse descended from the sky, Eureka's sole Pokémon. Ash's Kalos region watchbird, the fletchling, also made an appearance. This marked Ash's first capture battle with Froakie. Observing the entire process, Ming Shang understood why Greninja could achieve bond evolution. Both individuals pursued strength with utmost fervor, to the point that one might describe them as martial enthusiasts. It dawned on Ming Shang, when a boy ventures outside, he must ensure his own safety. Otherwise, one might find a Shinado burrowing into their bed at midnight. After Ash captured Fletchling, they finally arrived in White Sand City before noon. While Ash and his companions were admiring the scenery, Ming Shang suddenly bid them farewell. Hey, brother Ming Shang, aren't you coming with us? I have some personal matters to attend to in White Sand City, but I will meet you at the gym shortly. All right, we'll wait for you there. Pikachu, let's head to the gym. Pika Pika, let's go. Watching Ash dash towards the gym with Pikachu, Ming Shang could only shake his head in resignation. Then, brother Ming Shang, we will await your arrival at the gym. Ash, wait for us. Do you know where the gym is in White Sand City? Of course not. If we keep running, we'll surely find it. Oh, X2. Eureka and Hitron hurriedly chased after him. Ming Shang, scratching his head, turned and walked in another direction. He had a nagging feeling that Ash's reckless charge might lead him to collide with a wall, but perhaps that was just a figment of his imagination. No one would use their face to break, right? In front of the small stone cake shop. Nothing has changed here, Ming Shang remarked as he pushed the door open, causing the wind chimes to sway. Welcome to Small Stone Cake Shop, at your service. A golden-haired girl turned with a smile to greet Ming Shang. Who are you? It's Ming Shang. Oh, it's been a while. Sister Xiaoqi. Indeed, it has been a long time. Come, sit down. I didn't expect you to return to Kalos so soon. Xiaoqi tidied the table and went to brew coffee for Ming Shang. Do you still prefer coffee as before? Ming Shang set down his backpack and stretched. Yes, but please add a bit of milk. Thank you. As Ming Shang surveyed the cake shop, he noticed it was nearly noon and few customers were present. Xiaoqi returned with 2 cups of coffee and some cake. Oh, where's Xiaoqi? She isn't still sleeping in, is she? Ah well. Did something happen? No. We both watched the tournament you participated in, Sinnoh. At first, Xiaoqi was very happy. She rejoiced in your victories and worried when you lost a Pokémon. When your Shinado triumphed over that Metagross, she almost seemed ready to soar into the sky. But in the end, though Ming Shang had replaced 4 legendary Pokémon, he still lost to the legendary boy. The day after your defeat, Xiaoqi set off on her journey alone, and no amount of persuasion could sway her. Is she safe on her journey? Rest assured, that child called me just yesterday. She has already arrived in Aroma City and is preparing to challenge for her 3rd badge. Xiaoqi's talent is remarkably high to earn her 3rd badge so quickly. Wait, Sister Xiaoqi, you didn't give her your Pokémon, did you? Ahaha. Well, one must ensure her safety. After all, after chatting for a while, Ming Shang took the opportunity while Xiaoqi headed towards the kitchen to quietly leave behind 5 new cake recipes. Xiaoqi has embarked on her own journey, and he felt it best not to interfere. Thus, he resolved to pursue his own objectives. First, he would collect all 8 gym badges. At the White Sand City Gym, Ash was currently challenging the gym leader, Violet, who specializes in bug-type Pokémon. However, there was an additional spectator present, the princess from Kalos, in pursuit of her beloved. With her charming face and a red hood, she was none other than Serena. Observing the intensity with which they watched the match, Ming Shang felt it best not to interrupt. He quietly approached Eureka to watch Ash's gym challenge. As the illusion of Vivillon struck Fletchling, Ash faced defeat in the battle. Ah, brother Ash, wah. What? What happened? Eureka, what's wrong? Mingxiang startled Eureka, whose scream drew the attention of everyone present. Ah, it's brother Mingxiang. You scared me to death. Ha ha, I didn't expect your reaction to be so dramatic. Honestly, brother Mingxiang, you're so mean. Mingxiang stretched, leapt over the railing, and approached Ash, patting him on the shoulder. Don't be disheartened. That's not the Ash I know. Find a way to counter her strategy. Mingxiang? Yes, Miss Violet, I won't lose next time. Violet smiled cheerfully, and Mingxiang slowly stepped forward. I would like to challenge the gym battle as well. Do you have any other Pokémon? Well, I do. Then there's no problem. Let us begin. As a bug enthusiast, Violet possessed numerous Vivillons with varying wing colors. Alright, the match rules are 2v2. Neither side can refuse a challenger. Come forth. Rain Moth. Mingxiang contemplated for a moment. Eevee was not suitable against flying types, and Houndoom was also inappropriate. Gardevoir and Milotic seemed a bit too much, while Diancie felt somewhat excessive. Oh well, excessive it is, haha. Lingair, I entrust you. A Butterfree with wings transitioning from pink to purple emerged. Wow, what a beautiful butterfly. Eureka was captivated by the colors of Butterfree's wings. Violet, too, had never encountered such a purple-pink gradient butterfly. What is your name? I am Mingxiang. Mingxiang, may I take a photo of your Butterfree? I've never seen such beautiful wings before. Mingxiang looked up at Lingair, who pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, especially since Violet had praised her beauty. All right, Lingair has agreed. Thank you. However, I won't go easy on you. Rain Moth, Air Slash. Lingair took to the wind. Butterfree adeptly dodged the blades. Violet began to sense something amiss. Rain Moth, use String Shot. Lingair, Air Slash. Butterfree unleashed two blades that sliced through the incoming threads. Mingxiang gestured to Butterfree. Lingair, Quiver Dance. Rain Moth, use Bug Buzz. Violet was well aware of the substantial boost from Quiver Dance, so she would not allow Butterfree to utilize it. As Rain Moth vibrated its wings, Butterfree's pollen cloud drifted over. The Bug Buzz shattered these spores, generating powder from which two air slashes emerged to strike Rain Moth. Is that a feint? As the powder gently floated down to the ground, the graceful silhouette of Butterfree danced in the air before the onlookers. It was too late to intervene now. Violet furrowed her brow. She had been deceived. Rainwing Moth, Solar Beam. Linger, charge. Mingxiang clapped his hands, and Linger swiftly aimed for the Rainwing Moth below. So fast. Rainwing Moth, Ice Beam. The Rainwing Moth immediately ceased the glowing sphere in its grasp to unleash a blue beam upon Butterfree. Yet, with a deft spin, Butterfree evaded the attack, hovering above the Rainwing Moth to vibrate its wings, sending a sonic wave that struck the moth. Was that merely a feint? Rainwing Moth, unleash Blizzard. Linger. String Shot. Before the blizzard could materialize, Butterfree ensnared the Rainwing Moth with silk threads. Linger. Air Slash. Two blades of air struck the Rainwing Moth head-on, causing it to tumble to the ground in disarray. The Rainwing Moth was incapacitated. Return, Rainwing Moth, you fought valiantly. Violet recognized that Mingxiang's Butterfree was exceptionally powerful, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary butterfly in both speed and attack. Silently, she withdrew her first Pokeball. Colorful Powder Butterfly, I entrust you with this. A butterfly adorned in oceanic blue patterns materialized in the arena. This was Violet's strongest and most cherished colorful powder butterfly. Wow, brother, look. Its wings are so beautiful. The change in hue of the colorful powder butterfly's wings must have been influenced by geographical and climatic factors. Mingxiang smiled. Violet was finally earnest. Colorful Powder Butterfly. Use Supersonic. Linger, Bug Buzz. Sound-based moves are notoriously difficult to evade, and Butterfree's physique was rather fragile. Thus Mingxiang chose to stand firm. Both the colorful powder butterfly and Linger were struck, resulting in a clash of interrupted sound waves. Linger's power proved superior. Linger, Air Slash. Colorful Powder Butterfly, Light Screen. The two blades collided with the barrier summoned by the colorful powder butterfly. Mingxiang gestured once more to Butterfree. Linger, Hypnosis Powder. Colorful Powder Butterfly, create a breeze. The colorful powder butterfly spun rapidly, conjuring a gentle wind, yet Butterfree did not utilize the hypnosis powder. In the wind, Linger adeptly swayed, growing increasingly skillful. What is this? A tailwind? It can be utilized in such a manner? Violet had learned a new tactic. Colorful Powder Butterfly. Use. Violet's words were cut short as Butterfree collided with the colorful powder butterfly. Two instances of Tailwind and one instance of Butterfly Dance had significantly augmented Butterfree's combat power. Mingxiang waved his hand again, and Butterfree followed up with Air Slash and Pollen Puff. The colorful powder butterfly was rendered unable to battle. Chapter 41. The Experience Package arrives. Hitron, a gym leader, recognized that Butterfree's performance was somewhat exaggerated. In terms of reaction speed and offensive capability, Butterfree had reached an extraordinarily high level. Coupled with the seamless synergy between Ming Xiang and Butterfree, along with the embellishing feints, the Butterfree that Ming Xiang had trained was truly formidable. Nice job, Linger. Return. Butterfree jubilantly circled around Ming Xiang a few times. Violet observed the radiant smiles on Ming Xiang and Butterfree's faces and promptly raised her camera, capturing the moment. Click. The first photograph depicted the two exchanging smiles. The second captured Butterfree kissing Ming Xiang's cheek. What a splendid moment. As Violet walked, she retrieved the photographs and handed them to Ming Xiang. Have you finished taking them? Ming Xiang accepted the photos and viewed them alongside Butterfree, perched atop his head. Ha! I caught you stealing a kiss. Well, all right. We still owe others a photo. Violet, how do you intend to take it? Well, Violet glanced around before pointing toward a tree. Let's use that as the background. Violet had always cherished natural environments, and the decorations in the gym were predominantly themed around trees and grass. Ming Xiang looked up at Linger, who understood and flew toward the branches. Violet raised her camera, searching for the optimal moment to capture the shot. Linger butterfly dance. As Violet pressed the shutter at the instant Butterfree took flight, she managed to capture a relatively satisfactory photo. Ming Xiang assessed it as merely acceptable. Linger. Close your eyes and continue. Violet moved a bit forward and crouched down, attempting an upward angle for effect. Just as she was about to press the shutter, Ming Xiang stopped her. Wait a moment. Linger always showcased new moves to Ming Xiang first. Her graceful dance resembled petals swirling through the air, fluttering in the sunlight. Ming Xiang knew precisely when Linger's dance was at its most exquisite. Ready now? Click. Violet captured Linger's turning moment just before she concluded her dance. The photograph immortalized Linger's enchanting smile and the full extension of her wings as she turned. Violet stared at the photo, momentarily entranced. Feeling that Butterfree's movements and expressions mirrored a youthful maiden dancing, eager to display her most beautiful side to the one she cherished most. Ash and his companions approached, and Violet shared the photographs with them. So impressive. Wow, so beautiful. Ming Xiang, did you study photography before? Eulogia inquired curiously, to which Ming Xiang shook his head, continuing to watch Linger dance in the air. I have not studied such things. I merely know when Linger's butterfly dance is at its most beautiful. The group stood together, gazing up at the dancing butterfly. Linger, with her eyes closed, imagined dancing hand in hand with Ming Xiang, completely lost in the rhythm of her dance. As the brief butterfly dance came to a close, Linger, as usual, turned back to seek praise from Ming Xiang. However, upon noticing the crowd watching her performance, she was nearly overwhelmed with shyness. She promptly flew into Ming Xiang's embrace, hiding within his clothing. Haha, what are you getting shy about? Well, Ming Xiang, thank you for giving me another beautiful photo. This is the bug badge, proof of defeating me, Ash declared, filled with determination as he gazed at Ming Xiang. Ming Xiang's Butterfree has also grown stronger. I cannot fall behind. Let us head to the Pokémon Center first. After healing their Pokémon, Ash attempted once more. This time, he used Froakie and Pikachu. Yet, it still fell short. Upon leaving the Pokémon Center again, dusk had already settled in. Ash began to ponder how to adapt to the changes in the gym's environment. Let us start with the simplest approach, but we must simulate the gym's arena. What to do? Pika. At that moment, Hitron adjusted his reflective glasses. Ash, you only need to hinder the Pokémon's movements, right? That is indeed correct. Hitron, do you have a solution? Hee. Now it's time to showcase the power of science. Hitron pulled out his backpack and, within seconds, assembled a large fan. Tada! Wind field simulation, the super blow dryer. Wow, so impressive. Of course, this wind field simulation blow dryer uses dual power sources, capable of providing substantial airflow from either solar energy or batteries, and it can also. Ming Xiang elegantly sat on a bench, observing these two lively characters. It seemed only Ash would wholeheartedly believe in Hitron's inventions. Ming Xiang, brother. At this moment, Eulogia sat beside Ming Xiang. What is it, Eulogia? May I see Shinado again? Ming Xiang, is this what it means to miss my wife? Without needing to ask, Shinado promptly emerged. Shinado adeptly embraced Eulogia, then gracefully sat beside Ming Xiang like a little bride. On one side were the fervently training Ash and Hitron, accompanied by the cheering and supportive Serena. On the other was a warm and amiable family of three. Ming Xiang turned his gaze towards the Shinado, who was playfully amusing Eulogia, and found himself lost in thought. Would the offspring of Shinado and me be human or a Ralts? According to the principles of biological inheritance, a male human and a female Shinado should be incapable of producing a human girl. Any human offspring would inevitably be male, while Ralts can be both male and female. Why ponder so much? We shall discover the truth through experimentation. More attempts will yield clarity. At that moment, Shinado discreetly clasped Ming Shang's hand and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Shall we commence this evening?" With that, she playfully nibbled at his ear. "Eulogia is still here. Don't lead her astray." Ming Shang glanced over, only to find Eulogia peacefully asleep in Shinado's embrace, comforted by her soothing presence. Ming Shang exclaimed, "What a surprise!" Shinado smiled triumphantly as her little hand mischievously crept beneath Ming Shang's shirt to caress his abs, while she lowered her head to tenderly kiss his neck, preparing to plant a few metaphorical strawberries. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled all three of them. Eulogia, after a brief moment of confusion, quickly realized it was her brother's invention that had blown up again. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the smoke, Hitron waved his hand to disperse the black haze, seeking fresh air to breathe. What went wrong with the propulsion system this time? Overheating already? I thought there was a cooling mechanism. Hitron tinkered with the battered machinery surrounding him. Shinado, interrupted in her indulgence, pouted in dissatisfaction at Hitron's antics. Ming Shang hastily rose to leave, realizing that Shinado might be compelled to set up her tent if this continued. Ahem, Xiaoji, if you require wind, I can assist. Linger, come forth. Wei, how much wind power do you need? Just like the one Hitron created earlier. Linger utilized 2 instances of Tailwind and 1 of Quiver Dance. Are you ready? Let loose. Pika, Guagua. Linger summoned the wind. Unbeknownst to them, a pink caterpie was peeking from a concealed spot. After successfully training with Xiaoji, Ming Shang bid them farewell, for he needed to embark on a quest to find Eevee's evolution stone. In a certain plain under the night sky, Ming Shang and Tianshi were partaking in dinner. A rocket Pidgey stealthily perched upon a rock, yet it did not escape Ming Shang's keen observation. A rocket Pidgey? Do these Pokémon typically venture out at night? With Ming Shang's alert, all the Pokémon turned their gazes towards it. Are you here searching for food? You'd better not steal from us. If you dare snatch our food, you'll face consequences. Ming Shang offered his sandwich. To his surprise, the rocket Pidgey transformed into his likeness and eagerly accepted the sandwich, devouring it with gusto, followed by a cheeky giggle. Shinado and the others immediately entered a battle stance. Observing its ability to shapeshift and its playful laughter, Ming Shang surmised, this must be a Pokémon that many aspire to possess. All right. There's no need for alarm. Hello, Mew. Noticing that she did not frighten Ming Shang, Mew appeared somewhat disappointed. In a flash, she transformed into a small, light blue, cat-like Pokémon before him. Shiny Mew. Hee. Witnessing Ming Shang's astonishment at her true form, Mew's spirits lifted. She floated in midair, twirling around as she attempted to catch her own tail. Just then, Tianshi approached, causing Mew to instantly morph into Tianshi's likeness. Oh, you can take my form? How marvelous. Marvelous? I just see it as playful. Isn't this Mew a delightful opportunity for experience points? Ming Shang glanced at Shinado, who nodded knowingly and turned towards Ming Shang's backpack. Mew, would you like to join us and play? We have an abundance of games and delectable treats. Mew eagerly nodded, for that was precisely what she sought. After all, she had been following Ming Shang for 3 days and nights. Shinado approached with several boxes, containing card games that Ming Shang had crafted for the Pokémon. Upon seeing these, Mew's tail began to wag with excitement. You can play, but you must assist me with a task. Mew tilted her head in confusion. We are in need of an opponent to test our new moves. Would you lend us your aid? Mew nodded, realizing it was a simple request. Thank you. Shall we begin now? After our trial, we can indulge in play. Mew soared into the distance before turning back. Shinado, Tianshi, let us proceed. Ming Shang tossed the fairy stone into the air. Tianshi, Shinado, Mega Evolution. The stone held aloft radiated a profusion of pink energy. Simultaneously, pink luminescence enveloped Tianshi and Shinado, transforming their forms. As the glow subsided, both Tianshi and Shinado successfully Mega Evolved. Here we go. Shinado Moonblast. Tianshi, Diamond Storm. Shinado and Tianshi raised their hands in unison. The pink energy of Moonblast and the shards of diamond surged towards Mew. Mew quickly summoned a light shield for protection. Despite Tianshi and Shinado's attacks connecting, the shield remained intact without a hint of fracture. This Mew is quite formidable. Ming Shang had merely sought to assess Mew's strength with that initial strike. After all, it was a combination attack from Shinado and Tianshi, and he was concerned that Mew might not withstand it. However, it appeared that Ming Shang had been overly cautious. This Mew was indeed powerful. After all, Mew was an ancient Pokémon that had endured for countless years. Tianxia, Diamond Storm. Tianxia raised her hand, summoning a plethora of diamonds that soared towards Mew. Mew deepened her light shield, successfully deflecting all the diamonds. At this point, Mingxiang was convinced that Mew could withstand the forthcoming assault. All right, Tianxia, Shinado, we charge. Psychic Storm. In unison, Shinado and Tianxia waved their hands. An abundance of pink diamonds erupted from Tianxia's hands, while Shinado manipulated them with psychic energy. The pink diamonds coalesced and surged towards Mew. Mew unleashed a Psy Strike to counter. But while it could not obliterate the diamonds, it knocked many of them away. However, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The fallen pink diamonds slowly ascended, raining down upon Mew. Mew hastily ceased her attack and summoned her light shield for defense. In that fleeting moment of halting her assault, Mew found herself enveloped by a multitude of diamonds, creating a tornado-like spectacle. Tianxia and Shinado jointly controlled the swirling pink diamonds, drawing them closer together as if wielding a cutting machine. Mew attempted to dart in one direction but was repelled back, her shield displaying a crack. Stop! Just as Mew aimed to teleport away, Shinado and Tianxia ceased their attack, reverting from Mega Form. Thank you, Mew. Come join us for some games. Mingxiang proposed. Shall we continue yesterday's game? Tianxia took Mingxiang's hands and shook them lightly. All right, let us depart. Of course, there would be rewards and penalties associated with the games. As for what those rewards and penalties entailed, and their legitimacy, Mingxiang began to contemplate improvements to the techniques he had just employed. Mew was quite astute. She could learn the game in a heartbeat. As Tianxia began to feel drowsy, Mingxiang suddenly realized that it was already deep into the night. Milotic had already curled up and fallen asleep inside the tent, her tail occasionally twitching. Well then, we should rest. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Mew appeared somewhat disheartened. She had not yet played enough. She found the new and simple concepts quite delightful. If you enjoy it, we can play together next time we meet. By the way, take these sweets with you. Though not abundant, they should last you a while. Mew accepted the sweets and took a bite from one, instantly transforming her disappointment into joy. She truly is as easily pleased as a child. At that moment, Mew suddenly recalled something. Mimamai. It instructed Mingxiang to wait here, assuring him that it would return shortly before soaring into the distance. Mingxiang scratched his head, uncertain of what Dream had just articulated. He could only comprehend the sentiments expressed by his Pokémon, while the rest required him to rely on conjecture. A yawn overtook Mingxiang, and he stretched lazily, feeling drowsy. He turned back towards the tent, embracing Shinado and Tiana, and soon succumbed to slumber. When dawn broke the following day, Mingxiang awoke in his usual groggy manner, preparing for training. However, Shinado tugged at him, pointing in a certain direction. What is that? Mingxiang inquired, glancing over to discover two items beside his pillow, a blue stone and a white crystal. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as an ice stone and a crystal he was familiar with. It seemed that Dream had left them for him while they slept, though he pondered how long it would be until their next encounter. How could he repay such kindness? This ice stone was his primary objective, as he had been planning to purchase one in the city. Dream had saved him considerable time and trouble. Mingxiang dashed out of the tent, calling into the sky. Dream, thank you. Let us play games together next time. Meanwhile, Dream, hidden behind a tree, chuckled with satisfaction before taking flight and departing. Mingxiang altered his course, realizing he needed to assist EV in evolving first. Thus, the Snowfall Gym in Yingshu City became his primary target, as it was a city blanketed in snow. The gym leader, who possessed considerable strength, might provide a good opportunity for Shinado or Lingair to practice. Chapter 42. The Fairy Gym? My kidneys are at stake. Consulting his map, Mingxiang noted that on the way to the Snowfall Gym, he would pass by two other gyms, the Fairy Gym in Xiangshuan City and the Grass-type Gym in Baiyi City. He planned to challenge them en route, intending to modify his training regimen once EV evolved into Glacian. Tiana hopped energetically to his side. Mingxiang, where are we headed today? Our destination is Yingshu City, where the entire city is covered in snow. Would you like to see the snowflakes? Yes. I haven't seen snowflakes in ages. Then let us set off. My little princess. Tiana took Mingxiang's hand, and they embarked on their journey once more. The picturesque scenery of small bridges, flowing streams, melodious birds, fragrant flowers, and the occasional Pokémon delighted Tiana. Suddenly, Tiana sensed something and looked up to see a mass of dark clouds drifting toward them. Mingxiang, look at that. Is it going to rain? What do you mean is it? Those are dark clouds. It's definitely going to rain. Run. All right then, Mr. Dark Clouds. I bid you farewell. Mingxiang quickly withdrew Tiana into her Pokeball and hurried forward, seeking shelter from the impending rain. As the sky began to drizzle, he finally spotted a modest cave within the forest. Homeward bound, caveman. Yet, Ming Xiang remained vigilant, aware that the cave could be inhabited by other Pokémon. Fortunately, a few steps inside revealed it to be unoccupied. Observing his damp attire, Ming Xiang decided to dash out to gather some wood. Since he was already wet, a little more moisture wouldn't matter. He could rely on Black Lu Jia to dry the wood, as he had no intention of catching a cold. With a spirited shout of Demacia, he bolted outside. However, just as Ming Xiang dashed out, a diminutive figure, less than 20 centimeters tall, cautiously emerged from the depths of the cave. It waited for over 10 minutes to ensure safety before gingerly approaching Ming Xiang's backpack and rummaging through it. Upon discovering a plastic bag containing sugar, it broke into a smile. Ah! Ming Xiang's enthusiastic shout echoed through the cave. The little figure hastily returned the plastic bag and, in a panic, failed to zip it up properly before scurrying back to hide behind a corner of the cave. Wow! Why is it raining so heavily? My underwear is soaked. Ming Xiang approached his backpack, retrieving a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt to change into. Black Lu Jia, please help me dry this wood, but be careful not to ignite it, or I'll have to run again. At that moment, Black Lu Jia suddenly caught a whiff of something. It approached Ming Xiang's backpack, sniffed, and then glanced warily into the cave. Ming Xiang understood the cue and prepared for battle. The cave was small enough to see the end, so it couldn't be a human or a large Pokémon. He released Shinado to meditate, while he and Black Lu Jia cautiously advanced. If danger arose, Shinado could swiftly pull them back, and Ming Xiang could command Black Lu Jia to retaliate immediately. With a sudden stomp, Ming Xiang entered the innermost part of the cave. Who was there? To his surprise, a series of creamy projectiles were hurled toward him. Mahu! Mahu! Turning around, he discovered an adorable, pink, cream-like figure standing before him. Frostless? However, Frostless appeared to be frightened, continuously launching cream at Ming Xiang. Stop! Frostless, don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. Mahu! Seeing that Frostless remained agitated, Ming Xiang crouched down and gently picked it up, attempting to soothe its fears. Shinado hurried over, and as their fairy auras resonated, Frostless gradually calmed down. It looked up at Ming Xiang and began to cry for reasons unknown. This left Ming Xiang perplexed. Could it be afraid of being eaten? He glanced at Shinado, who turned and used her psychic powers to retrieve the sugar and jam from the backpack, presenting them to Ming Xiang. There, no need to be afraid. Ming Xiang embraced his newfound paternal role, slowly feeding sugar and jam to Frostless, who eventually ceased its tears. Ming Xiang found it peculiar that Frostless was present in the Kalos region. It's all right, Frostless. Can you tell me how you ended up here? Mahu, Mahu, Mahu. Shinado translated for Ming Xiang. This Frostless had been purchased from a bakery in the Kalos region, but during transport, it encountered Pokémon hunters. There had originally been 3 Frostless that escaped, but the others had been devoured by Pokémon, leaving this one hungry for a long time, which explained its diminutive stature of less than 20 centimeters. Had it not sensed Ming Xiang's fairy aura and the sweetness of the sugar in his backpack, it would not have mustered the courage to emerge in search of food. Observing Frostless still trembling with fear, Ming Xiang resolved to engage it in an activity to distract it from its anxiety. How about we make a cake together? Are you hungry? Mahu, Mahu. The mention of cake nearly terrified Frostless, but the latter part of Ming Xiang's statement made it forget its fear, and it eagerly nodded. It had not baked in many days. Frostless, being a Pokémon that adored cake making and relished the sight of others enjoying its creations, was excited. Ming Xiang retrieved a round pan, eggs, flour, and the leftover sugar from Frostless from his backpack. As Ming Xiang organized the utensils, Frostless brought over the molds from the backpack. Thank you. Ming Xiang skillfully began cracking the eggs, separating the whites from the yolks. Frostless, clutching an egg, delicately tapped it on the top, slowly pouring the egg white into the bowl. Frostless wore a joyful expression, completely forgetting its previous fears. Ming Xiang busied himself tidying up the area and went to the backpack to fetch the packaged milk and corn oil. Upon turning back, he discovered that Frostless had poured the sugar into the egg whites. The tiny figure, under 20 centimeters tall, was earnestly whisking the egg whites with a mixer, striving to achieve a fluffy consistency. All right, let me take over. You assist in blending milk and corn oil. Thus, Ming Xiang and Frosty Sweets commenced their cake-making endeavor. Shinado, seated nearby, gradually revealed an ant-like smile as she observed the scene. Unconsciously, she caressed her belly and licked her lips, lost in her own thoughts. To speak frankly, Ming Xiang harbored a desire for this Frosty Sweets. Tianxi, along with him and Shinado, all had a penchant for desserts. Most of the time, Ming Xiang was on the move, and the wilderness offered no fresh cream. He invariably substituted it with jam. Finally, The chiffon cake was baked to perfection, and Ming Xiang carefully removed it from its mold. Mahu! Frosty Sweets could hardly contain her excitement as Ming Xiang sliced the cake into 8 portions. She stepped forward, sprinkling her cream atop the cake. Attempting to offer a piece to Ming Xiang, she inadvertently burned her little hand. Mahu! Ho-ho! Frosty Sweets shook her hand and began blowing on the cake, hoping to hasten its cooling. Ming Xiang, utterly charmed by Frosty Sweets, handed her a mold and a fork. Mahu! Frosty Sweets speared a piece of cake and placed it in the mold, presenting it to Ming Xiang. Thank you. As Ming Xiang took a bite, he too felt the heat. Ha! Ha! Hoo! 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 He tilted his head back and blew vigorously, attempting to dissipate the heat from the cake. This scene elicited laughter from both Frosty Sweets and Shinado. Delicious. You all should try some. It was Ming Xiang's first encounter with such pure cream from Frosty Sweets, and naturally, he wished to share it with his Pokémon. Delighted to see Ming Xiang and the others relishing her cream, Frosty Sweets beamed with joy. Ming Xiang retrieved strawberry jam and spread it over the cake. Here you go, Frosty Sweets. Mahu! Frosty Sweets, have you decided where you want to go next? Mahu! Frosty Sweets instantly lowered her head, uncertain of where to venture. The forest teemed with dangers, and she couldn't even find sweets. Ming Xiang produced a Pokeball. Shinado advised him to carry an extra 2 Pokeballs just in case, as they could malfunction. To his surprise, he truly needed them. If you don't know where to go, would you like to accompany me? I could use an adorable cake-making partner. Mahu! Frosty Sweets nodded. As she was quite fond of Ming Xiang, he tossed the Pokeball towards Frosty Sweets, and as the red light flashed, there was no tremor. Frosty Sweets, I look forward to your guidance in the future. To his astonishment, hanging out the laundry brought unexpected joy. With the rain subsiding, Ming Xiang promptly set off. He needed to visit the Pokémon Center to ensure Frosty Sweets was in good health. In Fragrance City, after exiting the Pokémon Center, Ming Xiang felt entirely at ease. Frosty Sweets merely lacked some nutrients and would recover after a few days of indulging in sweets. He also purchased a new belt and several Pokeballs, allowing him to carry 12 Pokémon, although he doubted he could actually catch that many. After walking a while longer, Ming Xiang spotted a traditional Japanese-style building. A colossal tree grew at its center. This was the Fragrance Gym. Within the Fragrance Gym, many were bustling about. Ming Xiang approached the front desk staff. Hello. How may I assist you? Greetings, I am here to challenge the gym. I'm afraid we are currently unable to conduct gym battles. You aren't busy with a fashion show, are you? Indeed, we are. I apologize. Ming Xiang scratched his head, wondering if it could be that coincidental. Oh well. Then I shall return to challenge you once you are finished. Thank you for your understanding. I truly apologize. With nothing else to occupy him, Ming Xiang decided to watch the fashion show, pondering what attire Shinado should wear in the future. A maid outfit? A sailor suit? Fashion shows predominantly featured women's clothing. As fireworks erupted, a girl donned in a long-sleeved pink kimono stepped into view. This was Maki, the leader of the Fragrance Gym. Her dream was to transform into a Pokémon. Thus, she designed clothes resembling butterfly wings. Do not underestimate this attire. It weighs a staggering 15 pounds. The moment Maki stepped onto the runway, an unusual sensation washed over her. She immediately spotted Ming Xiang amid the crowd. Ming Xiang? What troubles you? Oh, it's nothing. Maki snapped back to reality and continued to host the fashion show. Welcome to my fashion show. My designs are inspired by Pokémon, as they embody the beauty of nature. Of course, my garments truly shine in battle. Maki glanced at Ming Xiang and pointed toward him. You there? Could you please come up? Mahami, Tamahira, and the others were taken aback. This was Maki's first time personally selecting someone. Ming Xiang extended his neck and pointed at himself. Me? Upon seeing Ming Xiang transition from serious to adorably clueless, Maki couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Yes, indeed. It is you. Please come here. Ming Xiang stepped forward, performing a stylish flip over the barrier, only to trip and land face first on the ground. Puff. Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Ah ha ha. Ming Xiang awkwardly chuckled, wishing for a hole to hide in. Could you tell me your name? I am Ming Xiang. I am Maki. Let us battle. Maki raised her hand, issuing a challenge to Ming Xiang. If you win, I shall award you the fairy badge and treat you to a grand meal. Mahami, Tamahira, and others were stunned, then realized. Maki has taken a liking to him. Very well, I accept. Ming Xiang was unfazed, as he had come for the badge. The rules stipulated a 1v1 battle, whichever Pokémon fainted first. Frosty Sweets. I entrust you. Woo, Frosty. Ming Xiang released a Pokeball. Shinado emerged, gracefully lifting her skirt to bow to Maki. What a beautiful Shinado. Shauna. Maki immediately greeted her in the dialect of Shinado. Thank you for the compliment. You can understand me? Maki was astonished that Ming Shang could comprehend her. Of course. Maki smiled, visibly delighted. The others, what? Maki spread her arms like a butterfly. Come, let us begin. Please. Frosty Sweets, Fairy Wind. Ming Shang chose Shinado because this was not a formal battle arena. The combat area was quite limited, and using wide-range techniques could inadvertently harm the audience. Shinado could precisely manipulate the flow of battle. Shinado used Charming Voice. The storm of wind and sound collided in the air, and Frosty Sweets simply could not withstand Shinado's offensive. Frosty Sweets used Drain Kiss. Frosty Sweets soared toward Shinado, attempting to peck her with her beak. Shinado, do you wish to dance? Shauna, then let us proceed. Close your eyes. What? Maki could only watch as Shinado gracefully closed her eyes, elegantly evading Frosty Sweets' charge. The scene resembled a dance, with Shinado gliding gracefully while Frosty Sweets played the role of her partner. Frosty Sweets, Magical Shine. Shinado, at the snap of Ming Shang's fingers. Shinado sensed his intent, and her eyes momentarily turned white. Frosty Sweets' Magical Shine was stunning, prompting gasps of awe from the audience. As the magic dissipated, Frosty Sweets suddenly lost her ability to fly and plummeted straight down. Frosty Sweets. But Shinado was already waiting below, catching Frosty Sweets in her embrace. Shinado presented Frosty Sweets before Maki, who realized that Frosty Sweets had fallen into a daze, losing her fighting spirit. Ah, I see. I have lost. Thank you for your hard work, Frosty Sweets. Return. You are truly strong. Shauna, here is the fairy badge, a testament to your victory over me. After the fashion show concluded, Maki invited Ming Shang to visit the gym as a guest. Mashio poured tea for Ming Shang, while Tenghua brought some snacks. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly, she said as Mashio left the dojo alongside Tenghua. Mashio Darren, how do you plan to win him over? Tenghua inquired directly. Is it that obvious? Mashio responded, slightly surprised. Of course. Your behavior today has been rather peculiar, Tenghua teased. I merely wish to start as friends. You needn't worry about whether we are compatible or not, Mashio reassured them. Indeed, choosing a partner is of utmost importance. Mashio Darren, you can do it. We shall support you wholeheartedly. Now, let us go buy some groceries. Understood. The four sisters resolved to assist Mashio Darren in her endeavors. After a brief respite, Ming Shang finished his tea, stretched, and headed outside. Wait a moment. Where are you going? A woman clad in white with golden hair rushed over to block Ming Shang's path, fearing that if he left, Mashio Darren might punish her upon her return. I remember you. Huayan? He asked. Precisely, you know me? She replied, astonished. I do not, but your name and image were displayed during the fashion show, he clarified. I see. May I ask where you are headed? I intend to procure some ingredients for cake making. I cannot arrive empty-handed as a guest. Not at all. We have all the necessary ingredients in our kitchen, so feel free to use them. Would that not mean I am freeloading? No, not at all. Please, allow me to show you. Huayan insisted, dragging Ming Shang toward the kitchen despite his protests. Just then, Mashio and Tenghua returned, witnessing Huayan pulling Ming Shang into the kitchen. Puzzled, Mashio and Tenghua followed them in. Upon reaching the kitchen, Ming Shang inspected the utensils and equipment. Everything seems to be in order, he remarked. What is the matter, Huayan? Mashio and Tenghua inquired upon entering. Oh, Mashio Darren, you have returned. Ming Shang mentioned he wanted to bake a cake. A cake? Ming Shang produced a pokeball. Frostlass, come forth. Mahu. What an adorable Pokémon. They exclaimed in unison. Is this Pokémon also of the fairy type? Mashio inquired, having never seen a Frostlass before. Indeed, its name is Frostlass. It delights in baking cakes. And the cakes it makes are quite delectable. Ming Shang produced some cookies, and Frostlass squeezed its cream onto them. Frostlass quickly offered the cookies to Mashio and the others. Thank you, they expressed in unison. The group took a bite of the cream-filled cookies. Wow, this is delicious. Seeing Frostlass's cheerful smile, Mashio felt herself drawn in. What girl could resist such a charming Frostlass? It appeared she would need to learn a new dialect of fairy language. All right, Frostlass, let us begin. This time, we have all the tools. Let us see if we can create the most delightful cake. Mahu. Frostlass waved its tiny arms, ready to assist Ming Shang. Let us commence. Indeed. I am eagerly anticipating tonight's dinner, Mashio declared, as they all began to prepare the meal. During the preparations, Mashio occasionally stole glances at Ming Shang. At that moment, she understood the meaning of love at first sight. Every characteristic of Ming Shang captivated her. It seemed he possessed an enchanting aura, and both shared a fondness for Pokémon, especially those of the fairy type. Ming Shang could even understand what Pokémon were saying, which surprised Mashio the most. As time passed, The cake crafted by Mingxiang and Frostlass yielded enough servings for 10. However, with the inclusion of their Pokémon, the quantity would prove insufficient. Shenandoah, come forth. Please assist me in purchasing some cake ingredients, and also grab some strawberries and dried fish. What seems to be the matter? Ma Xiao approached Mingxiang, only to be taken aback by the sight of the numerous cakes before her, all of which she had never seen before. Did you create all of these? Of course. With Frostlass's help, it saved me a great deal of time. With so many, will we manage to consume them all? We will be fine, but considering everyone's Pokémon, it may not suffice. I see. Ma Xiao pondered for a moment, realizing it might indeed be insufficient. I shall help as well. Mingxiang noticed that Ma Xiao had removed her long kimono and tied her hair up, donning a chic pink and black outfit that revealed her arms. She appeared as a youthful girl exuding the aura of a mature older sister. How lovely Ma Xiao looks without that kimono. Truly, she is a model. As Chapter 43, hesitation and missed opportunities unfolded, Shenandoah promptly returned, handing Mingxiang the cake ingredients before joining the preparations. Ma Xiao observed Shenandoah's cake-making skills, which surpassed her own. Shauna? Ma Xiao casually asked Shenandoah about her impressive baking talent. Shenandoah glanced at Mingxiang and smiled before responding to Ma Xiao. Shauna, is that so? Ma Xiao turned her gaze toward Mingxiang, growing curious about his experiences. Shauna, you can speak human language. We can all understand. Really, Shenandoah, if possible, would you share your story with me? Shauna. Shenandoah did not refuse Ma Xiao, taking pride in Mingxiang. An hour later, Mingxiang, Ma Xiao, Shenandoah, and Frostlass had finally completed the dinner preparations. Nightfall quietly descended. Tunghua and Xin assisted in serving the dishes. Ma Mei and Hualyan set up the dining table outside, arranging drinks and Pokémon provisions. All right, everyone come out. I shall join. So shall I. Dong Mouse, Maril, Kyrelian, Aromatus, and Slurpuff. The specifics of these Pokémon are of little importance. Just remember that aside from Ma Xiao's male Sylveon, all other Pokémon are female. Ma Xiao, Shenandoah, and Mingxiang emerged from the kitchen. Frostlass perched upon Mingxiang's shoulder, a spot previously occupied by Ralts. Ma Xiao Darren, everything is ready. Well then, let us proceed. Upon reaching the dining area, Ma Xiao released her Pokémon, Flababy, Froakie, and Sylveon. Mingxiang stretched and produced a Pokeball. All right, let the feast begin. As Mingxiang's Houndoom and Sylveon appeared, Ma Xiao and the others watched with curiosity. Wei, Linger emerged, circling around Mingxiang. What beautiful wings that Butterfree has. Nah. As the ground trembled slightly, Milotic made its entrance. Wow, it's Milotic. What a stunning Milotic. Finally, a burst of light dissipated, revealing Diancie before them. Diancie's adorably innocent eyes scanned the surroundings. Are you new companions? Hello, my name is Diancie. Diancie's pure smile radiated like a blooming flower, brimming with endless innocence and joy. Ma Xiao and the others felt their hearts melt at the sight. Ah, how adorable. The group exchanged glances, blinking in amazement. Ah, Pokémon can talk, they exclaimed in unison. Noticing Tunghua and the others retreating a few steps, Diancie felt a pang of guilt. I am so sorry. Did I frighten you? Not at all. It is our fault. Come, let us dine together. Seeing Diancie's slightly distressed expression, the group hurried to reassure her. Tunghua, Xin, Ma Mei, and Hualyan exclaimed, I feel terrible. Ma Xiao, observing Mingxiang's lineup, wondered why he was still battling at the dojo. This clearly appeared to be a champions team. Na Wei, Milotic, and Linger surrounded Mingxiang. Of course. I brought you food as well. Here, would you like to try some cream? Frostlass's cream is exceptionally delicious. Mahu. Milotic nodded, while Linger attempted to nod, but, lacking teeth, could not chew. Mingxiang understood, moving to the center of the table, pouring some nectar and cream into a cup and mixing them. Here, give it a try, Linger. Wei. Linger, is this the name you gave to Botadai? Ma Xiao sat down beside Mingxiang. Indeed, it is quite melodious. Yes, it is a lovely name. Let us commence our dinner. The dishes will soon grow cold. You have a point, Tianxi, do try this cake. Mahu. Tonghua passed a cake over, while Frost Cream Fairy presented Tianxi with cream. Mingxiang need not concern himself with Tianxi, as there is someone to attend to her. Ma Xiao gazed at the scene, momentarily entranced. What a lively atmosphere. At that moment, Mingxiang offered a cake in front of Ma Xiao. What are you pondering? Finish your meal before you think. Thank you. Ma Xiao smiled as she accepted the cake Mingxiang handed her. Unbeknownst to Mingxiang, Shan Duo had already placed one hand on his thigh. The ache from his thigh caused Mingxiang to straighten up. What is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. Shan Duo, you should eat too. Be gentle. Humph. The vibrant ambience allowed everyone to immerse themselves in the enjoyment, just as everyone had eaten halfway. Nah. Mei-Na suddenly perched atop Ming-Shang's head. Which cake do you wish to eat? Nah. Ming-Shang stood up and offered a roll cake and a fruit cake to Mei-Na's. Mei-Na's devoured them joyfully. Although there appeared to be many cakes, when accounting for the Pokémon, each person could only have 3. In that light, it truly wasn't too much. Meanwhile, Ma Xiao remained captivated by the interaction between Ming-Shang and Mei-Na's. He truly adores Pokémon. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Amidst laughter and cheer, dinner came to a close. Just as Ming-Shang intended to rise and wash the dishes, he was preempted by Mom Mei and Hualian. The dinner you and Lady Ma Xiao prepared was exquisite. We shall handle these trivial matters. Meanwhile, Tong Hua and Shi Yin were tidying up the area. Ming-Shang stretched his limbs. Well then, I shall take my leave. Are you departing? Yes, it is nearly midnight, and I must find a hotel. Indeed. It is late. Why not stay here? The dojo conveniently has vacant rooms. At this hour, who knows how long it would take for you to find a hotel? It would be better to rest here for the night. That seems reasonable. Thank you for alleviating the trouble. Please, follow me. Ma Xiao led Ming-Shang to the backyard. Arriving at a door, she opened the door to reveal a tidy room, minimalist in style, embodying the aesthetics of living, creating the most comfortable living environment. How do you find it? Hey, I really like it. It is evident that it has been thoughtfully arranged. I'm glad you like it. Good night. After bidding farewell, Ma Xiao gradually departed, while Ming-Shang entered the room to prepare for a hot bath. Late at night in the Aroma Dojo, the sumptuous dinner had caused Ming-Shang's Pokémon to fall asleep early. Alone outside, Ming-Shang gazed at the night sky. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. Ma Xiao emerged from the darkness holding a lantern, discovering Ming-Shang sitting on the steps, contemplating the sky. Ming-Shang, what are you doing here? It's due to personal reasons. I'm not feeling sleepy yet. So I came out to admire the night sky. And you? Why are you awake at this hour? I am conducting the final inspection of the dojo, primarily checking if anything has been overlooked. I see, you are truly diligent. Ma Xiao approached Ming-Shang. It is my duty. May I sit here? Of course. As long as you don't mind. Ming-Shang, how many times have you traveled to the Kalos region? This is my second time. My last journey was in Sinnoh. Were you the newly crowned champion of Sinnoh? Not quite. I reached the top 16. Ma Xiao, did his team not even make it to the top 4? Back then I truly wasn't strong or mature enough. Losing was to be expected. However, I gained something far more significant than victory. So I consider it a worthwhile experience. Ma Xiao hugged her knees, looking at Ming-Shang. Is that so? You seem quite optimistic. Ming-Shang, what prompted you to embark on your journey? Ma Xiao wished to learn more about Ming-Shang. I have a profound affection for this world and these Pokémon. So I wish to share the charm of Pokémon with more people, helping them understand that Pokémon are not mere tools but companions, even family. Ma Xiao rested her head upon her knees, smiling at Ming-Shang like a youthful girl in her adolescence. It must be a great joy to be your Pokémon. However, Ming-Shang shook his head. The more Pokémon I have, the more my attention is divided. Since the first Pokémon spent the most time with me, I cannot treat them all equally. I can only do my utmost to care for them. You are already remarkable. I doubt many can reach your level. To comprehend the expressions and thoughts of Pokémon, you truly cherish them. Yet, that is still not enough. I need to grow further. Ming-Shang, how many Pokémon have you caught? 7. Frost Cream Fairy was the one I met yesterday. What's wrong? It's nothing. Ma Xiao was taken aback. After all, a trainer typically has dozens of Pokémon in their lifetime, and she herself had over 20. This was already considered few. Yet Ming-Shang had not even 10 Pokémon. The interactions between Pokémon and trainers reveal the bonds they share. It was evident that Ming-Shang's Pokémon were quite dependent on him, which could only imply one thing. Ming-Shang, you have never actively captured Pokémon, have you? I rarely do so, as it feels rather impolite. I see. Ma Xiao was certain that Ming-Shang loved Pokémon even more than she did. In Ming-Shang's eyes, Pokémon are his best friends. He respects and listens to their opinions. Having chosen his Pokémon, Ming-Shang takes on all responsibilities. Ma Xiao felt her heart flutter. She sensed that Ming-Shang was akin to a counterpart designed with her personality in mind. Gradually, Ma Xiao stood up. There was much she still needed to learn. It's getting late. I must take my leave. I truly enjoyed our conversation. Good night. Good night. Ma Xiao turned to leave, but suddenly spun around. Ming-Shang, what is it? If possible, I would really love to be your Pokémon. See you tomorrow. Watching Ma Xiao hastily depart, Ming-Shang scratched his head. Have I been targeted again? Indeed, a young man must always safeguard himself while out in the world. Upon returning to his room, Shanai Duo wore a sultry smile as she regarded him. Ming-Shang, Marla. Ultimately, Sha and I duo merely pinned Ming Shang against the wall and kissed him for half an hour. After all, Mei Naz and Tian, she were sound asleep in the room, thus sparing Ming Shang's dignity. The next morning at the aroma dojo. Huh? Ming Shang, are you leaving? Tong Hua and Shi Yin were preparing for the store opening. However, they discovered that Ming Shang was ready to depart early in the morning. Yes, I still need to collect badges. Can't you stay a few more days? Tong Hua, you cannot be willful. At that moment, Ma Xiao descended the stairs, donning the heavy long-sleeved kimono once more. Lady Ma Xiao, I am truly sorry. After their conversation last night, Ma Xiao realized she could not keep Ming Shang. As long as Ming Shang's dream remains unfulfilled, he shall not cease his journey. Ma Xiao slowly approached Ming Shang. I wish you a safe journey. If possible, I will await your return. Ming Shang smiled and nodded, without directly responding to Ma Xiao's words. He turned and slowly left the aroma dojo. Ma Xiao silently watched Ming Shang's retreating figure. At that moment, how she wished to be a Pokémon. Then she could leave with Ming Shang, pursue dreams alongside him, and witness the scenery of this world along with its Pokémon. Miao Xiao gradually closed her eyes, tears welling within, cascading down her cheeks. Both Tenghua and Xin noticed Miao Xiao's distress. Tenghua resolutely lifted her head. Please wait. She stepped into the battleground and retrieved a Pokeball. Ming Shang, before you depart, could you engage me in a Pokemon battle? Tenghua intended to assist Lady Miao Xiao. Of course. Ming Shang turned back, his heart a mystery as he acquiesced to Tenghua's request. Then let it be a 1v1. Dong Dong Mouse, I entrust you. Dong Dong. EV, let us go? EV. Dong Dong Mouse, use charm. EV Swift. Just as Dong Dong Mouse was attempting to be cute, the onslaught of stars interrupted its act. EV Quick Attack. EV. With a flash, EV dashed toward Dong Dong Mouse. Dong Dong Mouse, use Thunderbolt. Dong Dong Mouse lay on the ground, electric currents sparking on its rosy cheeks. EV leapt high. The crowd was astonished by EV's extraordinary jumping ability. EV Iron Tail. Dong Dong Mouse, playfully. In midair, EV spun, adjusting its form to whip its tail against Dong Dong Mouse. Dong Dong Mouse rose, its tail shimmering with pink light, bracing itself against EV's iron tail. Ultimately, it was repelled. Dong Dong Mouse. It's time to end this, EV. Use Quick Attack. Dong Dong Mouse, use Endure. A loud thud echoed as Dong Dong Mouse was sent flying, landing with dizzy eyes. EV's explosive speed left Dong Dong Mouse no chance to execute its Endure. Dong Dong Mouse, return. You've worked hard. EV, you too, return. Thank you for your efforts. Tenghua retrieved Dong Dong Mouse, her expression somber, tinged with sadness. Mingshang approached. Tenghua, your performance was truly commendable. Had Dong Dong Mouse managed to use Endure, it would have been I who lost. Observing Tenghua's unusual demeanor today, Miao Xiao approached, wishing to comfort the child. Yes, a loss is a loss. Tenghua rose, moving closer to Miao Xiao, ensuring the distance was safe. Tenghua, what are you? Before Miao Xiao could finish, Tenghua gave her a gentle push. Stumbling, Miao Xiao fell into Mingshang's embrace, both stunned for a few moments. Mingshang caught a whiff of Miao Xiao's unique fragrance. Regaining composure, Miao Xiao's heart raced, her face flushed. We entrust our Lady Miao Xiao to you. Miao Xiao hurriedly extricated herself from Mingshang's embrace. I'm so sorry. Tenghua, run. Lady Miao Xiao is furious. You. Now it was Miao Xiao's turn to be at a loss, turning to Mingshang for guidance. Upon seeing Mingshang smile, her cheeks grew even warmer. When I fulfill my dreams, if you haven't given up by then, I shall return. Is that so? Well then, I wish you success. Gathering her courage, Miao Xiao stepped forward once more to embrace Mingshang. I will wait for you. She then turned and hurried away, intent on confronting Tenghua. Mingshang departed the dojo, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 44. Challenging the Champion. Xiaona, Waterfall Tail. Milotic's tail, as flexible as a soft iron rod, struck down upon Bryon's armor-like shell. This fierce blow rendered the prone Bryon unconscious. Bryon has lost its fighting capability. Nah. After her victory, Milotic rushed to Mingshang's arms, seeking affection, their bond having deepened in recent days. Such a feat was but a trifle. Now Milotic sought ways to gain Mingshang's affection with each battle. Returned, Bryon. You've worked hard. I lost. Thank you for the invaluable battle experience. You were formidable. Farewell. Farewell. Mingshang felt troubled. Why were so many seeking him out for battles on this journey? Since leaving Aroma City, he had fought 42 battles. With a record of 38 victories and 4 defeats, don't ask who lost. You can guess. Awkwardly, 30 of the challengers were female, with only 12 being male. The most astonishing part was that several women had told Mingshang before battling that if he lost, he would have to be their boyfriend. Mingshang found himself curious. When had he become so charming? And then, guess what happened next? Mingxiang didn't even have to decide which Pokémon to use. Milotic, Shinado, and Linger took turns emerging to decisively defeat those women's Pokémon. The ferocity displayed was enough to instill a degree of fear in Mingxiang. Would he be subjected to domestic violence in the future? Should he resist if it happened? Would it be more comfortable to lie down or sit during such an ordeal? Would he be positioned above or below them? Never mind. He would gradually experience it. Oh dear. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions happened upon Karuni, who had disguised herself while sneaking a piece of cake. Karuni appeared disheartened. After finishing her tasks, she rushed to purchase the cake, only to find it sold out. Ash willingly offered to share his cake with Karuni. She was delighted, for once today was over, she would have no chance to return to this city. Just as Citylin skillfully divided a modest piece of cake using the sweet essence of science, Mingxiang ambled by, humming a tune, caught by Pikachu's keen eyes. Pika? Pika Pika. With Pikachu's alert, the group turned to look. Ah, it's Mingxiang. Hey, Mingxiang. What a coincidence to run into you here. Ash called out as he approached. Mingxiang? Karuni turned to see Mingxiang's silhouette. Oh, Ash, so this is where you are. What a delightful coincidence. Mingxiang chuckled at Karuni's all-black attire. Sister, your disguise is rather conspicuous. You know, care to join us for cake? I can share half with you. I hear this shop's cake is exquisite. Even with only a small portion of cake. Ash did not hesitate to offer some to Mingxiang. Mingxiang smiled, finding Ash unchanged since childhood. But who could rescue him from Ash's obliviousness? Did Mingxiang have the right to comment on Ash? It seemed he was not much better off himself. All right, thank you. Come quickly. Citylin, please divide this cake into half again. Upon hearing Ash's words, Serena felt a twinge of jealousy. She too wanted to share the cake with Ash. Long time no see, Karuni. Ah, I thought my disguise would fool you. I didn't expect you to recognize me immediately. Karuni, slightly disappointed, removed her sunglasses, having intended to surprise Mingxiang, mainly because your hair was too obvious. Next time, tilt your hat a bit to cover it. So that is how it is. Humph. It's been a while, Mingxiang. Mingxiang, you two know each other? Ash asked, surprised. Yes. I witnessed her lose to Zhu Lan in her entirety at the Zhu Lan's house. Karuni, Serena, Citylin, Eulogia. Ash, Zhu Lan is indeed the champion. One day, I will defeat her. Ha. Just kidding, they tied. Oh, Miss Karuni, how impressive. To be able to tie with Miss Zhu Lan. Ash decided to challenge Karuni soon. Mingxiang thought, well, better Karuni first. Let us see the champion's prowess. Ah. Karuni laughed awkwardly. Just moments ago, Eulogia had been proposed to, and now Mingxiang was being cheeky. If Mega Shinado and Garchomp tied, would that become my embarrassing history? Don't rush. You almost got wiped out by a gorilla from D&D just now, dear. Karuni. Setting aside the previous conversation, Mingxiang. Let us indulge in this delightful cake together. Ash extended a toothpick towards Mingxiang, which held a chocolate cake the size of a peanut shell. At that moment, Mingxiang finally comprehended why the cakes in the animation appeared so diminutive. Pikachu and Dedenne were also eager to take a bite. Thank you. Mingxiang smiled as he accepted the offering, and together with everyone else, they savored the rare delicacy. Delicious, echoed 5 voices in unison. This is truly delightful, exclaimed Ash. Indeed, the robust bitterness and the fruity sourness are enveloped by a sweet flavor, creating a splendid taste, articulated Karuni, contrasting Ash's exuberant praise. While the group animatedly discussed, Mingxiang remained lost in thought. Hey, Mingxiang, what's the matter? Ash inquired. Ignoring Ash's words, Mingxiang continued to ponder. If there's not enough cake, we can simply buy another one next time. No need to feel so down. Ash assumed Mingxiang was disheartened by the cake scarcity. I've got it. Suddenly, Mingxiang clapped his hands together with a triumphant grin. What did you think of, Mingxiang? Ash asked, intrigued. Do you all still wish to eat the cake we just had? Karuni suddenly realized. She recalled how Zhu Lan had praised Mingxiang's cake-making skills in her presence. Mingxiang, can you create such a cake? Came the surprised chorus. Yes. Pikachu, I remember Mingxiang is also a chef. Pikachu responded. You all wait here. I'll be right back. With that, Mingxiang dashed into the cake shop, backpack in tow. Boss, may I use your kitchen? Ash and his companions exchanged glances and followed Mingxiang into the cake shop. The shopkeeper remarked, I have a bad feeling about this. Frostless, I'm counting on you. The creamy texture of Frostless embraced the fluffy cake, its white frosting resembling a gown, a sweet embodiment of dreams, instantly captivating everyone's gaze. Wow, how adorable! Exclaimed the trio. That must be Mingxiang's 6th Pokémon. Ash declared as he pointed his Pokédex at Frostless. It's Frostless. They chorused. Frostless, let us start making the cake. Mingxiang commanded. In the midst of their astonishment, Mingxiang and Frostless swiftly completed the cake, their seamless coordination leaving the shopkeeper dumbfounded. Ding. Okay, everyone come and taste. Frostless chimed. The cake, adorned in rich hues of cream and dark chocolate, exuded an enticing aroma, cloaked in a lavish layer of frosting and embellished with vibrant fruits, each layer whispering sweet temptation, irresistible to all. Karuni, Ash, Serena, Citron, and Euligia eagerly grabbed forks to claim their pieces of this exquisite treat. The cake, sweet as the smile of first love, melted delicately in the mouth without a hint of greasiness, its flavors blossoming on the tongue, creating an intoxicating experience. The taste of the cake was not merely a feast for the palate, but a sweet encounter for the soul. Ash and Citron wore expressions of delight, while Karuni, Serena, and Euligia reveled in sheer enjoyment. Frostless approached the shopkeeper, holding a small piece of cake high with all her might, attempting to present it to the female manager. What is this? For me? Thank you. Frostless beamed with satisfaction as she witnessed the manager savoring the cake, her expression reflecting pure enjoyment. Content. She turned and wiggled her small hands to rejoin Mingxiang. Well done. Mingxiang offered a strawberry, Frostless's favorite fruit. Frostless gently nibbled the tip of the strawberry, shaking her body joyfully as she ate. Euligia, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Mingxiang, Mingxiang, can I hug Frostless? Please, I'm begging you. Euligia, you mustn't act so recklessly. Citron quickly intervened. He was concerned that Euligia's affectionate behavior might put Mingxiang in an awkward position and feared that Frostless, covered in cream, might not be suitable for hugging. I can't help you, Euligia. You'll have to find a way to get Frostless's consent yourself. Really? Euligia's eyes lit up as she noticed the strawberry in Frostless's grasp. Brother, hurry and help me buy a strawberry. I've already got one for you. Serena chimed in. Thank you, Euligia exclaimed, recalling her mother's teachings on selecting quality fruits. Frostless, this is for you. May I hug you? Mahu. With Frostless's consent. Euligia's joy nearly lifted her off the ground. Yet, in the end, she merely held Frostless's hand, wary that a full embrace might harm her. In truth, Frostless could control her creamy body to harden for protection at any moment. Meanwhile, Ash approached Karuni slowly. Miss Karuni, may I challenge you to a Pokémon battle? A Pokémon battle? Please. My dream is to become the strongest trainer in the world. Hence, I desperately want to challenge you. Ash, it's rare for Miss Karuni to have personal time. You're being a bother. But I truly wish to face her. Please. Karuni noticed the fiery determination in Ash's eyes and glanced at Mingxiang. Well, although I usually refuse informal Pokémon battles, I'll make an exception today. Wonderful Pikachu. Ha. Pika, are you going to battle the champion? May I watch? At that moment, Professor Bretano entered the cake shop. Professor, where did you come from? I happened to be passing by and saw you in the cake shop. I was going to greet you, but I overheard Ash challenging Miss Karuni. After hearing Bretano's explanation, Mingxiang finally understood the situation. Amid the laughter and cheer, Mingxiang noticed the shopkeeper conspiring with several staff members. Oh no, I smell a plot brewing. Frostless, come back. We must leave. Go, go, go. Young man, please wait a moment. Have you considered working at our shop? You can set your own conditions. No, I can't. Hey, come back. The shopkeeper chased after Mingxiang, realizing that a trainer with a Frostless was a coveted employee for any cake shop. Moreover, Mingxiang's cake-making skills made him a treasure among treasures. The group arrived at an open area in the wilderness. Karuni and Ash exchanged glances. Pikachu, let us go? Pika. So, Ash, you'll be using Pikachu? Yes. Please take care of me. Pika. Karuni retrieved a Pokeball. Shinai, I'm counting on you. A burst of light revealed Karuni's Shinado on the field. Shinai? In an instant, Shinado instinctively gazed at Mingxiang. Due to the resonance of the fairy aura and Mingxiang's presence, Shinado perceived him as a quintessential handsome figure. Is something the matter with Shinado? Shinado shook her head in response to Karuni, preparing for battle. Karuni noticed Shinado appeared unusually spirited today. Mingxiang and Euligia watched from the sidelines. Professor Bretano took out a camera to capture the match. I wonder if we'll witness a mega evolution? Citron assumed the role of referee. Then, let the battle commence. Ash, you may attack first. Alright, Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pika, Pika, Pika. Pika. Pikachu dashed forward, its tail glowing white, leaping and spinning to strike Shinado. Karuni and Shinado exchanged glances. Shinado instantly teleported to evade the incoming attack. Next, use Quick Attack. Pika. Pikachu dashed forward at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Karuni exchanged a knowing glance with Shinado. With each subsequent charge from Pikachu, Shinado would deftly evade at the last possible moment using teleport. Ming Xiang observed Shinado's maneuvers, silently analyzing the pros and cons. During the execution of teleport, one is unable to unleash an attack, which is precisely why Ming Xiang had Shinado practice its dance steps to synchronize with teleport for dodging skills. As a ranged spellcaster, Shinado's use of teleport essentially serves two purposes, either to ambush and strike or to evade incoming attacks. The downside of combining both strategies is the heightened risk. Failing to evade could lead to a comical disaster, akin to failing a driving test. However, the advantage lies in the ability to counterattack at any moment, unlike Karuni, who could only focus on evasion. Should she face an opponent of Zhu Lan's caliber, the moment they slowed down to attack, Shinado's frail physicality would be fully exposed. Shinado possesses little physical durability and can be easily knocked out. Is this the strength of a champion? Truly formidable. But I shall emerge victorious. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaped into the air, currents of electricity crackling on either side of its cheeks. Pikachu. A bolt of lightning shot forth rapidly toward Shinado. Karuni and Shinado locked eyes once more. Shinado baited the lightning strike and then used teleport to flicker to a nearby location. In luring Pikachu to attack, Shinado swiftly used teleport again to evade. Thus, Pikachu's Thunderbolt was effectively rendered useless. Even Thunderbolt couldn't keep pace with Shinado's speed. Pika. Shadow Ball. Shinado raised a hand, charging a Shadow Ball. Not nearly enough. Pikachu. Electro Ball. The background music swelled. Pikachu. Pikachu turned, flinging the Electro Ball from its tail, which collided with the Shadow Ball, resulting in an explosion. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Karuni signaled to Shinado. Shadow Ball. This particular Shadow Ball struck Pikachu from the side while it was airborne. The music faded. Pikachu. Pikachu has lost its fighting capacity. Ming Xiang couldn't help but marvel at Pikachu's performance. Was a single Shadow Ball sufficient to take it down? There was still much to improve upon. Karuni and Shinado approached the crowd, and Karuni winked at Ming Xiang. The usage of her Shadow Ball was something she had learned from Ming Xiang himself. Thank you, Miss Karuni. I want to lose next time. Karuni stepped in front of Ming Xiang. So, would you care for a duel with me? I've seen your performance in Sinnoh. Let me witness how much you've grown. Ming Xiang gazed at Karuni's Shinado, who shyly lowered its head, its cheeks flushed. Ming Xiang, huh? Well, I could certainly use a formidable opponent to sharpen my skills. Karuni and Ming Xiang simultaneously turned to walk in opposite directions. Karuni turned back, clutching the necklace at her chest. Shinado Mega Evolve. Shauna. Karuni was determined to give her all, knowing Ming Xiang's innate talent meant he would not be lacking in strength. She suspected her opponent would also possess a Shinado. Without Mega Evolution, victory would be elusive. After all, Ming Xiang's Shinado had achieved the remarkable feat of defeating a Metagross. Starting with Mega Evolution, does he hold me in such high regard? Ming Xiang retrieved a Pokeball. Nana, rise and shine. Nana, could it be a Milotic? Lost again in a gamble. Wow. Brother, look. Ming Xiang's Milotic is so beautiful. So lovely. Serena was witnessing Ming Xiang's Milotic for the first time. After confirming their bond, Milotic's colors and scales shimmered even more brilliantly than before. Milotic nuzzled against Ming Xiang's cheek affectionately before moving forward. Ming Xiang and Karuni exchanged serious glances, their expressions intense. The two summoned Milotic and Mega Shinado displayed equally serious demeanors. This duel promised to be quite fierce. Let the battle commence. Hydro Pump. Shadow Ball. As the signal from Hitron fell, Ming Xiang and Karuni's commands were issued simultaneously. The Shadow Ball and Hydro Pump collided in midair, generating a thick mist. Rain Dance. Ming Xiang waved his hand in command. Upon hearing the incantation, Milotic immediately lowered its stance. Moonblast. However, Shinado released a well-charged fairy-type attack, only to be met with Milotic's flowing tail. Witnessing her attack effortlessly dismantled was disheartening. Another feint? This habit of Ming Xiang's is rather troublesome. What just happened? Serena blinked, her mind struggling to keep pace with the rapid exchange between Ming Xiang and Karuni. Dr. Bratano expressed his astonishment at Ming Xiang's prowess, believing him to possess at least the strength of a member of the Elite Four. Karuni could not allow Milotic to unleash Rain Dance. Even if it were to be cast, it would come at a cost. Otherwise, Mega Shinado's sole advantage would vanish. Ming Xiang and Karuni shared a brief, intense gaze, both waiting for the other to make the first move. In this scenario, the one to act first risked suffering significant repercussions. Nana, Rain Dance. Shadow Ball. Even knowing there might be a trap, Karuni had no choice but to attack. She couldn't allow Shinado to engage in close combat. As a result, Milotic swept low, evading the incoming Shadow Ball. Simultaneously, Milotic's flowing tail was charged, ready to counter any returning Shadow Ball. Yet, Karuni had yet to master the free manipulation of Shadow Ball. Shinado. Thunderbolt. Shauna. Shinado crossed its arms, radiating yellow lightning, raising its hand to unleash Thunderbolt toward Milotic. This was precisely the moment Ming Shang had been waiting for. Rain Dance. Milotic closed its eyes as dark clouds gathered in the sky, and at that moment, it was struck by Thunderbolt. However, Thunderbolt was not a move of Shinado's type, and its impact on Milotic was far less severe than that of Reikyu. Psychic. Karuni immediately followed up with her fastest and most powerful skill. Waves of psychic energy surged toward Milotic. Its large form and sluggish speed left it with no means of evasion, and it was struck by the psychic force. Nana. Milotic gritted its teeth. But rain began to fall from the sky. The counterattack commenced. Nana. Hydro Pump. Teleport. As Milotic's hydro pump fired like a machine gun, Karuni swiftly commanded Shinado to teleport into the air. Water Tail. Moonblast. Shauna. Geyser. Milotic emanated a soft blue glow, its massive tail crashing down onto the ground. Columns of water erupted from the earth. Shinado's Moonblast was nullified by the surging water. Karuni sensed the ground tremble and quickly recognized the impending danger. Teleport. Shinado, reacting on instinct, obeyed Karuni's command and fled. Just as Shinado had moved away, a geyser erupted from the exact spot it had just vacated, shooting skyward. TSK. She managed to react in time. Ming Shang now understood that Karuni's strength was far from weak. Anyone who dared to claim otherwise would face his ire. But how was she overwhelmed by Dandy? Could it be that Vegeta has returned? Gazing at the astonishing geyser, Karuni's fighting spirit intensified. Aside from Zhulan, Ming Shang was the second opponent to ignite such excitement within her. Shadow Ball. Water Tail. Hydro Pump. Milotic swung its tail once more, shattering the Shadow Ball, stabilizing its stance before unleashing a Hydro Pump toward Shinado. However, Shinado deftly evaded once again. Their speed differential was simply too vast. Karuni contemplated how to breach Milotic's defenses while Ming Shang pondered how to bring down Shinado. As the battle continued, neither side was able to gain the upper hand. Milotic couldn't reach Shinado, and Shinado was unable to penetrate Milotic's defenses. Then let's take a gamble. X2. Both individuals arrived at a resolute decision within their hearts. Shinado. Foreseeing the future, Karuni wagered that she could evade Mainaz's attack through teleportation. She also gambled on the notion that Mainaz would not be able to defeat Shinado in a single strike. Mainaz was aware of Karuni's intention to utilize teleportation to delay the activation of Foresight. Thus, this moment marked his prime opportunity to bring Shinado down. Nana. Unleashed the tidal wave with full force. Nana. Mainaz let out a thunderous roar, her azure aura radiating even more brilliantly, as torrents of water surged from her tail like a raging dragon. With a resounding crash, her hefty tail struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. Subsequently, a deluge of water rushed forth, seemingly intent on engulfing Shinado within its depths. Karuni? Teleport. Karuni was compelled to abandon Foresight. She was uncertain whether Shinado would briefly lose its ability to fly if struck. If that were the case, being approached by Mainaz would signify her defeat. Shinado deftly evaded the oncoming tide. It then dawned on Karuni that Mainaz's breathing had become slightly labored, a sign of exhaustion. Shadow Ball. Karuni promptly commanded Shinado to counterattack. Nana. Water Tail. Regrettably, Mainaz's fatigue and diminished speed meant she could not execute the Water Tail before being hit by the Shadow Ball, causing her to lean backward slightly. Moonblast. Just as Mainaz regained her footing, Shinado's Moonblast surged forth. Water Tail, block it. With great effort, Mainaz turned and swung her massive tail to deflect the incoming Moonblast, though she herself was forced to retreat slightly. It is time to conclude this, Moon. Stop. 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 I concede. No more fighting. Huh. Mainaz quickly rushed into the embrace of Ming Shang. Nana, you've worked hard. Take a good rest. Nana. Mainaz nuzzled into Ming Shang's arms, clearly exhausted. Ming Shang recognized that since neither the geyser nor the tidal wave had succeeded in knocking Shinado down, the chances of victory were slim. For Mainaz to bring Shinado down, she needed to ensure the power of her attacks was sufficient. Otherwise, if she struck Shinado and it remained airborne, it would be quite awkward. After finally landing a hit on Shinado, a lack of power would render the effort futile. Presently, Mainaz lay comfortably on Ming Shang's lap, while he retrieved a healing spray to tend to her wounds. He truly cherished his Pokémon. Thank you for your hard work, Shinado, come back. Karuni recalled Shinado and approached Ming Shang. Ming Shang, is Mainaz all right? The group of Ash and his companions hurried over. Yes, she is just a bit tired. Brother, give me the healing spray. I want to help Mainaz recover. I want to help too. Karuni quickly joined them. What an exhilarating match. Thank you for allowing me to learn so much. Mingsheng, you and your Pokémon have truly grown. While tending to Maynas, Karuni reflected on the match. She had triumphed over Mingsheng solely due to her quick reflexes and Shinato's telepathy. Had either she or Shinato reacted a second slower, she would have lost. Yet, we still have a long way to go. Both Nana and I need to strive harder. Nana. Maynas closed her eyes in response to Mingsheng's words. Content to remain still in her current state, Mingsheng pondered how to counter Pokémon that could fly swiftly. Maynas' current predicament was akin to desiring to engage in close combat, while her opponent refused to oblige. Thus, Maynas' water tail would become utterly ineffective. Mingsheng could not simply have Maynas practice running, as that would be akin to mocking her lack of legs. TSK. Maynas cannot perform a split. That would result in a considerable reduction in CGs. What's the matter, Mingsheng? Ah, nothing. Mingsheng gently patted Maynas, who was resting on his lap, cautioning her not to nibble on the inner side of his thigh. By the way, Mingsheng, what brings you here? Ash recalled that he had yet to inquire about Mingsheng's destination. I plan to head to Inksnow City to evolve my EV into a Glacian, while also battling the gyms along the way. After just obtaining the fairy badge, I'm preparing to head to Bywing City to acquire the plant badge. X5. What's wrong? I already have an ice stone. Does that mean it cannot evolve? Mingsheng. Is there a possibility that you don't need to go to Inksnow City, and instead allow EV to absorb the ice stone directly? Really? I wouldn't lie to you. Upon hearing Karuni's words, Mingsheng initially thought EV needed to train in a cold place to level up. Damn. Why didn't I think of allowing EV to touch the ice stone? I'm such a fool. Nana, get up. EV, come forth. EV. Mingsheng hurriedly took out the stone gifted by Mew and squatted down before EV. EV, I currently possess an ice-type evolution stone, but I would like to hear your opinion. Would you like to evolve into something specific, or would you prefer to remain as you are? The choice is yours. To his surprise, Eevee approached the ice stone without any hesitation, and as a brilliant white light flashed, a gust of icy wind enveloped the area. Eevee's fur gradually transformed into a soft blue hue, marking the official addition of Glacian to Mingsheng's team. Glacian acclimated to her new form, brimming with excitement at her newfound strength. Seeing Eevee so elated, Mingsheng felt a sense of relief. In due time, Eevee would likely evolve into a Sylveon. Mingsheng held a fondness for Sylveon, though the male variants tended to be rather cool and sassy. Wonderful, the evolution was successful. Mingsheng, what are your next plans? To fulfill the promise I made to Glacian, I promised to train together to become stronger as soon as she evolved. Let us have a Pokémon battle. Mingsheng acquiesced to Ash's request, and Ash sent out his Froakie. Glacian versus Froakie. Mingsheng. 6. Ultimately, Mingsheng emerged victorious, proving that Glacian's prior training had not been in vain. She still maintained a high level of explosive power. You've worked hard. Glacian, come back. Nana. Bye-bye. Maynas, Mingsheng brother. Farewell. Eulogia bid Mingsheng farewell. Noticing that no one was observing, Maynas leaned in and pecked Mingsheng on the lips. Nana. Then, with a sense of pride, she returned to her Pokeball. Goodness, what a bold kiss. Mingsheng shook his head in exasperation. After all, she was his beloved Pokémon, and he indulged her whims.